college football. Number 2, Kansas State leading TCU 23-3. 5:06 to play in the fourth quarter. With 99% of the precincts reporting, we can say that Kansas State is going to stay undefeated. Notre Dame at halftime leading Boston College. The 4th-ranked Fighting Irish leading at 14-3. Second half's about to get started. Number 5, Georgia. Talk about a team that can have a chance to really impact the national championship race. Now they may be more in that conversation than ever before. They lead Auburn in the oldest rivalry in the South, 38-0. They win this game, they'll represent the SEC East in the SEC championship game. And you look at their schedule, and Georgia doesn't have to worry about anything else. Georgia Southern should be a rough game. They should win that. It's an FCS school. They lose that game. They have no business playing for the SEC title game. Then Georgia Tech, a team that can score but can't stop anybody. It looks like it's a good ride for Georgia, and they don't have to leave their own state or their own home field. They're beating Auburn tonight 38-0. 7:45 to play in the fourth quarter. Number 7, LSU, they lead number 21, Mississippi State 30-17 with 7 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. And number 20, Louisiana Tech, leading Texas State 48-34 with only 8:56 to play in the third quarter. This could be 65-58 when it's all said and done between these two. And coming up in a couple of minutes, number 3, Oregon, they're on the road taking on California. And number 18, UCLA, on the road taking on Washington State. Those two top 25 teams about to tee it up in less than 10 minutes on one side and 30 minutes on the other side. Coming up on college football tonight, you're going to hear how Texas A&M found it within themselves to pull the upset of the year and take down mighty used-to-be number 1 Alabama. That's next on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. It's like tiny nails in the air poke my lungs. I start to cough. Sometimes my parents have to take me to the hospital.
Today, 1 out of 13 children suffer from some form of asthma, accounting for nearly 1/3 of all emergency room visits.
I feel like I'm choking. It's kind of like an elephant is on my chest. A little whistle sound comes out when I breathe.
But while your child may suffer from asthma doesn't have to make your child suffer. There are simple ways you can prevent your child's next attack. To learn more, call 1-866-NO-ATTACKS. That's 1-866-662-8822. Log on to www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Well, I'll tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs. So that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hurt.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go.
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio.
The reality is, if Notre Dame played Oregon in football next Saturday on a neutral site, I don't know who would win, and neither do you. It's as simple as that. Now, I got inundated with people yesterday. Oh, Greeny, Oregon would beat them by 20 points. Oh, would they? Are you the same people who told me that Notre Dame was going to get smoked when they went to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In sports, we tell you what we expect to happen, and then guess what happens? They play a game.
We don't know.
They play a game. If we knew what was going to happen ahead of time, we would all be living in castles in Las Vegas.
I get it, but what we do is we make our picks.
So here's what drives me nuts.
Okay.
So Notre Dame, you're Notre Dame, which always gets the benefit of everything. They've gotten into BCS bowl games in the years we've been together when they had no business being there, solely because they are Notre Dame, is now getting left out solely because they're Notre Dame. People are just using their anti-Notre Dame feelings to say, well, they clearly don't belong with the other guys. I'm going to give credit where it's due. CBSSports.com. Tom Fornelli is their college football blogger. He put the blind resumes of 5 unbeaten teams: Alabama, Oregon, Notre Dame, Louisville, and Kansas State.
Right.
Put them up there, teams A, B, C, D, and E. Showed you just what they've done.
Right.
And then you get a chance, you go on and you pick of those 5, which 2 should play each other in the national championship. Go ahead and do it. Go do it. I'm not going to do it. This wasn't my idea. I'm going to give credit where it's due. Go do it, and then you tell me who you came back and voted for. Which 2 teams you said deserve to play for the national championship right now. Go ahead and do it, and let me know what happens. And I'll tell you right now, it's going to surprise a lot of people. And all of you people who are emailing me, Notre Dame has no business on the field with these other teams, your point is completely irrelevant. What you think, I think, or anyone else thinks would happen in a game has no bearing on who should play for the title. You should reward the teams who have had the best seasons, who have accomplished the most. And right now, I'll give away part of it, Notre Dame is one of those 2 teams. End of discussion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were going to be. They have the most, the wins as far as ranked teams, and the schedule has been the toughest. So by a computer, which a couple of the computers are number 1 on, I get what you're saying. But you keep wanting to make irrelevant the eye test, and as much as you think it should be irrelevant, it's not. And I mean, I know you want to pound your fist on the table and yell and scream and say that shouldn't be part of it. It should be just how they play this year. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's not reality. Reality is how people look at it, especially people with a vote.
You really disappoint me.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Down to Monday night. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Mike Bellamy. Number 1 goes down.
Bama needing the points. AJ, near side, throws, interception in the end zone by the Aggies. Intercepted by DeShazer Everett at the goal line. And though that dream did not die on the field in Baton Rouge, it might now have done so on the field in Tuscaloosa.
Calling the Crimson Tide Sports Network is number 15 Texas A&M, who jumped out to a 20-0 lead, goes on to beat number 1 Alabama 29-24 in Tuscaloosa. A.J. McCarron did something he hadn't done in 12 previous games, threw an interception, then he threw that last interception there before the game was over. Texas A&M 11 of 18 on third down conversions. Number 1 Alabama falls at home. As for number 2 Kansas State, they lead at TCU 23-3. That's in the fourth quarter. First meeting since 1986 between those 2 schools. Colin Klein, a couple of touchdown runs. Number 4 Notre Dame leading at Boston College 14-3 in the third quarter. Number 3 Oregon will be in action coming up at the bottom of the hour at Cal. Number 5 Georgia gets 3 touchdown passes from Aaron Murray. They lead at Auburn 38-0 in the fourth quarter on ESPN 2 HD. Georgia wins the SEC East with that win tonight. Number 7 LSU leading number 21 Mississippi State 30-17 in the fourth. That game over on ESPN HD. Les Miles 18-1 following a loss. They lost at home against Alabama last week. Number 20 Louisiana Tech leading at Texas State 48-34. That game in the third quarter. Other finals from earlier today. Number 19 USC beat Arizona State 38-17. Number 12 Oklahoma 21-1 all time against Baylor. They beat the Bears 42-17. 30-34. Number 16, Nebraska hangs on, beats Penn State 32-23. Number 14, Stanford at one point giving up 23 straight points to Oregon State. They beat the Beavers 27-24. Number 13, Clemson beat Maryland 45-10. Taj Boyd with 3 touchdown passes. ESPN Los Angeles' Ramona Shelburne reporting that Phil Jackson is looking for a salary figure in line with what he made in his previous stint with the Lakers. Phil Jackson met with Jim Buss and Mitch Kupchak earlier today on that vacancy. Mike Brown, of course, was fired on Friday. The Lakers are 2-4. They next play tomorrow night. 76ers and Pacers, both winners tonight. The Bulls lead the Timberwolves 78-70. 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Right now, the Spurs and Trailblazers getting underway.
Football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
College football tonight on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
And it is presented by Progressive Insurance. I am Freddie Coleman. You're going to hear from a guy who played in the SEC about why Texas A&M was able to do to Alabama what nobody else had been able to do since last year. That comes up in a couple of seconds. But Mike Petraglia, it looks like it's about to be over. Notre Dame has just put another one on the board against Boston College.
Indeed, Freddie. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish really trying, I think, to put a capper in this game early on here in the second half. They get the ball to open the second half, and they march down the field. Everett Golson with his first touchdown pass of the second touchdown pass of the day. This one to Goodman in the end of the back of the end zone, 18 yards across the field. He had pretty much all day to run around in the pocket. So the extra point is good, and just 10:44 remaining now in the third quarter. Notre Dame is starting to pull away 21-3 over Boston College.
Thank you very much, Mike Petraglia. Let's bring in Jesse Palmer. Catch him on Thursday Night College Football. Does a great job with John Saunders. I think his day starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. Won't end until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning as they do the wraps all day long. He joins us in studio on College Football Tonight. Alabama losing. We know it creates a seismic shift, not just in the SEC, but the BCS. How was Texas A&M able to pull this off on the road today?
I think they came in and they were motivated to play, first and foremost. And, of course, Texas A&M, one of the newest members along with Missouri in the SEC, and I think having an opportunity to play the elite team in the conference on the road and really make a statement, and I think they gave them that effort. Unfortunately, Alabama didn't have their A game today. You know, it's so difficult to go undefeated throughout the course of a season, especially in the SEC. You got to bring your A game each and every week, and Alabama looked flat early in this game. And last week, beating LSU on the road, they spent so much emotion, so much energy, and came out and got down 20-0 really quickly. And at the end of the day, Nick Saban's squad made too many mistakes. 3 turnovers on offense. Defensively, could not contain Johnny Manziel, keep him in the pocket. There's the offside penalty on the last punt of the game, which was huge. But I think you have to give Kevin Sumlin and Texas A&M credit going on the road. Hostile environment, Bryant-Denny Stadium like that. And remember, Texas A&M gave up second half leads early this season to Florida, to LSU, didn't do it today. And what can you say about Johnny Manziel?
Well, you let us know. You played quarterback in the SEC. It's difficult for a senior to make plays. Why is a redshirt freshman who wore a Scooby-Doo costume for Halloween, why was he able to do this on the road in that kind of environment?
It was obviously the costume. I should have worn that Scooby-Doo costume more often at Gainesville. My numbers might have been way better.
That could have been your mystery machine. Let's put it that way.
No doubt. You know, his athleticism and his talents are just off the charts. And we watch him each and every week. And, you know, I think a lot of people that don't know a lot about him look at his numbers and say, well, he's just a runner. He scrambles around and makes plays. He's a very accurate thrower as well. And I think he's at his best, critical down and distances, especially third down throughout the course of the year. You know, he's been averaging 10 yards of scramble on third down.
Really?
And 10 yards of passing attempt on third down. And you saw it again today. Alabama not able to keep him in the pocket. If you make a mistake and you're not disciplined in your lane assignment, he gets outside and he hurts you, and he did that. And I'll say this, Alabama really challenged him today. There was a lot of press, bump and run, man coverage where they were forcing him to put the football in a very small window. Johnny Manziel was dropping dimes today. I mean, it was so impressive. Not easy throws. Deep down the field especially. And Ryan Swope broke the school record for career receptions, breaking Jeff Fuller's record today with an 11-catch performance too. But it is amazing. It really is. He's only a redshirt freshman. He should go to New York. Right now, he's averaging more total yards a game than Tim Tebow averaged when he won his Heisman in 2007.
You know that's sacrilege for you to say as a Florida alum like Tim Tebow.
Okay, well, then I'll throw this. He's also averaging more total yards a game than Cam Newton.
Well, that's better.
When he won his Heisman in 2008. So remember, Tim Tebow lost 3 games during the regular season. Texas A&M has lost twice, and I know a lot of times Heisman voters want that player's team competing for a BCS national championship. That won't be the case with Johnny Manziel, but you just got to put the film on. And I mean, he could be the first ever freshman to win the Heisman Trophy. Adrian Peterson finished second when he was a freshman, but watch out for Johnny Manziel down the stretch here. This could get really interesting.
Great knowledge and perspective from ESPN's Jesse Palmer, a college football analyst in studio on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. On the other side, I know the election is over regarding the President of the United States, but Nick Saban did a lot of politicking by saying, hey, when we won a national championship, when I was a head coach at LSU in Alabama, we were not undefeated. We had 1 loss. Was he really trying to send a message to anybody out there voting that's saying, hey, don't forget about us, even though we lost to Texas A&M?
I think he might be doing that. And let's be honest, because the SEC's won 6 straight national championships, I think there are some people that would wonder, even if there are no undefeated teams left in the SEC, and now there are not, whether or not they are the best team. If Alabama beats Georgia, a top 5 opponent in the SEC title game, would they get a shot? And I don't think that's the case right now, barring any chaos. If you're Kansas State or you're Oregon, in my opinion, from this point on, you control what you control.
Absolutely.
You win the rest of your games, and in my opinion, you're going to Miami. I think Notre Dame's still probably a little bit of an outsider right now, although they look much better today. A lot of football still to be played. We saw 2 unbeatens go down today in Louisville as well. So, we mentioned at the top, difficult to go undefeated throughout the course of a year. A lot of football still to be played. That SEC, I guess that reputation still looms very, very large, and we'll see how that plays out late in the season.
What do you say to those out there who honestly believe that the SEC, Jesse, gets a free pass or more leeway because they are the SEC, and that specter always seems to lord over college football?
I would tell them that the SEC, without question, is the best conference in college football, top to bottom, and I think that's a fact. One thing I don't like about the SEC is how they don't play a 9th conference game. I think they should do that moving forward, and I know SEC teams will say, whoa, we don't want to make it any harder for ourselves than it already needs to be. It's hard for us to go week in, week out and get there, but you now have 14 teams playing in the SEC. It's the largest automatic qualifying conference. How do you know who really is the best team in your conference when you only play 8 of the other teams, in your conference?
And then you're playing Western Carolina next week like Alabama.
That's right. And Florida's playing Louisiana Lafayette today, and they're going to play Jacksonville State next week. I don't think it's not good for fans. I don't think it's great for the conference. The Pac-12, the Big 12, playing everybody in their conference, making it harder, and I think the SEC should do that as well.
I'm glad you mentioned the Pac-12 real quick before I let you go. I know that you have to go back and hang out with John Saunders till 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. How good is the Pac-12 when you have Oregon, Stanford, Oregon State, USC, and UCLA all in the BCS top 25?
One thing I think we saw at the start of the year, there's tremendous parity in the Pac-12. And I don't know if it's as balanced as the SEC with respect to top to bottom all the way through, because certainly schools like Colorado and Washington State right now drag that conference down from that angle. But you mentioned the schools you just talked about, and Stanford right now still very alive in the Pac-12 race. Huge game next week on the road against Oregon.
That should be
fun.
And
even if they lose that game, there's still a good chance they play in the Rose Bowl if Oregon goes off and plays in the BCS National Championship game. But the job Jim Moore's done at UCLA, 2-loss UCLA team. How about that game against USC next week? Could determine the Pac-12 South champion. Oregon State, big surprise this year as well. Balanced on offense and defense. Arizona's put up points and beaten teams. USC probably a disappointing season, obviously, up to this point. But you mentioned a lot of good teams. Arizona State, up until a few weeks ago, was a real player too. So I'd argue outside the SEC, Pac-12, in my opinion, the best conference in college football.
Oh, it's good to see you, young man. We'll do it again soon, okay?
I appreciate you having me on, man.
My pleasure. ESPN college football analyst does a great job, not only on ESPN, but ABC. Jesse Palmer joining me, Freddie Coleman, in studio on college football tonight. Coming up next, you're going to find out one team that can't wait to take advantage of the loss Alabama had today to Texas A&M. That's next on ESPN Radio.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Have you ever been approached at a gas station or car wash by those pushy guys who want to fix your windshield even though it might not be damaged at all? They're called windshield bullies, and you really have to be on guard when approached by one. Here's a real customer who got bullied into filing an unnecessary insurance claim.
May I have the date the damage occurred?
Well, I don't know for sure when it... He says yesterday, but I sure don't know. I didn't even know I had it. I don't like this, Barry. I don't think I need a new windshield. I don't know what they're up to. Well, they put it on before I had a chance to talk to my insurance or anything. Boy, I'm not stopping at this station anymore.
So don't get bullied.
No, I don't want to pay for it.
If you suspect insurance fraud, contact the National Insurance Crime Bureau by calling 1-800-TEL-NICB. That's 1-800-TEL-NICB. Or visit NICB.org.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit USO.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
What you missed.
What's happening now.
And what you need to know. This is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
So Alabama did not take advantage of staying undefeated. They were upset by Texas A&M. There's another team that can't wait to take advantage of Alabama's loss to said Aggies. I'll tell you who that team is after Mike Bellamy has an express on ESPN Radio.
All right, Freddie, thank you. If Alabama fans were hoping that Notre Dame, Kansas State, and Oregon all went down today, yeah, not happening. Kansas State just beat TCU, number 4 Notre Dame, coasting at Boston College 21-3. And coming up in just about 15 minutes, Oregon will take on Cal. LSU leading at home against Mississippi State 37-17 in the fourth quarter on ESPN. And number 20, Louisiana Tech leading Texas State 48-41 start of the fourth quarter. Freddie?
48-41. Defensive coordinators, their jobs are on the line in that ball game. Believe me. He's Mike Bellamy. I'm Freddie Coleman. It's College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. The University of Georgia. Many people thought, okay, if they win the SEC East, so what? Well, that happened.
Murray takes the shotgun snap, rolls to the right, throws on the run into the end zone, and caught, but is he in bounds? You bet he is! Tavares King tight-roped it on the near edge of the end zone and caught a beautiful ball from Murray. It was a little bit high, but TK brings it in for the score.
Scott Holman on the call on the Georgia Bulldog Sports Network from IMG. It was ugly on the plains for the Tigers War Eagle of Auburn. They lose 38-0 in the oldest rivalry in the South. First shutout in this series for either team since Georgia won 28-0 in 1976, the year America was 200 years of age. If you're counting at home, that's 36 years ago the last time a shutout happened in this game. But Georgia on their way to the SEC championship game for the second straight year. It looks like top-ranked Alabama, about to no longer be top-ranked Alabama. If they beat Auburn on November 24th, that's the team that Georgia will play for the SEC championship. Afterwards, Mark Richt, who never seems to get enough credit for what he's been able to do with that program, had this to say on a championship season in back-to-back years for the Dogs of Georgia.
Coach Richt, with a dominant 38-0 win, you clinched the SEC East. How did this team engineer their goal of winning a division title?
Well, you know what? After South Carolina beat us pretty bad, nobody lost faith, and we're very fortunate we had an open date, and they played twice before we even kicked off, and we were back in control of our destiny, and then we just took care of business, and I'm just really proud of everybody. Thankful to get back to Atlanta, and hopefully we'll do a better job this time around.
What stands out to you the most about the way the team dealt with that South Carolina loss?
Well, as always, we've always stayed together. We've always had a great family here, always had a great team here. We've never had anybody point fingers it's never been close. I've been here 12 years. We've never had that, and it's just it's a blessing to have those kind of players, and I'm just proud to be at Georgia.
2 games remaining on the year against Georgia Southern and then Georgia Tech before the SEC title game. What does the focus need to be?
We better keep winning. Georgia Southern, I know, can run that football and run it well, and we know Georgia Tech will be excited to play us and knock us off as well. So we got a lot of work to do yet, but just want to celebrate this here for a little while, and then we'll get ready to go again.
How has your quarterback, Aaron Murray, led this team and this offense this year?
He's really been fantastic. He's been a great leader since he got here, really, and he's playing well. And I think I know the guys believe in him, and we do too.
Georgia head coach Mark Richt after the game talking to ESPN about his victory, his dominant victory by his Bulldogs over Auburn, 38-0. Think about this. He had to suspend players for getting really in touch with their inner knucklehead and letting it get outside of their bodies before the season got started, including guys on the defensive side. But when Georgia looks back in this SEC Eastern Championship season, they're going to go back to the second half against Florida when their quarterback, Aaron Murray, is not playing well, and people are wondering, can he finally beat a top 5, top 10 team? They found a way to get it done when it looked like it was not going to happen. You can't even imagine how Georgia said to themselves, you know what? We're ready. We're going to do some things. They play Ole Miss the next week. They have a big deficit. Then they run away and hide from that football team. Realistically, they're hoping that Alabama wins out and a couple of things break in terms of 2 out of the top undefeated teams, out of the 3 undefeated teams losing before the season is over, the regular season is over, out of Kansas State, Notre Dame, and Oregon. All of a sudden, if those things happen, a Georgia-Alabama matchup in the SEC championship game, the winner could be on their way to play for a BCS championship. Hey, stranger things have happened in favor of the Southeastern Conference. We've seen that time and time and time again. Thanks for joining College Football Tonight with Freddie Coleman on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. I give a lot of credit to Kansas State. Playing a game on the road against TCU, people are wondering, okay, Colin Klein, he's not in the best of shape. Is he going to be okay? Well, yeah.
Good snap to Collin. He's going to run the quarterback keeper here to the 30, to the 25, bounces outside 20, to the 10, 5 to the pylon, touchdown! Touchdown, Kansas State! Colin Klein scores for the second time on the night.
Kansas State Network from Learfield Sports, he ran for not 1 but 2 touchdowns. Only the second time under Coach Bill Snyder are the Kansas State Wildcats 10-0 after beating TCU 23-10. 2 more wins, and they are on their way to their first BCS championship game. Their defense is really good. They're going to get tested once again next week against Baylor, and then 2 weeks after that against Texas. They play Baylor on the road next week, and Texas at home the week after that. It is not going to be an easy time. But this defense, they predicate themselves on when you make a big mistake, they give the offense a short field, and that offense does not make a lot of mistakes. They're number 2 in the BCS rankings for a reason. They may move up to number 1 based on the victory tonight. If they don't, they're not going to be any worse than number 2. It's all good for Kansas State. Think about this. They could play in the BCS championship game and have their quarterback in Colin Klein win the Heisman Trophy. He may have been injured last week, but today...
Klein barks out the signals, looks over that spread out TCU defense, and Colin will run. He's at the 5 to the goal line. Wildcat touchdown. Colin Klein with his 51st rushing touchdown in his brilliant career, and he gives K-State a 6-0 lead with 8:14 to go here in the opening period.
To bring some memory to your memory, about a year and 2 months ago, nobody even cared about Colin Klein. Nobody even heard of Colin Klein, the quarterback of Kansas State. And here it is, barely a year and 2 months later, this guy's the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy. One of the great stories in college football is not only Colin Klein, but also Kansas State, 2 games away from playing for a BCS championship. Number 4, Notre Dame, they lead Boston College 21-3, 5:20 to play in the third quarter. Number 20, Louisiana Tech and Texas State, defense completely optional. Don't even look for it. Game tied at 48 with 14:55 to play in the fourth quarter. Usually games like this, you expect the teams would get tired of scoring. These two teams apparently not buying into that. An offensive showcase. You can catch that game on the Longhorn Network. Number 20, Louisiana Tech and Texas State. That game tied at 48, 14:55 to play in the fourth quarter. LSU suffered a devastating loss last week. They had a chance to really put themselves in that national championship conversation, but they let Alabama off the hook. They made sure that was not going to happen against Mississippi State at home tonight.
Here's the snap, drops the throw, has time, and he does throw. It is intercepted. Back to the 5, 10, 15, 20. He may go. He's going to go. It's Craig Loston. Nobody's going to get him. He's going to go for 100 yards and a touchdown.
That's a good way to wrap this up.
Yeah, great way to wrap it up as they win 37-17, 98.1 WDGL LSU Sports Radio Network. LSU beats Mississippi State 37-17. They're going to be in line for a fantastic BCS Bowl, but a BCS National Championship, that's not going to be the case for LSU. Got this text message at 73776 from the state of Oklahoma. What if the chips fall for Florida? Will his team get a shot at the BCS championship game? Well, Georgia going to the SEC championship game, highly unlikely that's going to happen to Florida. Florida, I don't think, helped themselves today by having a tough time Louisiana and Lafayette. They're not a bad football team, meaning Louisiana and Lafayette, but you can't struggle with a team like that. Either way, I don't think Florida will have enough in the BCS rankings to rise up above a team like Alabama or even Georgia, quite possibly Texas A&M, even though they beat them. It depends on what's going to happen in terms of the computers and the BCS ranking. Can't see that for Florida getting a chance to play for a BCS championship. Too many things have to fall in their favor for that to happen. But you're going to find out what this Alabama loss really means for the SEC, maybe not playing for the BCS National Championship for the first time in a long time. I'm Freddie Coleman, and this is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio.
Are you an embarrassment on the dance floor? Do you confuse state capitals, make runny scrambled eggs, and read too many celebrity gossip magazines? Do you drink milk straight from the carton, think trigonometry is a planet, and snore louder than a Kodiak bear? Well, if you answered yes to any of the above questions, you may have what it takes to adopt a teen from foster care, because teens don't need perfection, they need you. So if you bite your nails like they're a snack food, think an MP3 is a computer virus, can't tell a right angle from an acute, constantly lose the remote, can't parallel park, confuse hip-hop with double dutch, and are afraid of spiders, dentists, and clowns, it's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to put up with you. For more information on how you can adopt, call 1-888-200-4005 or go to adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
It says here this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, Badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payment, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
It's time to get winter ready.
Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Get fired up for the return of college basketball with the Tip-Off Marathon. 24 consecutive hours of basketball action begins at midnight as West Virginia takes on Gonzaga. Then, the State Farm Champions Classic with 4 of the top teams in the nation. Michigan State tangles with Bill Self's Jayhawks at 7 Eastern and at 9. A powerhouse matchup as defending national champion Kentucky takes on Coach K's Blue Devils. The Tip-Off Marathon starts Monday at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN.
Warren Moon comes on our show all the time. And I like Warren, but I think he's off his rocker. He said the criticism of Cam Newton is possibly racist. I would say, you give me an African-American quarterback in football, I'll find you a contemporary Caucasian that gets as much or more heat. Want to play the game? Let's go. Great African-American rookie quarterback, RG3. He's getting far more praise than Andrew Luck. How about pouty quarterback? Cam, racism. I know Jay Cutler has a winning record, and for 5 years has been clobbered by you, the fans, and the American sports media. How about an enigmatic quarterback who wins? Michael Vick, that's racism. Well, Tony Romo gets more. I mean, Romo's the most criticized quarterback with a winning record in league history. Folks, quarterback's a criticized position. It's the highest profile position in sports.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Mike Bellamy. You would think, number one, Alabama woke up after a loss or a win at LSU when they were trailing most of the game last week. But it was number 15 Texas A&M going on the offensive early, scoring on their first 3 possessions, going up 20-0. Alabama got 2 scores in the second quarter to send it to halftime, trailing 20-14. But it was a late interception by A.J. McCarron with just about a minute and a half to go on the 5-yard line that sealed the deal for the Aggies as they go on to beat number 1 Alabama 29-24. The Crimson Tide turning the football over 3 times, including McCarron's 2 interceptions. He had not thrown an interception in the last 12 games dating back to last season. Texas A&M head coach Kevin Sumlin on his quarterback, Johnny Manziel.
No moment's too big for him. It gives our players a sense that, we can score from anywhere and we can win the games. And I think that's a contagious feeling. Like I said, these guys played their hearts out. What a football game. And it's just the last couple weeks begin getting better and all came together tonight.
Manziel with a couple of touchdown passes, 345 total yards. Number 4 Notre Dame beating Boston College 21-3. About 3 minutes to go in the third quarter over on ABC HD. Number 20 Louisiana Tech leading at Texas State 55-48 in the fourth. Coming up in a matter of minutes on ESPN HD. Number 3 Oregon, who their offense has scored at least 42 points in the last 12 games dating back to last season. They're at California. Number 18 UCLA at Washington State. That game on ESPN2. Well, the Heisman hopeful Colin Klein going into Kansas State's game against TCU was somewhat questionable and a fear of a concussion the week before. Well, he looked good tonight.
Good snap to Collin. He's going to run the quarterback keeper here to the 30, to the 25, bounces outside 20, to the 10, 5 to the pylon, touchdown! Touchdown, Kansas State! Colin Klein scores for the second time on the night.
On the K-State Network from Learfield Sports, Kansas State goes on to beat TCU 23-10. Colin Klein with 195 yards of offense and 2 rushing touchdowns. Number 5, Georgia will go to the SEC championship game for the second straight year. They rout Auburn 38-0 and clinch the SEC East. Number 7, LSU gets a couple of touchdown passes from Zach Mettenberger. They beat Mississippi State 37-17. Number 12, Oklahoma beat Baylor 42-34. Number 19, USC over Arizona State 38-17.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
I'm Freddie Coleman. It is college football tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. It is presented by Progressive Insurance. In a couple of minutes, you're going to find out exactly what it was like for Texas A&M to take down Alabama and what it really means for the SEC. But Georgia in the SEC championship game for the second straight year, they put it on Auburn.
Murray takes the shotgun snap, rolls to the right, throws on the run into the end zone, and caught, but is he in bounds? You bet he is! Tavares King tight-roped it on the near edge of the end zone and caught a beautiful ball from Murray. It was a little bit high, but TK brings it in for the score.
Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG, they beat Auburn in the oldest rivalry in the South 38-0 in the SEC championship game for the second straight year. Their tight end Arthur Lynch joins college football tonight thanks to the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Arthur, it was a tough offseason for this football team, but here you are in the SEC championship game as Eastern champs. What has it been like for your team to go through that and make your way back to the SEC title game?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And, second of all, I think you're right. It was a tough offseason. You come back, lose the last 2 games of the season after making the SEC championship game last year with LSU, and then obviously losing to Michigan State in the Outback Bowl. But I think when, a majority of our teams had to come back and forego the NFL draft, we kind of made a mission, or kind of had a mission statement for ourselves. We really want to, leave our legacy here at the university and have a big season. So far so good. I know we had that one, bump in the road against South Carolina, but we came to this game knowing that we control our own destiny in terms of the SEC, and luckily we came out tonight and put on a pretty solid overall performance from our 2 phases of the game, and we came out on top, which I think was our goal from the get-go, and now we've secured our spot in Atlanta. We can kind of focus on our next 2 games until then.
What did you think your team learned from that loss against South Carolina that helped you win the SEC Eastern Championship?
Well, I think it taught us one thing is humility. I think for us, we were 5-0 coming that game. Our offense was putting up, major numbers, and our defense, was coming along and doing well. But I think for us, it was just one of those things. We looked up, we blinked our eyes. It was 21-0 in the fourth quarter, and we just weren't really playing our best football. And I think South Carolina, credit goes to them, and I think they played as close to a perfect game as they were going to play against us. So whether it be special teams, defense, offense, and that crowd was electric, and it was definitely an eye-opening experience for us. And we lost that game obviously, and then we came back in a bye week, and I think we all kind of did some soul searching from a player standpoint and a coach's standpoint. Since then I think we've gotten better in every aspect of the game from each week, and obviously I think our defense had a monumental game in that Florida game, and we were able to beat the number 2 team in the country at that time. And since then I think we've been just getting more complete as we've gone on, and I think it showed here tonight.
Georgia tight end Arthur Lynch with Freddie Coleman on college football tonight on ESPN Radio. The 5th-ranked Bulldogs beat Auburn 38-0 in the oldest rivalry in the South. Arthur, it's the first shutout in this game by either team since 1976. Why did it look so easy that you're able to beat a team, even though it's not a good team, but a rival in Auburn?
Well, I think, especially for Auburn, they had a sold-out crowd still. Like you said, it's the South's old rivalry, and they're never going to lay down for us, and we'll never lay down for them. And I think the past years have kind of shown that to be true. But I think with our defense, they just came out and they played right away. We kicked off to them. We were able to hold them to a 3-and-out. And our offense right away, we kind of went with the no huddle and we went down the field, scored 7. Got the ball back from another 3-and-out, and we were able to get in. And it was kind of one of those things against South Carolina for us. We were up on them 21-0 before they could blink their eyes. And I think it was awesome because for us, it is a rivalry game, and Auburn, they have all the athletes that we recruited here, and I think for whatever reason they're just not putting it together this year. And they played us tough in the first quarter, but we were just able to put everything together all cylinders, offense, defense, special teams. And Aaron Murray played a great game at quarterback, and our defense, obviously, when you put up a shutout against anybody in college football, especially here in the SEC East, it was a dominant performance. And I think if we keep playing like that, the sky's the limit for this football team, and hopefully we can just ride out the next 2 games, play well, and then go into that SEC championship game in Atlanta with a full head of steam.
Arthur, I have 20 seconds left. What did you think about Alabama losing to Texas A&M 29-24 at home today?
We found out right in the middle of the game, and it was kind of like, whoa, like Alabama lost. And I think they still control their own destiny in the West, and I think we wanted to play them in the West. We wanted them to be undefeated, but, hey, we'll play whoever is across from us, and hopefully we can come out victorious. But it's definitely Johnny Football, man. He's the talk of the college football right now. Like, I've never seen the kid play a full game, but he's obviously doing some things right because it's not easy to beat Alabama, especially at Alabama, and he was able to do that, so props to him.
Hey, Arthur, props to you and your team, man. Congratulations on winning the SEC East for the 2nd straight year, and thanks for joining us in college football tonight.
Pleasure, Mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Georgia tight end Arthur Lynch joining me. I am Freddie Coleman. Let's bring in my man Russ Mitchell from College Football News. We'll talk a little SEC football, and Alabama's losing to Texas A&M. He's on College Football Tonight thanks to the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Nick Saban, the Alabama head coach, Russ, says today's loss really stunk. We clearly understand that. But he put it out there that his team still has a lot to play for, including a BCS championship matchup if they get that far. What do you think he was trying to accomplish by putting that message out there?
Well, Freddie, until we have right now, our sport is still a figure skating, judging, beauty contest, Evite invitation sport. So all these guys are going to lobby as much as they can, even when they have an embarrassing loss at home. They're still going to stand up and lobby because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, is just trying to get folks to believe that you passed this fictional eye test.
What did Texas A&M do to make Alabama so mistake-prone, or did Alabama shoot themselves in the foot?
Well, first of all, Kevin Sumlin better send a big, wet, sloppy kiss Baton Rouge's way for Les Miles because, this game kind of played out almost how I thought it would. It started off, no one, I think, expected Alabama to go down 20-0 in the first quarter at home. Can't imagine the last time that happened. But not unlike the LSU game at home and the Florida game at home, A&M jumped up to a big lead, and then, boom, here came Bama rolling back, dominating second quarter, dominating the first half of the third quarter. And then, you know what? Sort of like a prize filly coming around the corner and just ran out of gas. And how much of that was the 80 snaps that they had to go up against LSU the week before?
Hey, that's a great point. Russ Mitchell from College Football News. He's a great follow on Twitter at Russ Mitchell College Football CFB. He joins Freddie Coleman on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. We just talked to Arthur Lynch, the tight end of Georgia. They're going to the SEC championship game for the 2nd straight year. If things break right, if the pack comes back to Alabama in terms of 2 of the 3 teams that are still undefeated out of Kansas State, Notre Dame, and Oregon loses. If Georgia wins that SEC championship game, they could be on their way to the BCS championship game. How much of that you think is likely could possibly happen for either one of those teams?
It's interesting because I was going to say, the real loser tonight besides Bama is Georgia. Because Georgia really, it would have been better if they'd had an undefeated Alabama rolling into town down in Atlanta, a home game again for them, and beating the undefeated Bama. Now, if you beat a one-loss Bama team, that, by the way, should have really lost the week before in Baton Rouge, doesn't carry nearly the same weight that it would have carried if Bama rolled in undefeated. Again, especially if you've got 2 or 3 teams that are themselves undefeated. As frightening as it might sound for SEC fans, this could be the year that the SEC ends up without a team playing in the title match.
I think that's possible because I think that's asking too much of everybody else to trip up, and then the SEC can rise up. If that is going to be the case, what would that really mean for this conference?
Well, now that I've said that, you can't say right now if you're at home and whatever team it is that you root for that the last team that you'd really want to play right now would be either, LSU or Alabama or Georgia. The way particularly LSU has found themselves in the second half of this season, Zach Mettenberger tonight. Mm-hmm. I mean, Lord have mercy, that young man looks like Dan Marino. I mean, if he'd been playing like that at the beginning of the year, this season wouldn't have even been close. And then you've got UGA has found their defense in the second half of the season. Their defense is much stronger. They're playing much more effectively. They had that big signature win beating Florida. It's the first signature win that program has had in 5 years, SEC win. And who knows, maybe they can ride that through. But, the thought to think that the SEC, which might have 2 or even 3 one-loss teams and has won 6 straight titles, never been done. To think that you would skip one of those, the winner of that conference is frightening, but it could happen.
Russ, before I let you go, we know Kentucky is going to need a new head coach. They told Joker Phillips he is not going to be around after the season. Do you think Tennessee, Auburn, and Arkansas will be looking for new head coaches when this season is over?
All 4. And the real question you got to ask yourself here, Freddie, and I pose it to you. If you're looking at Arkansas, Auburn, and Tennessee, which is the least attractive of those 3 jobs right now?
I'm going to say Tennessee because I don't think people believe that program can be a winning program anytime soon.
And you know what I'm going to say? And it's just shocking to think this. It really is. But I'm going to say Auburn. Because, I mean, do you really want to go to a state where not only do you have to play Nick Saban every year, but and LSU, but you have to drive the same freeways that Nick Saban is driving on. You got to go and have barbecue with the guys, I mean, do you really want that? Do you want that? I think a lot of folks are going to look at that Tennessee job first, which is just scary to think that we're 2 years removed from a national title.
Amen, my brother. Hey, Russ, always good to talk to you, man. We'll do it again soon.
All right, Freddie, take care.
He is a great follow on Twitter. Always great opinions, always great knowledge at Russ Mitchell, CFB from College Football News. Russ Mitchell joining me, Freddie Coleman, on College Football Tonight. Just think about four jobs in the SEC could be in the offing when the season is over. When this whole thing is over with Tennessee, you have Auburn. Your Tennessee, Auburn with those 2 jobs, and then Arkansas, that's an opening potentially, and Kentucky already an opening being there. A lot of topsy-turvy going on in the SEC. You're going to find out today, based on 2 incidents that happened, what is going on with a couple of coaches on the sidelines in college football. That is next on ESPN Radio.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer. If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
What you missed.
What's happening now?
And what you need to know. This is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
I am Freddie Coleman. Anytime you want to get in touch with me, you can text me at 73776. You can also call me at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Always hit me on Twitter at ColemanESPN. We know things happen in the heat of battle during college football games. Today, something happened with Texas Tech head coach Tommy Tuberville that he's going to do everything he can to try to explain away. I'll tell you exactly what that means after Mike Bellamy has an express on ESPN Radio.
All right, Freddie, thank you. Teams vying for that number 1 spot after Alabama went down at home tonight. Number 3, Oregon already with a touchdown. They lead at California 7-0 on ESPN HD. Number 4, Notre Dame leading at Boston College 21-6 in the 4th on ABC HD. UCLA returns a blocked field goal 68 yards. They lead at Washington State 7-0 on ESPN2. And number 20, Louisiana Tech leading at Texas State 55-48 in the 4th quarter. Freddie?
Thank you very much, Mike Bellamy. Thanks for joining us on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. And you're probably going to see this on a lot of highlight shows or on College Football Final ESPN later on tonight when the Oregon-California game is over about 3 o'clock in the morning since they throw the ball over the place to stop the clock. But there was an incident that happened today when Texas Tech played Kansas. Now, they won the game in overtime 41-34. Good win to not lose a Kansas State team that is not a good team right now. But on the sidelines, there was sort of a physical altercation. What I mean by that is Tommy Tuberville and one of his assistants, a graduate assistant, they were having a discussion on the sidelines, and sometimes during games things get heated. Well, Tommy Tuberville, in a fit of whatever, knocked the headset off the head of the graduate assistant coach. Now, when you see it on camera, you're going to say, oh, my goodness. What was he thinking? What led up to that? Why would he do something like that as the head coach of the program? No matter what you think, I don't think anybody should put their hands on anybody, head coach on an assistant or vice versa. Tommy Tuberville tried to explain what happened today this way.
He's standing out on the field, and we're trying to get him off, and referee's standing there. So, I just pulled him off and ended up missing his shoulder and grabbed his. Wasn't anything to it. It was just one of those deals where I missed his shoulder and ended up grabbing his the microphone on his headset and pulled it off. We couldn't get the right personnel. I think we got two back-to-back penalties.
Okay, for argument's sake, all right? Hear me out for a second. For argument's sake, let's say that Tommy Tuberville is actually telling the truth. Let's say, I don't believe it either. Don't look at me that way. But let's say for argument's sake he's telling the truth. I don't think a guy's shoulder and his head are in the same spot. I don't think a guy's shoulder and his headset are in the same spot. Or Tommy Tuberville needs to take boxing classes and have better aim. Whatever that is. Let's say for argument's sake he's correct. I'm thinking there's a better way to say, you know what? You need to get off the football field or we're going to get a penalty. I'm thinking if you're the head coach and you say very sternly and in an authoritative tone, hey, get off the field, he's going to do that. Why? Because he's the grad assistant and you're the head coach. Your job future is in Tommy Tuberville's hands. Let's say on the other side that you don't believe one word of what you just heard. It looked really, really bad when you see the highlight. You're going to say to yourself, boy, he's got his shoulder and head confused that way. That's not good. Sometimes I think in my mind, it's better to say, you know what? I can't do that as a head coach. Instead of trying to explain your position, making yourself look better than somebody else who's not in a position to do that. Sometimes it's best to say, you know what? It happened. I have to know better. I'm the head coach. I can't do those things. I apologize on behalf of the team and on behalf of that assistant coach, and that's it. When you say
he's standing out on the field and we're trying to get him off and referees standing there, so I just pull him off and end up missing his shoulder and grabbed his. Wasn't anything to it. It was just one of those deals where I missed his shoulder and ended up grabbing his the microphone on his headset and pulled it off. We couldn't get the right personnel. I think we got two back-to-back penalties.
Okay, if that helps you, Tommy Tuberville, so be it. I'm Freddie Coleman. It's College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. Kansas State, they continue to impress for the second time in Bill Snyder's coaching career. They are 10-0. They beat TCU 23-10. That defense is outstanding, led by the outstanding Arthur Brown. He's here courtesy of the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Arthur, what is it about your team that you don't make big mistakes, but yet when other teams make big mistakes, your team is able to capitalize and make them pay?
It's really about playing as a team and really embracing your responsibility and your role within that team, and doing that and not trying to do so much to help the team, but really it's just a matter of functioning within a scheme or within a system, and that's that's what our defense understands the values, and really our team as a whole.
Are you surprised that you're 10-0?
I know there's a lot of surprise out there, swarming, but as a team, what we're capable of doing, it's I don't even think we know what we're capable of, and we just continue to, do what we have been doing, follow instructions, and just continue to do what our coaches have been coaching us. There's no limit to what we can do as a team.
What is it like being in the thick of a BCS national championship game race like you are now?
It's definitely an honor. Just being able to see where our work and our investment has positioned us within the BCS ranking. And, just being able to be recognized, it's like I said, it's a great honor. And we just as a team have to continue to stay focused, and move forward.
Arthur, what is it like on your campus when people are really excited about your team? They see you getting closer and closer to the BCS championship game. How do you keep your head on straight when so many people are going, attaboy and way to go, and hoping you can finish this job?
Honestly, I give a lot of credit, to our coaches. They do a great job of keeping our heads where it should be, and helping us to maintain focus, and that really keeps us not so involved with all the outside distractions, but it's really about how we respond to it. There's no way to escape it, so we just have to respond in the proper manner and continue to do what we have been doing it.
Hey, Arthur, my friend, congrats on starting 10-0 to the season. Good luck next when you play Baylor to make sure you go 11-0. Thanks for joining us on ESPN Radio.
Thank you.
Kansas State linebacker Arthur Brown. Miami players who played against Notre Dame and Kansas State, they said, we have a lot of respect for Manti Te'o, but the best defensive player we played all year was Arthur Brown, the linebacker of Kansas State. He's having a fantastic season that is probably getting lost in the fact that Manti Te'o and Notre Dame are undefeated, trying to make their way into the BCS conversation with Kansas State and Oregon. You're going to find out what happened to Alabama today in their loss to Texas A&M and who is really going to benefit. That's next on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio.
Hi, this is Morgan Freeman. Has anyone ever said you're the picture of health? You look healthy, you feel fine, but that may not be the full picture. Colorectal cancer is the second leading cancer killer of men and women over 50. Since it doesn't always cause symptoms, you may not know you have it. The only way to know is by getting screened. Screening can find precancerous polyps so they can be removed before they turn into cancer. This is one cancer you can prevent. Plus, screening can find colorectal cancer at an early stage when the chance for a full recovery is very high. Talk with your doctor and get tested for colorectal cancer. Medicare and many insurance plans help pay for screening. Get screened. Make sure you are the picture of health.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
I want to tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs, so that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go.
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and protein shakes for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
What's the point of brushing teeth?
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. Phoenix, tomorrow at 2 Eastern on ESPN. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Mike Bellamy. There will be a new #1 the next time the BCS standings come out as Alabama falls at home. The number 15 Texas A&M 29-24. Johnny Manziel, 345 yards of total offense, including 2 passing touchdowns, and Texas A&M scored on their first 3 possessions to go up 20-0 and never relinquished the lead. Nick Saban says if you think the fans are disappointed, the coaches are disappointed, but nobody's more disappointed than the players.
Players are disappointed, but, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned here relative to what we can do, what we didn't do. Are we making the kind of progress that we need to make?
Who will be #1 next? Teams vying for that spot. Number 3, Oregon. They're tied with Cal 7-7 in the first quarter over on ESPN. Number 4, Notre Dame leading at Boston College 21-6 in the fourth on ABC. Everett Golson, a couple of passing touchdowns. Also, number 2, Kansas State already with a win today over TCU 23-10. Other games in progress. Number 20, Louisiana Tech leading Texas State 62-48. Kenneth Dixon, 4 touchdowns, 139 yards rushing. Number 18, UCLA blocked a field goal, returned it for a touchdown. They lead at Washington State 7-0 on ESPN2. Number 5, Georgia heads to the SEC championship. for the second time in as many years as they shut out Auburn 38-0, winning the SEC East. After a tough loss at home against Alabama, it was bounce-back time for LSU.
There's the snap, drops the throw, has time, and he does throw. It is intercepted. Back to the 5, 10, 15, 20. He may go. He's going to go. It's Craig Lawson. Nobody's going to get him. He's going to go for 100 yards and a touchdown.
That's a good way to wrap this up.
The call on 98.1 WDGL, the LSU Sports Radio Network. LSU now 19-1, and after losses under Les Miles, they beat Mississippi State 37-17. After firing Mike Brown, the Lakers are putting on the full court press on former coach Phil Jackson. ESPNLosAngeles.com is reporting the two sides met earlier today and will meet again in the next couple of days. ESPN's Chris Broussard and Ramona Shelburne are reporting Jackson's looking for a 2-year deal, similar salary as when he left, and travel restrictions and increased power over all basketball decisions. The Lakers also talked with former Knicks and Suns coach Mike D'Antoni over the phone earlier today.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
College football tonight on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
Well, I don't think we have to stab it either. Mansell standing back there holding the ball by the referee. And A&M did it. They just did it. You can look at the Aggie faithful on the sophomore side of the field of that Aggie band. Lightning in a bottle in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, a little gigging from the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield Sports. I'm Freddie Coleman. It's college football tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The upset of the season in college football taking place in T-Town, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Number 1 Alabama losing to number 15 Texas A&M, 29-24. Texas A&M, they were the better football team. They were the better football team early, having a 20-0 lead in the first quarter. They were the better football team late when they made Alabama make mistakes, and they did not make critical mistakes. The two of them happening on the two final plays, when you think about in the final 2 minutes of this game, an interception by Texas A&M after Alabama had a 1st and goal at the 6-yard line. This was a possession after they threw a long pass down the field to make it a 29-17 game, 29-24, and all of a sudden everybody thinking that swell of momentum was going to take Alabama all the way and finally avoid another upset like what happened last week when they were able to call it a comeback against LSU. But it was Texas A&M. They were able to force Alabama into mistakes, and Alabama no longer undefeated on the season. But Nick Saban, the head coach of the Crimson Tide, basically told everybody who was somebody, look, we may have a loss, but we're not out of this national championship race.
2 of the 3 national championship teams that I coached, both lost a game. 2 of those teams lost a game. This team still has an opportunity to win the West, go to the SEC championship game and have a chance to win a championship game. So there's still a lot for this team to play for and a lot for them to set their mind to and recommit themselves to.
Okay, Alabama still believes, and if they win out and a couple of people lose ahead of them that are undefeated, like Oregon or Notre Dame or Kansas State, yeah, they're going to be able to be in the BCS championship game. But how unlikely would a BCS championship look for the first time in 7 years without an SEC team in it? You have to wonder how that's going to affect college football for this season. Because, mark my words, SEC fans are still going to believe a one-loss SEC team is better to play in the national championship than an undefeated Oregon, an undefeated Kansas State, or an undefeated Notre Dame. For this year, they're probably going to be wrong. Alabama had a chance to take care of business. They did not do it. They were the ones that made the mistakes at the end of the game.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M. Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 136.
Plenty of people are going to benefit, specifically the 3 teams that are undefeated ahead of Alabama, because now it's completely wide open between Kansas State, Oregon, and Notre Dame, especially when all three of those teams, they still have tough tests on their schedule. Next week, Kansas State will play Baylor. Baylor can't stop anybody on defense, but they can dial up some offense under Art Briles. Kansas State's defense is really, really good. They're going to be tested in that game and against Texas at the end of the year at home, and Texas right now ranked in the top 25. Notre Dame, their major test left after this week and after Wake Forest is going to be USC. USC's offense, they can get up and down the field. Notre Dame's defense is good, but they have not faced an offense like that. We'll find out how good that defense is going to be, especially when USC is able to get it down the field of Marquise Lee and Robert Woods and run the football with Curtis McNeil behind that offensive line, as beat up as they are. And then you look at Oregon. Right now they're struggling tonight, tied at 7 against California, the third-ranked Ducks. 4:35 to play in the first quarter. They have a second down and 6 at their own 43-yard line. This could be 50-7 by the time we blink our eyes. That's how good this offense is. They still have Stanford and Oregon State on their schedule. And if they're able to win those games, and I think they will, they'll play in the Pac-12 championship game where they may meet up with a USC team that put 51 points on them, even though they gave up 62 when these two teams met last week. So Alabama's Nick Saban probably had the right idea when he said
2 of the 3 national championship teams that I coached, both lost a game. 2 of those teams lost a game. This team still has an opportunity to win the West, go to the SEC championship game and have a chance to win a championship game. So there's still a lot for this team to play for and a lot for them to set their mind to and recommit themselves to.
Yeah, exactly, because he knows that the number 1 spot is no longer theirs. But that doesn't mean that number 1 spot is completely out of Alabama's way and not having a chance to try to get a chance to be back up there again. Your thoughts always welcome. You can text me at 73776. Hit me on Twitter at Coleman ESPN. I'm Freddie Coleman. It's College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. So what does this really mean for Alabama in terms of this team no longer being number 1 in the country, but still feeling as if they have a chance to play for a BCS championship? Brad Edwards, ESPN BCS guru, has this.
I would think that they'll be either 4 or 5. Really depends on where they drop in the polls. Wouldn't surprise me if they drop a little bit further than people would expect, since it was the second game in a row that they almost lost. But because Georgia is a team that they would go head-to-head with later on if they both went out, it really makes no difference whether they're ranked ahead of or behind Georgia when the new BCS standings come out tomorrow.
Okay, well, Georgia did their part tonight because they looked at Auburn in the face and said, oldest rivalry in the South. That's true, but you guys are no match for us.
Murray takes the shotgun snap, rolls to the right, throws on the run into the end zone, and caught, but is he in bounds? You bet he is! Tavares King tight-roped it on the near edge of the end zone and caught a beautiful ball from Murray. It was a little bit high, but TK brings it in for the score.
Georgia Bulldog Sports Network from IMG, they win at 38-0. Aaron Murray throwing 3 touchdown passes for this team. They're on their way to Atlanta to play in the SEC championship game for the second straight year. You know Georgia right now may be doing some kind of rain dance, hoping that 2 of the 3 teams ahead of Alabama and them that are undefeated will find a way to lose before they play in the SEC championship game, providing they don't lose to Georgia Southern and Georgia Tech or Georgia Tech in the next couple of weeks. They're really, really hoping that is not going to be the case, because if those things happen and Alabama wins out, all of a sudden that SEC championship game, if things break right for those 2 teams, could involve the winner of that game playing for a BCS championship. But one of the main reasons why a lot of people feel that Alabama was able to lose to Texas A&M today had a lot of chance to do with what LSU did to Alabama last week. Even though they lost, LSU bounces back. They beat Mississippi State by a count of 37-17. Jarvis Landry joins College Football Tonight in a couple of minutes on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. I think that game had a lot to do with Alabama not winning today. I think by the fact that they had to come back and win, and they were so mentally and physically drained, that may have had an effect on this team. They were down 20-0 to Texas A&M. Let's bring in Jarvis Landry on College Football Tonight. Jarvis, you lose a tough one last week. Your offense was really cooking last week, even though you lost. They were cooking tonight against Mississippi State. What has been the big reason why this offense has been able to turn it around?
I can't say enough about, Zach and the offensive line. The things that they've done, week in and week out, these past 2 weeks have been tremendous for this offense. And Coach Miles and Coach Stud doing a great job tonight, mixing up the calls to keep Mississippi State on their toes. And I think we just executed to a high level.
How much sweet talking did you do to your quarterback to get 9 catches for 109 yards and 1 touchdown tonight?
None at all. I kind of baked him a little bit. I'm kidding, but it was just him trusting me, being a quarterback that he is, trusting me, giving me opportunities, and I can't say enough about him for years just on the way that he did these past few weeks. It's been truly amazing to watch him.
How disappointing was it last week knowing that you had Alabama right where you wanted them? And in my opinion, Jarvis, you let them off the hook and let them get away playing at home.
It was bitter. It was really bitter. It was, a tough loss, but, Alabama's a great team, and they're going to continue to be a great football team, week in and week out. Yeah, we let that one go, but, we bounced back this week and got a big W at home.
How surprised were you that they lost to Texas A&M today?
Really? Wow, I didn't even know, but I'm very surprised about that situation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They lost to Texas A&M today, 29-24. Texas A&M led 20-0 in the first quarter. Alabama had a 1st and goal at the 6 and threw a pick on 4th and goal. How does that happen in the SEC week in and week out, my friend?
Wow. I mean, I think that goes just to show you that, in this conference, in the SEC, no matter what side you're on, that this is one of the true definitions of a tough conference, and I think that it shows that, the toughness of this conference, and they can't take any team lightly for sure.
Jarvis Landry, wide receiver of LSU. They beat Mississippi State tonight 37-17 on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. Despite those two losses, you lose to Alabama, you lost to Florida. What is it like playing for this program that year in and year out only thinks of national championships and nothing else?
It's tremendous, and it's an honor to, put these colors on and put, LSU on my chest. It's an honor, to take the field under such great leadership and Coach Miles and the coaching staff. You can't say enough about it. Here's a tradition to win, and that's all we know and that's all we thrive on, but we can only control the things that we can control, from this point out.
Hey, Jarvis, my friend, great game tonight. Congratulations and good luck the rest of the season, partner.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless you too, my friend. Jarvis Landry, wide receiver, LSU. They beat Mississippi State tonight, 37-17, 9 catches, including a touchdown. A big night for him. Number 3, Oregon and California. That game is tied at 7, 2:20 to play in the first quarter. Number 4, Notre Dame. It looks like they're going to stay undefeated. They're leading Boston College 21-6, 3:04 to play in the fourth quarter. Number 18, UCLA, 7-0 lead over Washington State, 1:20 to play in the first quarter. And number 3, Oregon, as I mentioned, the battle with California, that game tied at 7. You can catch that game on ESPN. The UCLA-Washington State game you can catch on ESPN too. The number 1 spot is up for grabs. Kansas State, Notre Dame, and Oregon. If they stay undefeated, who is really the number 1 team in the nation now that Alabama no longer has a claim to that? It's time for you to make your case for that team. Give me a call at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Alabama loses to Texas A&M. That means Oregon, Kansas State, and Notre Dame are in line to take that number 1 spot. Who should get it? Call me now, College Football Tonight, at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Your calls are next on ESPN Radio.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
They're going to jump out of trees. You can't stop them. They'll go down the slide head first. They'll make parachutes out of sheets. They'll balance on things that are impossible to balance on, like the back of a couch or a windowsill or a scooter seat. They'll run with sharp objects. They'll run into walls. They'll climb things that won't hold their weight. They'll put their fingers in places where they could get smashed. They'll drive their tricycles down steep hills. They'll bounce balls off their faces. They'll step on each other. They'll jump on each other. They'll invent whole new ways to put themselves in jeopardy. But one of the most dangerous things kids will do happens while they're sitting perfectly still. Kids riding a car without a booster seat are much more likely to suffer serious or fatal injury during a crash than kids in boosters. But amazingly, 80% of all kids who need them aren't in them. After a toddler seat and until they're 4'9" booster kids, and don't let them down.
Go to boosterseat.gov to learn more about the importance of boosters. A message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Limitations can be a blessing, because when you have a gift, a physical gift especially, you're going to want to use it. Always been my issue with RG3. Oh, I know he's faster than Andrew Luck, but in the end, Andrew Luck's lack of relative speed is a gift. RG3 can run a 4.1840. Yeah, great. He's going to want to do that. He goes out running and gets absolutely popped.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Was anybody else surprised to hear Greeny gush about Denver?
To me, the team to watch when it's all said and done is Denver. I really think Denver, they had the toughest schedule in the world coming out. Look at their losses. They lost at Atlanta. They lost a very tough game to Houston, both games that they could have won. I think their defense is going to come together. I think Peyton is going to get better and better. I think that Denver could easily wind up being the 2 seed in the AFC, and they're going to be a very tough out.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It is college football tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. I am Freddie Coleman. Alabama losing to Texas A&M today. They're not going to be number one. So who should be the number one team, in your opinion, out of Kansas State, out of Oregon, out of Notre Dame, or somebody else? I take your calls at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But here's an express from Mike Bellamy on ESPN Radio.
All right, Freddie, 2 of those teams in action right now, including number 3, Oregon, at Cal over on ESPN HD. Minute and a half to go in the first quarter. They lead 14-7. Also, number 4, Notre Dame, leading at Boston College. Just about the win. They lead 21-6 on ABC HD. Number 18, UCLA, and Washington State all tied up at 7 over on ESPN2 HD. Ready?
Is your team underrated? Or is your rival overrated? It's time to make your case on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It's time for you to make the case. Alabama no longer number one when the BCS rankings come out tomorrow. So who should be the number one team? Is it Oregon? Is it Notre Dame? Is it Kansas State? Is it somebody else? Christian in Pennsylvania, make your case for who should be number one.
I got to go with Kansas State, man. They got the all-around team. They got a defense to go with the offense. They got an all-American quarterback in Colin Klein. You know, Oregon's got a high-powered offense, but the defense gives up way too many points. And Notre Dame's got the defense, but their offense can't get it together when they need to.
That's a very compelling argument for Kansas State because you're exactly right, Christian. And the one thing that they don't do, they don't make those key mistakes that puts their defense on a short field. Yet the defense and special teams are so good for Kansas State that they do that. They give their offense a short field. Not that their offense needs it. When Colin Klein is rolling down the field with that offense, they are very difficult to deal with. Jeremy in Vermont, thanks for calling college football tonight on ESPN Radio. Jeremy, make your case for who should be the number one team in the country.
Got to be Notre Dame, Freddie, who can travel with a good defense and a good running game. I think they're going to be the best team in the college this year. I caught you on the no-show over in Albany the other day, man. It was pretty good. There you go, man.
Hey, Jeremy, thank you for the kind words. It was great being with Brian Noah, the no-show on ESPN, the team in Albany. I was up there for Coaches versus Cancer. Always a great event, hanging out with Will Brown, the head coach of Albany, and Mitch Bonagura, the head coach of Siena. Thank you for those kind words. Notre Dame's offense really bothers me. I know that they can make some plays, and they're really tough and physical, but I've seen that against Boston College and Pittsburgh. Those two teams aren't any good. I want to see if they can do that against a team that can score with them or outscore them in USC, and the defense can stand up. If I see that, then I'll be convinced about Notre Dame. Right now, that offense still bothers me just a little bit. Michael in Miami, thanks for calling college football tonight on ESPN Radio. Michael, who should be the number one team in the country?
Well, I'll tell you, K-State seems to pass the eye test, and I've seen them play a couple times, and they're very impressive, but I got to go with Oregon. I think not only, do they have obviously an explosive offense with maybe probably the best running back around, and they do play good defense, notwithstanding that USC game, but also I'm a fan of, consistency. Mm-hmm. And I think that Oregon has been a top program now for the past 5-6 years. They've been hanging around the top 5. So I think you should give somebody the benefit of the doubt when you're comparing them up against other teams, whereas Notre Dame is just starting to enter now into the top 10 equation. It's been a while, and it's same with K-State. They haven't really been there. And SEC teams always get the benefit of the doubt for just being in the SEC. Look at South Carolina sitting there with 2 losses in the top 10, and LSU is ridiculous. Okay, so I think Oregon being a consistent winner, it shows they're a good program, and they should probably be up top, and I give them the benefit of the doubt. Thanks.
That's a great case for Oregon, and you know what? With that offense will travel well because they're so good at running the football. The best defense for Oregon is the fact that their offense is really good at controlling the tempo. They played a quick tempo, but they score so much. They put that kind of stress on opposing offenses to try to keep up with them. I would love to see a matchup of a Kansas State defense against an Oregon offense and see which will is going to win out. In Brooklyn, my hometown, from Brooklyn, USA. Thanks for calling college football tonight. Who should be the number one team in the country? Make your case.
Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame should be the number one team. I would give it to Oregon if they beat Oregon State in the Civil War. But for right now, I think Notre Dame is the best team. Oregon doesn't really play anybody until now. They only played USC up until now. They didn't play any, tough opponents yet. I feel bad for Alabama. I watched the game today, but when you have one loss in the college football, I think it's, that's it. It's over. Yeah. So I think right now Notre Dame is the best team in the college football.
Well, you could say the same about Notre Dame's schedule, that they really haven't played anybody yet either, based on the teams that they've beaten. Michigan, so-so team. Michigan State not having a good year. All of a sudden, Notre Dame's strength of schedule that looked so strong at the beginning of the year before any games were played, it doesn't look as strong now. Now, I'm not going to punish them for winning those games. Those were the teams on their schedule. They did beat Stanford. They're still ranked in the top 25. But a lot of those other teams are not in the top 25 right now. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be held against Notre Dame. But I think according to the voters, that is not going to be the case. If you did not get through in the phone, you can make your case on Twitter at Coleman ESPN, or you can text me at 73776. With Alabama no longer the number one team in the country as of tomorrow, who should be number one out of Oregon, Kansas State, Notre Dame, or somebody else out there that should get that number one spot? And Notre Dame, they're able to beat Boston College 21-6. They did not play down to their opponent. Will that be enough to put them in the mix for a BCS title game? Find out next on College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio.
You take your 6-year-old to the playground. You watch her go down the slide, then run over to the swings. Another mother strikes up a conversation. You take your eye off your daughter for just a few seconds. You look back at the swings. And she's gone. Your heart drops into your stomach. You jump up, your eyes searching. You cry out her name. Lily? Lily? From the top of the slide, you hear a voice.
Mommy, watch me!
Every parent knows that feeling. Imagine if she were actually abducted. Go to wirelessamberalerts.org. Sign up for free Amber Alerts on your cell phone. When an Amber Alert is issued in the areas you've chosen, you'll receive a free text message. If you spot the vehicle, the suspect, or the child described in the alert, call 911. Sign up today at wirelessamberalerts.org. A child is calling for help. This message brought to you by the Wireless Foundation, the U.S. Department of Justice, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Ad Council.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway Sunday at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into L.A. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove.
Nice pass.
But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Nike, the biggest supporter of cyclist Lance Armstrong, has left his side. The world's largest shoe and apparel company announced this morning it has terminated its endorsement deal with Armstrong. Nike already made their money off him, and Lance made his money too. This is a PR move. It's the way it works. Pat the protesters on the head, appease the masses. Lance, by the way, will still be involved, just not in the public eye. This is paper shuffling to appease the public. Lance will still have an office at Livestrong. This is not a guy being fired, thrown out onto the street. You are out of here, Mr. PD cyclist user. You rare cheater in a sport where everybody cheated. You're out of here forever.
The back door's open. Sneak around at like 4:30. The employees all leave. Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
You gotta wake him up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
The reality is, if Notre Dame played Oregon in football next Saturday on a neutral site, I don't know who would win, and neither do you. It's as simple as that. Now, I got inundated with people yesterday. Oh, Greeny, Oregon would beat them by 20 points. Oh, would they? Are you the same people who told me that Notre Dame was going to get smoked when they went to Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In sports, we tell you what we expect to happen, and then guess what happens? They play a game.
We don't know.
They
Right.
play a game. If we knew what was going to happen ahead of time, we would all be living in castles in Las Vegas.
I get it, but what we do is we make our picks.
So here's what drives me nuts.
Okay.
So Notre Dame, your Notre Dame, which always gets the benefit of everything. They've gotten into BCS bowl games in the years we've been together when they had no business being there, solely because they are Notre Dame, is now getting left out solely because they're Notre Dame. People are just using their anti-Notre Dame feelings to say, well, they clearly don't belong with the other guys. I'm going to give credit where it's due. CBSSports.com. Tom Fornelli is their college football blogger. He put the blind resumes of 5 unbeaten teams: Alabama, Oregon, Notre Dame, Louisville, and Kansas State.
Right.
Put them up there, teams A, B, C, D, and E. Showed you just what they've done.
Right.
And then you get a chance, you go on and you pick, of those 5, which 2 should play each other in the national championship. Go ahead and do it. Go do it. I'm not going to do it. This wasn't my idea. I'm going to give credit where it's due. Go do it, and then you tell me who you came back and voted for. Which 2 teams you said deserve to play for the national championship right now. Go ahead and do it, and let me know what happens. And I'll tell you right now, it's going to surprise a lot of people. And all of you people who are emailing me, Notre Dame has no business on the field with these other teams, Your point is completely irrelevant. What you think, I think, or anyone else thinks would happen in a game has no bearing on who should play for the title. You should reward the teams who have had the best seasons, who have accomplished the most. And right now, I'll give away part of it, Notre Dame is one of those two teams. End of discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were going to be. They have the most, the wins as far as ranked teams, and the schedule has been the toughest. So by a computer, which a couple of the computers are number one on, I get what you're saying. But you keep wanting to make irrelevant the eye test, and as much as you think it should be irrelevant, it's not. And I mean, I know you want to pound your fist on the table and yell and scream and say that shouldn't be part of it. It should be just how they play this year. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's not reality. Reality is how people look at it, especially people with a vote.
You really disappoint me.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
An FM. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Mike Bellamy. When the BCS standings come out tomorrow night, there will be a new number 1. Alabama falls at home to number 15 Texas A&M, 29-24. Texas A&M's second win versus an AP number 1 team in the last 3 meetings. Johnny Manziel, 345 yards of total offense and 2 passing touchdowns. Teams that are vying for that spot: Notre Dame, they beat Boston College 21-6. Everett Golson, a couple of passing touchdowns. Head coach Brian Kelly.
It's so hard to win football games week after week. Our guys battled today. They got a little frustrated defensively, but they hung in there, kept them off the scoreboard in terms of touchdowns, and offensively we did enough to get by.
Also, number 3 Oregon, Marcus Mariota with a touchdown pass. They lead California 14-7 in the second quarter, but Cal has a 3rd and goal from the 5-yard line with about 12 minutes to go in the second. You can watch that on ESPN HD. Number 18 UCLA and Washington State all tied up at 7 over on ESPN2. Also vying for that number 1 spot, number 2 Kansas State. They took care of business against TCU 23-10. They're 10-0 for the first time since 1998. Colin Klein, a couple of touchdown runs. TCU lost 3 straight home games in a single season for the first time since 1990. Congratulations to number 5 Georgia. They beat Auburn 38-0 today, and they win the SEC East for the 2nd straight year.
Well, you know what? After South Carolina beat us pretty bad, nobody lost faith, and we're very fortunate we had an open date, and they played twice before we even kicked off, and we were back in control of our destiny, and then we just took care of business, and I'm just really proud of everybody, thankful to get back to Atlanta, and hopefully we'll do a better job this time around.
That's head coach Mark Richt. Number 7 LSU beat Mississippi State 37-17. Oklahoma over Baylor 42-34. Some more details coming out about the possibility of Phil Jackson returning to the LA Lakers, according to ESPN's Chris Broussard and Romana Shelber, and they're reporting Jackson's looking at a 2-year deal. The two sides spoke earlier today. Travel restrictions, increased power over all basketball decisions. Lakers have also talked with former Knicks and Suns coach Mike D'Antoni over the phone earlier today. Games that are in action right now: San Antonio trails at Portland 65-60. The Nuggets in the second quarter lead 40-37 over the Warriors. The Celtics beat the Bucks today 96-92. Bulls top the Timberwolves 87-80.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern. Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern. And then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
What you missed.
What's happening now?
And what you need to know. This is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
BC quickly into alignment without a huddle, trying to get something going. 21-6, they're down. Here's a sidearm throw, intercepted by Teo. Manti Teo with the ungodly number of 6 interceptions for a linebacker, number 1 in the country among all linebackers.
Yeah, if you're an offense, you might want to avoid that guy. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Don Crick and the Notre Dame IMG Sports Network. I'm Freddie Coleman. It is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. No matter what, I love when Notre Dame is a polarizing team, because plenty of people think they're overrated and plenty of people are going to stump for them. That is what makes a great debate. Do I think Notre Dame's a good football team? Yes, I do. I still have doubts about their offense. Their defense has been able to carry them. They were able to go on the road and beat Oklahoma. I give them a lot of credit for that. They beat Michigan. They beat Michigan State. Teams, before the season got started, people wondered if Notre Dame would be able to withstand that on their schedule. But then those teams did not have the seasons we thought they were going to have, specifically Michigan and Michigan State. Pittsburgh's not any good. Boston College is not any good. But you know what? I'm not going to punish Notre Dame for playing and beating the teams on their schedule. They're 10-0. They deserve to be 10-0. End of story, period. Now, do I wonder about their offense when they play a USC offense? I still do. Oklahoma, I've seen too many times in recent memory lose a game and not play well when they really needed to do that. Notre Dame's defense had a lot to do with that when these two met in Oklahoma not too long ago. Can their offense, when they have to score against a high-powered offense, if the defense has a bad day, can their offense step up? I still have doubts about that. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll be the first person to say that. But if they keep going on like this, and Kansas State finds ways to lose, when Oregon finds a way to lose, Notre Dame's going to play for the BCS championship. And they can answer any question that you're going to have about the fact, are they good enough to be there? Or if they played in the Southeastern Conference or in the conference. They don't. The fact of the matter is they're 10-0. Period. End of story. They've beaten the teams on their schedule. They have taken care of their business. You can say that, well, if they played in the Southeastern Conference, they would have 3 losses. We'll never know. They're not a Southeastern Conference team. They're 10-0. End of story. Deal with it whether you like it or not. And after this game was said and done, Brian Kelly, who has his team, especially on defense, playing really, really well, had this to say to ABC's College Football.
Coach Kelly, congratulations. Notre Dame now 10-0. How do you like the sound of that?
That sounds good. It's so hard to win football games week after week. Our guys battled today. They got a little frustrated defensively, but they hung in there, kept them off the scoreboard in terms of touchdowns, and, offensively we did enough to get by.
As your season's progressed, where would you say that you've seen the most improvement?
Well, I think Everett Golston has continued to get better and better. He threw the ball much better today. He makes plays, picked up some crucial third downs for us, and threw a couple of touchdown passes. So I think the quarterback's getting better and better. I think we just have to be, again, offensively, we, fumbled the ball twice in key opportune times. But we'll clean that up. It's good to be 10-0 and get ready for Wake Forest.
And certainly a big day in the land of college football. In your mind, with Alabama's loss, how does that change the landscape of the national scene, and how does it affect Notre Dame?
Well, there's 3 teams that are undefeated that get a chance to play for a national championship, and we're one of the 3 with 2 weeks to go, and we got to beat Wake Forest, or it really doesn't matter.
Exactly. He understands that we have to take care of what we can control. We can't worry about what happened today with Alabama playing Texas A&M. Alabama had to handle it. They didn't do that. And Notre Dame, if they had lost to Boston College last night, can you imagine how loud the drumbeat would have been? See, told you. They were overrated, had no business, blah, 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 blah. But they're undefeated. They're one of 3 teams right now in college football that is undefeated. Kansas State, they were able to handle their business when they went on the road to beat TCU.
Klein barks out the signals, looks over that spread out TCU defense, and Colin will run. He's at the 5 to the goal line. Wildcat touchdown. Colin Klein with his 51st rushing touchdown in his brilliant career, and he gives K-State a 6-0 lead with 8:14 to go here in the opening period.
Kansas State Network from Learfield, the second-ranked Wildcats, they beat TCU 23-10. Notre Dame and Kansas State have this in common. You make a big mistake, they're going to make you pay. They don't make those big mistakes where teams can make them pay. How many times we've seen Kansas State's defense or the special teams generate something, the offense has a short field, they turn it into 6 points. Same thing with Notre Dame. But when they've had to make some plays on offense, Notre Dame was able to do that against Oklahoma. They were able to do that coming back to beat Pittsburgh. Same thing with Kansas State. They did the same thing to Oklahoma, playing them in Oklahoma and beating them. And then when they had a chance to run away and hide from teams, they did that to West Virginia. They did that to Oklahoma State. They were able to handle their business. On the other side, regarding Alabama.
Taking a lot of time here. He's under center with the deep buyback. Give it to that guy. He hits the hole, and he will carry to the 30. He just got about. He didn't fumble the ball. Did he fumble the ball? Wait a minute. He did. He fumbled. A&M got it at the 34-yard line. The Aggie 34. He fumbled, and A&M got the fumble recovery. Last guy looks like it was Dustin Harris falling on top of the ball.
Aggie Sports Network from Learfield Sports. So Texas A&M essentially helped out Oregon. They helped out Notre Dame. They helped out Kansas State. All 3 of those teams are thinking, okay, now the SEC specter can't be held against us if we win out, because we're undefeated and they're not. They play in the best conference in the country, but handle your business in your conference. They weren't able to do that. Now it's on Kansas State, Oregon, and Notre Dame to do what Alabama was not able to do, losing to Texas A&M earlier today. I'm Freddie Coleman. It's College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio. Brad Edwards, ESPN BCS guru, has this about now that Alabama lost to Texas A&M. What does it really mean in terms of how far they're going to fall?
I would think that they'll be either 4 or 5. It really depends on where they drop in the polls. Wouldn't surprise me if they drop a little bit further than people would expect, since it was the second game in a row that they almost lost. But because Georgia is a team that they would go head-to-head with later on if they both went out, it really makes no difference whether they're ranked ahead of or behind Georgia when the new BCS standings come out tomorrow.
I can understand they drop Alabama behind the 3 undefeated teams, but they shouldn't drop any lower than that. Georgia's good right now, even though Alabama lost. They're not better than Alabama. If people dropped in the number 6 in the poll, I'm thinking, what are you watching? Don't give me, well, they almost escaped back-to-back weeks. It's not as if they did this against scrubs. They went on the road and found a way to beat LSU. There's something to be said for that. And Johnny Manziel, the freshman quarterback from Texas A&M, pretty darn good. And they played pretty well early, and they held on to force Alabama to mistakes. But if you're going to vote them in a poll as the 6th or 7th best team, what games are you watching in college football? Should they be below the unranked, the undefeated teams? No question about it. You want to put them under Georgia? Fine. But no lower than that. Nobody else out there with one loss is better than the team that almost pulled off another miracle comeback. There's something to be said for that. Just like there's something to be said when Notre Dame plays their schedule. It may not be SEC caliber, but if they lost those games, people would be yelling loud and hard about how this team is overrated. They found a way to get it done. They found a way to keep themselves in the BCS championship hunt. It's about surviving and advancing in college football week after week. If Oregon loses tonight to California, they can beat that drumbeat all they want, but people are going to say, well, you didn't handle your business. You went on the road against an unranked team, you didn't win. Find a way to get it done. You know the rules of engagement when it comes to college football. Find a way to make sure you're not in a position to defend your record. Because Nick Saban did exactly that after Alabama lost to Texas A&M earlier today.
2 of the 3 national championship teams that I coached, both lost a game. 2 of those teams lost a game. This team still has an opportunity to win the West, go to the SEC championship game and have a chance to win a championship game. So there's still a lot for this team to play for and a lot for them to set their mind to and recommit themselves to.
And this text message from Georgia, 73776, in 3 weeks, if Georgia can beat Alabama, my team is number 1 or number 2. The SEC championship winner has always factored into the national championship 1-loss SEC team versus a 0-loss team. It will not happen this year. If Oregon, Notre Dame, and Kansas State win out, your SEC winner, whether it's Alabama or Georgia, is not going to play for the BCS championship, period. They'll be below those teams. And all 3 of those teams that they win out will have beaten a team in the top 25. They won't fall that far below the winner of the Georgia-Alabama SEC championship game. Now, if 2 of those 3 teams loses, your argument has merit. No question about it, because that's going to weigh a lot with people, what they're able to do. And full disclosure, if Notre Dame loses to USC, they're going to fall. If Kansas State loses to Texas, they're going to fall. If Oregon loses to either Stanford, Oregon State, or maybe USC again in the Pac-12 championship game, they're going to fall. Those losses are going to weigh a lot more at that point of the season than maybe Alabama's loss today, because Alabama will have enough room and enough time to clean that up and fix it, unlike the other 3 teams who are undefeated. They really have to win out now, because a loss as damaging as it was to Alabama is going to be even more damaging to Notre Dame, Oregon, or Kansas State. Keep those thoughts coming in with your text messages at 73776. Also on Twitter at Coleman ESPN, hashtag Freddie Follow. Coming up next, my top 5 moments of the day, and what person out there should be honored, should be thrilled with getting the Player of the Week. Stick and stay with College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern. Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern. And then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Progressive Insurance presents Flo's newest song. We compare rates to give you confidence.
We compare rates to find you a great deal, so you can be even more confident. Not that you need more confidence. I'm sure you're a great person with great posture, and you probably look really good in corduroy pants, which isn't easy.
Comparing rates to help you save. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
What you missed.
What's happening now?
And what you need to know. This is College Football Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
I am Freddie Coleman, and my top 5 moments of this day in college football and my player of the week. But it's time for an express. We get that from Mike Bellamy on ESPN Radio.
I'll make this short and sweet, Freddie. 2 top 25 college football games going on right now. Number 3, Oregon. They lead at California 14-10 with 6.5 to go in the second quarter on ESPN HD. And number 18, UCLA leading at Washington State 14-7, 8.5 to go in the second on ESPN2. Back to you, Freddie.
You weren't kidding. My goodness. I didn't have time to sneeze. Thanks a lot. By the way, in that Oregon-California game, Oregon quarterback Marcus Mariota left the game holding his left shoulder. Now, he throws with his right. Brian Bennett is in the game for Oregon, but he was holding his left shoulder. The minute we find out exactly what's the matter with the outstanding quarterback from Oregon, we will let you know. The third-ranked Ducks leading Cal, as Mike said, 14-10, 6:20 to play in the second quarter. What were my top 5 moments of the day on a day that included 2 unbeaten teams falling by the wayside? Well, we don't start at the top. We have to start sort of at the bottom, which means we're up at
number 5.
I'm a PSAC guy. I played in the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference for Mansfield University. So when somebody from my conference does something that I did not expect, I have to give them love. Lock Haven, coming into today's game against Cheney, had lost 52 games in a row. That's over 5 years. But they can all sing hallelujah in central Pennsylvania. The streak is over. They beat the Wolves of Cheney 15-7. The Bald Eagles of Lock Haven finally breaking a losing streak. 52 games in a row out the window. They now have a 1-game winning streak to take it to 2013. Hey, you got to start somewhere. Congratulations to the Lock Haven Bald Eagles. PSAC in the house, baby.
Number 4.
A little tradition being put on the field today by the University of Texas against Iowa State.
The Longhorns will come out to line up in the wishbone. And now Robinson shifts in motion. They'll hand it to Jackson Shipley. It's a throwback to Ash. David looking downfield, looking for Daniels. He caught it. 40, 45, 50, and a first down. What a way to come out of the bone.
Longhorn IMG Radio Network. For those who don't know, longtime Texas and legendary Texas head coach Dow Royal passed away a couple of days ago, winning 2 national championships. He brought the wishbone to college football, and Mac Brown figured in his honor he would put it out there for the first play of the game to honor him, and it was exactly what everybody wanted to see. Well done by Mac Brown, who had a chance to talk about this with Janine Edwards on the Longhorn Network.
It was a fitting honor for Coach Rahm. You never know when you call something like that whether it's going to work or not. So thank the good Lord it worked. I know he had a smile on his face.
Yeah, everybody in Texas had a smile on their face, especially after they beat Iowa State 33-7. The 17th-ranked Texas Longhorns now 8-2 on the season.
Number 3.
It's not often you can rush for a Pac-12 record, and not a lot of people are talking about it, but maybe you should. Kadeem Carey of Arizona today rushed for 366 yards. a Pac-12 record, a record that was set back in 1984 by Ruben Mays of Washington State when he ran for 357 yards. Also included 5 touchdowns on 25 carries. I know Colorado's not a good football team, but if it was so easy to rush for that kind of yardage, why haven't we seen it before today from Kadeem Carey? A Pac-12 record, 366 yards rushing. And oh, by the way, Arizona's able to win that game over Colorado, a new Pac-12 record, the first time that record has been set since 1984. That was 28 years ago. I'm Freddie Cohen. My top 5 favorite moments are being heard right now in college football tonight on ESPN Radio. At number 5, Lock Haven in the PSAC, a Division II school in Pennsylvania, breaking a 52-game losing streak. At number 4, Texas breaking out the wishbone in honor of legendary coach Darrell Royal, who passed away a couple of days ago. And at number 3, Kadeem Carey of Arizona, a Pac-12 record, 366 yards rushing. That means we're up to
number 2.
You can beat on him, but Colin Klein will not be stopped for Kansas State.
Good snap to Colin. He's going to run. The quarterback keeper here to the 30, to the 25, bounces outside 20, to the 10, 5 to the pylon, touchdown! Touchdown, Kansas State! Colin Klein scores for the second time on the night.
Kansas State Network from Learfield Sports, they win it over TCU 23-10. He rushed for not 1, but 2 touchdowns. Kansas State has a great shot to win a BCS berth to play for the national championship. Baylor is up next. Not going to be an easy game. It'll be very interesting. That final game of the season against Texas. They play that game at home. Texas would love nothing better without a Big 12 championship game to keep Kansas State from representing the league for a national championship.
Number 1.
Oh, come on, really?
Well, I don't think we have to stab it either. Manziel standing back there holding the ball by the referee. And A&M did it. They just did it. You can look at the Aggie faithful on the sophomore side of the field of that Aggie band. Lightning in a bottle in Tuscaloosa.
It certainly was on the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield Sports. Texas A&M, ranked 15th in the country, had a 20-0 lead at the end of the first quarter at number 1 Alabama. Yet late in the fourth quarter, Texas A&M led 29-17. Alabama throws a long touchdown pass to make it 29-24. Alabama forces a punt. They get the ball back. They complete a deep pass, 1st and goal at the Texas A&M 6. Plenty of sweaty palms in Tuscaloosa and in College Station for different reasons. But the Texas A&M defense stood up.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M. Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 1:36.
Texas A&M did not make the mistakes. They forced Alabama into it, and they pulled the upset 29-24. Thanks for joining College Football Tonight with Freddie Coleman on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Quick update of the 2 games still going on involving top 25 teams. Number 3, Oregon kicks a field goal. They lead California 17-10, 6:24 to play in the second quarter. No update on the injury to Oregon quarterback Marcus Mariota, who left this game. He even tapped his helmet with a left arm or left shoulder injury. Whatever happened to him, we'll let you know. And number 18, UCLA, they lead Washington State 21-7, 7:27 to play in the second quarter. College Football Tonight is presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. So who does get the award that every college football player wants and needs to have? We put a bow around it and we call it...
This is College Football Tonight's Player of the Week.
The snap, sets, throws, going this side. He's got a guy, and it's a catch. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, Texas A&M. Malcolm Kennedy coming to the sideline, caught it in the end zone, and the Aggies just scored. 8:37 left in the game.
Can it be anybody else but Johnny Manziel, a.k.a. Johnny Football, Texas A&M, the freshman quarterback, going on the road, playing against the defending national champions? He was fantastic. 24-31, 253 yards and 2 touchdowns, 18 carries for 92 yards. He is an exciting player. He is so much fun to watch. Alabama had him dead to rights plenty of times, but they were never able to keep him from helping this team pull the upset. Johnny Manziel, quarterback of Texas A&M, is my player of the week. The V Show with Bob Valvano is coming up next. We'll get you ready for tomorrow's NFL action and talk about the big upset of Texas A&M over Alabama and who should be number 1 out of Oregon, Notre Dame, and Kansas State. The V Show with Bob Valvano is coming up next. I'm Freddie Coleman, and this has been College Football Tonight on the mighty ESPN Radio. Take care. God bless, no matter the situation, whether you gig 'em Aggies or not, always keep cool.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. It's like tiny nails in the air poke my lungs. I start to cough. Sometimes my parents have to take me to the hospital.
Today, 1 out of 13 children suffer from some form of asthma, accounting for nearly 1/3 of all emergency room visits.
I feel like I'm choking. It's kind of like an elephant is on my chest. A little whistle sound comes out when I breathe.
But while your child may suffer from asthma, asthma doesn't have to make your child suffer. There are simple ways you can prevent your child's next attack. To learn more, call 1-866-NO-ATTACKS. That's 1-866-662-8822. Log on to www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys, go! Cars.com.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
On ESPN. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson, number 1 and previously unbeaten Alabama crawled out of an early 20-0 hole against visiting Texas A&M and rallied to close the gap to just 5 points late in the final quarter. A.J. McCarron and the Crimson Tide were looking for a miracle on 4th down with under 2 minutes to go.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M. Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 1:36.
The call on the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield. Karen is intercepted, and the 15th-ranked Aggies hold off number 1 Alabama
29-24. Elsewhere, Kansas State goes to 10-0 after beating TCU 23-10. Colin Klein rushed for 2 touchdowns. Notre Dame is 10-0 after the Irish beat the Eagles at Boston College 21-6. On ESPN HD at this hour, 9-0 Oregon on the road in Berkeley to take on Cal. Ducks leading the Bears 17-10. First loss of the season for Louisville as Syracuse beat the Cardinals 45-26. Georgia clinches the SEC East title as they shut down Auburn 38-0. Florida with a 27-20 come-from-behind win over Louisiana Lafayette. LSU 37, Mississippi State 17. Stanford knocked off Oregon State 27-23. Oklahoma 42, Baylor 34. Clemson a 45-10 win over Maryland. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in a couple of days, and according to a source, the Lakers will interview Mike Dunleavy on Sunday. Games in progress, fourth quarter, and the Blazers losing to the visiting Spurs 87-79 in the third. It's Golden State with a slim 43-42 lead over Denver. In overtime, Charlotte topped Dallas 101-97. Bobcats' first win over the Mavs in 17 games.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend, plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
The B Show on ESPN Radio. Here's your host, Bob Valvano.
Well, it's already starting. It is already starting. Wow, and wow is all I can say. The text coming in from you guys, the most intelligent listeners in all of sports radio and college football, doing it again. Look, I don't know. This is going to be a theme throughout the show. When I was a kid, I would go to the circus, and I didn't like really the performers that, like the high tightrope walkers or whatever they were, the trapeze guys that were working without nets. Because, there's one or the other. Either they're going to get it done, and it's going to be, uneventful, or they're going to fall and someone's going to be killed. And well, that may be something you'd remember for the rest of your life. Not something I really wanted to see. College football reminds me of that a little bit. I don't like either scenario. Not necessarily I didn't like the guy swinging on the trapeze. It was entertaining, but it was, the element of the possibility of a failure gets out of the equation because that's not something I want to see. I don't want to see anybody tumble to their death. In college football, it's kind of the same deal. I am, like everybody else, entertained, excited about the regular season, and then they get to what should be the build-up to the most important games, and the only thing I'm worried about is constantly looking and worrying that someone's falling and there's no net. And I don't want to see the end of the act determined that way. I don't want to see the end of the college football season determined that way. And we're going to get to that in just a bit. And there are many that do. Let's be honest. If that was the scenario, there are probably some folks hoping the guy fell off the trapeze with no net just to see what would happen. And there are those that want to see chaos in college football because then they think it'll bring about a playoff. I contend that I agree with that. I've said that for years, but the fact of the matter is every other division has a playoff and Division 1A, if you will, does not. So it's not going to be chaos that's going to create it. It's going to be money, and that is going to be the only bottom line. And that being the case, we're looking at a scenario now, and we're going to get to it in just a second, where you will argue with me. When I take one side, you can take the other, and you'll be right. And that's if I say both sides. So that should give you an idea. In other words, when we get to it, stay with me here. We'll take a look at the scenario. I'll portray one side of the picture. You can argue against it, and you'd be right. But then if I took that side, you can argue against that, and you'd be right as well. And anytime that's the scenario, it means you've got a situation that somebody like me is going to get an unsatisfying championship playoff picture, possibly, and in a very increasingly likely way, based on these texts. Already starting. And this is what I mean. Alabama loses today, and now already the texts are coming in. Here we go. It's starting already. This is from Richard. Teams which play in a conference with no championship game or an independent school should take a BCS point deduction. Well, who do you think that's aimed at? Notre Dame's in this. Notre Dame's schedule's a joke. They played one team that's any good. One, period. Oklahoma. Their chicken schedule will be their downfall. And on and on. And that is what you get now. So you're going to get a scenario where Alabama, in the best league, or one of the two best leagues, the Big 12 is a very strong league as well. With one loss, the argument will be, well, they belong in the championship game. And I contend that if that may be true, and you can make a case for it, in fact, I'll make that case for you in just a bit, it only leads to an unsatisfying conclusion of the season, in either way you look at it. And we'll talk about that in just a bit. This is the V Show on ESPN Radio. Bob Valvano with you. And this is the reason why all the chaos started. This was the last call of the game between the Crimson Tide and a Johnny Football-led bunch that was intent on an upset in Tuscaloosa.
Well, I don't think we have to stab it either. Mansell standing back there holding the ball by the referee. And A&M did it. They just did it. You can look at the Aggie faithful on the sophomore side of the field and that Aggie band. Lightning in a bottle in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I would say that's a reason to be excited. That was the Aggie Sports Network on Learfield with the call as the Aggies get it done and spring the upset, although this is why you got to be careful. We can go in 8 different directions here, and I'm trying to make sure we only go in 1 or 2. If you listen to the show all the time and look at the Sagarin numbers, this is not as shocking as you might think. As great as Alabama's been, again, a testament to the depth of this conference, one of the newcomers, the new kids on the block, they're one of the top 7 Sagarin-rated teams in the country. And so certainly expected they might put up a better game than you think and give them a good run for their money. They did better than that. They won the football game. Nick Saban, the head coach at Alabama, said, look, he had concerns about this game all week.
I was really concerned about this week. We seemed like we were a little bit out of gas, this week. And Texas A&M is a really good team, and they played really, really well. And their quarterback's a fantastic player, and he obviously made some plays that, were great plays out there.
It's pretty well, pretty succinct. This is the V Show. Bob Valvano with you. We haven't even gotten into Johnny Manziel and where he fits in now in the Heisman picture. I mean, that's another whole line of discussion. But I think the most pressing thought is, where does Alabama fit in now after this loss? And here's Brad Edwards, our ESPN BCS analyst.
I would think that they'll be either 4 or 5. It really depends on where they drop in the polls. Wouldn't surprise me if they drop a little bit further than people would expect, since it was the second game in a row that they almost lost. But because Georgia is a team that they would go head-to-head with later on if they both went out, it really makes no difference whether they're ranked ahead of or behind Georgia when the new BCS standings come out tomorrow.
All right, and here is what Nick Saban said, and this is the springboard to what I wanted to end this part of the discussion with. Here is the head man for Alabama again.
2 of the 3 national championship teams that I coached, both lost a game. 2 of those teams lost a game. This team still has an opportunity to win the West, go to the SEC championship game, and have a chance to win a championship game. So there's still a lot for this team to play for, and a lot for them to set their mind to and recommit themselves to.
That is absolutely, every syllable of that is right. And that is, to me, why this whole thing is troubling. Here's what I mean. I have said all along, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. That's why I say I can argue either side. You ready? For the side who says, Alabama, I don't care. They do have a loss. He's had national championship teams in the past that have lost a game. This league is so good, and it is such a terrific league, that one loss should still allow you to be in the championship game. And I do a thing each week, if you've listened to the show, called the Napkin College Football Rankings, which puts my money where my mouth is, so to speak. I'm trying to practice what I preach and say I'm not going with preconceived notions. I'm not going to explain the whole thing right now. We do it in depth later on in the show. But I take a look at just the team's body of work, and we assign a point value to each of their games. And we keep a running tab all year. And I don't care what the name of your team is or anything else. Everybody starts at 0. We keep a running tab. And even with the loss today, I will just tell you this. Alabama would still be, in my system, a half a point ahead of both Oregon and Kansas State. 1/2 point behind them. Those two teams would be tied for second, and Notre Dame would be another point behind them for fourth. So I'm looking at this and saying, based on exactly what I say, Alabama deserves still to be, if they played right now, in the national championship game. So all you people who say, well, the SEC is that good, my numbers say you absolutely can make a case. But then I look at it the other way, and I say, okay, if I'm a fan of Kansas State, I'm a fan of Oregon, and I have played in 2 good conferences. I mean, I live in Louisville. I love the University of Louisville. I work for them. I'm a local, like where you are. Hopefully you root for your local team. I consider myself a Louisville fan. But it would be hard to make a case if you run the table in the Big East this year that you should be one of the 2 teams playing for the national championship. I get that. But if you're in a system, in a format where you run the table at an Oregon in the Pac-12, or a Kansas State, even more compelling, no disrespect to the Pac-12, in the Big 12, and you win the undefeated in that championship, and one of you is on the outside looking in to play for a championship with a team with 1 loss playing in that game, you'd have to look at the system and say, this is crap. I mean, how else can you look at it? I'm sorry, but that is the scenario. With 118 teams in the country, you run the table in 2 quality leagues like that, and you don't get to play? You have no chance to be the national champion. That system is inherently flawed. So that's why I say to you, go ahead, argue whichever way you want to. I agree with you. Alabama deserves to be in the game. I agree with you. There's no way Alabama should be in the game. I agree with you. What I think it proves is, again, why this system is so, to me, unsatisfying. I'm sorry. I know that the lovers of college football, I love it too, and it just irritates me each year. Maybe it'll play out. It'll be nice and convenient. Somebody will lose a game. There'll only be 2 unbeatens, or everybody will have 1 loss, and Alabama's the best of the 1-loss teams. But that's beside the point. It's a system that's set up unsatisfactorily, and today underscores it. This would be a good year for that 4 teams to be in a playoff. Certainly that would alleviate some of it. But you want to make an argument either way, have at it. Text us, 73776-7ESPN. You'll probably be able to make a compelling argument, because I can argue both sides myself. Because to me, either of those arguments just underscores why, as Mel Kiper likes to say, the best regular season and the least satisfying way to crown a champion. And that may be exactly another example of that right now. Travis Haney was at the game where Alabama went down to the Aggies, and we will visit with him and get his take on the game and the big picture as well, as we talk some college football here on the V Show on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
Good news, everyone. Lumber Liquidators wants to send you a free catalog of hardwood flooring options. Call 800-620-4480. See how you can buy the highest quality flooring for the lowest possible prices. Here's what some of our customers have to say.
I've installed a lot of hardwood floors, but this is the best bang for the buck.
Call in the next 10 minutes to get your free catalog.
I love Lumber Liquidators. I got quality products for less, and the online ordering was easy.
At Lumber Liquidators, we buy direct from the mills, and we pass the savings on to you. Call right now and get the floor guide and catalog absolutely free. It has hundreds of top quality flooring, such as solid hardwoods, laminates, bamboos, and even Bellawood pre-finished flooring with a transferable 100-year warranty. Our catalog is full of tips, ideas, and our flooring project list to help you find the right floor for you. Call 800-620-4480 and get your free catalog. 800-620-4480. That's 800-620-4480.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove.
Nice pass.
But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go.
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a fourth straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seats you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday.
StubHub!
The V Show on ESPN Radio. Bob Valvano with you. We turn quickly back our attention to the Alabama A&M game where the Crimson Tide go down at home. And Travis Haney covers college football on National College Football writer for ESPN.com. And Travis, I've been weighing on it the whole first segment. You can look at this one of two ways. Alabama deserves to be in the championship game. That league is so very, very good. Or, I don't care how good the league is, you can't leave out an undefeated team playing in another quality BCS conference. Where do you weigh in on that debate?
Well, my sense, if you're a college football fan or a writer like myself that follows the entire country, that you almost want to see the SEC in the game to play for it and lose in the game, but you don't want to keep a team that's deserving out of it. And with the way it's set up now, if any of the two teams wind up undefeated or all three wind up undefeated, you know, Alabama with one loss certainly doesn't have much of a claim because it lost. If you want to be there, you've got to keep winning. And you know, Notre Dame's schedule, K-State's schedule, Oregon State's schedule, there's all enough quality teams on any of those schedules. It's not like we're talking about Louisville's schedule here and a one-loss SEC team, Bama, the team from the East, if Georgia winds up somehow winning the SEC. Yeah, I can't see how you would ever keep those teams out based on what they've done this year. And, you know, I don't think that would change, but as I was leaving the stadium tonight, everyone was talking about how can Alabama get back in it, and that's probably something you can't rule out just yet because of what we saw today. You never know exactly how it's going to play out in college football. I didn't think A&M had much of a chance to actually come here and win this game, much less really control it, dominate it throughout. So we have to wait until December to find out who's going to be left
outstanding.
I've been venting again all night, and it's just a personal bias, if you will. It's very difficult for me to get my arms around when there's 118 teams that play at this level. And then I know you just differentiate it. You make BCS conferences, and then even within that group, the Big East is considered not up to snuff with the others. But still, all right, fine. Even if you whittle it down that way, you've still got an inordinate number of teams to try and put two into this game. So what I was thinking about as we looked at this scenario, though, is while I would much prefer to somehow even get to 8 teams, this is one of those years where if nothing else changed, but Alabama State is a one-loss team and those other teams all stayed unbeaten, having that 4-team playoff really would come in handy now, wouldn't it, Travis?
Absolutely. And, especially if it wound up being Notre Dame that got left out and its number of fans across the country, what kind of squawking they would make about not being able to be in the game. And I guess that's still in play. So, it is a complicated year. Every year is complicated for different reasons, but we've seen it kind of time and again how it'll play out. It'll play itself out in some ways. It happened last year with Oklahoma State. It might have happened to some extent tonight with Alabama. Now we're talking about a one-loss SEC team and how that factors in against undefeated or one-loss teams from other leagues as opposed to trying to fit 4 teams into 2 spots. So at least this was kind of like a knockout round for now. Maybe those teams come back into play in a couple weeks.
Let's go to the other side, talking to Travis Haney, ESPN.com's national college football writer. Johnny Manziel certainly puts himself back in the Heisman discussion. I don't even need to bring that up as a question. But the other side of it is, and you wrote about this at length, so I'll let you elaborate on it, how much of this is a statement about Texas A&M's place in a very healthy way in their new home in the SEC, and why, at least from what I'm reading you wrote, you seem to think that they might do just fine, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm writing a little bit more on that tomorrow, focusing on Kevin Sumlin as the catalyst for that, because when you look back at what he inherited, there's a lot of talent. We see it all out there on the field right now. But this was a team with a really broken sense of self-esteem. They had lost 4 of their 6 games last year when they were when they were ahead at halftime by 10 points or more. So they were in control of those games, lost, and it's really hard to kind of rebuild a team's psyche in the course of a few months. And somehow he's able to do that to a point where they can go on the road at Alabama and play well enough in the second half when the Tide, if they're really threatening, they're right there, they have a chance to win, and yet they still make the plays to win the game on the road against the number 1 team in an environment like that. That really shows you true growth, and I think that demonstrates where A&M might be going from here. And on top of that, you mentioned Manziel. He's a freshman. They're playing a receiver freshman who's excellent. There's a junior running back, 2 running backs. They're sitting out this year transferring from Oregon and Oklahoma. There's a ton of talent there, and they're only going to get more because of where they are in Texas, because of the style of offense that they play. Kids want to be a part of an up-tempo offense that runs 80, 90 plays a game. And because of wins like this, this was a signature victory very early in Kevin Sumlin's career at Texas A&M, and I think that's only going to fuel where they're going.
Let me ask you this, too, because, it's obviously if you have Johnny Manziel playing, it helps a little bit, but people have been trying to figure out how to beat this Alabama team for a couple of years, a league that's known for their great defenses and how the speed on the defensive side of the football. And here comes this team that's playing this no-huddle, go a million miles an hour offense. Nick Saban was obviously alarmed about playing it all week. It's so anti-SEC in many ways, but the coaches are a copycat bunch. You think this can influence people in this league a little bit?
It's already happened to some extent, and you watch the new hires. Watch the hires at Arkansas and Kentucky and potentially Tennessee and Auburn to see if they go with those types of coaches, and I suspect that more often than not that they will, because it is exciting, and if you are in need of a jolt for your fan base like Tennessee probably will be, and Vanderbilt was a couple of years ago when it needed a coach, and Franklin brought them some energy. Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss, they run the no huddle up-tempo stuff. It's provided energy there. They're on the cusp of being bowl eligible. It just gives you something to get fired up about. And as I said, that's really enticing to high school kids, too. If you're a skill player in the state of Texas, why wouldn't you want to go play for Kevin Sumlin and go play with Johnny Football? It's just an exciting brand of football. And whether Nick Saban likes it or not, or whether it fits into what the SEC has been the last few years, it's here. And I think tonight was a real statement for the style of play, just as much as it was for A&M as a program.
Where's Johnny Manziel in the Heisman picture in your mind?
He's moving up. I haven't really figured out what the other guys have done. I know Klein did wind up playing, but he's in the top 5. I think this was a head-to-head. We didn't really talk about it being that way, but this was a head-to-head knockout of A.J. McCarron, and Manziel's back in. So a freshman, I think, has a real distinct chance to be in New York. You look at their next 2 games against pushover teams, including Missouri, he should put up big numbers the next 2 weeks. So I wouldn't think there's any reason for him to fall off and not be in New York as a freshman. I think that's one heck of a statement to make. Going into a new league, a new coach, a new quarterback, you can't really praise what those guys have done enough. It's amazing.
Travis, it's good to talk to you. Thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime.
Travis Haney with us here on the V Show on ESPN Radio, and you can be as well. Quickly and simply, about 30 seconds, give us your idea why, if the season ended right now, Alabama still belongs in the national championship game, or why they don't, and who should be in that game. 1-888-SAY-ESPN, 1-888-729-3776. Your call's next here on the V Show on ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hi, Todd.
Oh, hey, Samantha.
Do you want to be my boyfriend?
Oh, sure. Wow, I'd love to.
Great. Now give me your Subway steak melt.
My melt?
Yeah, I'm your girlfriend now.
I don't think this is working out.
Get your own Subway steak melt, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt, or the succulent, smoky chipotle steak and cheese. Get yours today. Subway. Eat fresh.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name. Hi, it's Colin Coward, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere, even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work on any file. Go to My PC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit nypdrecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. The defending national champions, Alabama, who has been number one almost the entire season, fell for the first time Saturday after getting upset by number 15 Texas A&M at home, 29-24. The Aggies, led by Johnny Manziel, had a 3-touchdown advantage in the first quarter, then hung on as the Tide rallied to make the game close. A.J. McCarron nearly pulled off a second straight comeback, but his fourth down pass at the goal line with a minute and a half to go was intercepted. With the Bama loss, number 2 Kansas State with an opportunity to enhance their chances of a national title as they face TCU.
Klein barks out the signals, looks over that spread out TCU defense, and Colin will run. He's at the 5 to the goal line. Wildcat touchdown. Colin Klein with his 51st rushing touchdown in his brilliant career, and he gives K-State a 6-0 lead with 8:14 to go here in the opening period.
The call on the K-State network from Learfield. Heisman hopeful Colin Klein rushed for a pair of scores as the Wildcats improved to 10-0 after beating TCU 23-10. Notre Dame is 10-0 as well. The Fighting Irish won at Boston College in what's known as the Holy War, 21-6. On ESPN HD at this hour, it's halftime in Berkeley, where number 3 Oregon at 9-0 are leading Cal 24-10. Earlier, Syracuse handed Louisville their first loss, 45-26. Georgia goes to 9-1. They clinch the SEC East title, shutting down Auburn 38-0. Florida 27. Louisiana Lafayette 20. Jelani Jenkins returned a block punt, 36 yards for the game-winning touchdown with 2 seconds left as the Gators avoid the upset. LSU 37. Mississippi State 17. Stanford knocked off number 11 Oregon State 27-23. Oklahoma 42 and Baylor 34. Clemson 45-10 over Maryland. Here is the latest on the Lakers' search for a replacement for the fired Mike Brown. The sources told ESPN LosAngeles.com Phil Jackson, who was considered the front runner for the head coaching vacancy, met with members of the Lakers front office on Saturday, and if the Hall of Famer is in agreement to return under the right conditions, his deal could be for 2 years. ESPN's Chris Broussard tells us that Mike D'Antoni had a telephone interview with the Lakers coming up on Sunday.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, you can follow us on Twitter at ESPN V Show. You can follow me on Facebook under my given name, Robert Valvano. And, of course, you can text us 73776. Love hearing from you. I'm going to tell you up front, okay? And I've said this before, if you're just joining us. I will accept as a rational argument either way you want to look at this. Right now, if it ended right now, Alabama and SEC fans saying, how can you leave a team, a one-loss team from this unbelievable league, which has so many teams that are in my looking at the Sagarin ratings, which is one of the big be-all and end-all evaluators for me, because I like to use numbers as best I can and take the completely subjective part of it. Let's get some data that we can try and reliable data that we've used in the past that we think is useful. That's useful. It's an embarrassment of riches of top 10 caliber teams. And so to say that if they are the best team, for the sake of this discussion right now, let's say they are. How can you leave a team from that, a one-loss team out of that conference, out of the championship game? I understand the anger of that, but I also understand if you do, and again, using the landscape as it is now, I mean, even if you take Notre Dame out of the mix, and I'm not suggesting you should, but even if you do, the Pac-12 is a quality league, and the Big 12 is very, very close to the SEC in terms of overall strength. When you go how deep that league goes, the bottom of the SEC has some teams that are not very good this year. The Big 12 does not. It's top to bottom a pretty good conference. How in the world would you leave, either one of those two teams out of the discussion? And so this is from Andy in Tennessee. I don't want, to just play facilitator here. You want my opinion? Here's what I would say. I would say Andy in Tennessee has summed it up for me. Alabama lost at home. To me, that nullifies any argument their fans can make about a claim at a title shot. That's how I feel. And to me, though, that's why if you're just joining us, what I suggested is that's why, to me, this is just another damning statement about why the system lets me down. Because I understand the argument completely, but I also would understand the argument the other way, that if you play in a great league and a very, very good league like either of those other two teams do, you've run the table, you've done everything you can, and you don't get even a chance to play for the national championship, I think that's crazy. And the reason I say that is because I'm stealing a term that my friend Bruce Pearl uses, our new friend here at ESPN, the former Tennessee coach, from the men's basketball tournament, and I think it's applicable here. He said the men's basketball tournament is not about identifying the 68 best teams in the country. It's about identifying the 68 most deserving teams. And that's how I look at this. And so I'm not eyeball testing it and all that. Maybe Alabama is still the best team in the country. Maybe they are. I mean, maybe that's a legitimate argument. But deserving when you lose at home to those other teams from other very, very good conferences, and as much as I live in Louisville and have good friends in Louisville and all that, I mean, the Big East is not there, so had Louisville been able to run the table, I can understand why you'd say, well, they don't deserve to be one of those two teams. Fine. I mean, that's just the reality of it, but that's not the case here. And so it speaks to a flaw in the system for me. But if I was going to say deserving teams, I would say two teams that run the table in those quality leagues are more deserving. That's how I look at it. So that's my thought. What is yours? 1-888-SAY-ESPN, 1-888-729-3776. Let's start out in the great Northwest with, his name is not Larry Eugene. He's Larry in Eugene. Larry, welcome to the show. What's on your mind, buddy? What do you think about this?
Hey, I appreciate the job you guys do. I just want to say, I respect the SEC, but I think they're overrated. I agree with what you guys are saying. You know what? If you want to play for the championship, you have to win out. And if you lose a game, it doesn't matter who you lose it to, you're out of it. As far as the argument goes between Oregon and Kansas and Notre Dame, I've been a Notre Dame fan forever, but Alabama's out of it as far as I'm concerned. So you take those other three teams, and I think you've got to look back at the last 3 or 4 years and say, where was Kansas, where was Notre Dame last year, the year before? Oregon played for BCS championship. They lost in the final seconds by 3 points. They played LSU and lost, but they played them good. They played them tight. They could have won that game with just 1 or 2 calls or 1 or 2 plays went different. And so if you go back over the last 3 or 4 years, I think Oregon's been as strong and as consistent as anyone. Certainly since Kelly's been the coach, they've been at the top of the league. And you know what,
Larry? The only thing I would argue is what's gone on last year and the year before should have no bearing. That's my whole argument. In fact, that's one of my main arguments about college football, is we start with a preseason poll before anybody's taken a snap. We've anointed the 5 best teams in the country. That's inherently unfair, and a lot of times it's off of brand name recognition from years past. Now, frequently, those teams wind up being very good again, and so then people say, well, see, you should do it that way. Well, no, it just happens that they built such a pattern and such a system of success that they're good again, but you shouldn't have to earn it every year. That's the way sports works. That's the way it should work. So what they did last year is of no relevance. But the rest of what you said, like I said, it makes perfect sense. I mean, here's a text that says starting next year, the SEC will win 8 to 9 national championships a decade. The new system will prove that 1 and maybe even a 2-loss SEC team is better than some undefeated teams. I understand that's the SEC fans' argument, and you know what? If that's the way it played out in the playoff, then I would say good for you and congratulations. But that's why I want to see it determined more on the field than just 2 teams. I'd like it more than 4 teams. I'd like it 8 teams. But, right now you're really staring at why the system is still very, very unsatisfactory. And I know, it's going to play out. It's going to shake out. How's it going to play out exactly? Tell me how it plays out if Oregon runs the table, Notre Dame runs the table, and Kansas State runs the table. How does that solidify your argument that it all shook out? It still doesn't. The Alabama fans will still say we got screwed. Our 1-loss team should should still be in there. And one of the undefeated teams will say the same thing. And they have a legitimate case if you use the criteria of most deserving teams. What else can you do? Let's go to Leander in Alabama. My guess is which way Leander will weigh in. Welcome to the show. What do you think about this?
Yes, sir. You're right. I believe Bama should be in it, and I'm sure I'm going to be in the minority, and I'm sure most people are sick of last year, what happened and how we got back in it. But if we take care of business against Auburn like we should, and then go to the ACC championship and beat Georgia, who's ranked 5th in the country, we'll obviously move ahead of them again. If you're going to tell me a Notre Dame team who struggled with an awful Boston College team tonight and who really should have already been beat by Stanford, I didn't agree with that call, but regardless, they found a way to win. But their only 2 decent wins are against an Oklahoma team who doesn't look like they should be ranked as high as they are. Almost got beat by Baylor today. And then a Stanford team who's pretty good, but that's 2 good wins. And then Oregon is struggling tonight as well. And then the only game they have on their schedule that they can hang their hats on is USC. Isn't nowhere near what they thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season. I mean, they got beat by Arizona. And then
I think that we get hung up sometimes. I understand why we have to on margin of victory, but Oregon is, still leading on the road at Cal. That says something. You win road games in the conference. But even if you say Notre Dame is easily write-offable, and I'm not agreeing, but if they are, you've still got Oregon and Kansas State to deal with before you put Alabama ahead of them. Let's go to Rick in Columbus. Rick, what do you think about this?
I'm a Gator fan, first and foremost, an SEC guy, and I don't believe that Alabama has any right to be in it as of now. You have 3 undefeated teams. If they stay undefeated, somebody's going to get left out there. Even if Notre Dame or Kansas State or Oregon loses, you're still going to have 2 undefeated teams. Now, my thing is this is what you get into when you allow a one-loss team to get in.
Did we lose him? No, we lost him. This is the point you get into. You got a one-loss team. He's really getting to the crescendo. And he disappeared. I feel very disappointed about that. It's like watching the whole movie and then I didn't get to see the last scene. Let's get one more call in here, though. Before we have time to get one more, we'll go to Raleigh, North Carolina. Joe, what about the makeup of Alabama versus undefeated teams being in, being out? Where do you weigh in?
Well, it deserves, I think, Kansas State and Oregon, but I think Alabama would beat all 3. But I'm going to disagree with your premise. I don't want a playoff. You look at the last 10 national championships in football, and you look at the last 10 in basketball. I would rather see the way the football does it, because you have a better game. You have the most deserving 2 instead of a tournament of 64 where you have Michigan State winning, you have Duke winning, you have Butler in there. The best teams usually don't win the national championship in basketball. In football, they pick 2 of the best teams and they play. It's a better game, and for me, it's a better.
Okay, well, I understand that argument, and like I said, that's a matter of taste. I would never argue taste with somebody. So if that's how you feel, that's fine. My argument against that would be frequently the best team does win. I mean, you do have the number 1 seed winning on more than one occasion. Last year, Kentucky was the best team, and they did win it. And B, is there anybody who looked at that national championship and the team won, looked at them and said, well, they are not deserving champions? That's the whole point. Everybody walks away and feels satisfied that they earned it. That's the American way. They earned it. This way, I don't know, if you're a Notre Dame fan, Notre Dame seems to be the one that sticks in people's craw. Okay, fine. You still got, the 2 other teams in there. And if you put Alabama in ahead of one of them, that's an awfully tough sell to me, because one of those teams, how do you tell them they're not deserving of even being a chance to win the game on the field? Because you're saying, well, they had a chance, they were on the field. That's right, they've on every week on the field, every weekend on the field, they won every game they played. And they still don't get a chance to be considered a team worthy of playing for the national championship. That's a tough sell for me, a very, very tough sell for me. And that's why college football in so many ways is an unsatisfying end of the year. But as your other point, you'd rather have the 2 teams in it. That's a matter of taste, and I never argue taste with somebody unless it's something immoral or unethical, and I don't think anything you're suggesting there is either of those scenarios. Thanks so much for the call. Sorry we couldn't get everybody in. Text us 73776. We'll work more into the course of the show. We got the big stories of the day and our reaction to it. We call it the VCAP, and it's next here on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
This is Terry Bradshaw. I've won a lot of games by 1 point, so I know the value of an extra point. My friends at Ferguson are fond of extra points, too. Ferguson's been the leader for plumbing and HVAC supply since 1953, so you always get what you need fast. Touchdown! And now, when pros order online with Ferguson, you'll get Pro Plus Rewards points. Use these points to get stuff like sports gear, gadgets, and more. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com and tell them Terry sent you.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Work.
Nick says, I don't get how these people attack Notre Dame's schedule when none of them play more than 2 or 3 tough games a year. You can't argue that. Well, I do think this. I know what their argument is. Their argument is they don't have to play a certain number of built-in difficult teams a year. I mean, if you're in the SEC, you're not dodging. If you're in the Big 12, you're not dodging it. You're going to have some very, very difficult games every year, period. I mean, the league is good and has proven to be that good each year. Notre Dame, I mean, they could schedule. They don't, but they could schedule, all teams all in the bottom third of the BCS standings and rankings and all that. They could do that. But I do think your point is well taken. People who are saying that are shortchanging Notre Dame's schedule. It's a much better schedule than a lot of people are writing off. The same way, it's the quote I use on the show all the time. People use statistics the way a drunk uses a lamppost for support, not illumination. It's what people do here. They'll focus on the poor teams on Notre Dame's schedule and say, look who they play, and then focus on the strongest teams on their schedule. Well, I mean, LSU played Towson this year. I mean, everybody's got a few of the mail order wins. That's the nature of the beast. So, I do think, again, I understand both sides, because if you're in the Big 12 or the SEC and the Pac-12, I mean, the quality BCS leagues, you got some brutal games built in. That's just the way it is. But people are shortchanging Notre Dame's schedule a little bit. It's just that is a little bit of too quick a knee-jerk generalization. Their schedule is better than I think people have given them credit for. All right, we're going to go to the VCAP, the big stories of the day, our sound, our reaction to it, and it starts right now here on the V Show on ESPN Radio.
The biggest stories of the week. What does Bobby V think about it? It's the VCAP on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
All right, Neil Action Jackson slides into the seat next to me as he's finished his pre-VCAP ritual of stretching and getting the muscles limbered up. And he's still a live man, I'll tell you what.
Tell you what, this is something that should be on video.
On second thought, maybe it shouldn't.
Maybe not.
All right, let's get to the first story. What do we got?
The NFL.
All right, Bobby, the matchup of the weekend in the league has to be the 7-1 Texans at the 7-1 Bears. Both squads come in with very different yet elite defenses, and our Steve Young breaks down what makes both units great.
If you're an average quarterback, you do not want to play the Bears. They eat you up because the second you're errant in any throws, they're all over it. But if you're an elite quarterback, and I think Matt Schaub can play elite football, the Bears can be had. You saw Aaron Rodgers early in the season do it. Texans defense is more of a mauling. It's the big push up the front, J.J. Watts, and then the corners, great corners. They can play man-to-man, a lot more blitz. To me, that's a much more difficult process. But that's saying that you can be really precise with your throws. Otherwise, two great defenses. I'm enjoying the game.
All right, Bobby, question to you is, if you get to pick one, which one do you choose, Houston or Chicago?
Well, again, it's like the old joke about the Italian mother gives her kid two shirts, and the first time he wears one, she says, "What's the matter? You didn't like the other one?" So that's, by saying which one I like doesn't mean I'm saying something bad about the other. As Steve Young, who would know far better than I, these are two terrific defenses. But I like what he said about Houston in the sense that I think they can bother elite quarterbacks perhaps a little bit more. Chicago is built to take advantage of the fact that not every team, by definition of the term elite, not every team has an elite quarterback, and they can make even the average or slightly above average quarterbacks pay. But the elite ones can put numbers on them. I like what Houston does, and I think that since this league has become more than ever in its history, while it's always been important, now more than ever a quarterback-centric league, I think Houston's may be set up better to be more effective against even the best quarterbacks in the league. So with two great defenses, give the photo finish to the Texans. Let's go to the next story.
College football.
Texas A&M quarterback Johnny Manziel made a huge statement in the upset win at Alabama Saturday with over 250 yards passing, almost 100 yards rushing. The freshman, also known to the Aggie faithful as Johnny Football, has been putting up impressive numbers all season, and only a freshman. ESPN's Heisman analyst Joe Tessitore talks about Manziel's chances at winning college football's most prestigious individual award.
He will be skyrocketing this coming week in our poll of official voters that we release. But you have to understand, as a first-year player, as a freshman player, it is very, very rare to see a legitimate contender this deep into the season, and history is not on his side. You go through all the years of the Heisman, and you just don't see freshmen contending like he's now going to be contending. 2004, Adrian Peterson finished second to Matt Leinart. Marshall Faulk, his great 91 season, was ninth behind Desmond Howard. Herschel Walker, probably one of the most legitimate guys that could have won the award, finished third back in 1980. It just isn't common to see first-year players contending the way he will be in these last few weeks of the season to win this award.
All right, in your eyes, Bobby, has Manziel passed K-State's Colin Klein in the Heisman race?
Well, no, for all the reasons that Joe Tessitore just said. And again, like earlier when we were picking the defense, it's not a knock. If anything, it's just talking about how every reason that Joe Tessitore gave makes all the more impressive that this young man is not only being talked about this late in the season, but being talked about with even more sense of urgency. He belongs in New York. He belongs in the discussion. But your specific question was, has he passed him? And I say no. You've got a Kansas State team that in all likelihood is going to be the number one team in the country, and a quarterback who has done everything that's been asked of him. Johnny Manziel did something spectacular today. Has it helped his stock in the discussion and is worthy of that, but I don't think he's passed Colin Klein in the Heisman race. He may before the year's out, but not right now. Let's get to the last story.
Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, according to our own Chris Broussard, sources close to Phil Jackson say they can't imagine his deal with the Lakers not working out, and Phil likes that Lakers team that's currently on the floor. Well, that's not to like about the team on paper, but he's also reporting Jackson wants increased control of basketball operations. Bobby, do you like Phil returning, and would you give him increased power if that's what it takes to sign him?
Yes and yes. I mean, I do. You know, we had Jeannie Buss, his longtime girlfriend, on the show about maybe 18 months, 2 years ago, and she talked about how, because he does the Zen Master stuff, and he talks about a lot of things, people don't realize how competitive he is. And that was true through the very last day he coached. And I think that's still true. I think that's what he found out. The fire's still in his belly. He knows the landscape in L.A. The fans would welcome him back with open arms. He likes the team by all accounts. He's not going to get a long-term deal because he's not in it for a long term. So give him a chance to oversee it if that's what it takes. This is the guy they want. It's the guy the fans want. It's the guy Kobe wants. It's the perfect fit for them. If the question was if that's what it takes to get him, I say yes, give him that power and bring him back in the fold. I think the Laker fans and Laker faithful would be pleased. And that's our VCAP for tonight.
VCAP.
The V Show on ESPN Radio. Our discussion has elicited some great texts and comments earlier in the show about the system that has an Alabama team from a great conference. If they have one loss, are they more worthy to be in the championship game than one of the undefeated teams that are left? And you can make a compelling case on either side. And the fact that you can, to me, underscores why the system, how they determine a champion, is inherently flawed. But we'll get some more thoughts on that, share some more of our analysis of how it lays out as we talk college football next here on ESPN Radio.
Attention homeowners. If your home has lost value and you now owe more than your home is worth, please listen carefully to this very important message. If you purchased a home or refinanced your loan before June of 2009, Quicken Loans may now be able to help you refinance at today's incredibly low interest rates, even if you owe more than your home is worth. This is Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I want to let you know that on September 14th of this year, the government announced changes that may allow you to refinance even if your home has lost value. So if your current mortgage is higher than 3.99%, please call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN. Even if you owe more than your home is worth, you may now be able to refinance at today's incredibly low rates. Again, if you've been unable to refinance because you owe more than your home is worth and your rate is above 3.99%, call 800-QUICKEN now and let us help you take advantage of this unique opportunity.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
84 down to Monday night. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. Top-ranked Alabama needed only a win on Saturday to secure the SEC West Championship and continue down the road, leading to a second straight national title appearance. Unfortunately, for the defending champs, they hit a stumbling block as they hosted number 15 Texas A&M. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards, rushed for 92 more as the Aggies built a 20-0 lead in the first quarter and hung on to upset Alabama 29-24, handing the Tide their first loss of the season. Bama head coach Nick Saban.
Their offense is a very difficult offense to stop. We didn't start out very well defensively, giving up 20 points the first 3 times they had the ball, and we probably, dug a ditch that we couldn't quite dig out of.
A crushing blow came with under 2 minutes to go, and A.J. McCarron was intercepted at the goal line on 4th down. So Kansas State, they took advantage. The second-ranked Wildcats are 10-0 as they beat TCU 23-10. Heisman hopeful Colin Klein rushed for 2 touchdowns. On ESPN HD at this hour, Oregon has just scored again. Marcus Mariota with 3 TD passes as the Ducks at 9-0 are leading at Cal 31-17 in the third quarter with about 5 minutes to go. Notre Dame goes to 10-0 after the Fighting Irish won at Boston College 21-6. Louisville ended their first loss of the season at Syracuse 45-26. Georgia clinches the SEC East title 38-0 at Alabama. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. Jelani Jenkins returned a blocked punt for the game winner with only 2 seconds to go. So the Gators avoid the upset there. LSU 37, Mississippi State 17. Stanford beat number 11, Oregon State 27-23. And as we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the gig. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in a couple of days. According to a source, the Lakers will interview Mike Dunleavy on Sunday. Over to the NBA in overtime now. Nuggets and Warriors all tied at 86.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday. Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
The V Show on ESPN Radio. Here's your host, Bob Valvano.
So Alabama goes down at home against Texas A&M. And that has elicited and been the trigger for lots of emails and texts and calls. And if you're just joining us, we had a lively first hour largely centered around the discussion about, okay, what do you do now? Exactly. And the people, SEC fans and SEC, devotees who will articulately explain this is a league that is so good that if you have one loss in it, it's ridiculous to think you're not worthy of a national championship. Just a coherent, cogent, legitimate argument. but also one that discounts too much in my mind the thought that a team that goes undefeated in other good conferences, and in Big 12, which is very good, and Pac-12, which is very good, a Notre Dame team that for some reason elicits irrational dislike from a segment of the population, you're going to have to leave two of those teams out if you put Alabama in, and even one if you leave Alabama out too. So a system that makes it, that is designed to do that, is very difficult for me to completely embrace, and that's my point. And that's where we start as Alabama went down. And we'll continue talking about it and get your thoughts. You're welcome to weigh in. Text us 73776. You can follow us on Twitter at ESPN VShow. Try and work your comments in. But Nick Saban, Alabama's head coach, talked a little bit about how, frankly, this was a game where Texas A&M flat out beat them on this evening.
Their offense is a very difficult offense to stop. We didn't start out very well defensively, giving up 20 points the first three times they had the ball, and we probably, dug a ditch that we couldn't quite dig out of.
Gracious comments from Nick Saban after the game. Talked to him earlier about how his team, didn't play their best game and some of their struggles, but gave Texas A&M their due. And their terrific quarterback, Johnny Manziel, who has played himself very much in the discussion as a freshman, even in the Heisman. I don't think there's any question about that. And so, you're looking at a game where Texas A&M is not considered by many a legitimate chance to beat Alabama. Alabama was a pretty decisive favorite in this game. I thought they were favored by too many points. I did say that on my local show on ESPN 680 in Louisville. But the fact is, I was surprised they won the game, but not shocked. And here's why. And here's my argument about why the playoff structure is better. A playoff is better. Again, I never argue taste. We had a very intelligent caller last hour say he likes the fact that they pick the two best teams, put them in, and however you determine those two, and not everybody's going to be in agreement, but you get the majority deciding these are the two best teams, and they play. And in college basketball, he said that isn't always the case, and listed a bunch of teams that their regular season was clearly not one of the two best regular seasons, and they play their way to the championship, and he finds that less satisfying. I will never argue taste. If that's your opinion, and that's a matter of taste, as I said, unless it's something that's immoral or unethical, I'll never argue that your taste is different or worse than mine, but I contend I can at least articulate why I don't agree with it, because I look at the National Football League. If you use that criteria, the Giants wouldn't have even been involved in the discussion last year. And yet, when they won it, is there anybody who looked at that and said, well, they're not worthy champions? But you say, okay, well, that's the pros. How about in college? Well, I'll go you one better. How about when UConn won the men's basketball championship with Kemba Walker a few years ago, ran the table in the Big East tournament, and then continued it through in the national championship? They had to win all 5 games in the Big East tournament and then go win 6 in the NCAA tournament. They won 11 games against quality opponents. There's no debating they played a lot of quality opponents in there. Is there anybody who thinks that was not a worthy team to win the championship? Well, that's the analogy I look at college football right now. I mean, forget about Alabama being out of the mix. How about if you're Texas A&M? Texas A&M is the 7th best team in the country according to the Sagarin ratings going into this game. Now, after winning this, they'll probably climb a little bit higher. If they beat Alabama in Alabama, let's say there was an 8-team playoff, and right now, if you take the 8 best teams according to the Sagarin ratings, they would have been one of them. They went on then and won 3 games against the likes of, these are all the other teams that are in the top 8 in the Sagarin ratings in college football: Alabama, Kansas State, Notre Dame, Oregon, Florida, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and South Carolina. That was going into action tonight. They win 3 games against any 3 of those other 7 teams, and then a regular season that included a win over Alabama. Would you think that they were not worthy champions? I mean, I wouldn't. I think I'd be perfectly content with that. So that's why I prefer a playoff, and that's why I think most of us look at the other playoffs and don't walk away and feel the Giants shouldn't have been the champions last year. Yeah, yes, they were. Yes, they should. They went on the road, won all those games, and earned it. This is the V Show on ESPN Radio. Bob Valvano with you. I was listening earlier to College Game Day, and the boys were talking about this, and Trevor Maddich and Brian Russillo and Brad Edwards talking about Derek Dooley. They lost again today at Tennessee. They lose to Missouri at home. That could seal his fate. I don't know. But listen to this discussion, and then I want to make a point, because as they made it, it struck me about how really the landscape has changed, and not for the better in some ways, as we assess our college teams. Here are the boys. Listen.
Guys, we know the story here with Derek Dooley in Tennessee. We looked at, all right, can he get one of these wins in conference play? They're 0-5 in the SEC, 3 straight years. Everybody seems to think he's going to get fired. Let me just ask it this way. Are you 100% certain that he's either gone or coming back?
No, I'm not 100% certain either way. Now,
which way would you bet?
It looks bad. It looks bad, and if I had to bet right now, I would say that he's not back because I think one more slip-up, and it's definitely the end. But the 5 teams they've lost to in SEC play are all really good. They have an amazing overall record. And now probably their 3 weakest conference opponents will be the last 3. So they have a chance to have a respectable ending. We know their problem this year has been defense. They've been able to score plenty of points to have a very good record right now. The defense has let them down.
Brad, you're right about that. They, in losses, scored 35 points against South Carolina, lost the game. Scored 31 against Mississippi State, lost the game. Scored 44 against Georgia, lost the game. And so this is with a new defensive coordinator, Sal Sunseri, that came in. And so, how much of this do you put on the head coach? How much of this do you put on a new defensive system and personnel group with guys that were recruited for a 4-3 now playing a 3-4? And I think this is going to be really come down more to emotion and the passion of the fans to make a change more than any other single thing, because you can make a case both ways.
One of the other things it comes down to is, do they have a guy they think is a better coach than Dooley that they're pretty sure will take the job? Because that's a risk you always run when you fire your head coach. If you don't know who the next guy is and you think you're going to get somebody and you don't get them, you could end up in worse shape than you were.
I'm telling you right now, this is not based on any information. They may have a new D coordinator next year, but I'm not certain, even at 7-5 and no exciting win there for Tennessee, that Dooley would be gone. All right, I know some people seem to think, it just feels like today, anybody that has a bad season, they've been there 2 or 3 years, they're just supposed to get fired no matter what.
That was, when he said that, I sat up in the car where I was listening, and I was like, you know what? That is absolutely the truth, and it is something we've accepted now as something that's right and proper. And I contend that sometimes, because money has driven the bus so dramatically now, athletic directors at these places are so driven by the football money. And I understand you're paying customers. I've seen the prices you guys have to pay for tickets at big-time football programs. It's not cheap. And so if you vote with your wallet and stay home, then they will make a change, and that's your right as a fan. But I sometimes wonder if you're not if doing it that way is counterproductive, actually, to the overall health of the program. Because that's exactly the right point there. If you take a more in-depth analysis, they're scoring points at a very impressive rate against teams that are in arguably the best defensive conference in the country. Doesn't mean you don't have to tweak things. Maybe they changed the way they were playing, new coordinator. Maybe you have to make another change there. But the chances are, if you change a coach, and he came in and obviously then brought his own coordinator and wins 5 games next year. And everybody says, wow, that's wonderful. See, that's why we had to get rid of the old guy. I contend you might have been able to keep the old guy. He would have won 5 games. He could have made the changes himself. And in other areas wouldn't make you take a step back because there would be some continuity. And that's a big deal to programs as they go forward. I think sometimes we have too quick a knee-jerk reaction and fans just expect it now. And especially, God forbid, one bad year. You can't have one misstep now. I don't know when we started to accept that as part of what has to be the landscape in college football, especially in a league like that, where you have just a tiny bit of a wiggle. It's like getting out of the draft at Talladega. It's restrictor plate racing. You're going to watch everybody in the league go sailing by you. So I don't know. It doesn't mean, again, I'm not suggesting everybody should keep their jobs forever. There are some coaches who should be replaced. They're bad fits for the time or whatever they may be. But I do think his point at the end was so right on. Now, one bad year, if you've been there for a couple of years, there's just the mindset, he's got to go. And I'm not sure that that's always the best approach in college football, frankly, in any sport. Speaking of coaches, the Lakers had to make one of those changes. And why I would contend, though, that's even though it was just 5 games in, that one did make a little bit more sense. Brian Kamenetsky will talk to us about what's going on with the Lakers as Mike Brown is dismissed 5 games in. And not to be, again, contradictory, but I think the circumstances there were different enough where I can understand that, even though Mike Brown, a great guy by most accounts, a hard worker. I think maybe even in this short tenure in this year, it might have been the right move. We'll examine it with Brian Kamenetsky next here on the V Show on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is going to get worse, much worse. Seizure of property, bank levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. And if you owe the IRS back payroll taxes, chances are you will be visited at your home or business by an IRS agent. Don't become paralyzed by fear. Take action now. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help. Our team of experienced tax attorneys can get you protected, stop collections, and negotiate a permanent settlement with the IRS and state, potentially saving you thousands of dollars. At U.S. Tax Shield, our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. No games and no tricky upsells. That's why we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied clients. Put an end to your torment. Get protected. Get the Shield. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 800-226-8184. That's 800-226-8184. 800-226-8184.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com. Try it free, promo code Colin.
It is, in fact, the V Show on ESPN Radio. Bob Valvano with you. Thank you for spending some of your weekend hours with us. ESPN Radio and the V Show is presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot even if you have insurance with another company. See how much you can save before you switch. Only at Progressive. Check it out at Progressive.com. You know, Mike Brown, by all accounts, never met him. I always give the disclaimer. And in the basketball community, that's a little rare. I'm not saying that like, wow, but it's just true. The million ways to cross paths with guys on the collegiate and the NBA level. Never had reason to cross paths with him. But he seems, by all accounts, to be a very nice man and a very hard-working guy. And I'm not one that's a coach vulture, always looking to try and get some guy replaced. But I do understand. I said earlier I couldn't believe they would make a change 5 games in. But I think one of the reasons they would is because, as Magic Johnson tweeted out, he's a very nice guy, Mike Brown, but I said right from the start, I don't think he was the right fit for this team, and I think that is at the core of this. The Lakers are a unique job, and Brian Kamenetsky covers them with Land O'Lakers at ESPN.com, and he joins us right now via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Brian, how much of that is true, that this is the guy that didn't come with the accepted Laker pedigree? And I'm not saying that negatively, I'm just saying that's the truth. And so even in the short time he was there, he couldn't really get a foothold. How much did that play into this?
It was a huge factor from the moment he arrived. I mean, he was absolutely kind of pushing that rock up the hill from day one. And the credibility issue, the question of whether or not he could stand up to a star like Kobe Bryant, that was the big problem from day one, based on a lot of how things ended up when he was in Cleveland with LeBron James, and the perception that he didn't really handle LeBron well. And, you know, I think you're right. I mean, he was not a popular hire in L.A., which matters. He was never really accepted by the fans, which matters. He didn't look good in front of cameras, which matters. And it's not to say, I mean, he is quite possibly the nicest guy I've met in sports. I mean, he really is that wonderful a person. But that doesn't really matter. That's not what he's being paid to do. And so culturally, it was never really a great fit from the jump.
Well, and the other side is they haven't exactly dazzled on the court. I mean, that's the other thing. You could forgive almost all the other stuff. But, even though they were preseason games, I mean, they lost 8 consecutive. They were the only team that didn't win a preseason game. There's never been a team in the history of the league that's gone winless in the preseason and won the championship. And then they win but one of their first 5 games. That's a combined 1-12. Fans don't like that.
and go back to the end of the Oklahoma City series at the playoffs last year. It gets even worse. And where I think he was particularly bad with this team, because for all the talk of the Princeton offense and the hand-wringing over that and what they were doing in the system, they were actually, I believe, a top 5 team in offensive efficiency before they played a horrible game in Utah earlier in the week. But Mike Brown got the job because he showed up and sat down in front of Mitch Kupchak and Jim Buss with a binder of, thick with plays and about what he was going to do to fix the team's defense, which was seen as the great failing in the last year or two of Phil Jackson. And that was what he was going to do. And you know what? They were a worse team last year on the defensive side than they were the year before, and they were even worse this year. So that was his calling card, and even that wasn't working for him. So when you put it all together, they just weren't playing well.
Yeah, Brian Kamenetsky's with us here on the V Show on ESPN Radio, talking about the Lakers situation. It, by most accounts, is Phil's job to turn down. They're working out some things. What's the landscape right now as you see it?
As everyone seems to believe that, like you say, it is Phil Jackson's job to turn down. And he's going to take a day or two to figure it out, maybe a little longer. There are reports already out that he's contacted the staff, and the only guy from that staff that he had, and there was a group of guys that was with him for a long time, that would be unavailable, it would seem, would be Brian Shaw in Indiana. But Frank Hamlin is not working, and Kurt Rambis is doing TV in Los Angeles and with ESPN, and Jim Clemens is back from China, and he's available to work. Chuck Person, sort of be the last holdover. He was on Mike Brown's staff. So the band is there and can be put back together Blues Brothers style if they need to. I think it's just a question of Phil really truly figuring out, 100% that he's ready and able and wants to take a job, not for this year, but what seems like it would be for 2 years.
He is a guy that, downplays it in a lot of ways, but I believe as well he should. At this stage in his life, I mean, I think unless he squandered his money, he's financially in good shape. He seems pretty happy. He's got a lot of interests other than basketball.
He's become like the most successful commercial pitchman from any former coach I've ever seen.
That's
true. Got all that commercial money.
But having said that, I think he's part of him. I wonder how much he worries about tarnishing his legacy. I mean, I think anybody who wants to come back, like Michael Jordan going to play baseball and then playing with the Wizards, fine, that's his business. So if he wants to coach, I don't begrudge him, and I don't say, please don't come back. But I wonder if he thinks about that, because I'm not sure they're going to, I don't think he's got a magic wand, and especially without training camp, if he only signs for 2 years, this year is going to be difficult to reclaim the whole thing. And then are they going to be championship caliber within 2 years? If he comes back for 2 years and makes 2 first-round exits in the playoffs, I mean, how much is that, worth coming back for?
I think there's a concern there, and I imagine that he believes that this is not a first-round or second-round or even a Western Conference Finals caliber team, or he wouldn't even consider the job. But I think the bigger issue isn't so much how far can he get the team, but what kind of investment can he make of himself? Because the last season that he had in Los Angeles, quite frankly, was not up to Phil Jackson's standards that he'd set over the course of the season. It was a bad year, from sort of a mojo standpoint. The team was never really cohesive. Kobe Bryant's knee was banged up all year. But Phil he wasn't entirely there. He had to be coaxed back for that final season. Kobe Bryant, really pushed him hard to come back, and you got to remember they were going after a three-peat. It was their 4th consecutive finals appearances and all that. It wasn't a good year for him. And I think more than worrying about how far he can get the team this year, it's whether he would look bad by coming back and not being able to do the kind of job that he expects of himself. I think if he believes the answer to that question is yes, he'll come back and let the chips fall where they may. If the answer is no, and that may be what he's thinking about, that could keep him from taking the job.
All right, we literally only have 30 seconds. If he says no, is Mike D'Antoni the fallback plan?
I think, as far as I can tell, he is the only other guy on the list that they really want to go after. I mean, I'm not as far inside as some others, but that appears to be the case.
And it would make sense. Obviously, Kobe knows him from the Olympic team, and Steve Nash loved playing for him, and so maybe that's the way it'll play out. Hey, Brian, thanks so much for the update. We appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you. Anytime.
Brian Kamenetsky. Land O'Lakers, as the Lakers and their high-profile coaching situation evolves with Phil Jackson. Is he in or is he out? We shall see, and where the Lakers go from here after a difficult start to the season. Joe Fortenbaugh, National Football Post, joins us next to break down this weekend in the NFL. It's the B Show on ESPN Radio.
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you can donate it to Heritage for the Blind. Your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-814-2162. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It will be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a nonprofit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car, and as a special thank you, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-814-2162. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher for donating. Call now, 1-800-814-2162. That's 1-800-814-2162.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit USO.org/ESPN.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere, even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work on any file. Go to My PC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com. Try it free. Promo code Colin. Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
84.
ESPN Radio Sports Center. I'm Neil Jackson, defending national champion Alabama, who has been number one almost the entire season, fell for the first time Saturday after getting upset by number 15 Texas A&M at home, 29-24. The Aggies, led by Johnny Manziel, had a 3-touchdown advantage in the first quarter, then hung on as the Crimson Tide rallied to make the game close. A.J. McCarron nearly pulled off a second straight comeback, but his fourth down pass at the goal line with a minute and a half to go was intercepted. Kansas State goes to 10-0 after the Wildcats beat TCU 23-20. Colin Klein rushed for 2 touchdowns on ESPN HD at this hour. Fourth quarter, and the Oregon Ducks looking to move to 10-0. Looks like they will. They are beating up on Cal in Berkeley 45-17. The Ducks have scored at least 30 points now in 23 straight games, a new FBS record. Number 4, Notre Dame on the road to take on Boston College, where the Fighting Irish, coming off their triple overtime victory past Pittsburgh, look to maintain its national title hopes.
Wilson, 14 of 19 for 177 yards and a touchdown. He's passed for 1, scored, and Nicholas, he's run for 1. Wilson rolls out to the near side. Has time, goes to the end zone, open receiver, touchdown Notre Dame, John Goodman.
On Cricky on the Notre Dame IMG Sports Network, Everett Golson accounted for 3 touchdowns as Notre Dame beat Boston College 21-6 and improved to 10-0. Louisville suffered their first loss, this one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20, LSU a 37-17 win over Mississippi State. Wisconsin beat up on Indiana 62-14 as the Badgers clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. Here's the latest on the Lakers' search for a replacement for the fired Mike Brown. A source has told ESPN LosAngeles.com Phil Jackson, who was considered the front runner for the coaching vacancy, met with members of the Lakers front office on Saturday, and if the Hall of Famer is in agreement to return under the right conditions, his deal would be likely for 2 years. ESPN's Chris Broussard tells us that Mike D'Antoni had a telephone interview with the Lakers on Saturday, and Mike Dunleavy gets his shot on Sunday. From the NBA tonight, now in double overtime at Golden State, Warriors and Nuggets. Warriors up 98-96.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern. Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern. And then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
TV show on ESPN Radio, like all of you, get ready for a big weekend of NFL football, and our guy who helps us break it down does it for the National Football Post and has been with us before. It's always a pleasure to catch up with Joe Fortenbaugh, who joins us now via the Subway First Take Hotline. And Joe, let me start by games that you wrote about for the National Football Post, about some games that the spread changed dramatically in the course of this week. And let's talk about a couple of them. One of which was the New York Giants, who started at -6 and now is, I believe, laying 4 on the road in Cincinnati. Give us some interesting, your insight into this game. I know 2 is not a lot. There are some others that changed a lot more. We'll get to that. But obviously the Giants at 6-3, what a difference it makes to go into their bye week at 7-3 as opposed to 6-4. So what do you make of this, and why the change in the spread so dramatically?
I'm glad you brought up the bye week, Bob, because that's the big, that's the big factor here, I think, with this line dropping the way it has. Open 6, it's now as low as 3.5 here in Las Vegas. And think of it like this. Teams that are entering the bye week this season are 6-18 against the spread this year. They're not having a lot of success when they walk into vacation. This is also a non-conference game. The Giants are on the road. So there's a lot of factors here that I think a lot of the gamblers take a look at and think Cincinnati might be the right play. But at the same time, Cincinnati was supposed to be the right play last week hosting Denver, who was coming across the country. That line dropped towards Cincinnati as well, and the Broncos ended up covering the spread. The bottom line is that Cincinnati's dropped 4 straight. They haven't covered in 4 straight. They look pretty poor right now as a football team, both home and on the road. And I think that despite the fact that teams heading into the bye have struggled this year, the Giants are coming off that Pittsburgh loss, and I think that negates the fact that they might struggle this week. I think they come out with a strong effort here because they realize the NFC East is theirs. Philly and Dallas play this weekend. One of them's got to lose. Washington struggling. Good opportunity for New York to get a big win going into the bye week and then kind of firm up their grasp on the NFC East.
All right, so Joe kind of going against the way the line has moved there. How about this one? You've got to go back. I'm quoting you here. I'm not going to pretend I knew this. I'm quoting your column. You have to go back to December in 2008 to find the last time the Saints were underdogs in their own building, and yet they are. Not only are they, but the line went from Atlanta at -1.5 to 2.5, which means obviously the people did not think that the Saints were getting enough points to bet on their side. They were betting the Falcons. So obviously people think that something hasn't happened since 2008 is right on the money. They should be underdogs there. What do you make of this line in this game?
Well, again, this is one I'm probably going to go with the line here and jump on the Falcons. The Saints, this is not the team we remember them. You know, they used to dominate down at the Voodoo Dome in New Orleans. That's not the case this year. They lost the opener to Washington. They lost there to Kansas City, who hasn't beaten anyone else. And you know what? Monday night was a solid performance against Philadelphia. Don't get me wrong. But we can't forget the fact that this is the worst defense in the NFL. Just because they limited Philadelphia, who's banged up along the offensive line, who commits way too many turnovers, who ranks, I think, 30th or 29th in the league in scoring at about 16.6 points per game. I'm not going to put a lot of weight on that. Short week for New Orleans. It's a familiar divisional opponent. You know they're going to get up for this game. They're going to want to knock out the Falcons. But when you got Julio Jones, Tony G, and Roddy White, and you can still run the ball a little bit with Michael Turner, I don't know how that New Orleans defense is going to stack up against Atlanta and be able to slow them down. Conversely, I think Atlanta's defense is going to be able to generate enough stops to widen the gap here and give Atlanta the win. So I like the Falcons in this game as a road favorite. I know it's a tough spot to get a win, but they would love nothing more, despite the fact that they're undefeated, to be able to kind of put that final nail in the coffin on the division rival Saints.
Joe Fortenbaugh breaking us down. We're breaking it down for us from the National Football Post here on the V Show on ESPN Radio. Another game that I think is really interesting because Denver is rolling along. There's been lots of discussion about Peyton Manning's numbers are comparable to some of his best days in Indianapolis already in his short time, just now going into his 9th game as a member of the Denver Broncos. And yet there's reasons to think that there's red flags on this game. And the way you refer to it is this is looking to be a situational play for the Sharps with Denver going to Carolina, a 2-6 Carolina team, and Denver laying 3.5 points. But you think, the Sharps, quote unquote, are perceiving this as a good play to take the points with Carolina. Are you? How do you evaluate it?
It's a game, personally, that I would stay away from solely because of the fact because I see where the line is moving. You know, the early money comes in on Carolina, and I think there's a combination of factors here that have contributed to that. Number one, this is back-to-back East Coast road games for the Broncos. They're at Cincinnati last week with the early start at 1 p.m. Now they're at Carolina for the early start. This is a non-conference opponent, and it's 1 week before a divisional showdown with San Diego. So situationally, not a good spot for the Broncos. That's why you're seeing some money, in my opinion, coming in on the Carolina Panthers. But you know what? Peyton Manning last week, it was the same thing. When he went to Cincinnati, the line was moving against them there too, and they ended up covering that game and pulling that one out. So the way I see it, it's one I would generally, if the situation wasn't so bad, I'd be jumping on the Broncos. But because of what we're seeing in the game next week with San Diego, I would go ahead and just stay away from it because I really don't like Carolina in this spot, especially after watching what Eli and some of the other quarterbacks have done against this defense. They've struggled this year, and Peyton Manning's been cooking as of late. He's been rolling up some big numbers. Tough to bet against him at this point in the season.
Two games I want to ask Joe Fortenbaugh about before he goes, one of which, when you see a line go from 3 points one way to completely going over the other way, that raises some eyebrows. Minnesota opened -3 against the Lions. Currently now the Lions are 2.5-point favorites. This game is in Minnesota. Why the swing? Do you think it's right? Where do you weigh in on this one?
You know, this is interesting because Minnesota, from a lot of people I talk to, they're one of the most overrated teams in football right now. The record looks good, but they haven't been doing all that well as of late. It appears, number one, that defenses have figured out whatever it was Christian Ponder was doing early in the season because his numbers have been dreadful the last few weeks. Number two, Percy Harvin, even if he's going to play, he is completely banged up. He is an integral part of that offense, scoring points and moving the ball down the field. On the other side, you got a Detroit team that's been covering spreads as of late. They've been winning. They look like they're starting to find their stride a bit. Big divisional matchup here. I think maybe the line came out just in the wrong spot because that thing got hammered, moved right to Detroit. And Detroit happens to be one of the most popular bets in the LVH Super Contest this week, which is a big handicapping contest held out here in Las Vegas every year. So I would lean to the Lions in this situation. Minnesota has not been impressive the last few weeks.
All right, in the last game, the marquee game of the week, the Texans and the Bears, this is one where the spread hasn't moved, but that's not why I want to ask you about it. I want to ask you because, as I said, it's the marquee game of the week. So where do you weigh in on that one, Joe? What are the storylines you're looking at?
You know, before the season started, this was what I picked for the Super Bowl. I had the Texans over the Bears. Both teams have been playing very well. But if you look at this game, it opens about 1.5 or 2 with Chicago as the favorite. It's down to 1 right now. I look at Houston, and I know they're traveling on the road, but this is the most balanced team in the NFL. They can throw the ball deep. They've got a capable quarterback and good wide receivers, good protection, and one of the best running games in the league. And then on the other side of the ball, they've got one of the best defenses in the business. Chicago has been outstanding defensively, and the number one reason you can give them for having such a great record this year is that they're plus 16 in turnover differential, which ranks them number 1 in the NFL. But I think if you're Houston, you spend all week preaching after what you saw happen in Tennessee, ball security, ball security, ball security. I think Houston plays a smart football game, and with that Chicago offensive line, and when you get pressure on Jay Cutler and he starts to struggle, I see Chicago's offense really having a tough time trying to generate and put up points, whereas Houston, I think they find a way to get some points up there, so I like them to win the game.
Wow, good stuff from Joe Fortenbaugh. Joe, it's always a pleasure. Come back and talk with us again soon. We appreciate it.
My pleasure as always, Bob. Thanks for having me.
I love breaking down the NFL. I had a big week last week, 5-1. So I'm having a pretty good handicapping year, thank you very much. 29-17. It's supposed to be 5 games a week, but for some stupid reason I took 6 last week, so I'll only take 4 this week. But you always get to pick one, your favorite game, one game against the spread in the National Football League, and we keep track all year, and we will see which city is the best as the V-Show's Blind Stabs in the Dark rolls on. You give us a call, 1-888-SAY-ESPN, 1-888-729-3776. Give us the one winner of the game. Don't just say the team. Give us a little 10-15-second reason why, and then we will keep, as we said, a running tab all year long and tell you what the standings are. I'm going to do it in more detail, but I'll give you a little list of the top cities right now as it stands. If you don't get it on a phone, you can text it to us as well, 73776. We'll include those as well. So the V-Show's Blind Stabs in the Dark, one pick against the spread in the National Football League. It's coming up next here on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit USO.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style? Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five, then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets cold. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
This is the V Show on ESPN Radio. Blind stabs in the dark.
Roadhog! There we go.
Roadhog! Here's Bobby V.
It's getting to be like, this is a reference for only very older listeners, and I don't care, so you just deal with it. Not everybody listening's 12. There's an old sitcom, one of the great sitcoms of all time, called The Dick Van Dyke Show, which was shown, it's on Netflix now. It was shown for a long time on Nick at Night, I think. And the opening credit, he comes in the door, and he used to walk in. He was a big physical comedian, Dick Van Dyke, and as he's walking in, he pretends he doesn't see an ottoman, and he falls over it. And then in ensuing seasons, they set up the exact same opening. And when he got to the door and he started, you think you're going to see the same thing. And right before it, he jumps sideways and goes around it. And then they started to have some fun, and they would show it. You didn't know if he was going to fall or not. So that's like Neil. We don't know when the opening comes if he's going to yell Roadhog or not. It's very exciting. So
I'll tell you what.
After last week, no Roadhog. This week, back to Roadhog. So,
I got yelled at for that.
For not having Roadhog?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Well, you must have got texts and calls.
Calls. I had 2 carrier pigeons out of my front lawn. Crazy. So what do you guys want? Oh, I see.
And it affected you clearly because your pick did not work last week.
That's right.
Neil lost last week, so he's 4-5. I'm proud of the boys, though. They're doing right fine. By any means necessary, Stephen X won. He's 5-4, and Steve Young at Heart also won to go to 5-3-1. So he's got a half-game lead, but really very close. And I had a big week. I've already said 5-1 to get me to 29-17, and very, very happy about that. I'm only going to pick 4 games this week, so we're not going to use the dice, so I'll save us a little time. And I'm zipping open my case here to tell you who the affiliates that are right atop the standings. New York Milwaukee, Phoenix, Seattle, Baltimore, Las Vegas, Hartford, Chicago, Houston, Oklahoma City, and L.A. are among, and Toronto. Toronto's in there, but those are no particular order. Those are among the best cities right now, and you can help your city. 1-888-SAY-ESPN by making one pick against the spread. Giving us a little reason as to why you have made said selection. Okay, there we go. Let us get to the first order of business and get our first caller in as we head to Week 10 in the National Football League. Neil, who we got?
All right, hot off his pick of Atlanta last week, here's Brian in Toronto.
Brian, welcome in. Are you going? Is Atlanta your pick again this week? Where are you headed?
Bobby V, I'm riding with Atlanta again. Obviously, that New Orleans defense is putrid. I mean, they can't cover, they can't tackle, they can't rush the passer. Although their offense is still potent, but I think Atlanta's going to try and play a ball control game to keep Breeze and company off the field. So I look for Turner to have a good game, and also watch for Tony Gonzalez versus the Saints linebacker Curtis Lofton, who struggles in pass coverage. He was a former Falcon, and I remember he used to struggle in pass coverage against tight ends. So I think Tony Gonzalez, the ageless wonder, could have a big game.
All right, we will see. This is the last time the Saints have been underdogs in their own building was in 1998. So that gives you an idea how unlikely this is. But they are, in fact, underdogs there. And Mr. Bryan in Toronto thinks they're going to cover. What is that number right now? Do we have it here? I'm looking for it as we speak. It is
Atlanta.
By how many?
1, I think.
Is it 1 or 1.5? I don't know if it's a hook or not, but we'll find it. But anyway, you're taking Atlanta either way, so that's the first one in the books. Here it is. It's right here. It is Atlanta by 1. You got it. All right, where are we going next, Neil?
All right, we go to Jersey, and here's Chris.
Chris, I hope everything's okay with you and your family in the storm-ravaged Northeast there. What game are you picking for us?
Bobby, I'm going against your expert again this week, and I'm taking Cincinnati plus the points. Reason being, even though the Cincinnati Bengals are awful against the spread this year, the Giants in the last 2 years have not fared much better at 7-9 the last 2 seasons. This year going 3-2-2 against the spread. I expect the Cincinnati Bengals team to keep this game extremely close and hopefully pull it out for me.
All right, well, the fact of the matter is, as our expert did point out, Joe Fortenbaugh, a moment ago, teams are 6-18 in the week before going to the bye, and that fits the bill for the Giants. So, there's reason to have legitimate doubts about this as the Giants go to Cincinnati and are laying 4 in that one. All right, Neil, where next?
Okay, let's go to Nashville and talk to Matt.
Matt, welcome in. What game you got for us?
What's going on? I got what I consider the big game of the week. Atlanta and New Orleans. I'm going New Orleans, man. I've got to. I'm originally from Miami, so I've got to see my 72 Dolphins hold up for that perfect season. I'm going New Orleans by 3.
All right, good enough. Well, that would win you by 4 because you already had 1-0 in that one. All right, Neil, where's the next one?
We're going to go to New York, and here's Fran.
Fran,
hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, buddy?
Good. I hope your family's survived the storm. What do you got for us?
Yes, everybody's getting better here on Long Island. We did pretty good. My nickname is Frambo, like Rambo. So I'm a big Bears fan, but I'm going to go. I get to see the Jets every week, and I'm going to go Seattle big, only because the Jets, unfortunately, have 2 left feet, and they have 2 right hands. They don't know what to do.
That was my favorite analysis so far. 2 left feet, 2 right hands. That's not a good scenario for anybody. All right, if you didn't get in on the phone, and we don't get many phone calls, we'll take your texts, 73776. Make your pick there, 1 pick against the spread in the National Football League. Well, let's see what the boys got to say. And we start at the bottom of the table, although no ridiculing now. This guy won 4 years in a row, and he's 4-5 now. He's coming back. Yeah. He said he did road hog. That gets your head on straight. So, Neil, what do you got for us to start us out?
Well, Tampa Bay is at home, and I think San Diego is going to whoop up on the Buccaneers. I think the Chargers are getting 3, I believe.
They are.
Okay. I'm going to take those 3, and I don't think we're even going to need them. This is going to be outright game. I'm going out on a limb today.
So you are taking San Diego in Tampa Bay, and who are you playing for?
Well, let's play for our good friends in Milwaukee.
All right, Milwaukee's one of the leading cities. Good for you. All right, let's go now to, by any means necessary, Stephen X. What do you got for Steve?
I'm taking the Titans on the road against Miami. I think they're +6. So I just don't think the Dolphins are worthy of getting 6.
Laying 6, is that right? I'll take your word for it. All right, so you're taking Tennessee +6, and you're playing for whom?
I'll play for Nashville.
All right, good enough. All right, our leader Steve-O to be young at heart has got a half-game lead. What a pressure-packed pick. That was a little alliteration there. What game are you focusing on this week, Stephen?
I'm going to lay the points with Detroit, even with the bad number now at -3. With Minnesota just playing terribly and Detroit looking like they're getting at least their offense together, I think it's a good spot. Detroit rolls Minnesota in Minnesota, and I'll play for in the election year, Washington, D.C.
All right, good enough. So Detroit lane 3, an injured Minnesota team. Percy Harvin, iffy. We'll see how that plays out. Lions, the pick there for our leader, Mr. Young. All right, here are my 4 games here. I've gone back and forth on which of the fourth one to take here. I hate picking against the New York teams because I root for the New York teams. So the Jets are one of my iffy ones. I'll get back to that. But I'm taking Dallas over Philadelphia. These are 2 teams that are perceived as having bad years, and they are in some regards. But frankly, if you look at Sanger numbers, Dallas is the much better of these 2 teams. Philadelphia's horrible. Dallas has just had some bad breaks go against them, I think, and everybody gets caught up in the Jerry Jones discussion about having him step aside as the general manager. So even though they're on the road, Dallas laying 2.5, I'll do that. I am going to take New Orleans at home. I agree. I think this may be the week it ends for Atlanta, or we'll find out that they have a real legitimate chance to run the table. There's a reason New Orleans has not been an underdog at home since 1998. Maybe they'll lose the game by a point and cover because they're getting 2.5. So, what's that down to? Is it just 1? See, I was getting 2.5 when I made the pick on my show locally. I won't change. I'll still take New Orleans, though, at -1. I am going to take New England over Buffalo. Not a big fan of laying double-digit points in the NFL, but Buffalo is in the lower tier of... There's one tier of teams that are just really bad that you should never take. That's the Mel Kiper approach, and they're in that tier. So even though New England's laying 11, I'm going to do that. So that'll be my 3rd game. The 4th game, I hate to say it, but I think the Jets season is about to implode, and Seattle, for some reason, is not getting as much love as they deserve. They're laying 6. I'm going to take Seattle and lay the points there as well. So those are my 4 picks. No dice this week. Those are our 4 games. If you didn't make your pick via the phone, text it to us 73776, and we will include it. Our 3rd hour of the show is straight ahead. It's 3 with V, and that's coming up next here on the V Show on ESPN Radio. No, we don't have a close. We used to have a close for that. I thought we'd play a close, but all right, we won't play the close. I'll be the close. Oh, Magoo, you've done it again.
Oh, Magoo, you've done it again.
3 with V's next. Stick around. It's ESPN Radio.
I got to work on it.
You want to enjoy whiskey, but you don't want the whiskey burn. Well, what if whiskey wasn't hard to drink? What if it was easy? What if I told you it can be? Try the light, easy taste of Canadian Mist whiskey. Triple distilled and aged in oak on the shores of the Georgian Bay. So lighten up with Canadian Mist. This is going to be easy. Drink responsibly. Canadian Mist, blended Canadian whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
It says here this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, Badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payments, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Limitations can be a blessing, because when you have a gift, a physical gift especially, you're going to want to use it. Always been my issue with RG3. Oh, I know he's faster than Andrew Luck, but in the end, Andrew Luck's lack of relative speed is a gift. RG3 can run a 4.1840. Yeah, great. He's going to want to do that. He goes out running and gets absolutely popped.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
Where fans go for football. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. #1 and previously unbeaten Alabama crawled out of an early 20-0 hole against visiting Texas A&M and rallied to close the gap to just 5 points late in the final quarter. A.J. McCarron and the Crimson Tide were looking for a miracle on 4th down with under 2 minutes to go.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M. Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 1:36.
Call on the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield. McCarron intercepted, and the 15th-ranked Aggies hold off #1 Alabama 29-24. Elsewhere, 2nd-ranked Kansas State won at TCU 23-10, so the Wildcats go to 10-0. Colin Klein rushed for 2 scores. Oregon is 10-0 after thumping Cal in Berkeley 59-17. Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes. The Ducks have scored at least 30 points in 23 straight games, a new FBS record. Notre Dame's 10-0 after they beat Boston College 21-6. Louisville suffered their first loss of the season at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East with a 38-0 win at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU a 37-17 win over Mississippi State. Stanford knocked off number 11 Oregon State 27-23. Wisconsin 62-14 over Indiana. The Badgers clinched the Big Ten leaders division. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in a couple of days. According to a source, the Lakers will interview Mike Dunleavy on Sunday. From the NBA, in double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. It was San Antonio 112, Portland 109. In overtime, Charlotte got by visiting Dallas 101-97. Celtics over the Bucks in Milwaukee 96-92.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend, plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
To the V Show on ESPN Radio. Here's your host, Bob Valvano.
Allow me to pontificate for just literally a couple of minutes on two topics, one of which is just the personal sharing with you, and then the other is something that was an observation that some of you may have the same feeling about, and I'll start with that one because I think it speaks to a broader audience. We are faced on a somewhat daily basis with stories from the sports world that as fans we find at best annoying and at worst absolutely infuriating. That's just the nature of the beast. And whether it's greed, if you're a hockey fan right now and you don't even know if you're going to get to see your sport at all, this would be the second time. You don't have to be a very old person to remember when they lost the whole season 2005, and now they're on the cusp of at least losing a good portion of this one. Just think of the scandals that have gone on in the last 2 years in all walks of life. Olympic sports, professional sports, college so distraught at some of the scandals that have gone on. Legislation has been underway on many different fronts to try and crack down on some of the abhorrent behavior, and that's the way it is. And it's I took a recreation class in college once. I'll never forget. I was a communications major, so I wasn't a PE major, or not that there's anything wrong with that. My father was a PE teacher, but my point is it was not an athletic major, but I was taking this as an elective, and I'll never forget the professor made a great point. All those many years ago, he said, many of you are in here because recreation, you think, boy, that'd be great because I like to, play tennis or whatever it may be, go run a park, and I'd, manage the park and run tennis tournaments and things. He said, you have no idea how much more angry people will be with you over this than they will over business. Over business, they get a little frustrated and they roll their eyes, and if you're running a shop or something, they talk about their friends, the terrible service they got at Tom's Dry Cleaner or whatever, but they kind of understand it. They don't like to have their recreation messed with. That's sacrosanct to people. Don't mess with their weekends. Don't mess with their fun. And for most of us, sports is fun. It's an escape. It's a passion. And so it troubles us when we go. And there's one every day, literally every single day. And it's not because we're negative in the media. It's because, the sports world is made up of the same thing as any other walk of life. Goods, bads, and indifferent. And the bads get reported just as the goods do. But it's a long-winded way of telling you that, unfortunately, we, like I said, if you walk out of a bar and you look to your left and there's a guy sitting on the park bench reading a magazine, that's not really worth going home and saying, hey, when I left the bar, you know what I saw? Guy reading a magazine. If you walk out of the bar and you see two guys to your right hitting each other over the head with lawn furniture, you probably go home and would explain, you wouldn't believe what I saw when I left the bar. That's kind of the way it is with negative stuff. So it does get reported maybe disproportionately to how often it happens. We've been on the show. This is our third hour. We haven't yet mentioned the fact that I thought what Mac Brown did today was one of the classiest, most wonderful tributes I've ever seen in sports. I absolutely loved it. And when things like that happen, that's a reminder to me about why I like to watch the games and why they are important to me and why I don't apologize for making sports important to me. Those of you probably know Darrell Royal, the former Texas legendary coach there, passed away earlier this week. Mac Brown, the current Texas coach, got very, very close with Coach Royal. In fact, called him a second father, and opened the game today running a play out of the wishbone formation, which was, of course, popularized and run to masterfully when Coach Royal was there. And I thought that is absolutely perfect. Here's how it sounded.
The Longhorns will come out to line up in the wishbone. And now Robertson shifts in motion. They'll hand it to Jackson Shipley. It's a throwback to Ash. David looking downfield, looking for Daniels. He caught it. 40, 45, 50, and a first down. What a way to come out of the bone.
I get choked up listening to that. I actually got chills listening to it again. Fantastic. Sometimes we get all hung up in the millions of dollars and everything that's on the line, and we forget ultimately it is a game. And there's young people playing it, and there's wonderful people that have come through it, and the game goes on even after they go, but they leave their mark. And what a way to remember them. Mac Brown, tip of the hat to you. A wonderful, wonderful gesture to a guy whose mark in college football will always be remaining with a legendary career. I love that. Absolutely love that. Also, I'm on my way. I just wanted to remind you, for those of you who are regular listeners of the show, this is when it starts, although it gets really crazy after football ends. The V Show is one night a week until football's over, but basketball is underway. College basketball started yesterday, officially, the official games on the 9th. Starting tomorrow, I do Louisville games as well as the ESPN games, so I'll have a Louisville game right from that game, jump on a plane and go to Hawaii, part of the ESPN tip-off marathon. I am so proud to be part of that. I've been lucky enough to be part of it for about the last, I don't know how many years we've been doing it, but I think I've been part of it every year, and I get some of the offbeat games. I had a 10 a.m. game in Philly. This game will be, depending on where you are, it'll be 4 a.m. Eastern time, and I'm going to Hawaii. It'll be an 11 p.m. tip, Houston Baptist and Hawaii out there on Monday night Hawaii time, I guess, to Tuesday morning, and just thrilled to be part of it. So here's to whoever your team is, here's to a safe season for them and another great college basketball year. I'm eager and anxious to get going and looking forward to it. So hopefully I'll see some of our friends. I know we got some regular listeners in Hawaii. Hopefully I'll get a chance to see you guys when I get over the big puddle out there on Monday. All right, let us get to our third hour of the show, and it is 3 with V, and we start it right now here on ESPN Radio.
The top score, the top story, the top sound. It's 3 with Bobby V.
Well, we start with what has been a ongoing story. It's not finished yet, but the Lakers are looking for a new head coach, and that's where we begin.
The top story.
When you think about a Phil Jackson and coach who has won all those championships, you got to come with either somebody with a high-profile name who has won championships or somebody familiar with the Lakers and the Laker organization. But now they must turn to Phil Jackson. I mean, it's just I don't know if Phil wants to coach or not, but this team is built for a Phil Jackson coach team.
Magic Johnson talking about Phil Jackson. He was pretty candid. He tweeted out, Mike Brown's a wonderful guy, a great guy. Everybody says that, and I don't think they're lying. He's an admirable guy, a hard-working guy. But Magic said, I didn't think he was the right hire at the time, and he knows. There are some cities that are, unique means it's singular. So to say more unique is redundant, but I understand that in this case, it emphasizes the point that there is a special, an already difficult job is made even more challenging because of the history of the program and the type of place. And Mike Brown was an odd fit from the beginning, and so they do need to look elsewhere. And Phil Jackson may very well be that guy. I think he will be. I think they're working out staffing and what kind of input he has on personnel. But he's a competitive guy, more competitive than many people realize. And I think he'd like to come back. Our top sound is involved with a team that gets it done on the road, keeps their perfect record going, and is the source of debate about whether they should be playing for the national championship. The head coach for the Fighting Irish, Brian Kelly.
The top sound.
That sounds good. It's so hard to win football games week after week. Our guys battled today. They got a little frustrated defensively, but they hung in there, kept them off the scoreboard in terms of touchdowns, and, offensively we did enough to get by.
And that they did. And now they are lots of the discussion because you have a one-loss team from the SEC. You got 3 undefeateds going on, and somebody is going to have their feelings hurt unless the landscape changes in the next couple of weeks. We shall see, because it all changed thanks to this final call from the Aggie Sports Network and Dave South.
The top score.
Well, I don't think we have to stab it either. Mansell standing back there holding the ball by the referee. A&M did it. They just did it. You can look at the Aggie faithful on the sophomore side of the field and that Aggie band. Lightning in a bottle in Tuscaloosa.
Rather animated call with good reason as the number 1 Crimson Tide go down at the hands of Texas A&M. And the head coach for Alabama, Nick Saban, said, the season is not over yet. 2 of the 3 national championship teams that I coached, both lost a game. 2 of those teams lost a game. This team still has an opportunity to win the West, go to the SEC championship game, and have a chance to win a championship game. So there's still a lot for this team to play for, and a lot for them to set their mind to and recommit themselves to. He's absolutely right, and to me, this has been the theme of the show for me all program long. You make a case that a one-loss team from such a great league as the SEC should still be in the championship game. There's credibility to that. For me, it's more difficult to argue that a team that lost at home should be in over 2 teams from quality conferences, the Pac-12 and the Big 12, if both of them stay undefeated. So I think you can make a compelling argument that way. To me, it just underscores why the system of crowning a champion in college football, to me, is the most flawed. That's why everybody else uses a playoff. It makes more sense to most people. But again, if you prefer this, I never argue taste with you. But to me, today's proceedings may be dramatic, doesn't mean it's satisfying, at least to somebody like myself. And that is our 3 with V.
3 with V.
You can follow us on Twitter at ESPN V Show, and you also can text us 73776. Hit or Myth is coming up next. You can send us some that you might want to use. If you got one you want to call in, 1-888-SAY-ESPN. It's a statement that's either on the money. You can say, hit or myth. Oregon will be this year's national champion. Hit or myth, and then we tell you whether we think it's on the money and a hit, or bogus and it's a myth. Something like that. Something simple, straightforward, straight ahead. And that is straight ahead. It's hit or myth next on the V Show on ESPN Radio.
Good news, everyone. Lumber Liquidators wants to send you a free catalog of hardwood flooring options. Call 800-620-4480. See how you can buy the highest quality flooring for the lowest possible prices. Here's what some of our customers have to say.
I've installed a lot of hardwood floors, but this is the best bang for the buck.
Call in the next 10 minutes to get your free catalog.
I love Lumber Liquidators. I got quality products for less, and the online ordering was easy.
At Lumber Liquidators, we buy direct from the mills, and we pass the savings on to you. Call right now and get the floor guide and catalog absolutely free. It has hundreds of top quality flooring such as solid hardwoods, laminates, bamboos, and even Bellawood pre-finished flooring with a transferable 100-year warranty. Our catalog is full of tips, ideas, and our flooring project list to help you find the right floor for you. Call 800-620-4480 and get your free catalog. 800-620-4480. That's 800-620-4480.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Doing right now, we were going to go to Hit or Myth, but we were lucky enough to secure a few seconds to visit with Marcus Mariota, the quarterback for the Oregon Ducks, who had just another day in the office. A career-high 377 yards passing, tying a school record with 6 touchdown passes as the Ducks roll over Cal 59-17. And Marcus Mariota joins us right now via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Marcus, congratulations. A big day for you. Must be feeling good right now.
Well, thank you. You know, it was a big day for the offense.
Well, it was a big day for you, but I wanted to ask you about this. It wasn't just smooth sailing. It was a close game in the first half, and you guys had some injuries, including yourself. You had to leave the game for a little while. What happened?
It was just one of those things. I kind of landed funny, but, you know, Brian did a good job of just being ready and being prepared. And, you know, I think as a whole, you know, I think, you know, we all understand that we have to be ready at any moment in time, and I think that's a good job by Brian and the rest of the team.
You know, Marcus, you guys put up some video game-like numbers offensively. So every week you guys put great things up there. And so I think a lot of people think you kind of just go about your business. But, I mean, you still obviously have to game plan for, or do you? Let me ask that as a question. How much do you change what you're doing based on what you're seeing out of the defense? Or how much is it just the mindset, you know, we're going to come out and do what we do and you got to stop us?
You know, it doesn't matter what game we go into. You know, we have to understand that there's different defenses every week. So, you know, we prepare for that specific team, and you know, we just put a game plan together. The coaches do a good job of just making sure that we understand the game plan, and we just go out there and execute it.
What were the keys for you putting up the big numbers you did tonight? I know your teammates played well, but what did you see in the preparation for this game?
You know, we kind of knew going in that Cal was going to have to fill the box a little bit, and especially the way TENANT has been running. And you know, the guys up front did a good job of just giving me some time, and, you know, the receivers got open, and it was a big thing for us, and really it was a good offensive effort today.
I know that you're busy taking care of your own business, but your fans, somebody has to be scoreboard watching. You must have known Alabama was going down tonight. How much of that added a little bit of excitement to knowing that the possibilities are out there for you now?
You know, Coach Kelly, right before we headed to the stadium, you know, he had mentioned that, you know, Alabama had lost. And, you know, that kind of brought a sigh of relief to the room. And, you know, really, it just kind of made us motivated to understand that, you know, every game counts and you have to come out prepared. And, you know, it doesn't matter what you know, week it is or what game it is. It's all on the line. And really, you know, for us, it's outside influences. And, you know, really we just want to focus on you know, this week and Monday.
I was going to ask you, I'll let you one more question before you let Marcus Mariota go. 6 touchdown passes, 377 yards. Oregon wins 59-17. You still have a couple of challenging games to go. Do you talk about, hey, let's just keep calm here and stay focused? How much do you try not to get too wrapped up in the overall picture right now?
Yeah, you know, we just got to stay focused. You know, tomorrow, it starts tomorrow. We're going to watch the film, learn from our mistakes, and, you know, get ready for Monday and just take it one day at a time. And you know, when the season ends, then we'll pick up our heads in December and see where we're at.
Yeah, well, right now, there aren't that many mistakes. 59-17. There's a lot more good stuff than mistakes going on, Marcus, and especially with your performance tonight. Congratulations on a great game individually and a great team win.
Thank you.
And Marcus Mariota, how about that? 6 touchdown passes. He was knocked out of the game briefly. So was Kenyon Barner, by the way. But they have now extended the longest active winning streak in major college football to 13 games, and they are fun to watch. They absolutely are. 15. We had a call. Give me an idea how quick it changes. This is true. I mean, this is absolutely the truth. We were on the air, and we were talking about, who should be in the national championship game and the argument, and we've gone round both sides. My main theme, if you're just joining us, I think it's important to do that. If you're getting on the bus, you should know where we are, where we're going, is that the system still, no matter what, is unsatisfying to me. Even if you wind up with two, teams that you certainly don't argue being in the game or the game itself is entertaining. We've seen that sometimes, but it's still... It sticks in my craw because both sides that would make an argument here are right. Alabama in the best league in the country with one loss to not even have a chance to be, they may still be the best team in the country. I don't know. That's no knock on Oregon. I mean, that I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying their body of work is still pretty impressive. And the team they lost to is not too shabby. And my beloved Sagarin ratings, A&M is 7th in the country. And they'll go up now after winning this game. So, I mean, it's a good football team. But having said that, if you put Alabama in, you'd be leaving out a Kansas State team or an Oregon team, forgetting Notre Dame for the minute, and I'll get to them in a second. They're two quality conferences. They're not, I live in Louisville and have lots of good friends there. Great respect for Charlie Strong and the program. But if they'd been able to run the table, it would have been tough to make a case for a Big East team to play in the national championship game on this particular year. I mean, that's just the reality with the comparable strengths of schedules in the conferences. That's the truth. But one of these two teams, you go undefeated in the Pac-12, you go undefeated in the Big 12, and not to be playing for the national championship. How can you look at that system and say, well, that makes sense? It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. But I also understand, when you're in a great league, one misstep during the regular season shouldn't eliminate you. I mean, I use the example from basketball. When UConn was in the Big East and they were so good, they were sending 9 teams, 10 teams to the tournament. They were middle of the pack team, ran the table in the Big East tournament, ran the table in the NCAA tournament, won the championship. And I don't think there's a person walking the planet that says, well, they didn't deserve that. They won 11 straight games against some of the best teams in the country. Of course they deserved it. They earned it. So, and you don't have that. Could you imagine running the table in one of these leagues and not getting a chance to play? And as I said earlier about Notre Dame, they're such a polarizing team. There are diehard Notre Dame fans that, will fight you passionately about their team's credentials. And then there are others that look at it and say, hey, an independent team like that, no league, their schedule, how could they possibly be included in the discussion with those teams from those great leagues? What I would suggest is, frequently as is the case, the truth is somewhere in the middle. When people point out Notre Dame's schedule and the flaws, if you will, they point to the easiest games on the schedule and say, well, we don't get a chance to do that in our league because, our league is so good. And I'm not knocking them, but LSU played Towson earlier. I mean, these teams play some games that are not, if I pointed that way, wouldn't that be something ridiculous if I said that? Well, LSU doesn't have a good schedule. They play Towson. And no disrespect to our friends in Towson, Maryland. Always giving disclaimers. But I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. You skew it. Notre Dame's schedule is much better when you take the emotion out of it, which is why I like numbers and the Sagarins and all of that, because it makes sense to me to use some sort of an objective, tried and true way that's been proven in the past to be a pretty good barometer. And Notre Dame's schedule is better than than a lot of people give them credit for. So to me, the system is just very unsatisfying. But it is what it is, and Oregon's got to be pleased because one of the teams that were ahead of them just went down at home, and the Ducks went on the road and hung 59 on the board. And Marcus Mariota just joined us, the quarterback who had a brilliant day in that win for Oregon. This is the V Show on ESPN Radio. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All our guests appear via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. You can follow us on Twitter at ESPN V Show. And straight ahead, the business of sports, and there's a lot going on. Rick Haro joins us next. This is the V Show on ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hi, Todd.
Oh, hey, Samantha.
Do you want to be my boyfriend?
Oh, sure. Wow, I'd love to.
Great. Now give me your Subway steak melt.
My melt?
Yeah, I'm your girlfriend now.
I don't think this is working out.
Get your own Subway steak melt, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt, or the succulent, smoky chipotle steak and cheese. Get yours today. Subway. Eat fresh.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey there, Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the thin and light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more. Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday. StubHub! Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name. Hi, it's Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere, even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work on any file. Go to My PC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. The BCS national title picture was given a shakeup on Saturday as top-ranked Alabama fell at home to number 15 Texas A&M 29-24, handing the Crimson Tide their first loss of the season. The game was by far the biggest win for the Aggies in their first season in the SEC. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Alabama had a chance to pull this one out, but A.J. McCarron was intercepted with under 2 minutes to go, sealing the win for A&M. Number 3, Oregon, was in Berkeley Saturday night, and with Alabama losing, the Ducks had a chance to make their case for moving up to the top spot when the new BCS standings are released on Sunday.
Mariota, 2 receivers out to the left on 1st and goal. Give it to Marshall. Hesitation up the middle. Touchdown. Byron Marshall hesitated and waited for something to develop and gets the score.
The call on the Oregon IMG Sports Network, Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes as Oregon improved to 10-0 after beating up on Cal 59-17. Elsewhere, number 2, Kansas State. They're 10-0. They beat TCU 23-10. Notre Dame goes to 10-0. The Irish beat Boston College on the road 21-6. Louisville suffered their first loss of the season, this one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia secured the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU with a 37-17 win over Mississippi State. And it was Stanford beating number 11 Oregon State 27-23. Wisconsin 62, Indiana 14 for the Badgers. They clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. Here is the latest on the Lakers' search for a replacement for the fired Mike Brown. As sources told ESPN LosAngeles.com, Phil Jackson, who is considered the front runner for the head coaching vacancy, met with members of the Lakers front office on Saturday, and if the Hall of Famer is in agreement to return under the right conditions, his deal would likely be for 2 years. ESPN's Chris Broussard tells us that Mike D'Antoni had a telephone interview with the Lakers on Saturday, and Mike Dunleavy gets his chance on Sunday. From the NBA, in double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. San Antonio with a 112-109 win at Portland. In overtime, the Bobcats beat the visiting Mavericks 101-97.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern. Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern. And then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The V Show rolls on here on ESPN Radio. Bob Valvano with you. Thank you for spending some of your weekend hours with us. Our ESPN sports business analyst who joins us each week, Rick Haro, joins us right now via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. And again, I have to start because I can't get a feel for the landscape. My understanding is you seem to think that the NHL made some serious progress. Largely, my understanding again is the 57% of the hockey-related revenue that the players were taking, they're willing to reduce to 50%, but now the owners do not want to pay the players, I guess, the full value of their contracts, and what are they calling that, a make-whole thing, I think. And the players say, well, if you don't, the way you're structuring it, we're going to lose money. And I'm very surprised when players are willing to go from 57% to 50% that they still haven't been able to make a deal. Rick, what's going on? What's the latest?
Well, the bottom line is that we all thought that Gary Bettman and Don Fehr would patch things up, and the rhetoric would be, not that big a deal when you get down to short strokes. But Winter Classic gone. The revenue share hasn't been finished yet. Most people thought it would be. The make-whole is just part of the whole control thing. In 2005, we sat the season out, and everybody said, well, it's a real restructuring, and we're all right to do that. Now, nobody understands why we're getting into the second half of the season and risking the All-Star game in Columbus and the rest of the season as well. Molson, chairman, president, came out and said, if you guys don't get this done soon, we are thinking about suing, or we want some of our money back. NBC Sports guys, Mark Lazarus and his folks are really upset. There's a lot riding on settling, and it ain't happening.
Is this... anytime you have a labor negotiation, there's always going to be an element on both sides where it's about winning. But you made the great point. The last contract negotiation struck me as if it were about everybody kind of coming to terms with the fact that it really needed to be overhauled, and they were trying now to figure out what that overhaul, how the shape of that would look. This one, is not about that. So I get the sense that there is a large segment, maybe more of the owners, but I don't know, that it's about winning. Right now it's about winning this thing and not so much, I mean, what's that old saying, penny wise, pound foolish? Maybe they'll win, but in the interim or in the long pick term, rather, they're going to wind up damaging the game in enormous ways. Is it about ego right now, or to some degree?
Some degree. You know, when you look at the three leagues that preceded them last year, and remember, the NHL thought they would get things done easily, so they had a one-year mutual extension. They wanted to get out from under the controversies of baseball, basketball, and football, and they were known as the reasonable league. Well, all of those three leagues went through a major restructuring. Baseball got it done easily, but basketball 7 years, NFL 10 years. So any deal is a long-term deal, but I'm afraid the restructuring in 05 it doesn't have the same lofty purpose now, and so you may take a lot of people down with it. And, Gary Bettman had unanimous authority to impose a lockout, and there are a lot of people that say that unanimity needed also to cause the players some pain. That sounds like winning and losing to me.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well said. Rick Carr with us here, the sports business analyst for us on ESPN, here on the V Show on ESPN Radio. You've helped and consulted with and been part of so many cities that have done construction with sports arenas and arena authorities, and as part of a development program for revitalization of downtowns or whatever it may be. I ask you that because the Barclays Center in Brooklyn is, by all accounts, I've not seen it yet, but I've talked to now a number of people, including a bunch who did the Kentucky and Maryland game there last night, that just rave about it. They said it is absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. It's state-of-the-art. It's gorgeous, blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, since you've been involved in so many of these things, and the Nets have a high-profile owner that's telling people, we're going to win and we're going to have a championship in 5 years, if there are bad teams, no matter how gaudy the arena, what kind of a financial strain does that put on the projections as the people who put these things together to try and get these projects underway? So if the Nets are irrelevant in the playoff picture by February, how much of a damage will that be for that arena, do you think?
The numbers are built on the team not making the playoffs. That's the way the arena financing numbers are done at the Barclays Center. I know that for a fact, which doesn't relieve the pressure. It just says that the numbers beyond the playoffs are gravy, which is probably a good thing. And also, that building themselves, remember, they just signed the deal with the Islanders. So the Islanders are going to be another 10, which is going to add to the dollars. It's also going to be a development catalyst. So they're going to make a lot of money around the building. But listen, the Nets can't stink the way they've done the last 10 years just because it's not required for the financial visibility of the arena. It's an image issue. They got to turn it around. They got to play some good basketball. They frankly now have higher expectations in many ways than the Knicks do. The Knicks have the highest payroll. They're worth the most of any team. And guess what? They haven't been that good. The Jeremy Lin phenomena evaporated pretty darn quickly. And now the Nets have center stage, and they darn well better take advantage of it.
Let's speak of the NBA. The Sacramento Kings, who have been going through their own arena issues in Sacramento, while no one would suggest it happened on purpose, I don't think that would be a good thing. They had, from the Sleep Train Arena, they had a number of pieces of black tarp fall last week, and that reminds me when the Yankee Stadium literally started falling apart and the discussions about building a new stadium got accelerated. The Kings, this certainly comes at a time when they are 1 foot out the door. How much of that factors into it, if at all? What is the status? Where might they go? Where do you think they're going?
Well, the fact that the Malou family was up there in the rafters with a, large pair of scissors, might have something to do with this, too. Just kidding. Everybody's talking about the Malous having a deal with Kevin Johnson, the former point guard, now mayor. They did a handshake. No longer. They're talking about Anaheim. There's a problem of having a third team in the LA market, clearly. They're very much talking about Seattle. There's a rumor about Virginia Beach. I know your backyard, Louisville, wants an NBA franchise as well. The Kings seem to be that team that has the kind of movement hall pass right now. But David Stern doesn't like to move teams out of markets unless he absolutely has to. We're getting pretty darn close to that absolutely has to.
All right, and finally, the last thing with college football now today getting shaken up a bit. Alabama's lost. The landscape has some people scratching their head. Makes even more pressing the idea of a playoff system. 4 teams, then that playoff will kick in soon. Here's the interesting thing. ESPN made the first offer on TV rights for this thing, about $500 million annually. And so if you stretch that over the projected length of the deal, 10 to 12 years, that's about $5 or $6 billion. So, and my understanding is that this is way more than the college commissioners thought they would be getting. I mean, probably as much as almost 15% more. So, I mean, what does that say? ESPN, the one thing, as aggressively as they've gone after properties, they're not known for spending more than they're worth. I mean, what do you make of such a discrepancy behind the commissioners valuing this and ESPN's valuation of the thing?
Well, Bobby, you and I both know John Skipper and the ESPN Brain Trust are very, very, very scientific about their value. A lot of it also has to do with monopoly. You know, the Sun Bowl in El Paso is a CBS property, but almost everything else as far as postseason college football is the ESPN family of networks, and we all know there is a premium attached to that. But, you know, the bottom line is that they'll do anything to keep it away from the Foxes. NBC Sports Network, as you know, has some major capital because of Comcast. CBS may come out of left field. So you call this a preemptive bid in legal and business parlance. It just means a wad of money.
That's the way it works. It's all about a wad of money when you're talking sports in the landscape right now. Rick Horrow helps us break it down each week. Rick, it's always a pleasure, my friend. Travel safe. We'll talk to you next week.
Next week, man. See you.
The V Show on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, and all our guests, including Rick Horrow, our ESPN sports business analyst, join us via the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt, only at Subway. Reminder, you can get in touch with us. Text us, 73776. ESPN Radio fan feedback is presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed by their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. All right, straight ahead. We love to get into the numbers in college football. I will update the college football napkin rankings. There's been a significant change there. And I also will get a chance to give you our 5 Sagarin games in the NFL where the point spread doesn't jibe with the numbers. So it's all about the numbers next. And it's here on the V Show on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today. This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Me too.
VCS gotten you down? Don't worry. Bobby V can fix that. Now the V Show's college football napkin rankings.
And they begin right here. I was getting a chug of water there because we're going to do a lot of numbers here, and I don't want your eyes to glaze over, so we've got to be as quick and simple as we can here. And I want to make sure I can make you understand it. If you haven't joined us before, the Napkin College Football Rankings are simply this. I don't like the fact they start the preseason in college football with polls where before anybody's taken a snap, they put some teams ahead of others. It seems just patently unfair, especially when the polls count for two-thirds of the process by which teams are determined playing for the national championship or in the BCS game. So this is a bit of concern for me. I don't like it. It'd be like going to the Olympics, saying those two guys are the two best sprinters in the world, so let's give them a 15-yard head start and then congratulating ourselves when they win. Well, we put them ahead of everybody else. Everybody should start at 0. But then what? So I tried to keep it simple. You get 1 point for a win. You get an additional point for the wins over a VCS team. You get an additional point for playing a true road game. And you get one more point if you win in dominant fashion. And I've this year started to give half points for games that weren't full-fledged blowouts but were pretty one-sided. You lose a point if you lose a game. So there's two things you need to know. If you lose a game on the road, it's not -1, it's just 0. Because you'd get -1 for the loss, but you get a point for playing away, so that's 0. And the most you can get in any one game is a 4-point win. A win, 1 point, BCS team, 2 points, on the road, 3 points, dominant fashion, 4 points. So, having said that, we have a change at the top this week, but you will see how close these teams are and why somebody, if we had a national championship game today, could very easily have a very legitimate gripe because they are bunched together at the top. Let us start. We'll just give you the top, let's do the top 10, okay? Let's just do that. And even with the loss today, Louisville, who was up as high as 6th, drops to 10th right now with their first loss. They are number 10 in our in our Napkin College Football rankings. At the next spot up from them at the 9th spot, and you have to forgive me because I literally was doing this just as we were getting ready to come on the air, is a tie, actually, is a tie for 8th between Texas A&M and well, I screwed up my standings here, so there they are. Texas A&M is tied with, no, they're actually by themselves. I'm sorry. Let's do it this way. From 8 on up is nice and simple. Texas A&M is 8th. Florida State is 7th. Then we get up to the top 5 in the country, and at number 6 is Georgia. Number 5, all by themselves and often overlooked, and this blows people's minds, but that's why I love this. Their body of work is very, very good. Clemson is number 5. At number 4, Notre Dame is a half a point behind the number 3 team, Kansas State, who in turn is a half a point behind Alabama, the number 2 team, and a half a point ahead of Alabama at number 1 is Oregon. So I'm sorry again. Oregon winning in dominant fashion. I had to redo the standings today. They won on the road in dominant fashion. So I was scribbling right before we got on the air here, and I wanted to make sure I got it right. So Oregon is 1, half point ahead of Alabama 2. They are a half a point ahead of Kansas State at 3, who in turn are half a point ahead of Notre Dame at number 4. They are a point and a half ahead of Clemson at 5. So there's a little separation from the top 5. Clemson is number 5. Georgia is number 6. Florida State is number 7. And at number 8 is Texas A&M. And that is our top 8 in our standings here for the Napkin College Football rankings. And again, Ohio State is left out. because they are not eligible. I had them in for a few weeks, but it was only confusing things, so I apologize for the Buckeye fans, but we're just doing it with the teams that would be eligible, so I've left them out. So that is your napkin college football rankings, and for the first time all year, Alabama has moved out of the number 1 spot. But if I was organizing a championship game, even like I said, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I would have a hard time looking the people at Kansas State or even Notre Dame in the eye and saying, especially Kansas State in a league, although Notre Dame's schedule is much better than people are giving them credit for, I have a hard time looking them in the face and say, you just were undefeated going through a great league in the Big 12. But you can't. There's no way. You've done everything you can do. You've won every single game, and you have no chance to compete for the national championship. That's why the system just drives me crazy. Somebody's got to get left out, and right now I'm not, like I said, not going to be a hypocrite. And now the good news is you still have a couple of weeks to go, and we don't, just because one team's ahead, if they keep winning, they don't necessarily stay there. It depends on where you play, the way you win. So there's still a lot of work yet to be done for these teams. And of course, Kansas State has another road game coming up next week before ending the season with Texas. Oregon plays at home and then on the road at Oregon State. That should be a tough one. Notre Dame gets Wake Forest at home and then a big game at USC. So there's a lot still to be written there for those teams as they see if they can surge ahead of them, at least one of them surge ahead of Alabama and uproot them from the number 1 spot. That's why Alabama's loss today is so painful, because they lost at home. So that's a -1. It's not even a 0. And that was what allowed Oregon, with a dominant road win, to surge past them by half a point in our napkin college football rankings. Oregon 1, Alabama 2, Kansas State 3, Notre Dame 4, Clemson 5, Georgia 6, Florida State 7, and Texas A&M 8. Those are the top 8 in our napkin college football rankings. All right. Well, we got numbers there, but we got numbers in the NFL as well, and we'll get to them right now. These are the Sagarin ratings, and we'll tell you what they have to say as we look ahead to the NFL. Straight ahead, let's do it right now.
It's that time again. Get your pens and pencils out. Pay attention. Now the V-Show's NFL Sagarin ratings.
All right, here's how it works. Jeff Sagarin is one of the computer guys. Through the years, his numbers have proven to be so accurate. I just love to take a look at them, give you the heads up. Now, some of you have to give caveats. Sometimes they're out of whack, the betting spread to the Sagarin numbers, because there is a significant injury in the game or whatever. But these numbers, even taking that into account, I've been amazed how accurate they've been over the year. You get a Sagarin rating, and it equates to 1 point on the football field. So a team with a +3 Sagarin rating would be a 3-point favorite. Then you add in an element of home field advantage, which is worth 1.8 points in the NFL, and you get a projected point spread. Now, let me give you the games that are within a field goal of what the Sagarin numbers say. I don't highlight, and these are all these games. I won't go through the numbers because then your eyes will glaze over, but these are all the games where the actual point spread is within a field goal of what the Sagarin numbers say. San Diego and Tampa Bay, Denver and Carolina, the Jets and Seattle, St. Louis and San Francisco, Houston and Chicago, Oakland and Baltimore, Buffalo and New England are all within a field goal of what the number is. I like to look at them a couple of different ways. If the away team is out of whack by 3 points or more, I make that a 1-dot game. I don't want to say 1 star. If it's the home team that is, 3 points out of whack. In other words, if the home team should be favored by 8 and they're only favored by 2, then that would be a 2-dot game. If it's the away team in that circumstance, it'd be a 1-dot game. The best games are where the team is favored and it's backwards. Not only the numbers are wrong, it's the wrong team that's favored. We only have one of those this week, and give it with a caveat, because it is Minnesota, and Minnesota's playing banged up. But Detroit is a 3-point favorite, and according to the Sagarin ratings, Minnesota should be a 2-point favorite there. So take that with a grain of salt, but that would be a 3-dot game. The 2-dot games where the home team should be favored by more. Miami's only laying 6 with Tennessee. By the Sagarins, they should be as 13-point favorite. Pittsburgh taking on hapless Kansas City's laying 12. They could be as many as 17. Those are the 2-dot games. Caveat again being in the NFL, double-digit spreads are difficult, but those are what the numbers say. The 1-dot games are as follows. Atlanta and New Orleans. Atlanta is laying 1. Frankly, they should be laying 5.5 in New Orleans. Dallas is laying 1 against Philly. They should be laying 6. A much better of the two teams with disappointing seasons. And then the Giants in Cincinnati, Giants are laying 4. They should really be laying 9. But mitigating circumstances in all those games. Giants, last game before a bye week, that hasn't fared very well for teams this year. New Orleans always dangerous at home. They haven't been a home underdog since 1998. And Philly and Dallas, both those teams will drive you nuts. That's the Sagarin ratings as we take a look at the numbers in the NFL and the Napkin College football rankings as well. Ben, it was a great show. Thanks to our crew for helping bring it to you. Neil Action Jackson for the updates and his input. By any means necessary, Stephen X. Cerruti and Steve Young at heart. And most of all to you, the most intelligent listeners in all of sports radio, for spending some time with us. Unless you know something I don't, we'll see you next week right here on the V Show on ESPN Radio. Have a great week.
Attention homeowners. If your home has lost value, and you now owe more than your home is worth, please listen carefully to this very important message. If you purchased a home or refinanced your loan before June of 2009, Quicken Loans may now be able to help you refinance at today's incredibly low interest rates, even if you owe more than your home is worth. This is Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I want to let you know that on September 14th of this year, the government announced changes that may allow you to refinance even if your home has lost value. So if your current mortgage is higher than 3.99%, please call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN. Even if you owe more than your home is worth, you may now be able to refinance at today's incredibly low rates. Again, if you've been unable to refinance because you owe more than your home is worth and your rate is above 3.99%, call 800-QUICKEN now and let us help you take advantage of this unique opportunity.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin. Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their #1 concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative Action Employer.
Kentucky.
Come in Phoenix today at 2 Eastern on ESPN.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. Top-ranked Alabama needed only a win on Saturday to secure the SEC West Championship and continue down the road, leading to a second straight national title appearance. Unfortunately for the Crimson Tide, they hit a stumbling block as they hosted number 15 Texas A&M. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards and rushed for 92 more as the Aggies built a 20-0 lead in the first quarter and hung on to upset Alabama 29-24, handing the Tide their first loss of the season. Bama head coach Nick Saban.
Their offense is a very difficult offense to stop. We didn't start out very well defensively, giving up 20 points the first 3 times they had the ball, and we probably, dug a ditch that we couldn't quite dig out of.
Well, the crushing blow came with under 2 minutes to go when A.J. McCarron was intercepted at the goal line on 4th down. So with the Alabama loss, number 2 Kansas State with an opportunity to enhance their chances of a national title as they faced TCU.
Klein barks out the signals, looks over that spread out TCU defense, and Colin will run. He's at the 5 to the goal line. Wildcat touchdown. Colin Klein with his 51st rushing touchdown in his brilliant career, and he gives K-State a 6-0 lead with 8:14 to go here in the opening period.
The call on the K-State network from Learfield. Heisman hopeful Colin Klein rushed for a pair of scores as the Wildcats improved to 10-0 after beating TCU 23-10. Oregon's 10-0 as they beat up on Cal and Berkeley 59-17. Marcus Mariota, 6 touchdown passes. Notre Dame goes to 10-0 as the Fighting Irish won at Boston College 21-6. Louisville no longer among the unbeatens. They lost at Syracuse 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn with Alabama's loss. ESPN's Brad Edwards projects Sunday's latest BCS standings will look like this. Kansas State number 1, followed by Oregon, Notre Dame, Georgia, and the Crimson Tide. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in just a couple of days.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Race Day.
Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Kurt Busch,
Brian Newman.
This is Race Day. Here's Pat Patterson.
It's Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Happy Sunday morning to you. Pat Patterson, Phoenix International Raceway, playing host to today's Sprint Cup Series 9th race of the chase. It's the Advocare 500 coming at you this afternoon on the 1 mile flat oval here in Phoenix, Arizona. As always, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Our guest here today on Race Day appear via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. And as always, the first portion of our program here on Sunday brought to you by our friends at Duralube and their fine family of automotive products. This portion of Race Day brought to you by Duralube Severe Fuel System Cleaner. Do you ever shrug with confusion when you see and hear how much ethanol is really showing up in your gas? Ethanol is naturally attracted to water and can separate from gasoline with the smallest amount of condensation. This can form deposits and increase corrosion. Duralube Severe Fuel System Cleaner can actually stabilize stabilize the ethanol in your fuel and prevent harmful corrosion. You can't always control the ethanol showing up in your tank, but you can fight back with Duralube Severe Fuel System Cleaner. Also, did I mention Duralube Severe Fuel System Cleaner is also the strongest and most concentrated treatment available. Unlike the competition, we haven't cut our bottle size to an eyedropper and claimed that it treats just as much fuel. We still provide a full 16-ounce bottle, which is what you need. We don't claim to have funky rocket fuel in a bottle, but we do claim to be the best. Try it, and you'll notice the difference. And remember, one 16-ounce bottle treats up to 42 gallons of gas and effectively fights damaging deposits and gives you the true deepest clean. Look for the yellow Duralube drop on the box on sale at Walmart now. It's race day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. 3 big stories so far coming out of Phoenix this weekend. It's been a triple header here. Brian Scott, the winner on Friday night in the Camping World Truck Series. Yesterday here for the Nationwide Series, it was Joey Logano and Brian Vickers, a 1-2 punch for Joe Gibbs Racing, taking top honors in the Great Clips 200. And the third biggest story, of course, is the fact that Kevin Harvick apparently has decided that he's going to race for Stewart-Haas Racing in 2014. The rumor got out on Friday that Harvick has signed a multi-year agreement with Stewart-Haas. We can't get anybody to confirm that. However, reliable sources, as they say, are reporting that that is what will happen with Harvick in 2014. There'll be a lot of details over the next off-season period of time that, of course, will unfold to confirm all of that. Right now, though, still just a good rumor. Let's talk about something that isn't a good rumor. It's a fact. Here's how they'll start today. The Advocare 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Everybody knows what the situation is here now. It's Jimmy Johnson going after his 6th championship next weekend in Homestead. Right now, he has a 7-point lead over Brad Keselowski going into today's race. As we saw yesterday with the situation with Elliott Sadler and Ricky Stenhouse, who are now separated by 20 points with Stenhouse on top. Anything can happen. So it's going to be interesting this afternoon to watch it unfold here at Phoenix. From the back to the front, Joe Nemechek starts shotgun on the field. That's a Toyota. In row 21, Dave Blaney and Timmy Hill, a Chevrolet and a Ford. In row 20, it'll be Jason Leffler in a Chevy and Travis Quapple in a Toyota. In row 19, Josh Wise in a Ford and Danica Patrick starts in a Chevrolet. Starting 36 today, Mike Bliss in a Toyota. Inside that row, it'll be Stephen Light in a Chevrolet. Row 17, David Rudeman in a Ford with Jeff Burton in a Chevrolet. Row 16 today, David Stremme in a Toyota, and it'll be David Gilliland in a Ford. In row 15, Bobby Labonte. That's a Toyota with David Reagan in a Ford. In row 14, Michael McDowell in a Ford with Landon Castle in a Toyota. In row 13, Sam Hornish in a Dodge and Casey Mears in a Ford. Jimmy Johnson, not a great qualifying effort for the current points leader. He starts his quest for a win today from the 24th spot, right beside his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. Matt Kenseth starts his Ford in 22nd with Juan Pablo Montoya's Chevrolet 21st. Greg Biffle has the Fieldtree Ford starting 20th today with Kevin Harvick, car 29, to Bud Chevy in 19th. Jamie McMurray will start his Allstate Chevrolet Bass Pro Shops number 1 from the 18th spot with Marcus Ambrose, car number 9, starting 17th, the Black & Decker Ford. Clint Boyer, the 5-hour Energy Toyota, starts 16th with Joey Logano, car number 20, the Dollar General Toyota. Brad Keselowski starts 14th today, car number 2, the Miller Lite Dodge, with Carl Edwards, car number 99, the Fastenal Ford. It'll be Ryan Newman in the Quicken Loans Chevrolet, car 39, alongside Jeff Gordon in the DuPont Chevrolet. Now, here's your top 10 starters today. Mark Martin starts car number 55, the Aaron's Dream Machine Toyota, in 10th. Starting 9th, Tony Stewart, car 14, the Mobile One Office Depot Chevrolet. Regan Smith starts James Finch's number 51 Phoenix Construction Chevrolet in 8th with Paul Menard, car number 27, the Ream Menard Chevrolet, starting 7th. Kurt Busch, good qualifying effort in the number 78 Furniture Row Farm America Chevrolet with Eric Almirola, the Farmland Ford, car number 43, starting 5th. Top 2 rows today, Casey Kane, car number 5, the Farmers Insurance Chevrolet, alongside Denny Hamlet, car number 11, the FedEx Ground Toyota. And on the front row today, it'll be Martin Truex in the Napa Auto Parts Toyota, alongside Kyle Busch, the pole sitter, car 18, the M&M's Toyota. That's your starting lineup, presented by Denver Mattress, the mattress that gives you a great start to every day by giving you the perfect combination of support and comfort every night. Denver Mattress, now featuring the Tempur-Pedic mattress collection. Nobody sells Tempur-Pedic for less than Denver Mattress. Visit the Sleep Pros at Denver Mattress, exclusively in the Furniture Row shopping centers nearest you, or online 24/7 at denvermattress.com. Brad Gilley will soon join me for our media mashup this morning. We'll talk about today's Sprint Cup Series action. Later, Hermie Sadler helps us break down what's important about racing here at Phoenix. And there's Izod Open Wheel news coming up today as well. We'll get to that. Bruce Martin will be here today on Race Day. Happy Sunday, everybody. This is Race Day on ESPN Radio.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is going to get worse, much worse. Seizure of property, bank levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. And if you owe the IRS back payroll taxes, chances are you will be visited at your home or business by an IRS agent. Don't become paralyzed by fear. Take action now. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help. Our team of experienced tax attorneys can get you protected, stop collections, and negotiate a permanent settlement with the IRS and state, potentially saving you thousands of dollars. At U.S. Tax Shield, our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. No games and no tricky upsells. That's why we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied clients. Put an end to your torment. Get protected. Get the Shield. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 800-226-8184. That's 800-226-8184. 800-226-8184.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code Colin to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Colin. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at Vistaprint.com and type in the code Colin in the search bar. This is Sunday Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Subway featured $5 footlong of November is the Spicy Italian. Subway, eat fresh.
It's Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Chase race number 9 today at Phoenix International Raceway out in Phoenix, Arizona, the Valley of the Sun, and it's time for our media mashup here on Race Day. We welcome to the program, courtesy of our friends at Safety Clean, Brad Gilley from Texas Motor Speedway's Total Access Program and the Performance Racing Network. Brad, I first of all got to go back to Texas last week. Thank you for all your hospitality. I thought it was a great racing weekend in Texas overall, and certainly Eddie Gossage and your staff, everybody down there did a terrific job.
Yeah, we're pretty pleased with just the way everything ran so smooth, and there was a lot of balls that we had in the air, a lot of things we tried to pull off, and we had a lot of fun doing it, and we had a lot of fun doing it because the people who were here seemed to have a lot of fun as well. So thank you for your compliments. Obviously, a big thanks to everyone that came out because, like I said, we really tried to treat everyone to a great party. And I also want to compliment you, Pat, too, because up there in Turn 4 on the Performance Racing Network, it was great following your lap by lap, and you certainly added a lot of excitement to the broadcast as well. So a fun weekend all around. Most importantly, we're just pleased that we got to show, over the course of the weekend, a few 100,000 people a great time.
All right, let's talk about the race in the Sprint Cup Series last weekend. Of course, we all know now, coming into Phoenix today, Jimmy Johnson has won 2 races in a row. He is 7 points ahead of Brad Keselowski in the championship chase. And, what I saw or what I took away from last weekend, Brad, is pretty simple, and that is, Jimmy Johnson and that group over there, Chad Canals, everybody that works on that car, Ron Malik, everybody is doing exactly what they have always done when they've been in a chase for the championship. They don't even look like they've broken a sweat. And that should be the scariest thing to Brad Keselowski and everybody else as far as that goes on these final 2 races. They just look like they've got this championship thing down to a science, and whether you like Jimmy Johnson or you dislike Jimmy Johnson, you can't argue with the fact that that is a winning machine over there.
It is a winning machine, although I don't know how intimidated Brad Keselowski is by that machine as compared to some of the other people that have challenged Jimmy for a championship, like Carl Edwards, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Denny Hamlin, and Greg Biffle over his 5 championship seasons. But, it is hard to imagine how they have every detail down, and how they're just seemingly ready for every situation, just like at Kansas when they had that accident when Jimmy backed into the wall. The team, because this is a team sport, was ready. They knew exactly what they needed to do to get that car back on the track and keep it competitive. And, from what I've heard, I mean, those are things that they practice as well. What do we do in case of a wreck? Let's take these wrecked cars to the wind tunnel and see what's important as far as us fixing them before we get them back on the track. I mean, those are the details. You talk about dotting every I and crossing every T. It's even more detailed than that, what goes on over in that 48 shop. And it's incredible. It's a tough team to go up against. And, for Keselowski and his team, can they beat him? We got 2 races to see. But I think they're certainly putting up a heck of a fight.
There were 2 key moments in last week's race that I think are worth talking about again that I want to get your opinion on. The first one is this. We talk a lot about how hard guys drive on the racetrack, but we also talk about the fact that to win the championship, it's a matter of not beating yourself and luck and having good luck. Brad Keselowski last week, a few stops from the end of the race, got partially blocked in his pit by Danica Patrick, who had missed her pit a little bit and had to back up. And Keselowski lost time, which meant he had to work his way back through the field to get back up into that top 10, top 6, etc. And I don't want to make too much out of this, but Brad, just a comment from you about explaining to people how incredibly critical little things on the pit road can be today here in Phoenix.
Well, it's insanely critical. And honestly, Pat, I mean, I sat there and watched what happened with that pit stop, and I watched the replay with what happened. If you had to give 80-20 blame to that situation, really, the 80% goes to Brad Keselowski because he drove way further into his pit than he needed to. Maybe he didn't think Danica was going to even be in front of him because he probably didn't realize that she was racing on the lead lap. But he went way deep in his pit box, and while Danica did back up, she was also forced to pit pretty far to the outside of her pit box as well, just because of where Keselowski was. So it is those details. I mean, that was 7-8 spots on pit road at a very critical part of the race, and it's one thing to lose those spots at 1.5 miles Texas Motor Speedway, where you can run all up and down the track, the top groove, the middle groove, the bottom groove, find different places to pass cars. It's going to be another thing here in this Phoenix race coming up today, where you don't have quite as many laps, and you certainly don't have as many opportunity on the racetrack to make up ground when you lose that many spots on pit road. They can't afford to have that happen to them. They were forced to Texas then toward the end of the race to make a 2-tire pit stop when everyone else made 4. Was that a deciding factor in the race? I don't know, but I can promise you Brad Keselowski would have liked to have been restarting up front with Jimmy Johnson with a full set of rubber as opposed to just having two tires compared to their 4. So, yeah, they can't do that again. They can't beat themselves up over what happened, mind you, because they can't let that get into their head, but they just cannot make any mistakes like that again.
All right, and the second thing I want to talk about, and that was the restarts. There are a couple of restarts towards the end. Brad Keselowski was the leader once. Brad has been accused many times of going slow to start these races and really kind of working, if you will, a little bit of a brake check, so to speak, on the rest of the field. Now, I didn't say he did anything illegal. I just said that the way he restarts sometimes can really bunch up the field behind. Okay, and he also, got into a situation with Jimmy Johnson on the reverse side where Jimmy Johnson was the leader and was accused on that last restart of maybe going a little bit ahead of Brad Keselowski, which should have brought a penalty if, in fact, NASCAR believed that happened. The bottom line in all of that is this. There was some gamesmanship that Brad Keselowski may have utilized. And then Jimmy Johnson came back. When we got that last caution flag, Johnson drove up to Brad Keselowski's door and gestured at him. He was either, telling him he was his number one fan, or he was pointing to his head going, you need to think, that kind of thing. And I'm just wondering, from where you sit, do you think that's kind of like the 5-time champ sending the message to the rookie guy trying to win the championship that, hey, I'm watching what you're doing? And do you think that had any effect on Brad?
I don't think so. I sort of applaud Brad for the way he handled it. The toughest thing that went wrong for Brad is then there was another restart where Jimmy Johnson was able to kind of be hip to what his game was going to be and was able to, kind of have a counter move in place. Look, Brad Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson, whichever one it is that's out there, with the gamesmanship, that's probably a great way to describe it, a great term to use. That's what they've got to do to win the championship. Any place you can find an edge, whether it's on restarts, whether it's on pit road, whether it's any place, you've got to try and find that edge, and that's what Brad was doing. I mean, I applaud him for working as hard as he was to try and snooker the field, so to speak, and do that. But I also applaud Jimmy Johnson, and if it plays out opposite this week at Phoenix, I would applaud Brad for this. You got to go out there and say, look, I'm hip to your game, I know what you're doing, and you've got to be able to answer that gamesmanship as well, and that's what's making this chase so great, Pat, is because all of this is happening at the front of the field where they're literally battling for a win to decide what's going to happen in the championship. Great time to be a NASCAR fan.
Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Brad, we got these guys in their championship battle. We got other guys trying to win a race today. A couple of people to be in the zone. Between Jimmy and Brad a little bit, and then who else might be a player today?
Well, between Jimmy and Brad, again, the history favors Jimmy. Not only does he have 4 wins in the last 10, but in the last 12, he's finished outside the top five only one time. So advantage Jimmy there. Outside of those two, we have not seen a non-chase winner go to victory lane yet in this chase. And Kyle Busch is making a pretty good case with 4 top 5s in the last 5 races. So I think we're going to see the same 3 cars up front this week that we did last week.
Race number 9, the chase for the championship is on the 1 mile at Phoenix International Raceway. As always, Brad, your time much appreciated. We're done here today, and then we're headed to Homestead.
All right, sounds great. Thanks a lot, Pat.
And today's media mashup presented by Safety Clean. Safety Clean, the official environmental service company of NASCAR. Safety Clean recycles over 200,000 gallons of used motor oil from the NASCAR tracks across the country annually, and it puts that used motor oil back to work, powering U.S. postal and government vehicles in cities and towns across America. Safety Clean is also NASCAR's partner when it comes to cleaning up at the racetrack, providing the materials it takes to get the green flag back in the air fast. Safety Clean reminds everyone to take your used motor oil back to your local automotive retailer to be recycled. This is Race Day on ESPN Radio.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend, plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you can donate it to Heritage for the Blind. Your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-814-2162. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It will be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a nonprofit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car, and as a special thank you, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-814-2162. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher for donating. Call now, 1-800-814-2162. That's 1-800-814-2162.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because Every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday Sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name. Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday. StubHub!
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson, national champion Alabama, who has been number one almost the entire season, fell for the first time Saturday after getting upset by number 15, Texas A&M at home, 29-24. The Aggies, led by Johnny Manziel, had a 3-touchdown advantage in the first quarter, then hung on as the Crimson Tide rallied to make the game close. Aggies head coach Kevin Sumlin on his quarterback.
No moment's too big for him. It gives our players a sense that, we can score from anywhere and we can win the games. And I think that's a contagious feeling. Like I said, these guys played their hearts out. What a football game. And it's just the last couple of weeks began getting better and all came together tonight.
Kevin Sumlin, courtesy of CBS Sports. A.J. McCarron nearly pulled off a second straight comeback with his 4th down pass at the goal line with a minute and a half to go. It was intercepted. Elsewhere, number 3, Oregon goes to 10-0 as the Ducks beat up on Cal in Berkeley 59-17. Marcus Mariota, 6 touchdown passes. Kansas State 23, TCU 10. Wildcats go to 10-0. Number 4, Notre Dame on the road to take on Boston College, where the Fighting Irish, coming off their triple overtime victory past Pittsburgh, look to maintain its national title hopes.
Wilson rolls out to the near side. Has time, goes to the end zone. Open receiver. Touchdown, Notre Dame. John Goodman.
That's Don Crickey on the Notre Dame IMG Sports Network. Everett Golson accounted for 3 touchdowns as Notre Dame beat Boston College 21-6 and improved to 10-0. Louisville suffered their first loss of the season at Syracuse 45-26, and Georgia clinched the SEC East with a 38-0 win at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU knocked off Mississippi State 37-17. Stanford 27. Oregon State 23. Clemson beat up Maryland 45-10. Wisconsin 62. Indiana 14. Badgers clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. The Lakers spoke to 11-time NBA champion coach Phil Jackson on Saturday about returning for a 3rd stint on their bench, and the team says they'll meet again with the Hall of Famer sometime in the coming week. Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard have voiced their interest in playing for Jackson, with Kobe adding, as long as Jackson's health is up to it. From the NBA, in double overtime on Saturday night, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter, live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka, 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Sunday Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot.
Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Sunday morning from the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix International Raceway. We are set for the Advocare 500. Kyle Busch will lead us to green today, and it's time to check in with our driver analyst, Hermie Sadler from Speed Channel. And Herm, first of all, I want to take you back to Friday night and the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I know you were on the air working that broadcast. And for lack of a better way of saying it, it kind of turned into a wreck fest, and it had a lot to do with the racetrack. Of course, now we've had the Nationwide Series race. But my question is, what has made this racetrack seemingly so hard to get a handle on this weekend?
Well, obviously the reconfiguration and the repave is the core of the issue. And basically what happened, this is the third time we've been here. It's been over a year now, and since this track was repaved, they got hot summers, obviously, and Goodyear's in a tough spot because they want to make sure the tire is safe, and so what they did is came back this weekend with basically the same tire compounds that we've been running since the track was repaved, but it doesn't have quite as much grip, so therefore the tire is just really, really hard to get a handle on. It's hard for the driver to get any kind of feel whatsoever on what they need. Is like you're riding on top of the racetrack the whole time because of the construction of the tire. And in the case of the truck race the other night, at nighttime it got a little bit cooler temperatures make it even more difficult to get hooked up. So and that's been the issue. I think moving forward, Goodyear will in fact maybe with a little more grip, to match the grip that the racetrack has given up. So I think that's the core of the issue, and the teams are having to work around that.
Hermie Sadler, our guest, our driver analyst here on Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com, getting ready for today's race in Phoenix, Arizona. Herm, I want to talk about the last couple of weeks. We talked about qualifying as being such an important part of how the race is going to play out. And just a few weeks ago in Martinsville, Virginia, it was Brad Keselowski, who we had qualified way back in the 30s, so to speak, and had to work his way into a good finish, albeit Jimmy Johnson wins the race in Martinsville. But to emphasize the qualifying side of things, Keselowski will start today in the 14th spot. Jimmy Johnson will start 10 spots worse than that. What, if anything, do we read into where these two guys who are in this championship chase qualified? What do we read into their situations today?
Well, I think Brad Keselowski would be disappointed with 14th if Jimmy Johnson were ahead of him. But now that Jimmy's behind him, I think the two teams have got to be pretty happy, with their qualifying effort, being that the 48 is behind. You look back at Martinsville, as you mentioned, Brad Keselowski qualified outside the top 30, was able to come on with a top 10 finish, which was great. But he had to gamble with pit strategy to get that. Left on the racetrack a couple times, not coming to pit road, older tires. Same thing at Texas last weekend. They're trying to make up ground. Brad is on the racetrack with 2 tires, and Jimmy's on the racetrack with 4 tires. I think what the two likes right now is they can race their race and not have to go outside of the box too much to try to keep track position or gain track position. Right now, to begin the race, it's up to the 48 to try to catch up with the 2. And I think between those two guys, who are basically the two guys who we're focused on for this championship, they're racing 31 other drivers, but at the end of the day, they're racing each other as those two. And I think they'll be reacting to each other with each other does on the racetrack and off pit road, especially in the final 100 laps or so today.
Hermie Sadler joining us from Phoenix International Raceway, the site of today's Advocare 500. Hermie, one trip down a side road here for just a second, if we could. Big story breaks on Friday about Kevin Harvick reportedly signing some sort of a deal with Stewart-Haas Racing beginning in 2014. Without getting into all the details that we know or don't know, Is your opinion, I need your opinion, about just how big of a distraction does this become for a guy like Harvick, for Richard Childress, for Tony Stewart? Is it a big deal that something like this jumps out on top of all three of these entities right now with 2 races left to go in the season?
Well, I don't think it's a distraction for Stewart-Haas Racing. I think it's, although I don't think that anybody with Stewart-Haas Racing wanted the news to get out this quick, I think it's good news for them that they can, without them being the ones who leak it, per se, get the attention from potential sponsors and, the attention that's going to come to that race team because, having a guy like Kevin Harvick lined up to join your race team in 2014, gives you something to talk about. They certainly haven't had a whole lot of on-track success to talk about with Tony or Ryan Newman or Danica Patrick, so this is really something exciting for them to talk about. Now, if you're Richard Childress, certainly it's a distraction because, the guy who's been the main guy in the stable, is not going to be back at your race team after next year, and, he's going to be looking towards going to his new program in 2014. So I think it's a distraction completely for Richard Childress Racing, but for Kevin Harvick, I know he'll be looking forward to 2014, and for Stewart-Haas Racing, it gives them a whole year, with everybody knowing what's going on for them to talk about what they, the addition they're making to this table of drivers at Stewart-Haas.
All right, back to the championship battle here today. It's going to be a long day. What are the keys, in your opinion, to running well today, whether you're one of the 2 championship competitors or just somebody trying to win a race today? What's going to make it happen today at Phoenix?
Well, for the 2 championship, competitors, they a little bit of a disadvantage because they've got to somewhat keep an eye on each other, at least until we get down, to crunch time. They've got to be smart, much like we've seen all weekend long. If you're racing one other guy, you got to keep that one other guy in your sight. So don't be surprised if somebody, a surprise winner happens today, somebody that can afford to take a chance or somebody that can afford to take a gamble, whether it be off pit road or on the racetrack. I mean, the practice sessions were very, very competitive. Yesterday at the racetrack, a lot of drivers looked like they were struggling. So don't be surprised to see, some people up front that are not necessarily in the championship battle because they can afford to attack this racetrack, given its conditions, and more so than the guys racing for the championship.
Hermie Sadler, as always, your time much appreciated as we get ready to race in the Valley of the Sun today. Championship race number 9 of 10. Next week in Homestead, we end it all up. We'll look forward to having you back in the studio next weekend, Hermie, to talk about the final race of the year here at Homestead. Enjoy your day out there in Arizona.
Okay, I'll see you next week.
And our driver analyst segment on race day brought to you this morning by Camping World. Camping World is North America's #1 source for RV camping, towing, and outdoor accessories. Find thousands of products, parts, and supplies at over 80 supercenters, along with new and used RV sales at many of those same locations. Look to Camping World for everything you need for your active outdoor lifestyle. Camping World, the camper's choice since 1996. Yesterday here at Phoenix, it was Joey Logano picking up the win. Brian Vickers finished second. Ricky Stenhouse, now the points leader, finished third. Kyle Busch fourth, and Casey Kane fifth, followed by Austin Dillon, Michael Annett, Brian Scott, Brad Keselowski, and Danica Patrick. This is Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit USO.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Get fired up for the return of college basketball with the Tip-Off Marathon. 24 consecutive hours of basketball action begins at midnight as West Virginia takes on Gonzaga. Then, the State Farm Champions Classic with 4 of the top teams in the nation. Michigan State tangles with Bill Self's Jayhawks at 7 Eastern, and at 9, a powerhouse matchup as defending national champion Kentucky takes on Coach K's Blue Devils. The Tip-Off Marathon starts tomorrow at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got out hard.
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers.
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
Sunday Race Day on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio Fan Feedback, presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed with their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN.
It's race day, and it's time to talk about the IZOD IndyCar Series. Race Day's Bruce Martin sits down with Ed Carpenter today on Race Day.
It's Race Day on ESPN Radio, and our guest today is IndyCar Series owner-driver Ed Carpenter. Ed, thank you for joining us this morning.
No problem, Bruce.
Ed, you drove a dramatic race in the season finale at Fontana, California. In a lot of ways, it was a tremendous drive, perhaps the best race of your career. You just happened to pick the night that the IZOD IndyCar Series Championship was decided. So in a lot of ways, I'm not so sure that maybe your victory got the attention that it deserved. But just let's bring the readers up to speed with your race that night and how you were able, that's got to be the biggest victory of your career.
I think they're all big, but, finally, getting the experience of winning a 500-mile race, which, that was the first 500-miler that I've ever competed in outside of Indianapolis. They don't do them like they used to. So to pick up a 500-mile win was important. And it was a big race for our sponsor too. If you did see the race, you'd notice that Fuzzy's Vodka was the sponsor in Victory Lane as well. So we had that one circled on the calendar for a long time.
And also, the way things played out that night, the two big storylines was Ryan Hunter-Reay winning the championship, Ed Carpenter winning the race. And you two are pretty good friends and were teammates for a while. So talk a little bit about that. That had to be, if you were going to pick a perfect scenario in some ways for the two of you, that was it.
Yeah, it was a great night. I think I was genuinely happy for Ryan. He was genuinely happy for me. And to make it an All-American weekend, Marco had won the pole as well, which was cool. But yeah, you mentioned Ryan and I were teammates back in 2009 when he was out of a ride after his year before with Ray Hall. We fielded a car for him at Vision Racing for the first part of the year, and then the second half of the year he ran for AJ Foyt after Vitor got hurt that year. So we had a good relationship from that time that we were teammates, and we've been good friends since then. My daughter was in Ryan and Becky's wedding, and we're both pretty serious NFL fans. So he's a Miami Dolphins guy. I'm a Colts guy, so we have a lot of banter with that. And it was good to see Ryan. He's deserving, and he's had a lot of ups and downs in his career. So to see him to get a championship, especially the way he pulled it off, it was cool to see. And you mentioned, ideally it would have been nice to have gotten a little more attention after the win, but I in the moment I didn't feel neglected, and at the same time you recognize that a champion was being crowned that night, and I would expect the champion to get their attention.
It's race day on ESPN Radio, and joining us this morning is Ed Carpenter, IZOD IndyCar Series owner-driver. Let's talk a little bit about the owner-driver part. That's a rarity in the series these days. How difficult is it for you to manage both sides?
It really went well. When we started the team last November, we really had a very short list of people that we wanted to run the team, and Derek Walker was at the top of it, and we were able to convince him to take a job. As much as Robin was lobbying for him to get a job at IndyCar, he chose to come work for us, and we're grateful. He did a great job, but having his expertise and experience here as GM really, I think, changed my experience as an owner-driver for the first year, because I have a lot of faith and respect and trust with Derek. So it allowed me to keep my priorities and focus similar to how it's been the rest of my career. When we're away from the track, and definitely in the off season, I find myself involved in a lot more things that I maybe would defer involvement on in season just to manage my time properly. But it's been a lot of fun. It's an experience I'm really grateful that I have with the Fuzzy's Vodka, our primary sponsor. I couldn't be doing this or have the opportunity to do this without a partner like them. So it's been a fun experience, and to get a win as our first year, I think is really a proud moment for me.
And also the other interesting thing about your standpoint is you are a homegrown American driver, and this is a series that there have been some more American drivers join the series, but how important is that to have more drivers from the United States in the IZOD IndyCar Series?
Well, I think, as an American, it's something that I'm proud of and like to see. I think we all have a sense of patriotism, and it's really clear in years of Olympics like we had this year. To have more Americans coming in, I think it makes it fun, and it's not to say that I don't have friends and respect the guys that we have from Brazil and other countries, but I think it does help us connect with a larger portion of the fan base, and it's fun to be able to represent your country well.
It's race day on ESPN Radio, and we're speaking with Ed Carpenter, IZOD IndyCar Series team owner and driver. You're also an oval track guy. Your heritage came up through racing on the oval tracks in USAC and in the early days of your career in the IZOD IndyCar Series. What is it about your ability on the ovals that seems to fit very well with some of the big tracks on the circuit?
I think first off, I've been fortunate to work with quality teams and engineers, both at Sarah Fisher and now the people we have here have given me really good cars. It's hard to win any race without having a really good car underneath you. So that's something that I've been fortunate of. But I think it just suits my style and my comfort level. And I think especially longer distance races, I feel like play to my advantage. I only have one top 5 at Indy, but I feel like coulda, woulda, shoulda, could have had some more. But that's the thing with 500-mile races is it takes so much to go your way to find your way into victory lane. That that's why it's so hard to see multiple winners of those. But I don't know. I just think my mentality and my background is just well suited for it.
Well, the flip side of your oval ability, though, the street and road courses have kind of been a challenge for you throughout your career. Talk a little bit about what improvement you've seen going there and how much you really need to kind of up the game a little bit on improving on those tracks.
Yeah, definitely that's my biggest area for improvement. There's no denying that. I think the start of this year was especially tough just because I hadn't been racing full-time in IndyCar since 2009. In 2010 and 11, I was running a partial schedule. I think, can't remember exactly how many road courses that we did the year before, 3 or 4 with Sarah's team. But, I think as we got into the second half, I felt like we were putting some better races together. Baltimore especially was a lot better until I made a mistake. I felt like our pace was better over the course of the year. A lot through the middle part of the year, I mean, we had races going green the whole way through and hardly any attrition. So we had some decent runs. It was just really hard to advance. So looking to next year, I mean, race pace I don't think is bad. I've got to step it up and do a better job, in qualifying and helping get the car to where we need to get it to be for qualifying as well.
And wrapping up here with Ed Carpenter, IZOD IndyCar Series owner-driver, there's going to be a new CEO running the series in 2013, with Randy Bernard's departure and all that. You, from both an owner standpoint and a driver standpoint, how do you forecast the future of the series?
I felt okay about the future when Randy was there, and I feel good about the future going forward. At the end of the day, we have a great product. We have a car and engine manufacturers with Chevrolet and Honda that's a good package, and we have Firestone currently, and hopefully we continue to have Firestone in the future. And I think that collection of chassis, tires, and engine competition is a great on-track product, and I think that's the most important thing. I think that we need a strong leader. Whether it's Jeff Belskis right now or whoever comes in next, we need a strong leader that will lead us into the future. But the product's there. It's just a matter of selling it and continue to build on the product that we have.
Okay, that's Ed Carpenter, IZOD IndyCar Series owner-driver. Thank you for joining us today on Race Day on ESPN Radio.
Thanks, Bruce.
And our IZOD IndyCar Report is always brought to you by our friends at IZOD. Find all of their fashions today at your local Macy's. Set to race in Phoenix, Arizona. It's the Advocare 500 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Fastest in practice yesterday. Final practice was Kyle Busch. He'll also be the guy that leads us to the pole today. This is Race Day on ESPN Radio.
You want to enjoy whiskey, but you don't want the whiskey burn. Well, what if whiskey wasn't hard to drink? What if it was easy? What if I told you it can be? Try the light, easy taste of Canadian Mist whiskey. Triple distilled and aged in oak on the shores of the Georgian Bay. So lighten up with Canadian Mist. This is going to be easy. Drink responsibly. Canadian Mist, blended Canadian whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
It says here this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payment, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style. Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five,
My hand.
then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, You can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hey there, Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the Thin and Light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more. Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
ESPN, the other way to watch ESPN.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. Number 1 and previously unbeaten Alabama crawled out of an early 20-0 hole against visiting Texas A&M and rallied to close the gap to just 5 points late in the final quarter. A.J. McCarron and the Crimson Tide were looking for a miracle on 4th down with under 2 minutes to go.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M. Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 1:36.
The call on the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield. McCarron intercepted, and the 15th-ranked Aggies hold off number 1 Alabama 29-24. Elsewhere, Oregon goes to 10-0 after beating up Cal 59-17. Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes. Colin Klein rushed for a couple of scores as Kansas State beat TCU 23-10. Wildcats are 10-0. Notre Dame goes to 10-0 with a 21-6 win at Boston College. Louisville, they suffer their first loss of the season. This one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East with a 38-0 win at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU knocked off Mississippi State 37-17. Stanford 27, Oregon State 23. Clemson blew out Maryland 45-10. Wisconsin with a 62-14 win over Indiana. Badgers clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in a couple of days. According to a source, the Lakers will interview Mike Dunleavy on Sunday. Over to the NBA. In double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. Charlotte overtime visiting Dallas 101-97. The Bobcats' first win over the Mavs in 17 games. San Antonio 112, Portland 109. Celtics got by the Bucks in Milwaukee 96-92.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday, The Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Welcome to The Sporting Life with Jeremy Schaap. Over the next hour, we profile quarterback Matthew Stafford.
Takes the snap, rolls, throws, end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions!
He hears the Lions roar and also his critics.
It was intimidating a little bit. Honestly, I've been on winning teams everywhere I've ever been, and I just wanted to be a part of the change. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
Plus, a father and son on a mission to visit all 32 NFL stadiums, share the experience in each city with wounded military veterans.
He told me it was the best day he's ever had since his injury and one of the best days of his life. They fought for freedom, and for him to say something like that to me, it hit me right here.
Then, when veterans return from war, they battle depression and post-traumatic stress.
Really, you think your life is over. You know, I can't do anything. I can't play with my daughter the same way I did when I left. She don't understand, and I can't explain it to her.
How some found peace in calming waters.
You look up and you see a guy with either no legs or one leg or missing an arm. It was just a thought in my mind of how I could help a couple of people.
And Ray Mancini was America's next great boxer. Then he became a pariah.
Bob Arum, the promoter of the fight and was Ray's promoter, said you can't sell death.
This is The Sporting Life with Jeremy Schaap on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Welcome to another edition of The Sporting Life. Coming up later in the show, a conversation with Mark Kriegel, the best-selling author of Pistol and Namath, about his new biography, The Good Son, about Ray Boom Boom Mancini. But first, this weekend, Craig and Mark Steichen will be going to 2 football games. It might not sound like much, but consider that the games are not being played at the same park or in the same city or even in the same state. Sunday, the father-son duo will be at the Eagles-Cowboys game. Monday, they will be at the Steelers-Chiefs game. It's part of a remarkable journey they're calling All 32 in 17. What makes this tour of the NFL special, though, isn't the destinations. It's the people the Steichens are meeting along the way. Rick Riley has more.
It's a dude's dream. Go to every NFL stadium.
Matt Steichen was curious. Is it possible for a middle-class father and son to go to all 32 NFL stadiums?
I was like, I wonder if it's possible to do it in 1 year.
Okay. Could they do it in 1 season and not get fired or go broke? And then just to raise the stakes, could Matt and his father Craig take wounded war vets as their guests to every game?
I wanted to give back. I didn't want to do this for myself. I want to make sure that those warriors have the time of their life, and that's what we're both in it for.
The wounded war vets weren't hard to find, as they themselves will tell you.
I lost both my legs. I was in a coma for 2.5 months.
I was hit by a suicide bomber.
Kicked the door open and a grenade went off.
The truck instantly imploded.
An IED hit right outside our vehicle.
Our unit lost 39 guys in the 23 months combined.
It took 2 years to learn to walk and talk and just really relearn how to be a person again.
Suddenly, every NFL stadium became Soldier Field, as retired Marine Sergeant Dave Jelenic describes. What do you make of a father and son that would do this?
Driving from stadium to stadium and flying back and forth and finding people to do it with them, it's pretty impressive.
Could they have been Marines?
Definitely could have been Marines.
Even the Marines don't get around like these guys. They went to New York, then Denver, Green Bay, Charlotte, Atlanta, D.C., Baltimore, Houston, Dallas, St. Louis, New England, New York again, back to Chicago to catch the wife's birthday, San Diego, back to Chicago, where they
left at 10:30 at night on Saturday night, drove to Indianapolis, got a hotel for about 3 hours, tailgated in Indy, went to the game. Straight after the game, drove to Cincinnati, tailgated in Cincinnati, went to the game in Cincinnati, drove 5 hours back, got about 2.5 hours of sleep. Straight after work, went right to the Bears game.
Whew. And that was only the first half of the season. How are you paying for all this?
A lot of, we're driving to some, we're finding the cheapest flights, we're taking the most odd routes half the time because we're trying to cut costs. I'm still driving around a 2001 Chevy Malibu all the time.
In all, this ultimate football fantasy will cost about $18,000 and a few hundred styrofoam suppers. It isn't about the money, though. It's about the moments. And sometimes those moments had nothing to do with football. Like watching their vets that included Sergeant First Class Joshua Hayes tour Wrigley Field and being surprised by the Cubs front office staff in the clubhouse.
It's an emotional experience. I almost kind of felt like the president there at the moment.
Like meeting football royalty like Marcus Allen on the sideline.
This is really nice, man. Very nice, you guys.
What's the coolest thing one of the soldiers has said to you?
Joshua was saying, this is the time of my life. I got like 50 hugs from him.
What did the guy in San Diego say to you?
He told me it was the best day he's ever had since his injury and one of the best days of his life. And to sit there and hear somebody that's given us so much, he gives us the right to go to these games. They fought for our freedom. And for him to say something like that to me, and it hit me right here. He's just one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life.
How proud are you of your son?
The proudest moments are when I see him do it. He's so passionate about those guys.
What began as an adventure for two father and son road warriors will become a 32-stadium parade that honor real ones. The Steichens are having an impact on the soldiers at the games. What's it mean to you to come here tonight and these guys took the time to do this for you?
We really appreciate these guys bringing us here and being a part of this.
The same can be said for the vets, if you ask Matt. So what's your favorite moment so far?
Honestly, stay here with two American heroes has just been unbelievable. These guys are amazing. Thank you.
Rick Riley reporting. Most weeks, like this weekend, the station see 2 games, but there are 5 weeks, including next week, when they'll be at 3 games. For more on this story, tune in to Monday Night Countdown on ESPN beginning at 6:30 Eastern Monday night. The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The Sporting Life is now available as a podcast. Subscribe and download it on iTunes or at espnradio.com/podcenter.
Next on The Sporting Life, veterans returning home from war find solace away from the memories of the carnage.
You get a little joy because you can feel comfortable. You don't have to worry about being attacked, about somebody trying to harm you.
This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
So you need to find a plumber to replace your water heater. The question is, where are you going to look? Phone book? That got tossed in the recycling bin as soon as it hits your doorstep. Web search? Not unless you feel like sorting through an endless list of search results. And you're certainly not going to pay a subscription fee to get access to some list. What you need is someone to refer a local pro you can trust. What you need is fast.homeadvisor.com. Fast.homeadvisor.com gives you free access to a network of over 85,000 background check service professionals who have the expertise to help you with all your home repair and remodeling needs. It's the fast, free, and easy way to find top-rated local pros who've been rated and reviewed by homeowners like you. That's why over 25 million homeowners have trusted Home Advisor to find the quality home improvement professionals they're looking for. It's why you can, too. Visit fast.homeadvisor.com to find the service pros who can bring your home improvement dreams to reality. That's fast.homeadvisor.com.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
2.
This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Now, here's Jeremy Schaff.
Gone fishing. 2 words that tell the world you've put your cares away and chosen instead to enjoy some relaxing time with a rod and reel, and in the hope that a fish will bite. Now imagine how much that relaxed, peaceful feeling might mean to someone who's been tormented physically and emotionally by the cruel realities of war. As we honor our veterans this weekend, we reprise a Chris Connolly story from 3 years ago about an organization that's trying to help those who've served through the tranquil majesty of fly fishing.
A landscape steeped in nature's grandeur. A country river rich with trout or bass. And in deft hands, the easy rhythm of a fly fishing rod. As its arc inscribes the top of an imaginary clock. 10 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 10 o'clock. On the White River in Arkansas. Or along West Virginia's Savage River. It is the serenity of fly fishing that these disabled soldiers are yearning for. To recapture what the horror of war has taken away. What is it that people don't understand?
They don't understand why we want to just be left alone. We just want to be by ourselves sometimes.
David Specking joined the Army at 19. In time, he started a family. His daughter Carissa was just 3 years old when he kissed her goodbye before going to Iraq.
She's always been my little scooter. She's always been with me everywhere.
What would you tell her?
Told her I had to go and that I'd be back, and then we could play when I got back. And when you're leaving, she squeezes you so tight around the neck, and you got to give her to your dad. You just never forget it.
He sent letter after letter home to her, and she kept every one of them. Then, on August 20th, 2004, a rocket-propelled grenade blew his world apart.
Well, really, you think your life is over. You know, it's over. What am I going to do now? You know, I can't do anything. I can't play with my daughter the same way I did when I left. She don't understand, and I can't explain it to her.
We got attacked, and the country needed me. Our president needed me, you know, and once you're a soldier, you're always a soldier.
So Rick Trowbridge re-enlisted in the Army after 9/11. Starting in March of 2003, he spent a year working in a Baghdad hospital, where he would be the first to see the wounded as they were brought into the ER. An 18-year-old soldier's dying plea still haunts him.
There's a kid sticking out of the top of the Humvee, and there's blood all over everywhere. He had an RPG on one side of him sticking out the other. And the only thing he could say was, "Are you going to help me?" And then he died. That's what I hear every night. Are you going to help me?
In that same year, 1 out of every 6 soldiers returned from Iraq with mental issues. Rick Trowbridge says his post-traumatic stress nearly claimed his life.
I was a hermit, you know, and I was angry because there was nothing worth doing that could overcome what battle inflicts on you. I was at the end of my rope. I really was.
But the end of 2004 brought unexpected hope. Captain Ed Nicholson was a Navy man about to retire and begin life as an outdoorsman. Yet he couldn't stop thinking about hospitalized soldiers.
You look up and you see a guy with either no legs or one leg or missing an arm, and his young wife there or a baby, and I mean, it tugs at your heartstring. You'd have to be as hard as nails not to feel great empathy, and it was just a thought in my mind in a very small way how I could help a couple of people.
So he founded Project Healing Waters. And ever since, this privately funded organization has offered the restorative grace of fly fishing and replaced isolation with the engagement of life on the river.
Gives them new feelings that they're going to get through this. I can do it. And this fly rod's going to help me do it.
For Rick Trowbridge, who'd never fly fished before, the change was startling.
2 trips it took me to change my life. Turned me around 180 degrees. This took me out of my shell. It cracked the egg.
Weekly fly fishing lessons at Walter Reed Army Medical Center helped the newly disabled to master casting skills and to boost their confidence.
For me, I get up and I walk around, in a setting that's not just in a circle around a track. It's just a feeling of accomplishment, I got up and I did things that normal people did today.
A nice little bend in the rod just like that.
Fly fishing gives 30-year-old Army Sergeant Preston Jackson, who lost part of his leg in an attack last year, a taste of the life he hopes to lead again someday.
I felt human again. I swear I did. Makes you feel like you're almost at home with your buddies, You forget your hurt for a while. I gotta say, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. It's a good experience, You get to go out with the guys. I think I'm hooked for now. I think I'm hooked. I'll catch those all day long and be happy.
Look at there. Boy, that is pretty fish right there.
For David Specking, days spent fly fishing have helped him rebuild his life.
You get a little joy because you can feel comfortable. You don't have to worry about being attacked, about somebody trying to harm you.
He's even found new ways to enjoy time with Carissa, who's now 9.
Look at that. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. The only thing she asks is, she asked me not to go back. And that's touchy. That is. So I told her not to worry about it, and I can't go back no more. I said, I'm done.
On the river, the healing continues after the gear is put away. For the evenings are filled with good conversation and unspoken understanding.
I wrote this song for you guys. It's a true story.
To these soldiers, the peacefulness of fly fishing is a gift beyond measure. After hard times in unforgiving lands, in this place, they are safe at last.
It's just beautiful and peaceful. I mean, hearing the water roll, it's just peaceful in the trees. It just reminds me I'm at home. You know, this is home.
'Cause the river don't talk. No, the river don't care where you've been or what you've done or why it is you're standing there. It just rolls on by, whispering to your soul, it's gonna be alright. The river just knows it's gonna be alright. The river just knows.
Chris Connolly reporting. Project Healing Waters has programs in 45 states, plus Canada and Australia. For more on this story, tune in Sunday morning to Outside the Lines at 9 Eastern Time on ESPN News. This Veterans Day weekend, Outside the Lines is also presenting the story of retired thoroughbred horses who are helping returning veterans cope with PTSD and adjust to life after war.
Next on The Sporting Life. Ray Mancini was America's next great boxer. Then he became a pariah.
Bob Arum, the promoter of the fight and was Ray's promoter, said you can't sell death.
This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Geico says, let's make life simpler.
It's a fact of modern life. Switching isn't easy. Your bank, your cable company, your girlfriend. Let's just say each switch comes with a certain degree of difficulty. But switching to Geico, now that couldn't be easier. First of all, it only takes 15 minutes. And just like that, you could be saving hundreds on car insurance. No muss, no fuss, no irate, vengeful, significant others.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Trying to sell your old car? Instead, donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind. Pickup is free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-814-2162. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats, whether they run or not. Donate your vehicle, and you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call 1-800-814-2162. That's 1-800-814-2162.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code COLIN to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code COLIN, C-O-L-I-N, COLIN. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at Vistaprint.com and type in the code COLIN in the search bar.
Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday.
StubHub! This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. The BCS national title picture was given a shakeup on Saturday as top-ranked Alabama fell at home to number 15 Texas A&M 29-24, handing the Crimson Tide their first loss of the season. The game was by far the biggest win for the Aggies in their first season in the SEC. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Alabama had a chance to pull this one out, but A.J. McCarron was intercepted with under 2 minutes to go, sealing the win for A&M. Number 3, Oregon, was in Berkeley Saturday night, and with Alabama losing, the Ducks had a chance to make their case for moving up to the top spot when the new BCS standings are released on Sunday.
Mariota, 2 receivers out to the left on 1st and goal. Give it to Marshall. Hesitation up the middle. Touchdown. Byron Marshall hesitated and waited for something to develop and gets the score.
The call on the Oregon IMG Sports Network, Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes as Oregon improved to 10-0 after beating up on Cal 59-17. Elsewhere, number 2, Kansas State, they're 10-0. They beat TCU 23-10. Notre Dame goes to 10-0. The Irish beat Boston College on the road 21-6. Louisville suffered their first loss of the season, this one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia secured the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU with a 37-17 win over Mississippi State. And it was Stanford beating number 11 Oregon State 27-23. Wisconsin 62, Indiana 14 for the Badgers. They clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. Here is the latest on the Lakers' search for a replacement for the fired Mike Brown. As sources told ESPN LosAngeles.com, Phil Jackson, who is considered the front runner for the head coaching vacancy, met with members of the Lakers front office on Saturday, and if the Hall of Famer is in agreement to return under the right conditions, his deal would likely be for 2 years. ESPN's Chris Broussard tells us that Mike D'Antoni had a telephone interview with the Lakers on Saturday, and Mike Dunleavy gets his chance on Sunday. From the NBA, in double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. San Antonio with a 112-109 win at Portland. In overtime, the Bobcats beat the visiting Mavericks 101-97.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Now, here's Jeremy Schaff.
Mark Kriegel is the author of the New York Times bestsellers Pistol, The Life of Pete Maravich, and Namath, and one of the most acclaimed sports writers of our time. His new biography is of Ray Boom Boom Mancini. It is called The Good Son. It is a terrific story of one of the most compelling fighters of his time and someone who's dealt with a lot in his life, not the least of which was living up to his father's expectations. And Mark Kriegel joins us now. Mark, that is a constant theme of your work, father-son relationships and the psychological toll they take and the ways in which the sons try to live out their father's wishes and lives. What attracted you to Ray Mancini's story?
I felt an odd but strong kinship with Ray. Maravich, or Pistol, is about fathers and sons, and Press Maravich, Pete's father, tries to build the perfect basketball player, and he comes very close to succeeding, but drives most of the people in the family a little crazy in the process. With Ray, it's just the opposite. His father had been a number one contender in 1941, lightweight contender, goes off to war. He's wounded very badly from a mortar shell in 1944 in France, and essentially that ends his career as a contender. And in the Mancini story, the impetus, the motivation comes from the son. It's Ray who decides, as a very young kid looking through his father's scrapbook, that he's going to win the title and redeem his father. And, you know, I am Jewish from New York City, the son of an English professor, and I felt a great deal in common with Ray, the son of a fighter from Youngstown, Ohio. My father had polio, got polio in 1944, the same year that Ray's father was wounded in France. And this may matter only to me, but in my mind, we were both the sons of wounded, charismatic fathers we were trying to honor.
And this is a book, I should say, it's not just about fathers and sons, although it is to a large extent about that. It's about, of course, the classic fatal fight he had with Duck Koo Kim in 1982. It's about the city from which he hails, Youngstown, which even when he was born in 1961 was a dying city, and by the time he became the lightweight champion of the world was virtually dead, and how he represented the hopes of the suffering people of Youngstown. And it's about redemption, ultimately.
There are a couple of themes that run through it, and if I tried to write it as a novelist, it would fit too well. It would be too pat. Real life is infinitely more perverse and also more perfect than anything you can make up. There are certain things with Duck Koo Kim, Ray's most well-known opponent, 1982, November 13th. He, basically dies at Ray's hand in, if not for the ending, what had been a magnificent fight. in many respects, Duk-Koo Kim, the challenger from Korea, represented all the virtues that Ray was brought up to hold dear, which was his father's, which was never take a step back. His father used to tell him, Ray, I didn't win them all, but I never took a step back. The irony here is that Kim, had he taken a step back, might have lived to see his own son. His fiancée was then 3 months pregnant. So these cycles of fathers and sons run through the story.
We're speaking with Mark Kriegel, whose new biography, The Good Son, The Life of Ray Boom Boom Mancini, has just been published. A remarkable biography, Mark. Boxing is something that you've covered for a long time and very well. And you know the stories of fighters killing other fighters in the ring, whether it's Ray Robinson with Jimmy Doyle or Max Baer with Frankie Campbell. And what do we learn about fighters and who they are by the way they react to having killed someone in the ring?
I think that each fatal fight is different. In Ray's case, Ray's a real religious guy. So he sees, I'm not putting this in theological terms, but psychological ones. Essentially, he believes in an afterlife. He believes in spirits. It's almost as if he believes in ghosts. What haunted him most after the fight was his own father telling him, hey, don't worry about it. It could have been you. Now, Lenny Mancini, the original Boom Boom, meant to relieve his guilty conscience. What he did was make him psychologically vulnerable because it got Ray thinking, gee, it could have been me. So now he had guilt, and he also had fear. And the way Ray fought was based on such desire. He had to fight with such abandon that once you tamper with the desire, he's not the same fighter. What he said is that after the fatal fight, he no longer felt righteous. He said, I fought for righteous reasons. I fought for my father. I fought for my hometown of Youngstown, Ohio. But after that fight, after Kim died, he's knocked out in the 14th round. He tries to get up. He can't. Ralph Wiley, then of Sports Illustrated, called it the bravest thing he had ever seen in sports, Kim trying to raise himself. But after that, Ray feels as if the game, which had been sanctified in his mind, had become corrupted. What happens in America is that the kid who was seen, and it's very important, Ray was a product of network television. The networks were full on in the boxing business. It was a staple of network programming on Saturday and Sunday. And there is this period in American life where Ray is, the public doesn't make the distinction between him and Rocky. They're demographically perfect. They're great white hopes. They're Italian stallions. But after that, the good son, the guy who represented everything that was supposed to be good about this sport, becomes a pariah. And it happens just about overnight. As Bob Arum, the promoter of the fight, and was Ray's promoter, said, you can't sell death. Even when Ray got over it, or at least learned to cope with it, the rest of America couldn't. It remained a point of reference they tagged him with.
If you're a fan of great writing and you have any interest in father-son relationships like Pistol, like Namath, we highly recommend Mark Kriegel's The Good Son, about the former lightweight champion of the world, Ray Mancini. Mark, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for having joined us.
Oh, pleasure's mine. Thank you very, very much.
Mark Kriegel and all guests on ESPN Radio appear via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Subway. Eat fresh.
Next on The Sporting Life, the 6 words that changed everything for Matthew Stafford and for Detroit.
With the first pick in the 2009 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Matthew Stafford, quarterback, Georgia.
I knew it was going to be tough, but I was excited about it. I wanted to go in there and go and try and turn it around.
This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This Veterans Day, give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
62.
The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt.
Now, here's Jeremy Schaap.
Welcome back to the Sporting Life. Until Matthew Stafford came along, the Detroit Lions were a franchise that had had so many quarterbacks in the last several decades, but not a franchise quarterback. Stafford appears to be that and more. Leading the team last season to its first playoff appearance since 1999, Stafford threw for 41 touchdowns and more than 5,000 yards. In this E60 story, Stafford tells Rachel Nichols how he's made himself one of the NFL's best players at his position.
First pick, first pick, first pick, first pick.
With the first pick in the 2009 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Matthew Stafford, quarterback, Georgia.
It was intimidating a little bit. Honestly, I've been on winning teams everywhere I've ever been, and I just wanted to be a part of the change. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
It was a moment of change for both Matthew Stafford and the Lions. Detroit was coming off an 0-16 season, the culmination of 5 decades of failure.
Ran out of bounds. He ran out of the end zone at the safety.
The franchise's last championship came in 1957.
I knew it was going to be tough, but I was excited about it. I wanted to go in there and go and try and turn it around.
Matthew Matthew Stafford grew up in the well-manicured Dallas suburb of Highland Park, Texas, diagramming plays in his head before he was even in kindergarten. Matthew's father, John Stafford.
We were watching an NFL game, and there was a running play to the left, got blown up, didn't go anywhere. And at 5 years old, Matthew said the tackle didn't pull. And 2 seconds later, John Madden came on, and, he said the nose tackle blew it up. The left tackle never got out there, didn't do the job.
Dad kind of looked at me like, what? How did you know that? How did you see that? And I didn't even know how I knew. I just saw the game and realized that that's what happened.
Matthew's mother, Margaret Stafford.
He has always been athletic. He tried to do a dive and a flip at 3. It was terrifying. We did get him a cowboy uniform that was hard to get the helmet off of him.
Matthew's sister, Paige Stafford.
I remember some of the refs for the YMCA would hold him back after the games and say, hey, will you just throw for us and see how far you can throw it? And they were amazed at this 4th grader that could, throw it for, 50 yards.
Stafford attended Highland Park High School, the winningest program in the football-frenzied state of Texas. As a 15-year-old sophomore, he started for the varsity, and word of his talent spread quickly.
Troy Aikman saw me play in high school. Owen Wilson rode his bike to one of our practices once.
The actor?
Yes, because he's from around here too. So, it's nuts.
As a senior, Stafford led his high school to an undefeated season and a state championship. He was named the National High School Player of the Year. Winning followed Stafford to Georgia, where he became the starting quarterback as a true freshman. In his junior season, he led the SEC with 3,459 passing yards and declared for the NFL draft.
We don't really do haircuts like this in Dallas.
No.
And as the presumptive number 1 pick, the 21-year-old soon found himself rubbing elbows with celebrities like Maria Sharapova.
Where do you normally get your hair cut?
Supercuts.
You normally at what?
15.
And the tip
if I tip, give them about 18, maybe 20.
What?
In April of 2009, Stafford signed a 6-year contract with the Lions worth up to $78 million, $42 million of that guaranteed.
Now I interview guys who have, the necklaces, the whole thing, like really, really nice diamond watches. Instead of your diamond watch, what is on your left wrist?
That's a rubber band.
Yeah, how much did that cost you? About 5 cents?
Free, probably found on the ground. I've been wearing one since I was 7. I just always worn one on my left wrist. I don't know why. If it breaks, I feel naked.
November 22nd, 2009, week 11 of Matthew Stafford's rookie season. The Lions were hosting the Cleveland Browns, and Stafford would break out.
Stafford holds right, throws end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions!
Late in the 4th quarter, he already had 4 touchdown passes when this hit separated his left shoulder.
I can play, right? No. Yeah, help me up. I can throw the ball if you need me to throw the ball.
Detroit Lions wide receiver Calvin Johnson.
He got up. I'm like, what the heck? This dude's coming back in the game. And then he threw a game-winning touchdown.
Takes the snap, rolls, throws, end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions!
It was the 5th touchdown pass of the game for Stafford, and the Lions won 38-37. He racked up 422 passing yards, an NFL record for a rookie. Detroit Lions GM Martin Mayhew.
I think after that game, pretty much the entire organization knew we had something really special.
But 2 weeks later, an injury to the same shoulder ended his rookie season. The Lions would finish 2-14, the first time in his life Stafford was part of a losing team.
I was walking in Detroit from my condo to a burrito restaurant. And it was snowing and probably wind chill about -10. And I just remember texting my buddies, like, what am I doing? Like, where am I right now? Like, this is insane.
It would get worse. In the first game of the 2010 season, Stafford suffered an injury to his throwing shoulder. He missed 5 games. Then in week 9, an injury to that same shoulder knocked him out for the rest of the year, and questions arose about his durability, even within his own team. Zach Follett, a linebacker, spoke out in a radio interview.
He's China doll right now. You know, anytime he gets hit, he goes down.
Detroit Lions wide receiver Nate Burleson.
I remember people who were close to me saying, you know, your quarterback's soft. I heard his nickname is Matt Glassford.
Anytime somebody says your name, that's the first thing I talk about, and it's just kind of obnoxious. Now I've got everybody in America. He's got faulty shoulders. We got to send him to a class to learn how to fall. We got to do this and that.
Do people really say that?
Oh, people are trying to tell me that I need to go watch wrestling, like WWE, to watch how those guys fall. I'm like, come on, give me a break.
Stafford underwent surgery, and, fueled by his critics, he also hit the gym to alter his body type, thickening his neck and shoulders.
Stafford throws end zone, got a man, touchdown, Detroit Lions!
The result, 2011 was his first complete season, as he became only the fourth quarterback in NFL history to throw for more than 5,000 yards.
What a throw by Matthew Stafford!
Change was in motion. The Lions made the playoffs for the first time in 12 years.
Thanks, man. That's it.
And a more polished Stafford emerged as the face of the franchise.
Do you think you've shaken that perception, the China doll made glass?
I don't know, and I don't really care. You play the game for respect. Honestly, I don't know if I or my team has earned the respect of the league yet. I think we're close, but I think there's a lot more to come.
Rachel Nichols reporting for E60. Our thanks to WXYT in Detroit and ESPN Radio Fresno. You can see this story and other archive features online at e60.com. This weekend, the Detroit Lions travel to Minnesota to play the Vikings. The Lions have won 3 of their last 4 games, while the Vikings have lost 3 of their last 4. The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The Sporting Life is now available as a podcast. Subscribe and download it on iTunes or at espnradio.com/podcenter. We close this week's show with a few thoughts about hope and change. When Texas and Arkansas, both undefeated, played for the national championship on December 6, 1969, it was called the Big Shootout, the game of the century. The sitting president, Richard Nixon, was there. So was Billy Graham. With a dramatic 15-14 victory, the Longhorns gave Coach Darrell Royal the second of his 3 national titles, and more significantly, ended a shameful era. 15 years after Brown versus Board of Education, every single player on both varsity rosters was white. Those 1969 Longhorns were, in fact, the last all-white team to win the national title. The following year, the Longhorns would repeat as national champions, but this time their roster included a backup lineman named Julius Whittier, their first African-American letterman, a young man Royal said he knew could handle the pressure on and off the field. A few years later, Royal would sign a pretty fair player by the name of Earl Campbell. The 1969 Longhorns and their place in history came to mind this week when Royal died at the age of 88. By a single day, he'd lived long enough to see Barack Obama twice elected president of the United States. Clearly, it would be naive to suggest that we're now living in a post-racial utopia. But we do have every right to celebrate how far we've come since the Big Shootout. Thanks for having joined us. I'm Jeremy Schaap. This is The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is going to get worse, much worse. Seizure of property, bank levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. And if you owe the IRS back payroll taxes, chances are you will be visited at your home or business by an IRS agent. Don't become paralyzed by fear. Take action now. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help. Our team of experienced tax attorneys can get you protected, stop collections, and negotiate a permanent settlement with the IRS and state, potentially saving you thousands of dollars. At U.S. Tax Shield, our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. No games and no tricky upsells. That's why we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied clients. Put an end to your torment. Get protected. Get the Shield. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 800-226-8184. That's 800-226-8184. 800-226-8184.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit GoToMyPC.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's GoToMyPC.com, try it free, promo code Colin. Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Get fired up for the return of college basketball with the Tip-Off Marathon. 24 consecutive hours of basketball action begins at midnight as West Virginia takes on Gonzaga. Then, the State Farm Champions Classic with 4 of the top teams in the nation. Michigan State tangles with Bill Self's Jayhawks at 7 Eastern and at 9. A powerhouse matchup as defending national champion Kentucky takes on Coach K's Blue Devils. The Tip-Off Marathon starts tomorrow at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
Down to Monday night. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. Top-ranked Alabama needed only a win on Saturday to secure the SEC West Championship and continue down the road, leading to a second straight national title appearance. Unfortunately for the Crimson Tide, they hit a stumbling block as they hosted number 15 Texas A&M. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards and rushed for 92 more as the Aggies built a 20-0 lead in the first quarter and hung on to upset Alabama 29-24, handing the Tide their first loss of the season. Bama head coach Nick Saban.
Their offense is a very difficult offense to stop. We didn't start out very well defensively, giving up 20 points the first 3 times they had the ball, and we probably, dug a ditch that we couldn't quite dig out of.
Well, the crushing blow came with under 2 minutes to go when A.J. McCarron was intercepted at the goal line on 4th down. So with the Alabama loss, number 2 Kansas State with an opportunity to enhance their chances of a national title as they faced TCU.
Klein barks out the signals, looks over that spread out TCU defense, and Colin will run. He's at the 5 to the goal line. Wildcat touchdown. Colin Klein with his 51st rushing touchdown in his brilliant career, and he gives K-State a 6-0 lead with 8:14 to go here in the opening period.
The call on the K-State network from Learfield. Heisman hopeful Colin Klein rushed for a pair of scores as the Wildcats improved to 10-0 after beating TCU 23-10. Oregon's 10-0 as they beat up on Cal and Berkeley 59-17. Marcus Mariota 6 touchdown passes. Notre Dame goes to 10-0 as the Fighting Irish won at Boston College 21-6. Louisville no longer among the unbeatens. They lost at Syracuse 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn with Alabama's loss. ESPN's Brad Edwards projects Sunday's latest BCS standings will look like this. Kansas State #1, followed by Oregon, Notre Dame, Georgia, and the Crimson Tide. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in just a couple of days.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday, The Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of New York Sports and Beyond. I'm your host for the next hour, Bill Daughtry on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. On Monday, it will mark 2 weeks since the metropolitan area, the tri-state area, was ravaged by Hurricane Sandy. Some of us were inconvenienced, and many of us went through a great deal more than that in terms of storm damage in the aftermath of the storm. Many are still suffering, and in this hour, we'll take a look at some of the relief efforts in and around the metropolitan area to help those in need. We begin in New Jersey. Phyllis Dunlop is the vice president of the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. Phyllis joining us this morning on New York Sports and Beyond. Phyllis, thanks for the time.
Oh, thank you for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity to tell everybody about the work we're doing.
Well, of course, everyone knows about the damage that was done by the storm along the New Jersey coastline, which is basically the entire east coast of the Garden State. Talk about the efforts of the Community Food Bank and what you have been doing to help those who are still in need some 2 weeks after Hurricane Sandy.
Well, Bill, we really see this as a long-term recovery project. Even though we lost power that first week for about 4 days, we were able to start pushing food out. We now estimate that we are distributing about 100,000 pounds of food a day to those in need. And those are people who are still living in shelters, unable to go back to their homes. We're working with the Salvation Army in their canteen effort in areas that have been affected where people can get hot meals. We've also been involved in just pushing out the basics like water, cleaning supplies, blankets to those affected. So we have been on the ground this is day 10 now, I guess, that we've been in the office, just trying to meet those needs. There are pockets of needs that are constantly becoming aware to us, people who maybe have been in high-rises that haven't had power, some elderly people who haven't been able to get out. So we're working with the Red Cross and the Salvation Army to identify where these pockets are and trying to get the food out to them.
Talking with Phyllis Dunlop. She's the vice president of the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. And Phyllis, I think the disconnect that maybe some of our listeners may have is they hear food bank. Well, I guess they figure that, you guys just have food at your disposal. But the big part of this, the missing part of this, is the cooperation of the public. They are the ones who make, for lack of a better phrase, donations or deposits to the food bank, which is how you guys compile your foodstuffs for people in situations like the disaster.
Exactly. And we have gotten a tremendous outpouring of people who want to help. For example, we had a food drive at the New York Giants last Sunday. And generally, we do this every year, and generally in the past, we bring a truck. This year, we had to have 3 trucks there. We collected 38,000 pounds of food from the fans and about close to $20,000 in donations. And that's fabulous. And not only does it help now replenish our supplies that are going out, it also gives great awareness to people that not only are they helping people now, but that we're here to help people throughout the year, even when there is not a disaster.
For those, Phyllis, who can't or don't want to donate food or grocery items, how do they help the Community Food Bank of New Jersey? What do they have to do to get involved?
I would suggest anybody who would like to get involved, go on our website, cfbnj.org. There's a number of ways you can help. You can give a monetary donation. You can come here to volunteer. We have in our building just today, Saturday, 500 volunteers. And they're downstairs. They're putting together emergency boxes for people. They're making sandwiches. I think we've estimated we've made over 20,000 sandwiches this week. So we urge people to come to our warehouse site here in Hillside, New Jersey, 31 Evans Terminal, and help with the effort. And if you want to make a monetary donation, just go on our website and do so.
You can also make a $10 donation by texting to FEEDNJ, one word, FEEDNJ, to 80888. Hillside, not far from where I live, and I know our church is very active with the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. We're talking with the Vice President of the organization, Phyllis Dunlap. Phyllis, if you would, share with us what areas have been most affected from the food bank standpoint of the Garden State, or better yet, the metropolitan area as it pertains to the Garden State.
We're seeing a lot. Of course, certainly the Jersey Shore has been affected, and that's being handled by the Food Bank of Monmouth and Ocean for the most part at this time. What we are seeing, we're still helping people in the Moonachie area, Little Ferry area. We're seeing, we've been spending a lot of concentration the past couple of days on the Perth Amboy area. And really the inner cities, as I mentioned before, the inner cities in which it's difficult for some people to get to a food pantry. The problem, the challenge that we've had is that our food is distributed through a network of about 1,000 social service agencies throughout the state. Many of those were without power. And many are volunteer driven, and so we've had to come to their aid and get the food to them. We have 24 trucks in our fleet, and they have been on the road constantly in the past 2 weeks getting the food out to these smaller agencies.
Now, a good sign is that the trucks have been full and active for the better part of 2 weeks, but again, I would imagine at some point those supplies, the amount of capital in the food bank would begin to dissipate, and you guys have made an appeal to replenish those supplies that have been depleted by the hurricane.
We have this traditionally is our most active time of the year around the holidays. We will be having next Saturday, November 17th, is our annual turkey drive. We will have sites, 41 sites throughout the state of New Jersey that people can drop by turkey, other foodstuffs, or monetary donations. Those sites are listed again on our website, cfbnj.org, and we urge people to be as generous as they possibly can this year to meet this need and the needs going forward over the holidays.
Phyllis, let's look at the flip side of this. We are talking now about getting help to people and replenishing the food bank and keeping it at the level it needs to be. But let's say there is a family under the sound of my voice that needs the help of your organization that has not been able to reach out to them at this point. What do they do to take advantage to get help from the Community Food Bank of New Jersey?
Well, we've been urging people to dial 211. And that is a resource which will let people know the closest place to them to get food, or call here at the food bank, 908-355-3663. And we do have staff on hand to listen to these calls and direct you to shelters or food kitchens that are presently open.
Phyllis, at the top of our conversation, you said this is an ongoing effort. How much longer do you think we are going to have to focus? I mean, you talked about the turkey drive with Thanksgiving right around the corner. Hard to believe it's just a couple of weeks away.
I know.
But how much longer do you think the focus will be on the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy in the Garden State?
It's hard to say. It just seems that every day there's another situation that comes up. We were on a really good path, and then the snowstorm came, and people lost power again. We're thinking this will stretch beyond the holidays, the recovery effort.
Phyllis Dunlap, we wish you nothing but success with the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. Once again, you can get involved by helping them. You can make a donation of $10 by texting FEEDNJ to 80888. You can call them directly at 908-355-3663. 866-836-3663. Or if you are on the other end of the spectrum and are a family in need, simply pick up your phone and dial 211. Help keep the Community Food Bank of New Jersey flourishing and in a position to help those affected by Hurricane Sandy. They need meals in a can, canned tuna, peanut butter, granola bars, any kind of canned fruit or any kind of canned vegetables, canned soup, shelf-stable milk, cereal, diapers, baby food, no jars. But as you can see, it is a very full gamut, a very big menu that they have to fill in reaching out to help those in New Jersey. Phyllis Dunlap, thanks for the time and continued success.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Phyllis. Phyllis Dunlap, she is the Vice President of the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. When we continue, we'll check in with the Red Cross, and a little later on in the show, we'll hear from our good friend Al Troutwig from Madison Square Garden, as the MSG family is very much involved in the hurricane recovery efforts here in the tri-state area. I'm Bill Daughtry. You're listening to New York Sports and Beyond on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
Hey there, Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the Thin and Light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Welcome back to New York Sports and Beyond. This Sunday, we focus on storm recovery, the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy here in the New York metropolitan area. We just talked about the food developments and the handing out of food to needy folks from the Community Food Bank of New Jersey with Phyllis Dunlap. We now turn our attention to the bigger picture. Anne-Marie Borrego. She's a spokesperson for the Red Cross. Anne-Marie, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me.
So talk about what is going on with the Red Cross here in the New York metropolitan area. Early on, and I think it was a bit unfair that your organization received some criticism because they were a little later to the game than most people wanted them to be. But now that they're here, I think people are seeing tangible results in their situation. Talk about the overview of what's going on here with the storm recovery from your organization's standpoint.
Sure thing. Well, we are still actually very active in the emergency relief phase right now. We continue to shelter people in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and actually also in West Virginia as well. But this weekend, we have started a massive distribution effort. We're mobilizing a large cadre of volunteers to hand out thousands of bags stuffed with relief supplies like cleaning, hygiene, and comfort items in all 5 boroughs of New York, on Long Island, and in New Jersey.
What was the biggest challenge in getting to the New York area and getting your operation set up? I mean, was it any different than, say, a situation with Hurricane Katrina or with those who had the tornadoes in the Midwest last year, or is every situation pretty much the same for the Red Cross?
Well, actually, every situation for us is quite different. The topography of all of these regions is different. The population density is quite different, and the way that we work with our partners and local and state officials is also different. So we have a different role to play in each response. And, you know, I think that this one, we had 2 storms come at us. We had massive power outages that continue, and we had a lot of storm damage that made it difficult for us to get into neighborhoods. But the main thing is, as you mentioned, we're there now, and we are feeding folks. We're making sure that they have a warm place to stay in our shelters if they need it, and we're passing out supplies and food.
Talking with Anne-Marie Borrego, she's a spokesperson for the Red Cross with a very big presence in our metropolitan area. I was in Newark the other night, and in a 1-block radius, I actually saw 3 of your rescue trucks hard at work there taking care of residents in inner city Newark, a neighborhood not necessarily hit as hard as the shore areas and some of the outlying boroughs here in New York City. Has there been any one particular area of this tri-state that has been a particular challenge for the Red Cross in this particular storm with Hurricane Sandy?
Well, I'll tell you, we've heard back from I'm here in Washington, D.C., so I don't have eyes on the ground like many of the folks who are listening to your program may have. But the people who I talk to, our volunteers who are there, tell us that, you know, areas like the Rockaways and Staten Island are just devastated. And that's a huge area for us to go through and pass out supplies and make our presence felt. And so I think we're challenged just like everyone else is. We want to make sure that we get to those who need us, and there's just a lot of need.
Has more of the demand been along the lines of shelter as opposed to food?
Well, there are different phases of the relief effort, and right now, as I said, we're still in that emergency sheltering phase, but we're ramping up the food and what we call bulk distribution, so supply distribution phase now as well. So I think we will see as the power comes on that those sheltering numbers are going to continue to go down a bit, but there's a lot of work to be done, as I'm sure you see from where you sit, and we're going to be there for the long haul.
Bill Daughtry with Anne-Marie Borrego of the American Red Cross. Anne-Marie, we've talked mainly about shelter. We've talked a lot about food. Talk about some of the other services that the Red Cross is providing to people who have been ravaged by Hurricane Sandy here in the metropolitan area.
Well, one of the things that I've always found really interesting about the work that we do on the ground in these areas is mental health support. So I had the opportunity to go out with one of our mental health workers during a wildfire response, and it's really amazing to see how they connect with people and provide them with that touch point to let them talk about what's happened to them. This is a pretty jarring event for most people who've lived through it. It's devastating, and it's a great piece of the service that we provide to these communities.
We talk about people here in the metropolitan area who have been inconvenienced by the storm. Folks like myself who maybe we were without lights and heat for a few days, but then when you cross over, and we're hearing more and more of these stories now as these areas are becoming open for residents to go back to and see what is left, if anything is left, of the place that they once called home, to see how their life has just been ripped apart by this storm. I guess we're talking about something on a totally different level when we talk about need of service to get these people back on point and focused and to the point of just functioning in everyday life again.
Yeah, I mean, it is, like you said, it's just been devastating for so many folks, and our hearts just go out to them. And, we're trying to get to them and provide them with the services and the help that they need.
How much longer does the Red Cross anticipate being on the ground, being involved here in New York and New Jersey with the recovery effort from Hurricane Sandy?
Well, I'd really hesitate to put an end date on any of this. We're going to continue to work with state and local officials to determine the role that we need to continue to play in sheltering. We're going to keep feeding people as long as they need it, and we're going to stay for the long haul. We're not pulling out anytime soon.
Now, of course, over the past weekend, you guys raised over $16 million by my count with people responding to the call to help those victims of Hurricane Sandy. I'm sure that effort is ongoing, and if you would, give our listeners a phone number, a text number, or an email address, or all their website, or all of the above in terms of how they can help in the recovery from Hurricane Sandy.
Sure. Thanks so much for asking. We could not do this work without the generous support of the American people. If folks want to give, they can call us at 1-800-RED-CROSS. They can visit our website at redcross.org, or they can text Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
Is there a number for people who may have been affected by this storm, as late as it is in the game, to actually get in touch with and reach out to the Red Cross for assistance?
Well, if they need sheltering, they can call 1-800-RED-CROSS or check local media outlets to find a shelter. If they're in an emergency situation, we also recommend that folks call 311 or visit nyc.gov for a list of things like day and nighttime warming centers if they're cold.
Anne-Marie, this is a strange question to ask, but again, with the changes that we have seen in our weather, particularly here on the eastern seaboard in the past couple of 3 years, has it increased the amount of work that the American Red Cross has had to do? Has it increased your state of awareness? How has it affected the organization, the changes in the weather, particularly in this part of the country?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that. I think the general public sees a lot of these big storms every year, and there are a lot of questions about how climate might affect our response. But what I can tell you is that we respond to nearly 70,000 disasters every year, and the vast majority of those are home fires. So while the public sees these big big disasters, on the television, we're there at night in the cold in places like Ohio or in Missouri when a family fire breaks out, there to support those families as well. So for us, we respond to all kinds of disasters, and those that you're seeing in your area are just one kind of them.
Anne-Marie, we thank you for your readiness. We thank you for your time. Once again, please give those numbers and website for people to step up and help the Red Cross, help those in need here in the wake of Hurricane Sandy.
Sure thing. So they can go to redcross.org for a secure online donation. They can call 1-800-RED-CROSS, or they can text Red Cross to 90999 for a $10 donation.
Immediate help from the Red Cross and the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, the topics of discussion in the first half hour of this program. When we continue, we'll talk about something a little bit more range, but every bit as effective. Madison Square Garden doing their part in the Hurricane Sandy recovery. We'll talk with our good friend Al Troutwig from MSG Network when we continue. Bill Daughtry on New York Sports and Beyond here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seats you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday.
StubHub! This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit USO.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
Hey, Golick, what if I said the birth of your child is no excuse to miss a game?
Couldn't disagree more. I think it's idiotic almost, bordering on that, to make a statement like that, to say that should overtake any other thing in your life. I think it's a ridiculous statement to make.
Why?
Why? Because it's family. I mean, this is the birth of your kid, birth, death, funeral, whatever. I mean, your family is first. Your family is first.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Back on New York Sports and Beyond, Bill Daughtry with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, joined by a very good friend, a co-worker, present and former, a guy who's kept the same cell phone number and email address for as long as I've had mine. That speaks to the stability of our next guest, Al Troutwig, joining us on the program. Al, always a pleasure, my friend.
It could be construed as being boring, Bill, but...
Say, who wants to talk to us, right?
Yeah.
That's okay. So last night, I should say Friday night, Madison Square Garden Network, as they have done whenever major events, disastrous events have hit the New York City area, MSG Network steps up and does their part, as they do each and every day through their Garden of Dreams Foundation. But again, last night, Al, they step up, starting a big fundraiser to benefit Hurricane Sandy relief efforts. Talk about the initiative that began with the raffle tickets on Friday night at the Garden.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the way that our normal telethon fundraiser has evolved over the years. I mean, you remember when you were there, we used to do it all the time. But to raise $200,000, $100 at a time is pretty amazing. But anyway, I think we had 25 items, signed sticks. I mean, pretty good stuff. Signed sneakers, signed jerseys from Rangers, Knicks players, some Yankee stuff. And during the game, we answered calls. We had about 25 celebrities. We had some of our own guys, Joe Micheletti, Billy Jaffe, Steve Cangelosi. And to raise $200,000, $100 at a time was pretty amazing. I thought it was a great night.
No, on Friday night, viewers could purchase $100 raffle tickets for the chance to win some spectacular prizes. One of those prizes, one that jumps out at me, I mean, you got the jersey package with Amare and Carmelo and Jason Kidd. I guess I call that one the Olympic package. But one that jumps out at me and one that is extremely timely is the 2 tickets and a tour of the transformed garden with yours truly, Al Troutwig.
Well, I mean, I'm still figuring out some of the nooks and crannies of the new building, but I will attempt to take people around, and it does look great. And I've had a chance to be in the building while it was being transformed, and it's really been fascinating. I mean, almost every wire and every piece of plumbing has been changed. I mean, I can't believe that that's possible, but that's what happened.
I love the new tile floors, but I got to lodge one complaint. I'm missing that group of escalators. I guess that's in Tower A, and then of course we have the old elevators that I think they're going to be there forever.
Well, they're going to be changed. The escalators will be back. I think Tower B is what you're talking about.
Yes,
they'll be back. It's all going to happen. It's all going to be good. But I have to go back to the money that we raised. I mean, if you think about it, Bill, I mean, in one night, we almost had enough money to, it won't happen this way, but if you want to think about it this way, I think it makes sense. We could almost help someone rebuild their house.
When you think about $200,000, which was what was done in phase 1 in one night, you are absolutely on point. But I think the other thing that we have to talk about is the online auction that will run until 6 p.m. on November the 19th. The Garden is teamed up with CharityBuzz.com. We talked about the raffle component. Talk about this online auction that we really haven't gotten into.
Well, I think this is really where, you hope the heavy hitters get involved, or at least 2 heavy hitters get involved to get something for them. There are things like have dinner with Walt Frazier at his restaurant, which is really beautiful. I mean, it's a really cool place. It's on 10th Avenue, 38th Street. anyway, you can bid to have dinner there with Walt Frazier at your table. So that's the kind of thing that, someone who's really into the Knicks, who's got some money to spend, okay, good.
Yeah, you've got the shooting clinic with Steve Novak, a round of golf for you and a friend with Jason Kidd, who I understand is really, really an accomplished golfer, a scratch golfer, game of horse and lunch with Alan Houston at the MSG Training Center. There are other packages involved for other events here in the New York metropolitan area. I mean, Al, has there been any goals set for how much money you guys want to raise? I mean, other than as much as possible?
I haven't heard a goal. I mean, it's the kind of thing where, I've been doing these, and you have been doing these auctions for a long time, and what you hope for is that two very well-off people go head-to-head in a very stubborn manner because they want it, and the bidding goes up, and the number gets to a level that you can't even have predicted. So that's what we're hoping. It's, Steve Novak shooting clinic, I think that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to shoot threes like Steve Novak. I think you would, too, although I think you're a little bit farther along than I am.
I don't think I'm hanging out at the 23-point line. No.
It's all part of MSG's fundraiser to benefit Hurricane Sandy. On Friday night, there was the call-in for raffle tickets, but the fun continues, the fundraising continues with the online auction, MSG teaming up with CharityBuzz.com to auction off some high-end experiences and prizes. This online auction will run through the 19th of November. All the net proceeds will be going to the Mayor's Fund to Advance New York City, the American Red Cross, and other disaster-related organizations here in the New York metropolitan area. Al, it's got to make everybody at the Garden just hold their head up a little higher and walk a little taller, knowing that this initiative is in place and ongoing to help the thousands of people who were displaced or just had their lives turned totally upside down by the events of a couple of Mondays ago.
Bill, everybody has a job, and everybody knows what their company does and where their company stands on certain things. The day after Hurricane Sandy hit, it was announced that the Garden donated $500,000 to the Mayor's Fund and the Red Cross, and I thought, you know what, that's a pretty cool thing. I'm proud to be part of a company that does something like that. And I'll tell you something else. I've had a power outage for 11 days, and I had a little generator so that I could watch TV, and I've been watching report after report after report after report. And we sent a crew to Staten Island, and they just happened to shoot something in a little bit of a different way. They shot it moving, and we saw Staten Island in a little bit of a different light, and it really took your breath away. It was an oh my God moment, and this is 12 days after the fact that we saw this footage of Staten Island, and it just really reinforced in my mind and everybody that saw it, I hope, this is worse than we thought. Way worse than we thought.
Some have likened it to a New York Katrina, and it has hit people with that same kind of impact. As we said, thousands have been displaced all up and down the 5 boroughs of New York, particularly in the shore communities. We all saw the ravages done to the New Jersey shore. This is something like we've never seen before. Hopefully we'll never see again, but, I've got to tip my cap to Governor Cuomo through this whole thing. He is pretty much harped on the fact that, with the weather patterns changing, we may have to change our infrastructure here in the metropolitan area.
Yeah, I don't know what we do about that. I don't know about the weather. All I know is that, last year we lost power for 8 days, and this year we lost power for 11 days and counting, and it's different. I don't know how you change the South Shore of Long Island. I don't know how you change the Jersey Shore. Other than you rebuild it and you hope.
Bill Daughtry with Al Troutwig on New York Sports and Beyond. When we return, we'll talk about another initiative at Madison Square Garden. That would be the basketball team, which is off to quite a start. You're listening to New York Sports and Beyond on 98.7 ESPN New York.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
What's your definition of success for this year's New York Knicks team?
Well, our goal is to win our division and be able to host first round at home. That is not going to change. I mean, that's what we're playing for.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the Radio Mike upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind. But tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, Click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. Let's go to mypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
Welcome back to New York Sports and Beyond. Bill Daughtry with the great voice of Madison Square Garden Network, good friend Al Troutwig, talking about the good work, the good deeds that the network is doing to help those who were affected by Hurricane Sandy. Friday night started off with the sale of raffle tickets. There is an ongoing project through November the 19th in connection with CharityBuzz.com. And there will be a concert to benefit the Hurricane Sandy victims. Al, all the above under the banner of Madison Square Garden Network.
Bill, yeah, there's going to be a concert, and there's going to be a comedy event in early 2013. And I think the best place to keep track of that is at either thegarden.com or msg.com. You know, when you start talking about events in January, I think that also reinforces a reminder of what we all know, that this is going to take some time, and that what we did last night on the air is only part of helping those people turn things around.
Raising over $200,000, raffling off $100, selling, I should say, $100 raffle tickets for some outstanding prizes, and the stakes go up even higher when you get involved in the online auction with CharityBuzz.com. As Al said, you can find out about all of it at the Garden's website. You can also find out about another ongoing project, which early on is yielding some great dividends. The New York Knicks, Al, it's been a while since the days of Pat Riley. We've seen this team play to the level that we've seen through the first 4 games, all wins of this season.
Yeah, Bill, you know, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. I mean, 4-0, but obviously the record tells us it is a big deal. And it isn't the fact that it's just 4 wins. It's 4 double-digit wins. And I had one fan sent us a message yesterday and said, you know, the only reason that we're winning these games is because the veterans know what to do. And I think that was a really good point. You get into this league, I mean, you watched Dallas last night. They have some young players, new players, and at one point they look like there's no way that they can be stopped. You know, they have O.J. Mayo, they've got Vince Carter, and they're taking these shots, and then all of a sudden they've got some young players heaving three-pointers and taking shots and just clanking them off the rim and at a bad time, crunch time. And we all know that that's the big time in an NBA game. And the Knicks have these veterans that just give them a little bit of a different look at a time when these NBA games are decided. I think if they can stay sort of healthy, and I think they're deep enough to absorb some injuries which might come, this could be something really cool.
Yeah, we've talked about this on the radio side with Spiro Dedes and Brendan Brown. You talk about the veterans on this team. There seems to be a certain veteran, shall we say, unflappability. I mean, not a braggadocio, not a bravado, but there's just a group of guys who have seen just about everything there is to see, from winning championships to blowing big leads to not winning championships and on down the line. But there just seems to be a certain calm, a certain confidence about this team with regard to the veterans that just filters down to everybody else.
And I think it's easy to understand. I mean, you know, you look at people who are 38 and 39, you flip over their basketball card and see where they've been and what they've done, and that's the way they should feel. You know, I mean, they shouldn't feel nervous taking a free throw. They shouldn't feel nervous in a big game. They shouldn't feel nervous when they go down 14-4 in the first quarter. And they don't. And the other thing is, and this is a silly little thing, I hear them talking on defense. And that's something that the Knicks just haven't been able to do, and it's essential. And they haven't done it over the past few years, and they're doing it now. And that's because there's one guy, usually on the floor at all times, who understands how important that is, and they're all doing it.
But again, I think a lot of the stuff that you just pointed out, especially with the small things, That all points to the head coach, Mike Woodson. He's come in and instilled in the last 29 games of last year, regular season and playoffs, and has gotten it to carry over and has brought in some players who just embellish that message of defense, defense, defense at all times, at all costs.
Yeah, but it's in-game adjustments, too. I mean, there were certain players in the Dallas game that were giving the Knicks a problem, and they totally changed the way that they were playing defense on those players. And it took those players out of the game. I mean, O.J. Mayo went from an absolute stealth missile to a guy who was just throwing stuff up from 28 feet and missing. And it was a result of some really good timely switching and some really good strategic changes. And I think that Mike Woodson was a part of that. So, yeah, it's him. And I'll tell you the other thing. Carmelo Anthony is consumed by making this happen, at least so far.
I mean, think about it. I mean, last year, before that, you didn't put Carmelo in the same sense with Charles Oakley, but we all flash back to that play against Nick Young in the Sixers. I thought it should have been a foul, but it wasn't. He blocks it, goes after the loose ball, and winds up like in the fifth row.
Yeah, and I don't think Mike Winston wants to see that too many more times this season, but it was the kind of thing that was Charles Oakley-like. And, you know, longtime Knicks fans love that stuff.
That's what endears you to them. That's what gets you the free dinners and free drinks all those years later after your career is over. Superlatives aside, what problems, if any, do you see looming down the road for this Knicks team?
I mean, I think the obvious thing is injuries. I think the other thing that's going to happen, and is unfortunately going to get a lot of, you know, weird attention, is the return of Amari and what that does. And I just think this has the composure of being a very good team. I mean, look, they've had some problems with their free throw shooting, and, you know, deal with that. But this is a team that could absorb an injury at almost any position and still have a presentable team to put out there.
Well, they've done that already with Iman Shumpert and Amari being out. But back to this Amari thing, how do you see it playing out if and when he returns to the Knicks lineup?
Well, I think there's way too much conversation about, oh, my goodness, how do the two play together? I mean, it's not the first time that an NBA team has had two players who need the ball to be successful in certain proximities. I mean, I was raised on, you know, New York Net ABA teams that had Larry Keenan and Julius Erving, and it worked out. They made it happen. And you change your substitution patterns, and you maybe don't necessarily bring one off the bench, but you leave one out there and bring the other one out and rest them in different ways, and it will work out, I think. But I think that's going to be a significant, you know, transition for the team, and hopefully they're doing well at that time, and they will do that. But other than that, I think it's the normal challenges of a really, really long season, and I think that they're sort of constituted to withstand a long, bumpy voyage.
I'm fond of reminding people when the Knicks had a Hall of Fame coach in Red Holtzman, a couple of Hall of Famers in the backcourt that still had plenty of tread on the tire, named Frazier and Monroe, and a couple of forwards named McAdoo and Hayward. You talk about a strange mix. They didn't make the playoffs, but I am fond of reminding people you can assemble all the stars you want, and things don't necessarily work out the way you want them to. But I think this Knicks team has people at different stages of their career where it's all on point for them to go in a very positive direction.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I hear so much chatter about how they're going to figure. You know, it's not rocket science. It's really, you know, throw the ball and move and screen and curl around, and it's really, they can figure this out. They just haven't had a lot of experience to do it. And I don't think that their games are made up in such a way that they're counter-effective to each other. I don't believe that.
Al Troutwig, of course, the focus of our conversation, hurricane benefit for those victimized by Hurricane Sandy. Madison Square Garden stepping up. They've already done part one with viewers purchasing $100 raffle tickets. They did that on Friday night to the tune of over $200,000. A couple of more stages to go. An online auction that'll run through November 19th. We talked about the concert. There's also a comedy show with all the proceeds going to Hurricane Sandy relief. Again, a job well done by Madison Square Garden. You can find out about all the above at MSG.com. You keep up the great work on Knicks game night, and we'll see you at the Garden.
Bill, thanks. We're very proud of what we're able to do.
Always a pleasure. Our good friend Al Troutwig, you can see him at the world's most famous arena. That's going to do it for us this Sunday morning. I'm Bill Daughtry. Thanks for listening. This has been New York Sports and Beyond on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show.
Rick Carlisle, head coach of the Mavericks, here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco.
I got two words for you that have nothing to do with Amari Stoudemire. Jason Kidd. Okay? It is very clear to me how he has ratcheted up their level of focus, their competitiveness. They're going to be one of a small handful of teams that's going to be a legitimate contender.
The Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show from 1 to 3. ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere, even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work on any file. Go to My PC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
To Diggs. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. Number one and previously unbeaten Alabama crawled out of an early 20-0 hole against visiting Texas A&M and rallied to close the gap to just 5 points late in the final quarter. A.J. McCarron and the Crimson Tide were looking for a miracle on fourth down with under 2 minutes to go.
There's the snap. He's rolling. He's throwing. It's intercepted. A&M Aggies just intercepted the ball and returned it out to the 5-yard line. 5-yard line. Everett got cheated the last time. He got that one. He just got it. Time 1:36.
The call on the Aggie Sports Network from Learfield. McCarron intercepted, and the 15th-ranked Aggies hold off number one Alabama 29-24. Elsewhere, Oregon goes to 10-0 after beating up Cal 59-17. Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes. Colin Klein rushed for a couple of scores as Kansas State beat TCU 23-10. Wildcats are 10-0. Notre Dame goes to 10-0 with a 21-6 win at Boston College. Louisville, they suffer their first loss of the season. This one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia clinched the SEC East with a 38-0 win at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU knocked off Mississippi State 37-17. Stanford 27, Oregon State 23. Clemson blew out Maryland 45-10. Wisconsin with a 62-14 win over Indiana. Badgers clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. As we continue to monitor the Lakers head coaching search, ESPN's Chris Broussard and ESPNLosAngeles.com have confirmed that Phil Jackson, the Lakers' main choice to replace the fired Mike Brown, has asked for travel restrictions and increased power over basketball decisions if he is to take the job. The Hall of Famer met with Laker officials on Saturday, and the word is the group will get together again in a couple of days. According to a source, the Lakers will interview Mike Dunleavy on Sunday. Over to the NBA. In double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. Charlotte overtime visiting Dallas 101-97. The Bobcats' first win over the Mavs in 17 games. San Antonio 112, Portland 109. Celtics got by the Bucks in Milwaukee 96-92.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The more time you spend doing that, the less time you are focused on what you have. And we have a lot of great people here, guys that have replaced some of these guys are really, outstanding young men and all that. So I think that's kind of wasted energy. You can learn from things maybe, but it's kind of, I wish he was, I don't know what good that would do to you.
Rex Ryan talking about looking forward as opposed to looking backward as the New York Jets take their 3-5 record out to Seattle for a game that I'm putting in the must-win category. Gotta have it. No two ways about it. And if you don't, I think you can throw your season in the cooker. 1-800-919-3776. New York Jets tasked with going to Seattle and tangling with the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle, a team that is on the rise in the NFC West. And I think you say that for everybody in that division because from top to bottom, the 49ers clearly the class of that division. But Seattle, Arizona, and St. Louis all pretty much in the same boat. All teams that play well at home but can't win on the road to save their lives. Seattle 1-4 on the road. Arizona 1-3 on the road. St. Louis 0-3 on the road. And it stands to reason that, Seattle is probably in the best position to capture a wild card in that and out of that NFC West, only because we only got 3 road games left. And with the way everybody in that division, not named the 49ers, struggles away from home, that would seem to be the way that Seattle can lock it down and find their way into the playoffs. By the way, at home, they play like they're one of the elite teams in the NFL. A great rushing attack led by Marshawn Lynch. Lynch has back and wrist stuff. He's just banged up. He's listed as probable. Everybody going into Week 10 has got some degree of banged up about him, including the New York Giants. It's going to be interesting to see if Ahmad Bradshaw finds his way onto the field today against the Cincinnati Bengals. Ahmad Bradshaw, at last check, was listed as, want to get this right, questionable. That foot problem. Didn't practice for most of this week, and if he is not ready to go, then I guess it's time for Mr. Brown to shine, who has done a spectacular job for the Giants when healthy this season. 1-800-919-3776 as we are in Week 10 of the NFL season. This is something that we floated yesterday, and we can talk about it again at 1-800-919-3776. We can talk about it again today. Our NFL insider, he joins us a little bit later on, Vinny Serrato, in the 8 o'clock hour. I'll be interested to see his take on it. I get the feeling now I know exactly what Vinny's going to say. But with regard to the Jets, Mike Keenan, when he used to coach the New York Rangers, Keenan would divide the season into 10-game segments, 10-game increments, if you would. And each 10 games would be a measuring stick for his New York Rangers. It went on to win, of course, as we all know, the Stanley Cup championship in 1993-1994. Looking at the New York Jets, 8 games in the book, they get ready for the third quarter of their season. An extremely difficult third quarter. We talked about the teams in the NFC West. Seattle today in Seattle. St. Louis next Sunday in St. Louis. Then you've got that tete-a-tete with your divisional rivals, the New England Patriots. Patriots, by the way, not in any jeopardy of missing anything in this watered-down AFC. Patriots now 5-3. You can make the argument Miami's in a much better position than the New York Jets are, in a much better position than the Buffalo Bills. It's like seemingly in the NFC East, it comes down to this. Jets and Buffalo are just fighting to stay out of the cellar. I mean, really, when you look at the big picture, Jets and Buffalo, both 3-5, fighting to stay out of the cellar. Miami trying to catch the New England Patriots in contention, playing 500 football. I mean, Ryan Tannehill developing nicely as an NFL quarterback. Reggie Bush, solid NFL runner, and they've got a complement of good backup running backs down there because Bush, you know, it's pretty clear, hasn't been the same since took that knee to the helmet from LaRon Landry way back in Week 3 against the New York Jets. But still, with their defense, with the development of Tannehill, with depth at the running back position, Miami has found themselves in a pretty good spot, 4-4 after 8 games. The New England Patriots, just where you would expect them to be at the top of the division. New York Jets, on the other hand, it's clear this is their season. This is their season. This third quarter is the make or break quarter, in my mind, for the New York Jets. 3-5, not a lot of excitement, more question marks. And as you heard Rex Ryan say a couple of seconds ago, you know, he lets other people get caught up in that what-if game. He's not really focused on what they've done in the past that would rank as a mistake and how it affects this team going forward. But understand this. The Jets are in a good mindset, especially coming off a bye week, going out to play Seattle in the 12th man. But their minds seem to be right. Muhammad Wilkerson, he echoes the comments of Antonio Cromartie. Wednesday on NFL AM, on NFL Network, Cromartie says that, you know what, we're making the playoffs.
Jets will make a playoff this year. we believe in each other. We believe in what Coach Ryan and his staff is putting us the schemes and stuff. So we're definitely going to make the playoff this year.
Now, Cromartie's thoughts echoed by Muhammad Wilkerson. Wilkerson also says, he likes that guarantee from Cromartie.
Definitely Crow's our leader, so we definitely we're gonna back him up. He's playing well for us. So like I said, as a team, we're looking forward to the second half of the season. We put the first half behind us. We were inconsistent the first half, but we're not looking back at that. We know moving forward.
And like Cromartie, Muhammad Wilkerson guaranteeing the Jets to go to the playoffs.
Backing up my teammate Cromartie, we feel like, this is the second half of the season. We put the first half behind us, and we feel like, we're going to get the job done and do what we got to do to make a strong push to make the playoffs.
But we've been down this road before with Jets talking, haven't we? We've been down this road with Super Bowl guarantees. We've been down this road with what they were going to do to Team X, Team Y, Team Z on whatever week, wherever, however, and the bravado and the confidence and all that. It's kind of a tired act. It really is. It's time for this team to put it on the field. It's time for this team to go ahead and play football. It's time for this team to stop talking about what Mark Sanchez could be if. Mark Sanchez is your quarterback. Tim Tebow, really, come on. Again, really, come on. 15 plays in the book for this guy. There doesn't seem to be a lot of confidence about him coming in and being any kind of difference maker. 8 games into the season, if you haven't seen it by now, really, what is it that makes you think you're going to see it? It's time for the talk. It's time for the question marks to be laid to rest. Because if they aren't, today in Seattle, broadcast begins at 2 p.m., kickoff just after 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. If the Jets don't put these things to rest, well, you can basically say that their 2012 season today against the 12th man in Seattle will be laid to rest. Giants with a different set of issues. We'll talk about those when we continue. Bill Daughtry till 9, right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
1-800-919-3776. We'll talk football. Vinny Serrato in the 8 o'clock hour, and I should say in the 7 o'clock hour. In the 8 o'clock hour, Chris Harris with Fantasy Focus this week. We'll talk about your fantasy football issues. I got my own. I got big-time fantasy football issues, but in a league as big as mine, I don't know. I imagine there's a lot of people who might be in the same situation that I am. Maybe not. But we'll talk about this with Chris. I mean, what do you do if you're in one of those deep leagues and not a lot of guys out there that you can grab off the waiver wire, at least not guys that you really want? 1-800-919-3776. As for the New York Giants, they, too, on the road this week against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, the Giants, obviously, in a much better situation than the New York Jets. I mean, they're leading a division where no one else is at or over 500. Giants running away with a 6-3 mark, and they really haven't played good football in the last couple of weeks. Their offense, which is really foreign, their offense has been struggling. I mean, think about it. And Young Misuk made a great point today on ESPNNewYork.com that the last passing touchdown for Eli Manning, he, the wizard of the fourth quarter comeback and all those wonderful things that have happened that you come to expect second nature. Eli Manning hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 weeks, 21 calendar days, but the last touchdown pass he threw, and that was because of a coverage mistake by the Washington Redskins, a 77-yard game winner to Victor Cruz. That was the last time Eli Manning threw a touchdown pass. Giants have had some offensive issues, and some will point to the fact that, you know what, since that Washington game, they've played 2 pretty good pass defenses. The Dallas Cowboys, which I think they rank 5th overall in the NFL. And then there's the Pittsburgh Steelers, who they faced last week. Pittsburgh, number 1 in the National Football League. Their physical corners just created all kinds of mayhem for the Giants' wide receivers, who have been without Hakeem Nicks for a while now. And you can point to that as part of the Giant problem, but overall, at three weeks, 21 days since Eli Manning has thrown a touchdown pass in the 21st century NFL, these New York Giants with Victor Cruz, these New York Giants with Martellus Bennett, who has stepped up and done a marvelous job at tight end this year, these New York Giants who have a revived running attack, and there's been a little bit more focus on the run, but still in all, Giants' bread and butter is throwing the football. That's why Eli has that Dunkin' Donuts endorsement deal. That's why he's got that Toyota endorsement deal, because of the way he throws the football. Not the way he turns and hands off to Brown, and not the way he turns off and hands to Bradshaw and Wilson, but the way he throws the football. And the Giants haven't thrown for a touchdown since that 77-yarder to Washington to Cruz back on October the 21st. Really, that's the only touchdown and pass that Eli Manning has had in the last 14 quarters. Is this Eli Manning we're talking about, the elite quarterback? Is this the New York Giants offense, the team that went to the Super Bowl and stunned the New England Patriots? Is this the Giant offense that has performed at an extremely high level since that game? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Something is missing from this attack, and Eli, he's not talking about, well, we got to reshape the wheel. No, he talks about working harder, paying more attention to little things, One of the little things that Eli and the Giant passing receivers have been doing this year that they kind of got away from, they have this drill that they do at training camp. It's a one-on-one passing drill where Eli works with his receivers in reps against the Giant corners. Now, the Giants have had injuries in their secondary, but, I mean, what else is new? It's been that way for the past couple of years. They did it last year. They've gotten away from it a little bit this year. And it's something that Eli is suggesting that maybe they need to get back to. Maybe he needs to refamiliarize himself with his receivers. Maybe he needs to reestablish timing and chemistry. Maybe he needs to reacquaint himself with their body language, whatever it is. Maybe they need to work on cracking opposing defenses a little bit more. But whatever the problem is, the Giants need to find a solution. Now, I maintain against Cincinnati, they'll be fine. They will be fine. I mean, Adam Pac-Man Jones is one of the prime parts of Cincinnati's secondary. Really? It's been a while. It's been a while since he was an impact player in the National Football League. Cincinnati has a below-average defense. Cincinnati has the kind of team you can score the football on. They're always involved in shootouts. And from a total team standpoint, they always find a way, the Cincinnati Bengals do, to turn over the football. If I'm not mistaken, in every game this year, Andy Dalton has had at least one turnover. He's a quality young quarterback. He's a quality young quarterback, but if you want to be elite in this league, you can't give away opportunities for your team to score. You can't hand them over to the other side. And Andy Dalton has found a way to do that in just about every game this season. And it's something I think the Giants will capitalize on in Cincinnati. But if you're a Giant fan, that's not how you want them to win. You want to see dominance by Victor Cruz. You want to see dominance by Martellus Bennett. You want to see dominance by number 10, Eli Manning, your quarterback, a guy who hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 weeks. 1-800-919-3776. Tom Coughlin is the Giants head coach. He talked about their lack of offense earlier this week.
You don't get any continuity offensively if you don't make any first downs. We haven't had any first downs in 2 weeks. Make some first downs. You make a first down, you'll have a chance to get some rhythm, get some continuity, get into your play calling. When you don't have first downs, it's like this, okay? Throwing darts at a board. You need the continuity.
And Tom Coughlin is absolutely right. Because if you're continuously finding yourself in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 2nd and long, which the Giants have, they've been doing a lot of that. Last week against Pittsburgh, it seemed like every second down was 2nd and 8, 2nd and 7. Every third down was 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. The coach is absolutely right when he talks about the continuity issues that they've had in these past couple of weeks. And again, that points to the ability to run the football. Now, we talked about Ahmad Bradshaw. Bradshaw questionable for today's football game. He's had some foot issues, as we well know. Andre Brown ready to go, raring to go. You can run the ball against Cincinnati. Maybe Mr. Brown, if Mr. Bradshaw can't go. And he is questionable. Didn't practice most of this week. But Andre Brown is a guy who runs hard, makes holes, finds holes. And if he's able to provide that offensive continuity that Tom Coughlin was talking about just a second ago, if he is the key to getting that running game going against, a subpar Cincinnati defense, there's nothing that scares you about the Cincinnati defense. Nothing at all. Cincinnati Bengals are about Andy Dalton, A.J. Green. That's it. You can throw Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis in there. They're about Andy Dalton to A.J. Green. If the defense eliminates that, they make the job for the offense that much easier. If the Giant defense eliminates that combination from Cincinnati, then they create situations where Andre Brown or Ahmad Bradshaw can run the football with authority, and that's exactly what the Giants need to do this week in Cincinnati. More than throw for any touchdowns, it'd be nice to see Eli get one early just to, get his confidence back, not that it's gone anywhere. Maybe give Giants fans their confidence back in their offense, because I think that has waned. I definitely think that has waned. But if they can get that running game going today in Cincinnati, I think it'll open up the passing game and make things a lot easier. Eli Manning talked about their struggles on offense.
Fact is, if when we get the ball back with 4 minutes of last game and we go down and score a touchdown, everybody's feeling pretty good right now. But that didn't happen. We just gotta keep working, and that's all you can do. It's not a time to say, oh, we gotta change our offense, or we gotta do this and that. Hey, we just gotta keep working and start making some plays.
And as Tom Coughlin says, make first downs. Giants 5 for 25 on third downs in their past 2 games. 1-800-919-3776. Phil Jackson stuff brewing in L.A. We'll get to that when we continue. Bill Daughtry till 9 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
The Steve Young Report. Steve, do you believe in quarterback slumps, and do you think that Eli Manning is in one of them?
Yeah, you ebb and flow during the year, no question about it. Eli, he's done it so much now. He's on the other side of it. It's not like he's going to regress.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name. Hi, it's Colin Coward. More and more business people are working remotely from their mobile devices. I do. We leave our laptops behind, but tablets and smartphones can't replace your office computer. That is, unless you have the Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. It turns your mobile device, your iPad, your iPhone, Android, or Kindle Fire into your computer. Go to My PC by Citrix. So convenient, so reliable. Plus, it's easy to use. That's why it's the #1 tool for remote access. With Go to My PC, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program or file, send any file from anywhere, even on the go. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click the Try It Free button, enter the promo code Colin, then download the free app to your mobile device. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin. Hi, football fans. I think you'll agree that you've got to have great seats. And now it's even easier to pick the seats you want wherever you are thanks to StubHub's new mobile seat maps. They're the only interactive seat maps that let you search for NFL tickets by section and actually see the view from your seat, all from your mobile phone. How cool is that? So whether you're searching StubHub on your computer or your phone, it's easy to find the seat you want. Yet another reason thousands of fans use StubHub for their NFL tickets every Sunday. StubHub! Hey there, Colin Cowherd, host of The Herd. As you know, I've been a big fan of Vizio TVs for years now, and today, folks, I'm excited to tell you about their new line of innovative personal computers. From the sleek all-in-one PC to the razor-thin design of the Thin and Light Ultrabook, Vizio has the PC industry buzzing. In fact, the Vizio Thin and Light Ultrabook was just awarded 4.5 out of 5 stars from PC World. Go to Vizio.com/computing to learn more.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Neil Jackson. The BCS national title picture was given a shakeup on Saturday as top-ranked Alabama fell at home to number 15 Texas A&M 29-24, handing the Crimson Tide their first loss of the season. The game was by far the biggest win for the Aggies in their first season in the SEC. Johnny Manziel passed for over 250 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Alabama had a chance to pull this one out, but A.J. McCarron was intercepted with under 2 minutes to go, sealing the win for A&M. Number 3, Oregon, was in Berkeley Saturday night, and with Alabama losing, the Ducks had a chance to make their case for moving up to the top spot when the new BCS standings are released on Sunday.
Mariota, 2 receivers out to the left on 1st and goal. Give it to Marshall. Hesitation up the middle. Touchdown. Byron Marshall hesitated and waited for something to develop and gets the score.
The call on the Oregon IMG Sports Network, Marcus Mariota with 6 touchdown passes as Oregon improved to 10-0 after beating up on Cal 59-17. Elsewhere, number 2, Kansas State, they're 10-0. They beat TCU 23-10. Notre Dame goes to 10-0. The Irish beat Boston College on the road 21-6. Louisville suffered their first loss of the season, this one at Syracuse, 45-26. Georgia secured the SEC East title 38-0 at Auburn. Florida 27, Louisiana Lafayette 20. LSU with a 37-17 win over Mississippi State. And it was Stanford beating number 11 Oregon State 27-23. Wisconsin 62, Indiana 14 for the Badgers. They clinched the Big Ten Leaders Division. Here is the latest on the Lakers' search for a replacement for the fired Mike Brown. As sources told ESPN LosAngeles.com, Phil Jackson, who is considered the front runner for the head coaching vacancy, met with members of the Lakers front office on Saturday, and if the Hall of Famer is in agreement to return under the right conditions, his deal would likely be for 2 years. ESPN's Chris Broussard tells us that Mike D'Antoni had a telephone interview with the Lakers on Saturday, and Mike Dunleavy gets his chance on Sunday. From the NBA, in double overtime, Denver outlasted Golden State 107-101. San Antonio with a 112-109 win at Portland. In overtime, the Bobcats beat the visiting Mavericks 101-97.
What a football weekend, and Mike and Mike is the place to talk about it every Monday morning. Don't forget our Monday lineup. Chris Carter live 7:30 Eastern, Mike Ditka 8:15 Eastern, and then Ron Jaworski in our studio. It's a Monday with Mike and Mike on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Well, Phil's not 45 years old anymore. The grind of NBA season was one of the reasons why he decided to hang it up, because he was getting older. But, he's had a year, 2 years to recharge his batteries, to get a lot of rest. He sees that this team is ready-made to compete for a championship. He loves walking into those kind of situations. And but I think, everybody's talking about what is between Phil and Mike D'Antoni, but Kobe says he wants Phil. Dwight Howard says he wants Phil. The chants last night were chanting, "We want Phil," during the game. So if Jimmy Buss and Mitch Kupchak are hearing that and hearing the responses and the wishes of his two main players, I mean, it's a no-brainer. He almost got to go out there and offer the job to Phil. So I think it's going to be his to accept or not.
Lakers radio analyst Michael Thompson, former NBA player with Jason Page yesterday here on ESPN New York. So Phil Jackson looks like he's headed back to the Lakers, but some of these concessions that Jackson's looking for. Travel restrictions, wants to limit the number of road games that he would have to attend. This is according to ESPN. Our Chris Broussard wrote a story. There's also a story on ESPNLosAngeles.com. wants a salary in line with what he previously earned with the Lakers, and he wants more say over basketball decisions. Is this guy going to be worth it? He's been away from the game for a couple of years. And he comes back to a team where, as you heard Michael Thompson talk about, the fans are chanting, "We want Phil." The players are chanting, "We want Phil," including Dwight Howard. I mean, what is there not to like about a guy who's won 11 NBA championships? That's right, 11. Count the rings. 11. But when somebody wants all these things just to come back, you gotta take pause for a second. Gotta scratch your head and wonder, do we really want this guy back? I mean, the Lakers in desperate straits. And with this Phil Jackson situation, with the fans chanting his name, with the players saying they want him, with everybody in Los Angeles poised for a return by the Zen Master, if they don't get him, then what does that mean for the guy who comes in? For the guy who ultimately steps into the shoes that Mike Brown wore at the beginning of this season? He gets fired after 5 games. When the Lakers, as an organization, decide that after a couple of losses to end their playoff run against Oklahoma City last year, after losing 8 straight in the preseason, getting off to a 1-4 start under Mike Brown, it's no laughing matter when a guy loses his job. But all of a sudden, the Lakers decided, hey, we don't like the direction that this thing is going in. Why do you even bring him back? Why do you even bring Mike Brown back? I mean, really, was it about 8 preseason games and a 1-4 start? I mean, once you get to the playoffs, you find out what your team is made of. Either they are or they aren't good enough. And the Lakers weren't good enough. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Kobe's a diminished player. Bynum, some nights he was there, other nights he wasn't mentally. Go back and check the tape of that first-round series against Denver. Some of the stuff that was going on there was, like, embarrassing. Not taking part in huddles, hoisting up some of those threes, and then talking nonsense about it. It was an unsavory situation. But last year, the Lakers weren't good enough. And I keep going back to their lack of defense at the guard position. Derek Fisher, Steve Blake, no, I'm not feeling any of that. That's not stopping anybody. And we hold up as Exhibit A, Jeremy Lin's torching of the Laker backcourt in that memorable Friday night game at Madison Square Garden last February. Lin scored 38 points. Yikes! 38. Derek Fisher looked like he was nailed to the floor trying to defend this guy. But still in all, Mike Brown takes the fall, and now the Lakers have to figure out, okay, what are we going to do about a head coach? So everybody wants Phil Jackson. Jackson wants travel restrictions or travel accommodations, doesn't want to do a whole lot of traveling. Wants a lot of money, which he deserves, and wants say over personnel. Now, if the Lakers don't deliver on this, what does this do for Mike D'Antoni, who they had a phone conversation with yesterday? What does it do to a Mike Dunleavy who would step into that situation next? He gets an interview today. We had a caller yesterday who apologized to me for taking me on about the Knicks hiring Mike Woodson instead of hiring Phil Jackson. Knicks fans, really? You're going to go for a head coach that's going to show up for a segment of your games? A guy who's not going to be with you on the road at selected times? And I'm not saying for a second that would have been the case had the Knicks offered the job to Phil Jackson when they disposed of Mike D'Antoni last year, or when Mike D'Antoni decided to dispose of them, whichever story you choose to believe. But do you want a guy who's not going to be there for every game for your team, a team that that was in a very fragile transition, a team that, 2020 hindsight, Mike Woodson, I thought he was the guy for the job when he got the job. Good finish last year, 19-10. And you throw in his 4-0 start this year just in the regular season. Mike Woodson, 22-6 as Nick head coach. Yikes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I know the resume, the 11 championships. He'll even tell you he can't match that. But when people want to talk about Phil Jackson, the Knicks should have gotten him when he was available last year, I disagreed then, and I disagree now. And I just scratch my head and wonder, who's the next guy who's going to be on that Laker hot seat, a seat that will be that much hotter if his name is not Phil Jackson. 1-800-919-3776. Take a quick call before we go to break. Sal is in Queens. Sal, you're on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Sal,
the legend.
How you doing, my man?
Good to talk to you again. Now, as far as the Lakers go, I think they quit. They quit for this guy, Mike Brown. They really did. I don't think they played hard for the guy. I think they quit on him. And as far as the road restrictions of Phil Jackson, when did Roger Clemens potentially take over as Lakers coach?
Well, I mean, see, I don't think, and the argument is that maybe the Knicks should have scooped this guy up when he was available last year.
They should have scooped him up in 1990. That's when they should have scooped him up.
They didn't, and as we know, the rest was history in Chicago.
Yeah, exactly.
Very solid history. But now you fast forward, and Michael Thompson makes some great points. The guy's 67 years old now. He's coming off of the knee replacement surgery, as Mike D'Antoni is, by the way.
Yeah.
But everybody says he's in good health. Everybody says he's feisty. He wants this job. He wants to come back and run this Laker organization, run this Laker team once again. But if the Lakers fail to pull this off, Sal, I mean, it's going to be a mess for whoever has to move into that spot. It's almost a situation where it has to be Phil Jackson and nobody else. Once you put once you put that name out there, once you've had that contact with him, I mean, how do you turn back? How do you go in a different direction?
There's no way to do it then. Bill, it's great talking again, buddy. You be well.
Thank you, Sal. Always a pleasure. 1-800-919-3776. Hey, really, think about it. How do you've dangled the carrot in front of your fans. We've opened this dialogue with Phil Jackson again. Doesn't turn out to be him. Turns out to be Mike Dunleavy. Good coach. Good coach. But when you're talking Phil Jackson, everybody that's not Red Auerbach, everybody that's not Lenny Wilkins, anybody who, for heaven's sakes, isn't Bill Russell or Greg Popovich, they're a distant second. A distant second. How do you sell that to the Laker fans if you don't get Phil Jackson? Knicks didn't go down that road. Knicks really never had any substantive contact with Phil. Well, I was told he wanted the job. And now things are rolling along for the New York Knicks, 4-0 under Mike Woodson. One of those guys would be a distant second to Phil Jackson, but the guy who is right now the perfect fit for this Knick team. 1-800-919-3776. Vinny Serrato joins us at the top of the hour. We'll talk Week 10 of the NFL. Chris Harris in the 8 o'clock hour, I should say. We talk fantasy football right here. Bill Daughtry till 9 o'clock on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
What's your definition of success for this year's New York Knicks team?
Well, our goal is to win our division and be able to host first round at home. That is not going to change. I mean, that's what we're playing for.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Get fired up for the return of college basketball with the Tip-Off Marathon. 24 consecutive hours of basketball action begins at midnight as West Virginia takes on Gonzaga. Then, the State Farm Champions Classic with 4 of the top teams in the nation. Michigan State tangles with Bill Self's Jayhawks at 7 Eastern and at 9. A powerhouse matchup as defending national champion Kentucky takes on Coach K's Blue Devils. The Tip-Off Marathon starts tomorrow at midnight Eastern on ESPN.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove. Nice pass. But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So Phil Jackson says he'll talk to the Lakers again in a few days. And what else is there to talk about, Phil? Here's a contract signing. I think everything's in it that you want. Mike D'Antoni has had a conversation with the Lakers. And it's interesting that people were talking about D'Antoni, who had knee replacement surgery, just like Phil Jackson did, although Jackson had his last year, that D'Antoni wouldn't be able to take over the coaching reins of this team until December. And that was shot down yesterday. D'Antoni says that if hired by the Lakers, he would be available to coach within 10 days to 2 weeks, which is really early December when you get right down to it. The first week of December comes in about 2 weeks. Today is the 11th. It's right around Thanksgiving, first week of December. A guy like D'Antoni or D'Antoni himself would be able to take over this team. And I don't find it laughable, but I do find it ironic that here's a guy who just never made that impression in New York because his teams didn't play defense. Kobe Bryant loves him from their Olympic affiliation. with the offense that he plays. Steve Nash loves him. All the years that they were together in Phoenix and had success there, contending for conference championships, never made it to the NBA Finals, playing enough defense to be relevant every night in every round of the playoffs. But here's a Laker team where you can count the championships. You can look at the retired numbers hanging from the wall of the Staples Center, and you can see their defensive pedigree, their defensive heritage all over this organization, burned into their DNA. And you bring a guy in like Mike D'Antoni, he doesn't focus a lot on defense. It's about offense. It's about outscoring the other side. I wonder how well that would mesh with the Laker fans and how long it would mesh with Laker fans. Dunleavy is a solid nuts and bolts coach. Look at what he's done with the L.A. Clippers when he was there. Solid guy. He was a playmaking guard when he was a player in this league. Wouldn't be a disaster. Wouldn't be a nightmare. He just wouldn't be Phil Jackson. And that's what the Lakers are backed into now. That's the conversation the Lakers have started. That's the situation they've left themselves in. They don't sign Phil Jackson in that next round of talks. It might be a longer season than it's been through the first 5 or 6 games. Now they're 2-4 with Bernie Bickerstaff as interim head coach. 1-800-919-3776. Talk to Jay. Jay on Long Island. You're on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, Jay.
Hey, how you doing over there, boss?
What's up?
All is well.
What's up, Jay?
Yeah, what's going on? I'm just saying, you know what? I'm not really sure how serious Phil Jackson is about coming back to the Lakers, because honestly, making all of those provisions and asking for all that stuff, honestly, it might just be for show. And this is just my opinion. Of course, I could be wrong. I'm only a fan. You know what I mean? I'm a Knicks fan. So, I mean, like, all this could just be for bravado. And honestly, if he does go to the Lakers, he could just go there and he could go to sleep, just like how the Lakers season is going to sleep.
Jay, I don't think if Phil Jackson comes back that they go to sleep. And I don't think the stuff that he is reportedly asking for, I don't think it's posturing. Because if you recall, before he stepped down a couple of seasons ago, this is the kind of stuff that was in the conversation then. This is the kind of stuff he was looking at then. But then when they got swept out of the playoffs in 4 straight by the Dallas Mavericks, I think Phil Jackson said, you know what? I don't even be bothered with this stuff. I need to take a break. I need to really go home and think about what I'm doing and whether I want to do this anymore. And now after a 2-year respite, healthy, got the itch to work again, and got the itch to work again with the team that he's had a lot of success with. 1-800-919-3776. I don't think it's posturing. I think he's trying to put together what he would consider to be the perfect environment, the right vibe to come back to the L.A. Lakers. Problem for the Lakers is if they don't get him, boy, what a mess they put themselves in. Mike is in the Bronx. Mike, you're on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, Bill, how you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Hey. I was just thinking that I definitely think that Phil's the guy for the job. I don't see D'Antoni being the right coach for the job, because D'Antoni is more the running gun type, and, the Lakers aren't really that young.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree that he's the right guy for the job. I agree that, Mike D'Antoni, who am I to say he's not right for this team? But what history has shown, for all the showtime, for all the run and guns the Lakers have done throughout their history, when it comes down to getting a stop, when it comes down to turning the other team away, they've always had expertise in that category. I don't care if the players' name were West, Baylor, Cooper, Johnson. You go throughout their proud history. Let's not forget Jabbar and Chamberlain, properly pronounced Abdul-Jabbar and Chamberlain. These guys have all been pillars of defense for this team. And Mike D'Antoni has never, throughout his NBA career, had a team where defense was part of the foundation.
That's definitely true, and I think that with Phil Jackson's track record, I just think that he's the guy for the job. I'm pretty sure the players want him there. Definitely Kobe wants him there.
Look, the players want him there. The fans want him there. He wants to be there. Bottom line is, does L.A. really want him back? And I think they want him back, but do they want him back on his terms? And that's what this is all about. Because remember, when he was on his way out the door, he talked about not having a relationship with Laker GM Jim Buss. And, you know, Phil said he doesn't have much of a relationship with the guy, and we ran with it. And it seems that was taken kind of like out of context. And we all know Phil's relationship is with Jenny Buss, Jim's sister, for better or for worse or whatever. That has been the relationship. And you got to figure that that's one of the reasons why the pipeline has always been open to a possible return to this team. The door has always been open. They go out, they get Mike Brown. That was when I was a little, I was scratching my head about that one a little bit too. Because as extreme as D'Antoni is on offense, that's Mike Brown on defense. Even though one of his former stars, LeBron James, thinks that he got the short end of the stick in L.A. Any coach that gets dismissed after 5 games, yeah, you can make that argument. Did they quit on Mike Brown? I don't know so much that they quit on him. They just wasn't feeling this Princeton offense that he was trying to run. Then Kobe's got a hitch in his get-along coming out of the gate, even though he had 27 the other night. It was a toxic situation. But it'll be even more toxic if the Lakers don't get the man who's been a part of 11 championship teams in his long and storied NBA career. That would be Phil Jackson. When we return, we'll talk football. Our good friend, our resident general manager and NFL insider, Vinny Serrato, joins me. We'll talk about Week 10 in the National Football League, get his take on the Jets and the Giants, and, of course, the rest of the NFL in Week 10. Bill Daughtry, till 9 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code COLIN to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code COLIN, C-O-L-I-N, COLIN. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at vistaprint.com and type in the code Colin in the search bar. For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. A huge upset in college football is shaking up the race for the national championship game. Top-ranked Alabama's chances of a second straight title took a hit with its first loss of the season, 29-24 to number 15 Texas A&M in Tuscaloosa. Aggies quarterback Johnny Manziel, outstanding 345 yards total offense, 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, unbeaten Kansas State, Oregon, Notre Dame had a chance to take advantage of the Crimson Tide loss and move up in the BCS standings when all is said and done. Second-ranked Wildcats defeated TCU 23-10. QB Colin Klein, 195 yards offense, 2 rushing TDs. The number 3 Ducks, high-octane offense, added again. Marcus Mariota threw for 6 touchdowns as they rolled over Cal 59-17. Oregon, first team ever to score at least 42 points in 10 straight games to start a season. Fourth-ranked Irish improved to 10-0 for the first time since 1993 with a 21-6 victory over Boston College. In its largest home shutout since 1980, number 5 Georgia routed Auburn 38-zip. Coach Mark Richt's Bulldogs clinched the SEC East and a spot in the conference championship game.
We better keep winning. Georgia Southern, I know, can run that football and run it well, and we know Georgia Tech will be excited to play us and knock us off as well. So we got a lot of work to do yet, but just want to celebrate this here for a little while, and then we'll get ready to go again.
Georgia coach Mark Richt. ESPN BCS analyst Brad Edwards projecting Kansas State to move up to number 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 3, Georgia 4, and Alabama down to 5 when the standings are released on BCS Countdown, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN HD. NBA, Phil Jackson apparently asked for a lot when he met with the Lakers about their coaching vacancy, according to ESPNLosAngeles.com, including increased power over basketball decisions, a salary in line with what he previously made with the team, and that he wouldn't have to go to all the road games. The sides agreed to talk again in a couple of days. Source tells ESPN's Chris Broussard Mike D'Antoni's phone interview with the Lakers went well, but still feels like it's Phil's job to lose. Team will interview Mike Dunleavy today. Jerry Sloan says he is not a candidate. James Harden, 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 turnovers. Rockets beat the Pistons 96-82. Spurs 112, Blazers 109. San Antonio's bench outscored Portland 63-4. Bulls had just 87 points, but that was enough on the night. Topped the Timberwolves 87-80. In the 9th race in the chase, Brad Keselowski starts 14th. Points leader Jimmy Johnson 24th. Just 7 points separate Keselowski from Johnson in the standings. Coverage begins at 2 o'clock Eastern on ESPN HD.
College basketball is back on ESPN Radio. From the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, it's the Champions Classic. Michigan State takes on Kansas at 7 Eastern, followed by Duke and defending champion Kentucky, Tuesday on ESPN and ESPN Radio. The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's my favorite hour of radio in the week. It's the time that I get to spend with our NFL insider and resident general manager, one of my favorite people in the world, Vinny Serrato, joining me on the program. Vinny, Bill Daughtry in New York, how are you doing this week?
I am wonderful, Bill. I tell you what kind of job can you get where you don't have to go to the road games? That'd be a nice job.
Well, Phil Jackson trying to eliminate some of them, and I guess those trips back east would be right at the top of the list.
He wants to go back east. You know, I guess if you can put them together, he probably would like to go back to New York. It reminds me of like when Joe Gibbs came into Washington. I mean, similar type thing. You know, the guy that had won championships before, he comes back into Washington. They named him president. He had all the power. I mean, Joe got whatever he wanted. I remember because Dan and I went and interviewed him. Joe, you ready to talk contract? Yeah, what do you want? Okay, you can have that. Yeah, okay, you can have that. Yeah, sure, no problem. Whatever you want. It's all yours.
And
I'm sure that's the same thing.
Yeah, but it didn't quite work out that second time around for Joe Gibbs in Washington, though, did it?
Well, it was better. You know what he did? He brought credibility back to the organization is what he did, and took him to the playoffs twice in 4 years. I think this, Bill. I think if he went to left, because Zorn's first year we were 8-8. If there wouldn't have been a transition year, I think that team would have been back to the playoffs. I mean, Joe did for Dan Snyder. I think Joe did a big favor to Dan Snyder to coming back and getting the organization back in line and getting Dan credibility around the league.
No, there was that need for that to be reestablished. One of the proudest franchises in the NFL. Redskins, of course, off this week. This is their bye week, and Mike Shanahan had some choice words for his team as they went to bye week. I think the RG3 aura has been solved for the most part, and now the warts are beginning to show because they really don't have a championship or even a playoff type defense. And Vinny, I thought that last year maybe they had that, but I guess this Arakpo injury was more than they could really overcome.
Yeah, I think when Rack got hurt, then I think that really hurt them, because he was able to provide a lot of pressure on the one side, and now the secondary is really, really bad. I mean, their corners are playing, D'Angelo Hall's playing bad, Josh Wilson's playing poor, and they have nothing in the safety. And when Arapka went out, then people could double team Kerrigan, and I think London Fletcher came back for another year, and he's older and slower. So the defense is a problem. Offense, they've got a running game with Morris and RG3. I mean, they can do some things offensively, but they can't stop anybody, and you have to score so many points all the time to win that you can't afford to have a turnover or you can't have a 3-and-out because the other team's going to get 2 scores ahead.
18 teams in the NFL with a losing record this year, Vinny. I mean, before we were talking about parity, but now a lot of it is just equating to bad football, and a lot of it, you don't have – once upon a time, I remember you could get 2 or 3 compelling matchups in any week in the National Football League. Last week was, aside from the Giants and Steelers, this week, aside from the Bears and the Titans – okay, you want to put a little stock in that Lions-Vikings game? Not a lot of pizzazz on the schedule in Week 10.
No, just a Houston-Chicago game is the big game. Otherwise, there's not a lot. I mean, you'd have thought a Dallas-Philly matchup would be intriguing, but both teams, sit at 3-5. I mean, both teams, they're fighting for coaching jobs in that one. And, Atlanta, New Orleans. You know what? I'm taking New Orleans in that game, Bill. I think New Orleans, I think the defense has come around a little bit pressure-wise. And I think Atlanta is about due for kind of a bad game. I mean, they played some close games. And I think they're about due at New Orleans to have some struggles. Maybe Matt Ryan has a tough game, throws a pick. So I think it's going to be like Texas A&M and Alabama.
Yeah, we all know what happened there. Nick Saban's team got knocked off, and all of a sudden there's chaos in the BCS. There's a new number 1 and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a big fan of college football, but just to get back to that Atlanta-New Orleans game,
yes.
Clearly New Orleans a team in a bit of desperation mode after that 0-4 start. They're starting to turn the corner. They've won 3 of their last 4. They've got Joe Vitt back on the sidelines. They've got some health now on offense, and the defense slowly but surely trying to play catch up. But you talk about the Atlanta Falcons, Vinny, and John Madden comes out this week, and he doesn't torch them, but he says, okay, they're okay, but he's not ready to crown them yet. And I got to kind of agree with his disposition on this Atlanta team. As great as they've been in the regular season for the last 2 years, it's about what they haven't done in the playoffs.
Oh, there's no question about it. That's the thing about Matt Ryan. I mean, you want to say, is Matt Ryan an elite quarterback? Is Matt Ryan a top 10 quarterback? Everything goes back to he hadn't won a playoff game. And can he win playoff games? That's the bottom line. Nobody cares if they went 15-1 or whatever. It does not matter. All that matters is can they win? And that's what everybody talks about with Matt Ryan. The thing about Atlanta, I talked to one of their assistant coaches before the season started, and what he told me was, Our philosophy is we wanted to get as many weapons around Matt Ryan as we could because we know we have to outscore people. We're not going to be strong enough on defense, although their defense is a little bit better. We're not going to be good enough there. We've got to outscore people, and that's why they can't have a hiccup. They can't have Matt Ryan have a bad game because then it's going to be tough for them to outscore people.
Roddy White, Julio Jones, Tony Gonzalez, all having outstanding seasons, but the guy that kind of makes it happen, aside from those 3, and Ryan is Michael Turner. And I don't care who you talk to, people either talk about that he's not a high production back, or people will tell you he's the glue to that Atlanta offense.
Well, the thing about it is what he does is they just can't drop back and throw it every time. So they've got to have some semblance of a run game, and he gives them some power and some strength on the inside in the run game, and it helps in play action pass, and it helps with pass rushes against other people, because you can't be blitzing, you can't be bringing people, because you have to still take care of the run, because they do have a decent run game. The problem they've got is the offensive line is not great. Their left tackle and Baker, and not that impressive types of guys. But you know what? You got to give them credit right now, because you know what, Bill? They're getting the job done. They're doing enough to get it done. They're coming back to win games. I think they're going to get down in this one. I think this one's going to be tough with the crowd and everything else.
Bill Daughtry with Vinny Serrato talk about tough crowds. The Jets have to work in front of one in Seattle. We'll talk about that Jet-Seahawks game. Vinny, I'm telling you before we go to break, it's do or die for Gang Green today. We'll talk about it when we continue. Bill Daughtry, Vinny Serrato, till the top of the hour right here, talking football on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week, the Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light.
It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Yeah, I think so. I think as a competitor, you like measuring yourself against, tough opponents or whatever in maybe tough circumstances. And we haven't done too well at it, quite honestly. This year obviously being 3-5, but this is a new opportunity for us, and we're all in.
Rex Ryan on the challenge of beating Seattle in Seattle. Rex Ryan and the New York Jets play at Seattle later this afternoon. 2 o'clock pregame kickoff just after 4 here on ESPN New York. Jets 1-2 on the road this year. Vinny Serrato, our NFL insider, joining me here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Vinny, I said it several times in this program. Today's game, to me, is the Jets' season. I mean, I get it. If they lose this game, they'll be 3-6. The numbers are still there for them to finish 10-6, talking about running the table for a team that struggled in their first 8-9 games. As they enter this all-important third quarter, I mean, I could see them getting blanked here at Seattle, at St. Louis, against the Patriots, and then against the Cardinals. Maybe that Cardinal game, you can make a case that that's their best chance at winning in their next 4 games. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I say this, Bill. I say if they lose this game and they go to 3-6, then I think Rex has got to give them the Mike Shanahan speech about, well, we got to start looking to see who's going to be here next year, because I think they will be done. But the biggest thing with this game, Bill, is you got to be able to handle the crowd noise. I mean, that's going to be the number one thing. And there's been some awful good football teams. 3 of the 4 teams that they have beat at home, they are 4-0 at home. They beat Green Bay, New England, and Minnesota, all with winning records. And they also beat Dallas at home, which had a winning record at that time. So I mean, they beat football teams. Good football teams have gone out there with the same idea. So, I mean, Rex has got to preach this to his football team, because this is a 3-5 team going out there. Wait till they see the crowd when that game starts. I'll tell you, Bill, we would go out there and play in Seattle, and Mark Brunell, you could not even hear him in the huddle, the player said. You would have to read his lips. That's how loud it gets, and that's what they're going to have to deal with. That's why communication with the offensive line is going to be critical for them. And then, can Ferguson and Howard handle Clemens and Irvin, who combined have 12 sacks between them, and that's because of the crowd out there. And that is going to be the number one thing. If they can handle the crowd, they've got a chance. But if they can't handle that crowd noise, Sanchez is going to get killed.
I saw something last night in a college football game. I want to say it was Nebraska and Penn State. And, it was a favorable crowd for Nebraska. They were playing at home. But on one possession late in the game, I actually saw the quarterback in the spread formation clap his hands as the sign for the center to snap the football. I mean, would that be legal in the NFL with all the noise? First of all, you wouldn't be able to hear it. But still in all, would that kind of movement be legal in the National Football League?
I think it would be, but the thing about it is, like you said, in this environment, that would not work. What most teams do in this, they use the foot, and, the center will look back, and Sanchez can lift his foot, and then a non-rhythmic snap count, then the center snaps it. Or what happens is what some teams do is the guard will tap the center when everybody is set, and then the center knows that you can snap the ball. But, yeah, everything is going to be by hand signal in this game because, like I said, you cannot hear anything. It is extremely loud. I think, they like that reputation. They pump in the crowd noise, so it is going to be extremely loud. And the Jets have got to find a way. I just don't like any matchup that they have in this game, Bill, because I don't like their receivers. I don't think Curley, Hill, Schillens against Sherman and Browner, they're all 6'3". They are outstanding press coverage guys. So when they line up on the line, I don't know how they get off. I don't know how Hill gets away from one of these corners today. He's young, inexperienced, and he has not seen what he's going to see today. He's going to be jammed at the line of scrimmage. Same with Schillens. And then with Earl Thomas, the safety, he's one of the best safeties in the league. Then Dustin Keller, how does he get open down the middle of the field? So I think the matchups are not great. And then like I talked about, Ferguson and Howard with Clemens and Irvins. Another tough matchup there because the crowd noise helps that speed. Both of them have tremendous speed off the edge, Chris Clemens and Bruce Irvin. Both great speed guys. And they get the jump. They get the jump off the count.
You know, Vinny, you talk about the Seattle corners. A lot of people liken them on both sides to the great Mel Blount, who basically is the cornerback that made the NFL change the rules with regard to engaging wide receivers downfield. Now you can't touch them after 5 yards because Mel Blount was so physical. You talk about getting up in guys. You talk about jamming guys at the line of scrimmage. It was trying to, like, run against a brick wall, and that's pretty much the characterization that people have given to the Seattle corners this season.
Yeah, and I think they're so much better at home, Bill, because the thing about corner play is if you've got a great pass rush, the ball's got to come out quick. They disrupt the rhythm of the pass game, and that's why they have 25 sacks on a defensive side of the ball. So I think it goes hand in hand. And if you see like defensively, they're third in the league in giving up points at 17.1. But at home, they give up 15 points a game, which would be number one in the league. And offensively is the same way. I mean, they're averaging 18.9, but at home they're averaging 24. So they are a different football team at home. And the other thing the Jets are going to have to do, because Russell Wilson's a different quarterback. He's a tale of two tapes here. At home, this guy has a 120 quarterback rating. On the road, he has a 65 quarterback rating. He has 9 touchdowns, no picks at home. On the road, 4 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Different quarterback, much more comfortable, usually playing with the lead at home. And where on the road, different environment, tougher for a rookie quarterback. He's got 5 touchdown passes in the last 2 games. So he is starting to get it. I give Pete Carroll a lot of credit because what he did was Russell Wilson struggling at the beginning of the season. So what he did was he watched the Washington Redskins, what they were doing with RG3, running the Baylor offense. So what did he do? He switched a little bit, put Russell Wilson in the gun, and you watch them today. He's in the gun a lot. Lynch with that zone play where he'll hand off like you're watching a college game, and that's what they did. And then Russell Wilson has kind of taken off, and then he can see things a little bit better because what he has a hard time doing is sitting in a pocket at 5'11" and being able to find a throwing lane. So what you're going to see a lot today is they're going to boot him, they're going to sprint him out, they're going to move him. That's the thing that he does best, and that's what he's improved upon. Before, when guys weren't open, he'd drop back, coverage, boom, he'd take off and run. No, now he's trying to buy time, keep his eyes down the field, and then their offense is taken off. But the thing that they do, and the Jets have got to tackle well, that's another one of my keys for this game. The Jets defense has got to tackle well because what they want to do, Russell Wilson completes 70% on first down. What they do is they run a ton of bubble screens. Most of their passes, Bill, they've thrown 136 passes from 10 yards to the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, they're going to run quick passes. They want to get the ball out of his hand quick and let their receivers, let Rice, let Tate run with the football. And that's what they're going to do because they've only thrown 70 passes from 11 yards deeper. They've thrown 70 passes, 11 yards beyond, which is amazing. So that's why they've got to tackle well. That's why Cromartie and Wilson, these guys, they've got to tackle well because they can't give up yards after the catch.
Vinny Serrato, you just laid out a pretty interesting plan of attack with Seattle, with Russell Wilson and the way they deploy him. Is, in your mind, the NFL more system-oriented now than ever before? System-oriented in that you find the players to fit the way you like to play as opposed to just going out and drafting the best guys and saying, okay, line up and let's play football?
Yeah, I think if organizations that have been together for a while, like when I went to San Francisco, Bill, we had stipulations on what type of players we wanted because the organization had been looking for the same types of players for a long time. Like when our scouts went out to a school, any wide receiver 6 foot or under, they didn't even have to grade because we would not look at them. We did not want them. Any offensive lineman over 300 pounds, we did not want. So each team has their own variables of what they want in a player. So, yeah, I think that. But I think this. I think the other thing is I think good coaching is the players that you have to let them do what they do well. Look at like RG3 with Washington and look at the difference between, what Andrew Luck is doing. With RG3, what they do? They basically put in the Baylor offense, a lot of it, so he could have success. So I think that is good coaching. Andrew Luck. They're running the same things that they ran at Stanford. I think that's good coaching. So you've got to let your guys do what they do well. And I think we're seeing more. I think the pro game is coming more to the college game, it looks like to me, which I'm not crazy about because I hate 62, 50-something games.
Everybody will spread out all over the field. I'm just waiting for them to give them the ball on the 25-yard line for overtime now, and then we'd be totally there. As a general manager, what kind of nightmare could this be for Mike Tannenbaum, a guy who's already on the hot seat, and he's got a couple of his former players. Braylon Edwards hasn't been much of a factor for Seattle this year. I think he's caught 8 balls this season. But Leon Washington, a guy who the Jets, their players really didn't want to see leave after he broke that leg so savagely against Oakland all those years ago. Seems like a million years ago. But still in all, he is a very key proponent to Seattle, especially on their special teams. What kind of nightmare is it for a general manager, for a guy that they let go, to come back and make their life miserable for one Sunday in the NFL?
Well, I would just say this, like, if we were playing somebody when I was at Washington and we had given somebody away, like Ryan Clark, when we let him go and he went to Pittsburgh, had a big game against us, I mean, I am not looking for the owner. And actually, I had to sit next to him in the box, so he would look over to me and say, told ya, shouldn't have let him go. And I can go case by case on that one because, we had some guys that we let go because, Greg Williams said, I can find those type of guys anywhere. But you know what? You really can't. But no, if for Mike Tannenbaum, Bill, that will not be. If Leon Washington takes one to the house, Mike will not want to be looking for Woody after the game. I can promise you that.
Well, Jets go against Seattle at 2 o'clock pregame, kickoff at 4:05. Are we both in the same column that Seattle wins this game?
Yes, I don't see how. I mean, you got a 1-2 road team that struggles, and then you've got a 4-0 team that's beat some awful good teams on the road. They've got everything behind them. They've got the matchups you want. I just don't see it because Marshawn Lynch, how do they stop Marshawn Lynch? Marshawn Lynch got 3 straight 100-yard games. Big, physical, strong guy. Although the defense has played better against the run of late, they still give up 140 yards a game. And he's hard to tackle. You got to wrap him up. You can't throw your body in. And that's the thing that LaRon and Bell do is they don't wrap. They throw their body and try to, block tackle him. And that's not going to work with Lynch.
Vinny Serrato, our resident insider, NFL general manager. When we continue, listen to these strange words about to come out of my mouth. We'll talk about the Giants struggling on offense. They go against the Bengals in Cincinnati. We'll talk about it right here. Bill Daughtry on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The happiest drivers on the planet are Chevrolet Volt owners. Why is that? Well, we'll let them explain.
I love that it's definitely on the cutting edge of what's out there right now. I think that's really cool. Definitely the smartest car I've ever owned.
Since it is an extended range electric vehicle, it can meet all my driving needs.
It has both electric and gas. There's no limitation on where I can drive this vehicle.
I don't ever worry about running out of battery power because it just switches over to my gas engine.
This is the first car that I've been totally in love with in every way, shape, and form.
Anybody that thinks that this car doesn't have solid performance hasn't driven it.
You just have to drive it and believe it.
The 2013 Chevy Volt. Chevy runs deep.
Available at participating dealers. On average, by charging regularly, Volt owners fill up only about once a month. EPA estimated 38 miles of EV range and 380 miles of total range based on 98 mpg electric and 35 mpg city, 40 highway gas. Actual range varies with conditions.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
This fall, forget the leaves and start raking chips. Join us for the second annual Borgata Fall Poker Open Tournament Series, November 7th through the 21st, and be one of many to win big inside the East Coast Premier Poker Room. With over 40 events to choose from, including No Limit Hold'em, Deep Stack, Bounty, Six Max, Pot Limit Omaha, and Mixed Games, you'll have many chances to win big. The $1 million guaranteed Borgata Fall Poker Open Championship event features the best structured tournament with $30,000 in starting chips and 2 starting days. Bust on either starting day and re-enter the tournament, giving you multiple shots to win big, or win by being the chip leader at the end of Day 1A and Day 1B. It's a cool $3,000 in cash for each leader. The Borgata Fall Poker Open, the perfect season to bag a whole lot of money. And it's only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. For tournament details and registration, visit Borgata's Poker Room or theborgata.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, now's the time to update your wardrobe at Macy's Veterans Day sale with buy one, get one free savings. Dress shirts from Sean John, Kenneth Cole Reaction, Nautica, Alfani, Tasso Elba, and more. Sport coats from Lauren, Calvin Klein, and Tasso Elba. Designer suits from Calvin Klein, Lauren, and Kenneth Cole New York. Fall's best trends, your favorite names, at buy one, get one free savings. Right now in the men's store at Macy's. Free item details in store.
What is work? Is work talking about working? Is work telling others to work? No, work is actually working with your hands and your brains. Work is building skyscrapers and drilling for oil. Work is loading ships and building submarines. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. And if you're serious about it, work is a pair of Red Wing boots on your feet. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
I'm Christine Lisi. The SEC's streak, 6-year streak of at least one of its teams playing in the national championship game might be over thanks to a school in its first year of playing in the conference. With Johnny Manziel's 345 yards total offense and 2 passing touchdowns, number 15 Texas A&M pulled off a major upset, 29-24 over number 1 Alabama. First loss on the season by the Crimson Tide means a shakeup in the BCS standings, with Kansas State, Oregon, and Notre Dame having a chance to move up, provided they keep their perfect records intact. Second-ranked Wildcats, 10-0 for the first time in 14 years after they topped TCU 23-10. Colin Klein, 195 yards total offense, and he ran for 2 scores. The number 3 Ducks, first team ever to score at least 42 points in 10 straight games to start a season. They rolled by Cal 59-17 and are 10-0. 6 touchdown passes for Marcus Mariota. Number 4, Fighting Irish topped Boston College 21-6 and stayed unbeaten for Coach Brian Kelly.
Well, there's 3 teams that are undefeated that get a chance to play for a national championship, and we're one of the 3 with 2 weeks to go, and we got to beat Wake Forest, or it really doesn't matter.
5th-ranked Georgia, again, no problems against Auburn, 38-0, largest home shutout for the Bulldogs since 1980. They've outscored the Tigers 83-7 in the last 2 meetings. They clinched the SEC East with the victory and a spot in the conference championship game. ESPN BCS analyst Brad Edwards projects Kansas State up to number 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 3, with Georgia and Alabama rounding out the top 5 when the standings are released on BCS Countdown, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN HD. NBA, Phil Jackson's looking for a lot if he's going to return to the Lakers. Source tells ESPN LosAngeles.com Jackson's asking for increased power over basketball decisions, a salary in line with what he previously made in L.A., and that he won't have to go to all the road games. He and the team agreed to talk again in a couple of days. Lakers also spoke with Mike D'Antoni. Sources told ESPN's Chris Broussard the phone interview went well, but it still feels that it's Phil's job to lose. L.A. talks to Mike Dunleavy today. Jerry Sloan says he is not a candidate. Kemba Walker, 26 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 8 steals. Bobcats got their first ever win against the Mavericks, 101-97 in OT. Houston 96, Detroit 82. Pistons 0-7, tied for the worst winless start in franchise history. Spurs 112, Blazers 109. San Antonio's bench outscored Portland's 63-4. 2 races left in the chase. Brad Keselowski starts 14th. Jimmy Johnson 24th today. Johnson leads Keselowski by 7 in the standings. 3 Eastern on ESPN HD.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
You don't get any continuity offensively if you don't make any first downs. We haven't had any first downs in 2 weeks. Make some first downs. You make a first down, you'll have a chance to get some rhythm, get some continuity, get into your play calling. When you don't have first downs, it's like this, okay? Throwing darts at a board. You need the continuity.
Giant head coach Tom Coughlin talking about his team's 20% rate, 1 for 5 on third down in the last couple of weeks. Bill Daughtry with Vinny Serrato here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. So, Vinny, I think that the Giants might run into the perfect tonic for those continuity problems. As you look at that Cincinnati Bengal defense, anybody besides Taylor Mays you need to be remotely concerned with?
Taylor Mays would be the one of the least I'd be concerned with. To me, he's got zero instincts, especially in the pass game. I mean, that's why he went in the second round. He was a guy that when you watch film, he couldn't find a ball. He could not find a ball. I remember going to their training camp this summer, and I asked one of the coaches. I said, "Has Taylor Mays gotten any better? Can he find a ball yet?" And he said, "No."
Wow.
So yeah, Taylor Mays is just a big, good-looking, physical guy that you want him involved in the run game. In the pass game, he hurts you. He hurt you. I remember one play in the Senior Bowl. I mean, they throw a ball. I don't think he's still seen the ball yet. He just can't. Billy can't find a ball. He just has no instinct.
This sounds like a big day for Martellus Bennett, among others.
Well, I think that would be because I think I don't believe Reggie Nelson's playing, and Reggie Nelson is a guy that has a phenomenal athlete, but intelligence is not very good. So, I mean, their safety play has got to be very, very simple back there on defense. And their corners, I mean, with Hall, Clement, and Terrence Newman, I mean, they're old and slow. And that's the thing about it. To me, what teams have been doing against the Giants the last few weeks, and we heard Tom Coughlin, I mean, over the last 2 weeks, they've only got 24 first downs. I mean, the Giants would normally have that. On an average day, they get 24 first downs in the game. I mean, against Dallas, Bill, they're 3 of 15, and against Pittsburgh, 2 of 10 on third down. They ran 58 plays against Dallas, 58, and Dallas ran 83. Against Pitt, they ran 48 total plays, and Pittsburgh ran 69. And like we heard Tom Coughlin say, you're not getting first downs, you're not moving the chains, you're not putting drives together. And that's what they haven't done. And I think what teams are doing, why they've slowed them down a little bit, they're playing more coverage against Eli. They're dropping more people back. And they're playing press coverage. And with Nick's having the knee injury, he can't separate. He can't run like he did. When you've got swelling in your knee, you can't bend it, you can't explode, you can't do the things you normally could do. They're jamming Cruz, they're jamming Nick's, and they're jamming Randall, who's a rookie, he's a young guy. So there's not a lot of separations. There's not the tight windows. Then when you drop all those people back in coverage, Eli's not getting sacked that much, but he doesn't have a lot of windows to throw to, so it makes it very difficult.
It's hard to believe. I mean, the last time Eli Manning threw a touchdown pass, it was on a play that we all seem to agree that there was a mistake in coverage. That was that 77-yard game winner to Victor Cruz against the Washington Redskins. That was back on October 21st. It's 3 weeks since he's thrown a touchdown pass.
Bill, against Dallas, he's 15 of 29 for 192 with an interception, a 58 quarterback rating. Against Pittsburgh, he was 10 of 24 for 124 with an interception with a 41 quarterback rating. He probably hadn't had that bad of stats in 2 games. I don't know if he's ever had, because that's 2 bad-to-bad games. And this it's going to be up to the receivers getting separation, finding holes. And I see where Kevin Gilbride's talking about going no huddle, try to up-tempo, to kind of improve the pace of the offense, to get them out of this sluggish rhythm. And I don't think it's a bad thing. You've got to try different things to get them going. Maybe some short throws. Give them some short, quick screens and stuff to get Eli in a rhythm and get things going. Throw some dump-offs to the back. Get him in a rhythm early. Get him some confidence back. That's what they've got to do.
Vinny Serrato, talk about the Giant running game against this Cincinnati Bengal defense. Ahmad Bradshaw listed officially as questionable. He sat out a lot of practice this week with that foot. How much of Bradshaw as opposed to Andre Brown, who the more I see this guy, the more I like him, how much Bradshaw as opposed to Brown will we see this week in Cincinnati?
Well, I think it all depends on you get the hot guy. If Bradshaw is running well, and Cincinnati gives up 117 yards a game against the rush, so it's not like they're great. The key guy here is Geno Atkins. Geno Atkins is a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. He is outstanding. They are big and physical up front with Petco up there, and Snead's not totally healthy. So Atkins could cause a lot of problems getting into the backfield. And Petco is a big, strong, physical guy. So it's not going to be as easy as you think right away. You got to kind of beat on them, wear them down a little bit. So, yeah, can they run it? I think you go with the hot guy. And the thing with Bradshaw, he's going to have that foot all year. And he's going to have to rest it, and he's going to play on Sundays, and then you get it taken care of after the season. So you see how it warms up. I mean, it's going to be a nice day in Cincinnati. The weather should be warm, so that shouldn't be as a problem. I think as we get closer, towards winter and it gets colder, I think it'll be harder for the foot to loosen up. So then Brown maybe have to take a bigger role.
Well, of course, Cincinnati, they do have some weapons on offense, different kind of challenge for the Giant defense today, or is it simply just neutralize A.J. Green, not necessarily the easiest thing to do, and Green Ellis, he's pretty much a plow horse. What's the challenge for the Giant defense today?
The biggest challenge is going to be to tackle. Number one, to tackle, because like we talked about with the Jets, with them throwing behind the line of scrimmage, showing short passes. So Andy Dalton behind the line of scrimmage to 10 yards. He's 125 of 174 with 7 touchdowns for 1,100 yards. So they're going to throw the ball short and let their guys run. And, yeah, A.J. Green is outstanding. I mean, he's got 51 catches. Here's the thing. He's got 20 catches or 8 catches over 20 yards. But the thing that their receivers do is they are outstanding yards after catch. That's why tackling is going to be critical. Gresham is another one. Gresham's got 195 yards of yards after the catch, which is amazing for a tight end. A.J. Green's got 152. Andrew Hawkins is the key guy here. And Holsley's got a big, big assignment because Hawkins is going to be the slot guy. Hawkins has got 31 catches, Bill, but he's got 235 yards of yards. So when he gets it, he's going to make something happen with it. That's why if he catches it and Holsley makes a tackle, they will contain him. But they've got to contain him because he's lightning in a bottle. He can go make plays after the catch. He's not big. He's about 5'8", but you'll see him. If he gets in space, he's very dangerous. And like you said, A.J. Green is the deep guy. A.J. Green's the one they want to take shots with down the field. And Webster's got to have a big day because A.J. Green is as good as there is in the NFL.
How many times does Dalton turn it over? Because it seems like he's good for one big turnover each and every week, and I think that's the real problem with him at quarterback. Otherwise, one of the brightest young quarterbacks in the league.
Well, the problem, they've had a 4-game losing streak that they're on right now. And the thing about that 4-game losing streak is they've been ahead in every game in the fourth quarter. And they just can't find a way to finish. Like you said, they'll turn it over or their defense won't get a stop. Over the last 4 games, Dalton has got 6 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And, his quarterback rating is not as good over these last 4 games. So he's struggling a little bit. So what we've got in this game is we've got 2 quarterbacks, over the last few games are struggling a bit. Who's going to come out of it? Who's going to get into a rhythm? Which quarterback is going to make plays? Which receivers are going to get open and separate and make plays? I mean, so there's a lot of things in this game. I would say this is going to be a close game. This is going to be another game that into the fourth quarter, it's going to be close. And then who's going to make plays in the fourth quarter? That's why I like Eli, because he's got a history of doing it, and Dalton doesn't have that history of doing it.
I thought we'd see more of a shootout, if anything else, but you think it's just going to be one of those like 21-24 games going to the fourth quarter?
I can definitely see it because you don't have 2 offenses that are real confident coming in. The thing that the Giants do is they're so good, they're a plus 14, where Cincinnati's a minus 5. That's the problem. And Cincinnati's defense, Bill, does not take the ball away. I mean, they've only got 11 takeaways, where you look at the Giants, they've got 26 takeaways. Cincy's got 5 interceptions is all. So, I mean, they got like I said, they got all those old dudes in the secondary, and then they got 2 safeties that can't find a ball. And the Giants have 17 interceptions. So there's a big discrepancy there. So the Giants defense, can they get takeaways? And I think, they've got to get pressure because the offensive line is not great. That's one of the biggest problems with the Bengals is they lost their center and guard during training camp. So that was huge for them. So Fain is not playing that great. So maybe Canty gets some pressure inside. And then Tuck and Josie and Pierre-Paul on the outside. Andre Smith's a big dude, the right tackle, the former top 10 pick out of Alabama. And on the left side, Whitworth's pretty good. Whitworth's not a good run blocker, but he's a good pass blocker. So that's going to be interesting. And then they've got a rookie right guard. So they should be able to get some pressure. And that's why Cincinnati throws the ball quickly so often, is because they want to get the ball out quick because they don't protect as well.
Consensus, Giants with a victory and move to 7-3 and just increase that stranglehold on the division?
I would say so. I would say, and the thing about it, in my mind, is they've got to win this game because then they go on to bye, which is great. You don't want to go on to bye with a 2-game losing streak because then out of the bye you got Green Bay at home. And then at Washington, they struggle against Washington. I mean, Washington beat them twice last year and then almost had it this year. Got New Orleans.
One blown coverage. That's all the difference that game made. Vinny Serrato, we got to talk about the marquee game. That would be the Sunday night game. Texans at Chicago, couple of 7-1 teams. We'll break it down with Vinny Serrato when we continue. Bill Daughtry till 9 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3.
The Steve Young Report. Steve, do you believe in quarterback slumps, and do you think that Eli Manning is in one of them?
Yeah, you ebb and flow during the year, no question about it. Eli, he's done it so much now. He's on the other side of it. It's not like he's going to regress.
The Michael K. Show, weekdays at 3. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Dear ladies, do you ever talk smack because you got fake points when your fake running back scored a touchdown?
Did I miss the waiter? 'Cause you just got served.
Not your style? Then the bold flavors in Dr. Pepper 10 aren't for you. 'Cause it takes 10 of the toughest calories in the world to contain the full power of Dr. Pepper's flavor. So if you don't get so excited about winning a pretend football game that you break bones on a high five,
My hand!
then you don't get Dr. Pepper 10. It's not for women. Dr. Pepper 10 is an equal opportunity beverage. Anyone can enjoy the taste of Dr. Pepper 10 regardless of status or non-status as a man, woman, or other.
Hi, it's Colin Coward, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere. even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work in any file. Go to MyPC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to MyPC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey everyone, it's Mike Lupica. The New York Tri-State continues its battle towards recovery after the effects of Hurricane Sandy and the latest nor'easter. We need your help. Please log on to www.redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. We've all been affected by Hurricane Sandy in some form, and together we can all do our part to help our friends, our neighbors, and our communities. Again, for more information on how you can help, log on to redcross.org.
The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Get your fantasy questions ready for Chris Harris. He joins us in the 8 o'clock hour. Of course, Ian O'Connor at 9, Jason Page at 11. Jets at Seattle at 2. The pregame kickoff at 4. Big Sunday of football straight ahead right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. In our final segment with our NFL insider, resident general manager, Vinny Serrato. Vinny, before we get to the marquee matchup, I mean, with a week where there's so many bad teams going against good teams, you see any upsets in the offing this week? You talked about the Saints possibly knocking off the Falcons. You feel real strong about that. Is there anything else that really grabs your attention as an upset waiting to happen?
I don't know if you consider Detroit. I picked Detroit to beat Minnesota at Minnesota. I mean, Percy Harvin's out. I don't. Simpson's not playing that well. All they've got is Foster, and Ponder's not playing well. And I think Stafford and Johnson and now LaSure running the ball. I like Detroit at Minnesota.
Well, I mean, see, you give Jim Schwartz a little bit more rope than I do, and I got to respect your opinion on this, but I think he's a guy who's clearly on the hot seat with his football team. So many expectations and them being undisciplined on and off the field and being pretty much a one-handed, one-dimensional football team, and that's all stuff I lay at the feet of the head coach.
Yeah, I don't disagree one bit, but they gave him a new contract, so he's not going anywhere. I mean, money, the owners don't like to just hand away free money. So I don't see, I think he'll be back, but I totally agree with you. I think they're an undisciplined football team. That's why they're sitting where they're at right now. But I think they're a team that I see getting a little bit better. In Minnesota, I think a team that's heading the other direction.
Which you said a couple of weeks ago, you just don't think they have what it takes, especially after they got smacked up at home in a game against a losing team a couple of weeks ago. So let's talk about this Texans and Bears game. Both these teams 7-1. Some will go as far as to say it might be a Super Bowl preview. I think it's two teams that have outstanding defense, and that's why they are where they are. But I'm inclined to give a slight nod to Houston because they can do a little bit more and they are a little bit more consistent on offense than Jay Cutler and the occasionally misfiring Bears offense.
I would agree with you if it was in Houston, but because it's in Chicago, they're supposed to have high winds tonight in Chicago with possible rain. So I think that's going to help the Bears. And you're right. I mean, we've got the third-ranked defense in Houston, the fifth-ranked defense in Chicago, and Houston's got a great run defense. So that kind of isolates and that kind of stabilizes Forte. So I think this could be a low-scoring game. The thing I don't like for Houston is Owen Daniels has got a bad back. And Andre Johnson has not been the explosive Andre Johnson. He's been more of a controlled type receiver. So I don't, and Walter on the other side, I don't see the explosive guys on the offensive side of the ball for Houston. They've got to have that run game with Foster, because then they're big off a boot and play action pass. Everything Houston does off boot, play action pass. So if they struggle, I mean, Chicago's 6th against the rush. So if Foster struggles, I think it's going to be a tough day offensively. That's why. And then the other thing is Chicago's offensive line is not very good, and that does not bode well for Jay Cutler, because you got J.J. Watt, probably the best defensive player in the league right now. So their defense can get after the quarterback. This is two defenses that can get after the quarterback and two defenses that can create turnovers. So it's going to be a very exciting game, because I think we're going to see a lot of defense and special teams, and the Bears are outstanding on special teams, and we'll see how much the weather and wind is going to play into the game.
I mean, and also I think another difference between these two, while they both have outstanding defenses, Chicago's defense scores touchdowns.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And Tillman's been playing great. I mean, he had 4 caused fumbles last week at Tennessee. I mean, when have you ever heard a corner to do that? I mean, so they are what they are is what they do is, and I'm sure they practice it. They practice taking the ball away. When one guy's got him wrapped up, the other guy's coming to strip the ball. I mean, they work on stripping the football a lot. I'm sure that Gary Kubiak in practice all week, they emphasize you got to protect the ball. 3 points of pressure, high and tight, whatever you want to say, and then every time that they would get tackled, or not tackled in practice, but every time they ran a play, I'm sure they had the defense grabbing at the ball, trying to knock the ball out, just so they would get ready for what the Bears are going to do tonight.
Vinny, you mentioned Andre Johnson a couple of minutes ago. I mean, a couple of years ago, this guy was one of the best receivers in the game, but he's had issues staying healthy. He's had issues getting in the end zone in the past couple of years. I'm curious, is there a time where he has to change the way he plays? I mean, you look at what Reggie Wayne has done this year in Indianapolis with Andrew Luck. The guy's having a career year and has basically changed what he does in that offense. Has that time come for Andre Johnson in order for him to be an effective big-time receiver again?
Well, I don't know that he'll ever be a big-time receiver again. I think he's going to be more possession-type receiver. Since he had that hamstring tore away from the bone where he had surgery on it, I don't think he's got the speed. When he came out, he ran 4.2. I mean, he could fly. He was like 4.27, and he could fly. Now he's not that explosive, doesn't have that extra gear to go get the deep ball anymore. He's still a big physical guy that can run those slants, that can run the hitches and those types of things, but his average per catch is never going to be above 15 again. Whereas Reggie Wayne, I think Reggie Wayne has kind of found a new life just because of Andrew Luck. Last year, he had a bunch of rejects throwing him the football, and this year he's got new life. So I think because Reggie's never been able to run. Reggie's been Reggie ever since. Reggie just smart, knows how to get open, and that's the thing that Andre's going to have to do. He's going to be more possession guy in zone coverages, find the holes in zones, be smart, be able to just one-step separation to get separation, not be able to use your speed and explosiveness to get open like Andre Johnson could in the past.
So, Vinny's big picks this week, you like the Bears, you like the Saints, you like the Lions, and you like the Giants in Seattle.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I like the Giants in this one, in a close one, just because since he's always got a chance at the end, but they always lose it at the end. And then Seattle doesn't lose at home, and I think Rex and that'll be a long flight home, and then Rex, give that 3-6 speech about we got to start looking for next year, and then there's more Tebow talk, which I don't think I can't see them putting Tebow in at quarterback. I don't know what it does. He can't throw the football.
15 plays, and you also say he can't run the football anymore because he's just
he's too big.
Inside
he's
guy.
He's a fullback now, Bill. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm telling you, if you want to see, you've got to watch RG3, watch Kaepernick, watch those people. That's how it's supposed to be run.
That's a different universe, man. And Tebow, even at his best, he was never that guy.
Get him back to 235. Give him a chance. I mean, he just looks like just kind of he lumbers.
Get him to Jacksonville, and then maybe he can really resurrect his career. Vinny, we'll talk next week in Week 11. Thanks for the time, my man.
I enjoyed it, Bill, always.
Our NFL insider, resident general manager, love talking football with Vinny Serrato here on ESPN. When we continue, it's fantasy time. Get your fantasy questions in order at 1-800-919-3776. My team is a disaster this year. I'm looking forward to talking about my team with Chris Harris, because I got a feeling there are guys out there and girls listening that you've got my team. You're not out of it yet, but what do you do to, or can you do anything to revive your season and make a push to the playoffs? Fantasy football next, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Bill Daughtry till 9 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action employer.
Ba black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
8-4. The Jets, the Seahawks. Coverage begins Sunday at 2. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. In its debut season in the SEC, Texas A&M likely rolled one of the conference's behemoths right out of the national championship picture. Johnny Manziel's 345 yards total offense and 2 passing TDs lifted 15th-ranked Aggies past number 1 Alabama. First loss in the season for the Tide, 29-24. That result benefits Kansas State, Oregon, and Notre Dame, provided they all stay unbeaten. Colin Klein, 195 yards offense. He ran for 2 touchdowns. The second-ranked Wildcats beat TCU 23-10. The number 3 Ducks, first team to score at least 42 points in 10 straight games to begin a season. They pounded on Cal 59-17, 377 yards passing, and 6 touchdowns for Marcus Mariota.
We kind of knew going in that Cal was going to have to fill the box a little bit, and especially the way TENANT has been running. And the guys up front did a good job with this. Give me some time, and the receivers got open, and it was a big thing for us. And really, it was a good offensive effort today.
Oregon's Marcus Mariota on the V Show. Everett Golson ran for a touchdown. He threw for 2 others. Number 4 Notre Dame took care of Boston College 21-6. So K-State, Oregon, Notre Dame, all 10-0 now. Number 5 Georgia easily beat Auburn 38-zip. Bulldogs clinched the SEC East and a spot in the conference championship game. So all this means plenty of movement in the standings. ESPN BCS analyst Brad Edwards projecting Kansas State up to number 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 3, Georgia 4, and Alabama down to 5 when the standings are released on BCS Countdown, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN HD. NBA increased power in basketball decisions and a salary in line with what he made before in LA. Among the things Phil Jackson's looking for if he's going to return to the Lakers. This, according to ESPNLosAngeles.com. Jackson and the team agree to talk again in a couple of days. Source tells ESPN's Chris Broussard Mike D'Antoni's phone interview with the Lakers went well. Still feels, though, like it's Phil's job to lose. Today, the Lakers talk with Mike D'Antoni. Jerry Sloan says he is not a candidate for the vacancy in L.A. Super night for the Spurs bench in a 112-109 victory over the Blazers. San Antonio's reserves outscored that of Portland's 63-4. Celtics 96, Bucks 92. James Harden, 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 turnovers. His 5th straight game with at least 5 turnovers. in the Rockets' win over the Pistons. Detroit's still winless. NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez out versus Buffalo with an ankle injury. Vikings receiver Percy Harvin, he's got a sprained ankle in 3 places. That'll keep him out in the matchup against Detroit.
College basketball is back on ESPN Radio. From the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, it's the Champions Classic. Michigan State takes on Kansas at 7 Eastern, followed by Duke and defending champion Kentucky, Tuesday on ESPN and ESPN Radio. The Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
As we do each and every week here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, the 8 to 9 hour on Sunday morning is reserved for Fantasy Football Today. And we spend the next 60 minutes with a contributor to ESPN.com, the great Christopher Harris, joining me on the program. Chris, Bill Daughtry in New York. Pleasure to do this with you, my friend.
Hey, Bill, how are you?
I'm doing great. Now, my fantasy football team, and I'm not going to focus on my team, but I'm sure, Chris, that there are a bunch of GMs in their fantasy league sitting at 3 and 6, like me, still got that outside chance of running the table and finding your way into your league's playoffs. But I made up my mind. I'm going to be respectable the rest of the way. You're not going to find injured reserve guys and guys that are out in my lineup. I don't have any of those guys. The guys on bye week. No, I'm not going down that road. But I mean, it's hard to maintain that focus because in a 14-team league, there just aren't a lot of guys out there that you can plug in at this point in the season to get the desired result.
I guess that's true. You're right, though. You don't want to be the one who goes up against the best team in your league and you lose 124-3 because you didn't have any players. I agree with that.
Well, I mean, but here's my conundrum. I mean, right now, I have the second best scoring team in the league. It just seems that I catch everybody on their best week, or I catch everybody when they get that miracle play from out of nowhere that just turns the game around, and that's been our issue throughout.
It's almost like you're the Northwestern of your fantasy league.
Yeah. We make it challenging. We score a lot of points, but 3 and 6, not much to write home to mom or pop about. 1-800-919-3776. You've got fantasy lineup issues like me, or you've just got some tough decisions to make in this very important Week 10 as people start to get their minds around the playoff picture, try to get their minds around moving forward in their league, getting some playoff position. Chris, you wrote a very interesting story earlier this week on ESPN.com talking about your free agent fines for Week 10. I mean, when you're in deeper leagues, I'm looking at these guys on this list like Tywan Jones, James Starks, these guys have been, Stephen Hill, these guys have been on rosters stashed away by people for weeks in bigger, deeper leagues. How do you manage to find some of these guys still out there? And better yet, even talk about some of the guys who you classify as your free agent finds for this week.
Yeah, this was a week where, because Darren McFadden hurt himself, surprisingly, not so surprisingly, that people really focused on that Oakland backfield. And I think entering today, I think Marcel Reese and Tywan Jones are both owned a bunch. But we still have questions about how to use them, whether you can use them. Like you're saying, if you're in a desperation situation, which one makes it better, desperation play. I tend to think of it, and Tywan Jones is really a running back. So, and he's the guy who's fast. He ran a 4.33 at the 2011 Combine. And if someone's going to hit a home run in that backfield, I think it's probably Tywan Jones. And it's a good matchup because the Ravens' run defense is not what it used to be. But if I'm saying, if I'm sitting here, we take a bet about who winds up with the most fantasy points between Reese and Jones by the end of the day, I think Reese probably has a better chance because he's going to catch the ball a bunch. I don't think the Raiders are going to run all that much. I think you're going to see Tywan Jones start. He's going to play on a lot of early downs, but I'm not sure how much he's going to carry it. And if he doesn't start hitting home runs, they're just going to go with Reese in the screen game, especially in a point per reception league. I think I prefer Reese. But if people's fantasy teams are in that mode that you're describing, and you're trying to hit a home run, you just need points. I'm going to try to get a guy who gets an 84-yard run. That's probably Tywan Jones, and that's probably why if I had to add one guy and just stash him, I think it would be Tywan Jones, because he's got the possibility to completely alter the landscape of that Raiders backfield, whereas I think Reese is more of a complementary player.
James Starks is another that's on your list. A little bit more of a no-brainer, I would think, with Green Bay. He's probably the next best option after Cedric Benson, who has been out of action for a few weeks now.
Yeah, I mean, the issue you have adding Starks is clearly he's not much of a solution today because the Green Bay Packers are on bye.
Yes.
But looking forward, I don't, again, not a superstar ad at all, but it seemed like he did start in Week 9. I'm not sure he did a ton with it, but I do, watching the tape, I think he's better than Alex Green, and yeah, there's a chance maybe in Week 11 and Week 12, a couple weeks there before Benson's eligible to come back, that Starks could be an asset. Really, that Packers backfield continues to look like sort of a mess for fantasy because John Kuhn is now going to be back in Week 11, and he's going to play on third downs. He might be the short yardage guy too. It's tough to see a ton of fantasy value there, but I would say if I was adding any Green Bay running back, it would be Starks.
John Kuhn, I mean, whenever he touches the ball, there's some guys on NFL Network, they do their fantasy segment, and they have this one segment where that helps no one. And I always think of John Kuhn when I hear that. Guys who have zero value all of a sudden scoring that touchdown that, why? He's not on anybody's team. Why do we even need this guy? Emmanuel Sanders, though, I think that would be the opposite of John Kuhn, a guy who is owned in a number of leagues, and a guy who, even though he's got Mike Wallace on the other side, a guy that with Antonio Brown with that ankle injury last week, a guy who could step up and make a big difference for you.
Yeah, I think that's the guy who you're looking at, very lightly owned in fantasy leagues, who could be somebody to start inside the top 30 receivers for this week, Emmanuel Sanders. You're not going to see Antonio Brown tomorrow night against the Chiefs. Sanders is going to be the number 2 receiver. Old friend Jericho Cotchery, remember him from the Jets?
Oh, yeah.
He'll be number 3. But I like Sanders kind of to play that Antonio Brown role. Now, people who've owned Antonio Brown this season know that role has been a little frustrating. He hasn't broken out the way he did last year in a much more possession-oriented offense that Todd Haley runs. So I think, expecting 150 yards and 2 touchdowns from Emmanuel Sanders may be a little aggressive, as it's been for Antonio Brown. But I think it's important to note that Todd Haley is the offensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and last year he was the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm going to say right now, there's not going to be a lot of mercy shown in this game. I think you start a lot of your Steelers here. I prefer Isaac Redman over Jonathan Dwyer, but I think they both are usable as flexes because I think they're both going to get a lot of work. Roethlisberger and Heath Miller and Mike Wallace, you get them in your lineup because I have a feeling there's a chance this is a really big number to a really small number tomorrow night.
1-6, lick your chops when you go against the Kansas City Chiefs. Since we're talking about wideouts, let's check in with Clint. Clint in Clifton. Clint has a question about who to start at wide receiver. Clint, you're on Fantasy Football Today on ESPN New York. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Yeah, I have a wide receiver question. Who would you start today between Danny Amendola or Kenny Britt? I'll hang up and listen.
Danny Amendola or Kenny Britt? Has it been established, Chris, that Amendola is coming back this week?
Yeah, Amendola's going to play. It was a very serious collarbone injury, but he was able to heal up over the bye, and he's missed about a month. I'm still playing Britt. Mainly because I want to see Amendola what he's like. I think he's going to be all right, but it's a really tough matchup against the 49ers. Don't trust Sam Bradford to have tons of time in that game, whereas Kenny Britt is healthier than he's been probably all year, and he gets Miami secondary that has been really generous. We last saw them against the Colts last week, really giving it up to Reggie Wayne. And Britt has game-breaking ability. Amendola is more of a possession receiver, really good player, maybe not quite at the level, athletically of Britt. If I'm picking between the two this week, because I want to see what Amendola looks like, I'm picking Britt.
Maybe even a better play might be Chris Givens, another member of that St. Louis wideout crew that has stepped in, and for a few weeks there, he was providing big plays for them. Didn't necessarily have one last week, though.
Right. I mean, the Rams were off last week, but he's, I think, maybe 5 games in a row with a gain of 50 yards or more. So a rookie who's from Wake Forest, who's a high school sprinter out of Texas, and is really adept at getting down the field. He reminds me a lot of Mike Wallace in his rookie year, unpolished as a route runner, not a guy you're going to see going over the middle or doing, complicated posts or crosses or whatever. But if you can get him one-on-one on somebody and just have him run by him, I like it. I would prefer Amendola over Givens just because I think Amendola will see, double-digit targets and Givens will probably see 3 or 4. But he's a name to remember. I think he is in the Mike Wallace mode, maybe in the Torrey Smith mode, the not huge guy, but the burner, who if he figures it out, figures out how to be a complete receiver, he could be really interesting going forward.
You got me itching now, Chris Harris. I have Givens on my team. Maybe I plug him in. Maybe I plug him in over Steven Jackson. Don't answer that yet. We'll talk about it when we come back. That and some injuries around the NFL in Week 10 as we are out of the gate and underway on Fantasy Football Today. Bill Daughtry with Chris Harris right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Monday, behind Big Ben.
We got him hurt!
The Steelers took down the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Let's go!
Now, one of the hottest teams in the game.
Touchdown Steelers!
Returns home in search of a 4th straight win against the Chiefs. Countdown sets the stage at 6:30 Eastern. Then, Monday Night Football. Chiefs, Steelers, 8:30 on ESPN. It all comes down to Monday night.
NBA superstars headline a Wednesday night doubleheader. First, it's Memphis versus OKC as reigning scoring king Kevin Durant looks to throw down against a hungry Grizz squad. Then, the defending champs stomp into LA. Miami's Big Four is finding its groove.
Nice pass.
But will CP3 and Blake steal the show? Grizzlies Thunder at 8 Eastern. Heat Clippers at 10:30. Presented by State Farm. Wednesday on ESPN.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families stationed around the world. Grant a wish for our servicemen and women, or donate a special gift to their families to show your support. Give a special gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wishbook. Visit uso.org/ESPN and give your gift today.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial washer and dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
The Bill Daughtry Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
We'll continue with Chris Harris on Fantasy Football Today in just a second. This portion of the program brought to you by MLS.com. Buying, selling, renting. Visit MLSLI.com, where you can access thousands of real estate listings in Nassau, Suffolk, and Queens. MLSLI.com, home of the multiple listing service. Get your lineup straight right here at 1-800-919-3776. The fantasy playoffs coming up in a few weeks for several teams. We'll get into that with Chris Harris in just a second here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. But Chris, let's talk to Evan. Evan on Long Island. He has that persistent question. Who should he start? Evan, you're on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Great.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, all right, here's my dilemma. I'm sitting at 4-5 in a PPR league. Need a win this week. Ended up starting Vic Ballard as a number 2 running back, which is a huge mistake in the Thursday night game. Yeah, I didn't think Donald Brown was going to show up. That's what everybody was saying. But anyway, I got Steve Smith, a very disappointing Steve Smith, and a banged-up Stevie Johnson. What do you think for a flex?
Well, I have Steve Smith just a couple of spots higher than Steve Johnson, but I think Steve Johnson has a significantly better matchup against the Patriots who he usually performs well against, and Smith has a tough one because he's going to see a lot of Champ Bailey. But like you say, I'm a little scared of Steve Johnson just because he got a big thigh contusion last week. I mean, it's a total toss-up. It comes down to a gut feel on your part, but I do have Smith a couple of spots higher.
It's kind of one of those no-win situations right there.
Or maybe both win.
Evan, it's that time of the year, man.
I need a win this week, fellas. I really do.
Either you got it or you don't, and I'm in that same boat as you. Thanks for the call. 1-800-919-3776. Quarterback issues for Austin on the car phone. Austin, you're on ESPN New York with Bill Daughtry and Chris Harris.
Hey, guys. I actually called earlier in the year with the same type of question regarding Michael Vick. However, he's in a lot worse of a situation now, with the quarterback potential controversy and Andy Reid on the hot seat. I'm 8-1 in first place, and I'm going against the team in the other division who's 8-1, and obviously I'd like to win. Would you consider starting Josh Freeman and his underthrowing abilities against Michael Vick?
I would definitely consider it. I don't have it rated that way, but I'm the only ESPN ranker on ESPN.com who doesn't have it rated that way. Here's the thing about Michael Vick. I mean, for all the controversy, for all of the Sturm und Drang, all the worries about the offensive line, each of his last 3 games, he's finished as a top 10 quarterback. He's running the ball a lot. He's got over 150 yards rushing the past 3 weeks combined. Freeman's been awesome, and he's scored a lot more points than Michael Vick has. So if you went that way, I wouldn't debate you. But I think I'm sticking by Vick.
I would hate to sit on Freeman and lose on the person who I perceive to be the worst player.
Well, I mean, listen, it's your team and it's close enough that make your call. But listen, it's really, really close.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Austin. You stick with Vic, Chris, and I'm inclined to go along that same line with you because at the end of the day, as much as they try to dissuade him from running, Michael Vick can still find his way to the end zone an odd time or two, something that Freeman is not so much want to do.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, Josh Freeman's a pretty athletic guy. He's nowhere near the runner that Michael Vick is, but you're absolutely right. Tampa isn't really part of their makeup, either the last coaching administration or this one, to have Freeman as a big scrambler. He's meant to be a pocket passer. He's agile in the pocket, sort of evading the rush, but you're not going to get a lot of rushing yards out of him. And I think it's worth emphasizing, Bill, exactly what you said, which is, a guy like Vic, who's running as much as he is, sometimes for his life, I would tend to think that in general, things are going to even out and he will get a rushing touchdown. I think he has 1 this year, which is really low. But I'd be surprised if it doesn't happen for him with the rate he's rushing in the next couple of games.
Chris, before we went to break, I was throwing out that Steven Jackson question. I'm kind of curious as to where you had him ranked in the preseason going into fantasy drafts, and how much of a disappointment has he proven to be for fantasy players this year? And to take it to another level, I mean, I thought that maybe he gets traded to some place where he's a more integral part of the offense, or at least a guy who's going to get 15 to 20 carries a week, which hasn't really been the case this year in St. Louis. How has that whole situation played out for you?
I didn't have super high hopes for Steven Jackson. Wasn't inside my top 15 running backs for the year. Certainly this week, against a really tough 49ers defense, I would try to not use him if I could. I'm not sure I'd use Chris Givens over him, because, that's, you're basically hoping for one big play from Chris Givens. But, Steven Jackson's kind of been exactly the same guy under, a healthier Sam Bradford than he was last year when Bradford wasn't healthy, when he was in Bradford's rookie year. He's just not going to be a touchdown maker in that offense. Still runs really hard, but he's, pushing the wrong side of the calendar, and he's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, with Darrell Richardson spelling him a lot, with Isaiah Peed making an appearance in that London game and impressing coaches. Jackson seems to be on the wrong side of the heavy workload equation. So, I'm with you. I'm not super disappointed because my hopes weren't real high, but it has not been a good season for Jackson.
People are lining up with lineup questions at 1-800-919-3776. Let's get to some of them. Let's talk with Mark. Mark has got wide-out issues. Mark, you're on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Great.
My question is, if I had to play Deshaun Jackson against Dallas, or give a shot at take Devon Best or Michael Crabtree, which combination of that would you use?
Wow.
So I need one of those guys?
2 out of the 3 would be best.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Deshaun Jackson would be the no-brainer for me, and then I think I'd still go Crabtree over Best. Best had a nice game last week, and in a point-per-reception league, he does have a significant amount of value, but Crabtree's last game a couple of weeks ago was huge. He really lit up the Cardinals, had 2 touchdowns, so I think I'm going Jackson and Crabtree.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. When you look at Miami, Tannehill, I think, can we agree that he has risen above game manager status, but still in all, he's got enough weapons to run the football that he really doesn't have to throw it as a main mode of attack. Can we agree on that?
I agree with you that he's risen above the level of game manager. I'm not sure I like too many of the weapons on that team, especially, Reggie Bush right now is not playing healthy. Had a really couple of good games, and then he got hurt in that Jet game, the first one, and really hasn't been the same since. I think he's averaging like 3.6 yards a carry, and they just don't have any receiver. When Brian Hartline's your number one, and the dude's a good player, he's fast, he's okay, but he's not number one receiver in the NFL.
He had that 1 week,
Exactly.
that week that was a season for him, and then he virtually disappears.
Yeah, he played better last week against the Colts, but you're absolutely right. I just don't see the weaponry there for Tannehill to be a super viable. It's too bad that he couldn't get a player like Brandon Marshall to be on that roster. Oh wait, they could have, and they traded him away. Listen, it's a good story. A new coach down there, Philbin, and they've been all right. The Dolphins have been all right. But you saw last week what their 2 weeks ago what their limitations are, and in close games, and I agree with you. Tannehill's showing more upside than I would have expected as a rookie, but I don't find that offense to be all that exciting for fantasy.
Tannehill by no stretch of the imagination, and Andrew Luck. Before we go to break, Chris, I just want to get a handle on your drafting philosophy, or at least your lineup philosophy. Are you a guy who leans more toward the talent of the player or toward the matchup?
That's a great question, and I wish I had a catch-all answer. It's something I struggle with every single week when I have to rank, 50 running backs and 50 wide receivers. They're all on ESPN.com, by the way. I think my general leaning is towards the quality of the player, because I watch a lot of tape, and so I feel like I've got a good handle on what guys can do. I try not to let the matchup completely blind me, but we were just talking about Steven Jackson. I think Steven Jackson's talent-wise still a top 20 running back in the league, but against the 49ers, I'm not rating him inside my top 20, because that looks like an awfully tough matchup to me. I don't know about you, Bill.
It's been tough for everybody this year. It seems like I have more games that go against the Niners, against Seattle, and Arizona. It's like every week, give me a break, for heaven's sakes. We'll get some of those lineups straightened out when we continue. Bill Daughtry with Christopher Harris on Fantasy Football Today. We go till 9. That's when it's Ian O'Connor Showtime on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
There's a great new company out there you need to try, Vistaprint.com, the place to go for printing and small business needs. Right now, you can order the new and improved business cards from Vistaprint for just $10. That's 250 new business cards with thousands of professional designs to choose from, or upload one of your own. It's easy to add a calendar, an appointment reminder, or a map to the back of the card. There are many options to fully customize your business cards, but you have to mention the code Colin to get this great deal. Go to Vistaprint.com, look for the search bar on the top right side of the page, and type in the code Colin, C-O-L-I-N, Colin. If you take advantage of this great offer today, they will ship your cards to you for free. Fast delivery and your satisfaction is guaranteed, all for just $10. This is a no-risk way to try Vistaprint. So visit them at Vistaprint.com and type in the code Colin in the search bar.
Hi, it's Colin Coward. When I send roses, and I do a lot, I always order them from 1-800-Flowers.com. Flowers are fresh, always, and beautiful. And roses are perfect to send, but for any reason. Not just birthdays or congratulations, just to brighten somebody's day. That's why I can't wait to tell you about an exclusive offer that is so special from 1-800-Flowers.com. Never offered before. 36 stunning multicolored roses for just $36. An abundant bouquet of 3 dozen roses at this incredible value. It's a limited time offer. You got to order today for somebody you care about. Think of their reaction. 36 roses, and it's not even their birthday. Why does it have to be her birthday? Just send them because. Remember, 36 roses for $36, only available this week. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic, upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. The national championship race a bit more muddled after what happened in Tuscaloosa. Top-ranked Alabama upset at home by number 15 Texas A&M 29-24. Crimson Tide gave up 345 total yards and 2 passing touchdowns to Johnny Manziel and was likely rolled out of the national championship game picture with its first loss on the season. It also probably ends the SEC's run of having a team in the title game at 6 straight years. That leaves the door open for Kansas State, Oregon, and Notre Dame to capitalize. Second-ranked Wildcats got past TCU 23-10. Colin Klein, 195 yards total offense and 2 rushing TDs. Marcus Mariota threw 6 touchdown passes. The number 3 Ducks got it done against Cal 59-17. They're the first team to score at least 42 points in 10 straight games to start a season. Good to be in this position, still unbeaten, but things aren't over yet for Oregon, points out Coach Chip Kelly.
We don't know anything about that. I don't watch anybody else play except in our league. I know where we are in our league, and our league is coming down to next week. We have a huge game against against Stanford up at our place. So that's really where our focus and concentration on. We tell our team all the time we'll pick our head up in December and see where we are. But we still got 2 regular season games to go and a real good Stanford team next week.
Number 4 Irish took care of Boston College 21-6. Kansas State, Oregon, Notre Dame all 10-0. No problems for number 5 Georgia against Auburn 38-0. Bulldogs clinched the SEC East and a spot in the conference championship game. According to ESPN, BCS analyst Brad Edwards, Kansas State's projected to move up to number 1, Oregon 2, Notre Dame 3, Georgia 4, and Alabama 5 when the standings are released on BCS Countdown, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN HD. NBA, Phil Jackson's looking for a couple of things from the Lakers if he's going to come back as their head coach. ESPNLosAngeles.com reports when he met with Executive VP Jim Buss and GM Mitch Kupchak, Jackson asked for increased power over basketball decisions, a salary in line with what he made before in L.A., and that he won't have to travel to every road game. According to ESPN's Chris Broussard, Jackson's expected to give the Lakers an answer tomorrow. L.A. also interviewed Mike D'Antoni over the phone. We'll talk with Mike Dunleavy today. Spurs got 63 points out of their bench in a 112-109 win over the Blazers. Celtics took care of the Bucks 96-92. Rajon Rondo, 30th straight game with 10 assists or more. This season's gotten off to a miserable start for both Detroit and Washington. Pistons tied for the worst win this start in franchise history, 0-7 after the 96-82 loss to the Rockets. The Wizards are 0-5 for a second straight season. A mere 7 points separate leader Jimmy Johnson from Brad Keselowski in the standings with 2 races to go in the chase. Keselowski starts 14th, Johnson 24th in race number 9. Coverage at 3 Eastern on ESPN HD.
Hi, it's Colin. Monday, Brian Billick, Eric Mangini. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Big college football weekend. Plus where I was right, where I was wrong. Monday the Herd, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
With Chris Harris on Fantasy Football today at 1-800-919-3776. Chris, we got lineup issues galore. Let's get to them right here on ESPN New York. Timmons in Maplewood trying to figure out his backfield situation. You're on ESPN New York.
Yes, guys, I got 3 running backs I need to start 2. I got Isaac Redmond, I got Marcel Reese, I got Jamal Charles.
I think you have to use. Yeah, I think he's okay though. He took a big shot in that Thursday night game about 10 days ago, and it's a tough matchup against the Steelers. But he's such a good player. I think I have to use him. And then I'm going to use Redmond.
Right.
You know, Marcel Reese is fine, but he's not really a running back. He's a converted wide receiver who's playing fullback. Very athletic kid, going to catch the ball a lot. But I think he'd be the one I sit.
Are you going in Redmond's favor as over Dwyer because Redmond is right now the hot hand?
It's funny. It's hard to say who the hot hand is, right? Because, 2 weeks ago when Redmond was hurt, Dwyer had the really good game against the Redskins. And then last week Dwyer was hurt and Redmond has a nice game against the Giants. It sounds like tomorrow night Redmond's going to get the start, but it could be a hot hand situation. And like I mentioned earlier in the show, I think Todd Haley wants to lay a huge number on the Chiefs. I would be okay really using either of those running backs as kind of a desperation flex.
Well, let's hope that Dwyer's the guy with the hot hand. He's my flex this week. Let's talk to Brandon. Brandon in New Jersey. Quarterback issues, Brandon. You're on ESPN New York.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the bind. I'm not sure whether to start Peyton or start Cam Newton.
I think I'm going to use Peyton. I don't even like the matchup against Carolina, but at this point, Peyton seems kind of bulletproof. As much as I think Newton is being used as a scapegoat in Carolina, and his fantasy season hasn't been that bad.
Awful.
I don't know how you can get. I don't know how you can get away from using Peyton.
I know, but I just feel like Peyton might have that breakout game. That's why. But I do have 2 of Peyton's targets, though. That's why I was leaning towards Peyton.
I think you use Peyton. Yeah.
Use Peyton, right?
Yeah.
Tell you what. Cool. I use Peyton every week. He's not the problem on my team. Peyton Manning has had an outstanding season this year. I think he's missed the 20-point mark maybe twice this year in the first 8 games for the Broncos.
He's been really, really good. I remember writing a column right after that Monday night game against the Falcons when he had 3 picks in the first half.
Yeah.
And the narrative was becoming, he doesn't have the deep ball. His ball is wobbling. He doesn't have it anymore. I watched that tape. I'm sorry. I've been watching Peyton Manning on tape for, 10 years, 15 years. He's never had a a beautiful ball. He's never had a football that didn't wobble in the air. That's not his issue. The issue was going to be getting familiar with those receivers, and it's very clear that he is now.
And now that he is, exactly, the world is on fire in Denver. Jared on the car phone trying to figure out his starting lineup. Jared, you're on ESPN New York 98.7 FM with Bill Daughtry and Chris Harris.
Hey, good morning, Bill. Good morning, Chris.
Morning.
Morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Before you go judging me, it's a 14-team keeper league. I got Darren McFadden down, Randall Cobb on a bye, so I have 2 spots to fill with 3 guys. Had to go dumpster diving. You should see the free agent list. So I have Jaquez Rogers, Chris Ivory, or Tywan Jones to fill my RB2 and my flex spot.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sit Jaquez Rogers. Obviously, at this point, any opinion I have is going to be entirely just a matter of holding your nose and picking. But I mentioned earlier with Tywan Jones. Listen, this guy, he's got skills-wise, he's very much like C.J. Spiller and Jamal Charles. He's the same size, he's the same speed, same shiftiness. His issue is he hasn't been able to stay healthy, and they don't necessarily trust him in pass protection. But they're going to have a lot of choice. And like I said earlier, if there's an upside guy in that Raiders backfield, it's him.
And with Darren Sproles out, Chris Ivory, if nothing else, he's going to get opportunities for New Orleans against Atlanta. Let's talk to Joe. Joe in Rockland. Joe trying to figure out a lineup. You're on ESPN New York, Joe.
How you guys doing? Good morning.
Spectacular.
I had a quick question about running back issues. I need to start 2 of 3. I got Darren Sproles, Danny Woodhead, and Jacoby Bell from Detroit.
Well, Darren Sproles, Bill just mentioned Darren Sproles is out this week, so unfortunately that decision is made for you. You can't have Sproles in your lineup with that broken bone in his wrist. He's going to miss at least 1 more game. We should also mention that Aaron Hernandez is widely being reported as not playing today as well with that bad ankle. So if you were thinking of using Aaron Hernandez, you have to come up with another solution.
No, Woodhead, Danny Woodhead, and Jacoby Bell.
Right, you're going to have to use Woodhead and Bell. Yep.
Woodhead and Bell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you put Redmond ahead of Woodhead and Bell?
I would. I'd put Redmond ahead of both of them.
Now you're talking, Harris. That's what I want to hear. I got Redmond in my lineup. He's a flex guy this week. And
wait, I thought you said you had Dwyer in your lineup.
I'm sorry, you're right. I do have Dwyer. Never mind. No, Harris, you're getting on my nerves. Stop it. Let's talk to Josh. Josh with tight end issues on ESPN New York. Josh, what's up?
Well, it's actually a little silly you guys just talked about it. I had a question regarding Hernandez's health, since he's coming back and limited this week. I'm starting right now. I'm starting Dwayne Bowe, and Torrey Smith in the PPR league, and I was wondering which one of them to drop out if Hernandez was available. But I mean, you're saying he's questionable. I mean, I know he's questionable, but you're saying he's not going to play. If he's not going to play, that answers my question. But say Hernandez is going to be starting, do you drop out Torrey Smith? Do you drop out Dwayne Bowe for Aaron Hernandez?
It would probably be Bowe. I have Bowe rated lower than Smith, but I think we're going to find out right before 1 o'clock that Hernandez isn't playing. You got multiple people reporting that they don't expect him to go, so I don't think you're going to have that problem.
Fair enough, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call, sure. Josh. I mean, Bowe is turned into one of the great garbage time players in fantasy football history.
Bill, that is so well said. I say that all the time. It's absolutely true. You get nothing out of this guy for 3.5 quarters, and then they're down by 3 touchdowns, and the other defense is already on the bus, and Dwayne Bowe goes nuts.
Here's another guy who we haven't mentioned this week and is out. Percy Harvin with the Minnesota Vikings, not expected to play. There is some hope he'll be playing against the Lions today, but if Harvin is out, what are your options?
Yeah, I don't think he plays. I think you're right on there. And honestly, I don't know. I mean, I've had folks on Twitter. You can follow me at Twitter at CHarrisESPN, by the way. I've had folks on Twitter asking, hey, is Jerome Simpson now a possibility? Do I look at, Devin Aromashadu? I have a hard time imagining any of those guys being real relevant today. If Christian Ponder's thrown it to anybody, it's probably Adrian Peterson. Maybe he finally gets back to Kyle Rudolph. But Ponder has been so bad, and the only guy he's really thrown it to has been Percy Harvin, that while I expect someone to pick up the slack catching the pass for the Vikings, I don't know who, and I don't feel strongly enough about it that I'm going to use any of those guys.
Bill Daughtry with Chris Harris on Fantasy Football Today. We round third and head home. Our final segment straight ahead. Some interesting thoughts put forward in the hard count. Some thoughts about the Jets, Jets. We'll discuss those and get some more lineup advice from Chris Harris as we continue on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Looking to rebound after the bye week. The Jets travel west to face the Seattle Seahawks.
We've earned that 3-5 record. That's clearly not where we want to be at.
Their season may be at a crossroads. Which way will they go?
We have work to do. I'm excited to get the guys back. I look forward to the second half of the season.
Jets, Seahawks. Coverage gets underway today at 2 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This Veterans Day at Lowe's, get the Maytag Centennial Washer and Dryer for $798. That's a savings of $430. And a Bosch 18-volt lithium drill for $99. That's a savings of $70. Choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $599 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer is valid from November 7th through the 12th while supplies last. Credit offer valid from November 8th through the 12th. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details, including Maytag offer.
The obstacles military families face aren't limited to the battlefield. When it comes to financial challenges, USAA can help. Whether it's managing debt, saving for a child's education, or investing for the future. For free advice, call a USAA investment advisor at 800-235-1898.
Financial planning services and financial advice provided by USAA Financial Planning Services Insurance Agency, Inc., a registered investment advisor and insurance agency, and its wholly owned subsidiary, USAA Financial Advisors, Inc., a registered broker-dealer.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go! Cars.com.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
This Veterans Day, ESPN is working with the USO to help lift the spirits of America's troops and their families. Give a gift to our military heroes and their families through USO Wish Book. Visit uso.org/ESPN to grant a wish today.
Bill Daughtry Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
As we continue on Fantasy Football Today with Chris Harris, my team is messed up. My lineup is crazy. But those, Chris, who have to deal with the Ahmad Bradshaw situation with the New York Giants this year, the foot, a persistent problem, doesn't practice during the week. Then on Sunday, you got to sweat it out between he and Andre Brown. How do you manage the Bradshaw situation, especially at this point in the season?
Yeah, you may just be sort of in bed with the dude and not really be able to change things. I think it gets better for him. I don't get freaked out about him not practicing because we've seen this year after year, and he sometimes does submit good games, even when he doesn't practice. I think you're more onto something when you talk about Andre Brown, because last week, we saw Bradshaw basically get tackled at the 1, and then he trots off the field. Andre Brown trots on the field, and as you say, that helps no one. And that's the problem that Bradshaw has. If he gets in the end zone on that play last week against the Steelers, we're not having this conversation. He's still barely inside my top 20 running backs, but I'm with you. I mean, it's been frustrating.
I had Brown earlier this year. He gets the concussion. I let him go, and now he's back on the field, and he's scoring touchdowns again, and we are just limping along. 1-800-919-3776. Let's get some more lineup questions. Brian in Brooklyn, he's thinking about his receivers. Brian, you're on ESPN New York. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, so I got 2 questions for you. I'm in a non-PPR league. For my wide receiver, I can either go with Steve Smith or Malcolm Floyd. And for my tight end, I could either go with Jermaine Gresham or Martellus Bennett.
I'll say Steve Smith over Malcolm Floyd on the principle, like we were talking about earlier, Bill, the better player. I think Smith is a better player.
I've never trusted Malcolm Floyd. I'm sorry. I just never have. Had him a couple of years ago.
It's tough to on a week-to-week basis. Clearly he makes plays. Really big guy for how fast he is, but he just disappears too often. Steve Smith doesn't disappear. And then I have Gresham a couple of spots higher than Bennett. That's one of those where if you put him in a hat and started the guy you picked out of the hat, I wouldn't be upset with you. It may come down to just a gut feel. But, Giant fans know what Bennett has looked like. He when he was healthy, he was awfully good, but I don't know that anybody's operating under the illusion that he's healthy right now.
How about if you base it on the play of the safeties? We were talking with Vinny Serrato earlier, our NFL insider. He says the Bengals safeties are just a mess, and I even intoned, I said that must mean a big day for Bennett.
Listen, that entire Bengals secondary is just a mismanagement of the GM/owner. You got too many guys who were former first-round busts in that entire secondary. I think Reggie Nelson's one of the worst players in the NFL. So I'm with you that that's not a bad matchup. I just wonder if Bennett is healthy enough to take advantage of it.
Brian, good luck. Let's talk to Tony. Tony at LaGuardia Airport, getting on the plane, trying to figure out that wide receiver situation, Tony.
Thanks for taking my call. I have 3 guys. I got to start 2 of them. Des Bryant, Danny Amendola, and Haywood Bay.
As much as we don't like Des Bryant as an academic specimen, let's say, I think you have to probably use Des Bryant.
Right.
And I think between Amendola and DHB, I actually have Amendola a few spots higher. Haywood Bay started to come on a little bit last week, and Carson Palmer sure threw it around a lot last week. If I'm playing in Baltimore today and I'm Oakland, the only chance I feel like I have is to just try to keep the ball away from the Ravens and run it like crazy against not a very good run defense. So I'm going to say Amendola catches a bunch of little passes against the 49ers and maybe helps out a little bit that way.
Okay, thanks a lot.
If you're in a PPR league, that's a good deal because Amendola will get you 5 or 6 points a game just off receptions. That Des Bryant issue, Chris, I can't tell you how many games he has cost me this year, a monumental disappointment.
And yet you look at the numbers and they're okay, relative to other receivers. It's just that we have a much higher expectation for Des Bryant because he's physically such an imposing guy, and we see defenses paying so much attention to him, and yet we see him get open, and then we see the ball clang off his hands, or we see him run the wrong route and gets a pick six the other direction. It happens again and again. 2 of the past 3 weeks, Bryant's been limited because of injuries. So we're not going to get on for injuries, but there's enough problem with the space between his ears that we should get on him for that.
Filled with bubble gum. 2.5 points in the last 2 weeks. Way to go, Des. Make my season. Adam in Queens with wide out situation. Hope you don't have Des Bryant, Adam.
No, I do not. Thank you for taking my call. I have 4 players. It's wide receiver flex. It's not a PPR league, and I have to sit one of them. So the players are Steve Smith, Mike Williams, Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, and, now I'm blanking out on the third one. Hold on. Steve Smith, Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. Well, you know what? I can't remember the fourth one off the top of my head for some reason, but out of those 3, who would you sit? Oh, Percy Harvin. There's the fourth one. Percy Harvin.
You don't have to worry about him.
I'm glad you thought of the last one because he's probably not playing.
Oh, he's probably not playing, Percy Harvin.
Right. He has an ankle injury that, we've been told, he's extremely doubtful to play today.
Oh, wow. Well, that answers my question. Thank you so much.
See, you called the right place. Thanks for the call, Adam. Bob in Westfield, beautiful Westfield, New Jersey. Bob, you're on ESPN New York.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Quick question, and this comes up every year. I'm in a 12-team league. It's a keeper league, points per reception, all that. But my question is about quarterback. I got Josh Freeman and Phillip Rivers, and they're playing each other today. And I feel like it's always trying to pick the right line at the grocery store. So I don't know exactly who to pick. I'm kind of leaning towards Freeman, but I want to see what you guys think.
I love that you put it that way. I've never heard it put that way before, but I'm gonna stealing that from you, and I'm putting it in a column this week. I love it, the grocery store line. I like the matchup better for Rivers because I think all of Tampa Bay's secondary is either suspended or been traded away.
Yep.
But Rivers is playing so bad. If you got fantasy points for throws that you threw from your chin, I think Rivers would be like an MVP.
I know. He's got the weirdest motion, but it's like he's so frustrating because he'll throw like 4 or 5 picks in a game, 2 fumbles, and I get negative points for my quarterback, and I'm like,
yeah,
you're killing me, man. So
that's why I'm playing Freeman. I don't put Rivers. I don't put it past Rivers. We know he's talented. We've seen him do it in the past, and it's a good matchup for him. So would I be shocked if Rivers goes nuts today? I wouldn't. But if I was playing this week out 100 times, I think 70 of them Freeman has a better day.
I had Rivers headaches 2 years in a row this year. Last year I wound up trading him, and this year I said I'm not going near the guy. I never thought I'd take Freeman over Rivers, but Chris, you sold me on that one. Mark wants to talk about running backs. You're on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Pleasure. What's up?
All right, I got Forte as my number 1, even though he has a tough matchup, but it is a PPR. Injuries have been killing me all year, so I got Bell from Detroit or Andre Brown, or I could just dump somebody and pick up Reese.
Yeah, I mean, if someone you're going to dump isn't going to hurt you, I do like Reese more than I like Joique Bell or Andre Brown, and it's simply a matter of workload. I think, a pretty good chance that Reese is going to see the ball more than those two guys. If you're looking for upside, as I said earlier, if I had to choose between the Raider running backs for upside, for a guy who could produce, a 15 fantasy point day, it would be Tywan Jones. But if Reese is the only guy that's available, I would probably pick him up over Bell or Brown.
Thanks.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Chris, in the column, The Hard Count on ESPN.com, you seem to put a lot of stock in the Jets' defense this week.
I mean, listen, statistically, they've been incredibly difficult to score fantasy points against. I'm not going to go out there and, I watched the tape, and not last week, they were off, but, in previous weeks, and do they look dominant on defense like they did a few years ago? They don't. But the results have definitely been there. They've been, over the last 5 weeks, they've been the hardest defense for fantasy quarterbacks to score fantasy points against, and they've been the 3rd hardest defense for fantasy running backs to score points against. That speaks really well. I mean, these stats are without Darrelle Revis. My metrics, I have this Excel spreadsheet that I do a bunch of stuff to, really don't weight those first few weeks where Revis was playing. This is about Cromartie playing great at one side and them doing a good enough job covering on the other side. And the run defense being much better than it was earlier in the year. They've been a tough matchup, and I would say if I had, things can change in the next month, but by the time the fantasy playoffs get here, if I had skill players who were going up against that Jets D, I don't think that looks like nearly as sweet a cookie matchup as it did like a month ago.
And on the flip side, offensively, with games against Jacksonville, Tennessee, San Diego, and Buffalo, you see Sean Green as a possible playoff beneficiary.
Yeah, obviously we have to keep it in perspective because it's still Sean Green. He's not exactly a dynamic player. But yeah, the Jets have a good schedule for running backs, maybe the best in those fantasy playoffs. ESPN standard leagues from week 14 of the regular season down to week 17 counts as the fantasy playoffs. And like you said, Jacksonville, Tennessee, San Diego, Buffalo, there's not an above average run defense in that group, and there's a couple of really below average ones, Jacksonville and in Buffalo. Sean Green's got the potential to be better at least than he normally is, which isn't that good, but he may wind up being more startable than we think of him as.
There's that matchup thing we like to talk about. Will, he's got running back questions on the car phone. Will, you're on ESPN New York.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I've got Marshawn Lynch as my running back number 1, but for number 2, I've got Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. I was thinking, do you think Daniel Thomas with Miami in a better matchup is a better start over Green Green Ellis?
I agree with you that it's a better matchup because the Titans really have been an okay matchup these past few weeks for running backs. I still have Green Ellis ranked like 5 spots higher among running backs. If you look at ESPN.com, you see my top 50 running backs there, and I have Green Ellis just a few spots higher. And it's really, again, about workload. Thomas is playing because Reggie Bush isn't 100%. He's also the goal line hammer, so he's a potential for a short touchdown. But, Green Ellis is the guy who is going to get 15 to 20 touches. So even though he hasn't had a good season, he doesn't have a great matchup against the Giants, I'd probably still play him just under the assumption of volume.
Now, Eric, I hope you have a season that's on the bubble because Chris Harris is going to save your season right here on ESPN New York. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, see, I have a flex today, and I don't know if for my flex to either start Green Ellis or Titus Young. And if I win this week, I actually go up in second place in my league.
Well, then, in that case, I'm going to actually give you the right answer. Otherwise, I would have been totally messing with you.
Don't laugh. I've heard that before.
I'm going to say I would go with Green Ellis still. Yeah, I hate it because, listen, I don't think Green Ellis is a very good player. I talked about it this summer. I wouldn't have taken him, but now that you're stuck with him, it becomes a matter of volume, and there are a couple of things that are against Titus Young today. He's got more upside. If you're looking for a guy who could get you 20 fantasy points, it's not Green Ellis, it's Titus Young. But Titus Young has a knee that's bugging him. He's probably going to play through it, but it is bugging him. And the Vikings' pass defense has actually been stiffened compared to the first month of the season, whereas their run defense has become a little softer. And I think it's not a perfect matchup for Titus. The Lions are getting their passing game on track, but I think by a whisker, I think I would pick the law firm.
And again, in fantasy football, volume is everything. Chris,
really is, yeah.
Enjoyed it. We'll see you next Sunday.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Chris Harris. You can find him in the fantasy section at ESPN.com. I'm Bill Daughtry. Ian O'Connor is next right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
Hi, it's Colin Coward, host of The Herd. More and more business people are working remotely from their iPad and iPhones, leaving their laptops behind, working lighter. I do. But the iPad and iPhone can't replace your office computer. That's unless you have Go to My PC app. It's the missing link. Turns your iPad and iPhone into your computer. With Go to My PC by Citrix, you can access your entire Mac or PC, work on any program, edit stuff, save any file from anywhere, even on the go, airport, cafe, right from your iPhone. Take care of any urgent request to edit a PowerPoint, update a spreadsheet, work on any file. Go to My PC, so convenient, reliable, easy to use. Sets up, by the way, in just minutes. Try Go to My PC today. A special 45-day free trial just for my listeners. Visit gotomypc.com, click on the Try It Free button, and enter the promo code Colin. Then download the free app to your iPad or iPhone. That's gotomypc.com, try it free, promo code Colin.
For Hurricane Sandy donations, visit redcross.org or text Red Cross to 90999 to donate $10. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. A huge upset in college football is shaking up the race for the national championship game. Top-ranked Alabama's chances of a second straight title took a hit with its first loss of the season, 29-24 to number 15 Texas A&M in Tuscaloosa. Aggies quarterback Johnny Manziel, 345 yards total offense and 2 touchdowns.